everyone. Morning announcements in a minute. Can I ask anybody who's standing over there to come over here? We're doing morning announcements. Please, everyone, find a chair. Please, everyone, find a chair. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to day number 2 of the Hawaii Esports League live from HPU Esports Arena at the Aloha Tower Marketplace. Now we'll have our morning announcements / our opening ceremony with Vanta's co-founder, Mr. Ed Lallier.
Thank you. Good morning and aloha. Thank you so much for coming here today. And congratulations to all the teams for making it this far. What an amazing journey, and good luck to all of you today. First, I just want to, again, just introduce myself, Ed Lallier, co-founder and Chief Corporate Development Officer at Vanta. For those who don't know, Vanta was started after my son, unfortunately, was sober early COVID. We create safe places for kids to game, and because of your support, we have built the Hawaii Esports League to be the largest league in Hawaii with over 90 schools across 4 islands. So thank you so much. This is amazing. So thank you very much for your support, for your children, and also for the community. This is a really big deal. These experiences here are more than just competition. They're opportunities for college scholarships, for career pathways. Speaking of which, I would like to say thank you to our partners and sponsors. First, I would like to say thank you to HPU for hosting what an amazing event today. Let's give it a hand for HPU today. Second, I'd like to say thank you to our league sponsors, West Oahu, to Pacific American Foundation, and to Zippies. Yay! I'd like to also say thank you to our sponsors, Mobile IT Force, for providing affordable technology for schools. Want to be a big thanks to EMP Live Designs for their production today in shoutcasting. Give it a hand. All right. I'd like to also just point out there's a few activations today I want everyone to take note on. Number 1, we have a raffle today. Everyone should get a red ticket. If you haven't got a red ticket, please come and see us at the registration booth to get one. If you would like a second raffle ticket, then this is what you want to do. You want to meet the nice lady over at the West Oahu table, hear her pitch about how you can get scholarships there, get a campus tour, you get an extra raffle ticket. We are giving away an Xbox. We are giving away a Logitech steering wheel and pedals and the stick shift. We'll also be giving away headsets, keyboards, and other peripherals. So stay tuned. Get that ticket. Get an extra one if you can. We also have a free Valorant camp this winter December 30th, it's a Monday. It's right here. I got 5 spots open. Who here plays Valorant? If you want to be trained by professionals, okay, you got to be a high schooler. You got to be a high schooler. If you are interested in a free coach camp, courtesy of Hawaiian Telecom, please come to the Vanta booth and scan the QR code. We got 5 spots left. Lunch is included. This is a great opportunity to up your skills. All right, with that said, I want to say thank you to all the competitors and good luck. Mahalo.
All right, that being said, we welcome you inside of the HPU Esports Arena. Teams are setting up right now as we get set for all of the action here today. Live on broadcast, we'll have with us the Overwatch, the Apex Legends, as well as the Valorant competitions as well. That'll happen all throughout the day, as we say, for one final time here this week in Aloha, friends, and welcome to the booth. Klutchke alongside Henry with you to start. We'll see other faces here throughout the day as well, alongside Colton as well, alongside Professor Layton as well, so they'll be joining us later too. But for right now, game number 1 between 2, I guess, familiar teams, you would say, to this situation, because you have a team in McKinley as well as a team in Mid-Pacific that we both know have been here before, have probably faced off each other before within recency.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the precursor to this. I think this is a repeat of last semis or last finals. We're not quite sure, but there is definitely a rivalry. They've attended these playoffs quite a bit throughout the Vanta experience, and I actually recognize some of the usernames from both sides. So there's some seniority coming in, there's some veterancy, but there's also new faces that have not stepped up onto this Vanta LAN experience quite yet. But it's still a rivalry nonetheless. They've encountered each other many, many times, and they're going to encounter each other one more time in order to make it to the finals after this.
Yes, and that this is just semifinals number 1 going on right now. On to our right side currently is the other bank of computers, and playing that right now is semifinal number 2 matchup between Roosevelt and Waianae, and actually some familial ties to one of these teams here for you. I will let you
know if they even make it. It's not worth mentioning them if they don't even make it, you know?
There you can see the one in the glasses waving right in the middle. That is the brother of said other caster over here.
That's true.
The 2 glasses right there. Yep,
thank you for
right
zooming in.
Zoom in. Just
thank you.
In. Yep, that is your brother right there.
That's him.
And somehow, whenever we're playing, you and I together, we can always hear him in the background. Someone either complaining about a Genji.
He's always actually complaining.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a DPS thing to do. I would
so
know.
I
would know because I play DPS for a different game, and I always complain. So it's also like a genetic thing, perhaps. But we'll see. We'll see if complaining gets them the W.
Well, what we're not complaining about is getting a game here in just a couple of moments, because again, McKinley on the main stage, we don't get to see they have to win.
They do have to win to get here.
For you to see him in the finals.
Yep.
You're not going to be casting it because I'm Colton. But so we'll take the familial ties off, right? The bias takes off.
Yep.
But I don't know if the bias is more towards the negative, more towards the positive at that point. But you can see on your screen right now, you can see the table right in front of some of the players, the hooks. We gave this out yesterday. If you joined us yesterday, all of those hooks given out to champions to each of the games that we had. We handed out, I think it was on stream, 5 different games, if I'm not mistaken, or 4 different games at the very least, because I remember League of Legends being added on too.
Yes.
So at least 4 that were here on stream. Of course, the other ones happened off stream, but still we'll hand it out with the grace of the broadcast system. So we basically have right now on the table 9 hooks and 9 runners-up trophies to have here. So winner of this matchup and winner of each of the semifinals already guarantees themselves one of the trophies. Which one it is to be determined back when they get into the finals. So again, lots of action happening here. We've got the Overwatch section right now. We'll have your Overwatch semifinal right now. We're going to have the Overwatch finals happening right after that, after kind of a check down, if you will, with the winners of the other game to our right, moving on over to the main stage. And then afterwards, we get to our Apex Legends one. That turned out to be really exciting yesterday with the middle. And especially at the end. Congrats to Couple Middle, by the way, for the win there, because Couple Middle played a fantastic 2 maps. But a very exciting 2 maps, mind you.
I will just say, because I feel like video games is something that the kids are starting at a much younger age now. Like, I feel like we really got into video games. Like, other than the consoles, like Pokemon and stuff, we really didn't really get into, like, shooters until maybe middle school-ish.
Yeah.
But these people, the middle schoolers that played yesterday, they looked like absolute veterans versus each other. We saw it in Valorant. That was a close series at the end. We saw it in the Apex Legends. We saw it in the Overwatch, basically all the shooters that was happening yesterday. And if that's the middle school scene, can you imagine what we're going to get today?
Can you imagine? And what else better way to start than what we believe is a rematch between these two teams in the last one. So it is Mid-Pacific taking on McKinley. McKinley to your right and the Owls to your left. And the 3-2-1.
The battle cry.
The battle cry, the significant battle cry that is to all Overwatch teams, right? Whether it be Korea, whether it be some NA teams as well. Yeah, battle cries are out and they are underway here. Ilios in the first map is going to be on the ruins. And this is more kind of long range, but we don't see any snipers anywhere. The only thing you can see is sniper-ish Josh DC on the Ash, and there is going to be Mr. Dr. Stepdad. That's going to be a very long name, so we'll just keep it Mr. Doctor, if you will. But that already gets
a familiar name, actually.
Familiar name, yes. Takes down the Genji. It's going to be first point over to the Owls. However, for McKinley at the very least, they don't get the point first. It is the Owls that cap point first, and hits might change still because they're running away. Reaper doesn't have Wraith form anymore, and now Zhongli's going to get that kill, and so as quickly as Mid-Pacific capped it, McKinley takes it back.
Yeah, you could see that the Owls were playing a little bit more up beyond the point before the capture point was even available. I think they just wanted to establish the ground for it, but they didn't really hold it too well as McKinley pushed back pretty quickly. They got a kill on the enemy DPS, the Reaper fell, and so because of that, you're lacking a little damage, you fall back, you wait until reinforcements come back, and I think they're going to try to siege one more time here.
Well, they're going to dive right on into the back line. They get the Kiriko before the D.Va gets D-Mech, so that's at least a trade that you want because at least your D.Va's still alive for a little while longer. Dynamite does get a little bit of a hit, but it's not going to be much, and now this is going to be a really bad situation because Shame is right there. Cheyenne is going to be in the faces of everybody, punching two, deflecting a third, and the Owls take it right back.
And Shame has also been one of those veteran players that have been here. We recognize this name time and time again, a star player on the Owls roster. And I mean, obviously, from my perspective, Genji's just one of those players that just kind of jump around everybody, one of those heroes that's just very annoying to deal with. And in a map where there's just so much potential for upward mobility with all the obstacles, it's going to be hard for the McKinley roster to navigate this.
So let's see. Oh, Shane's also bio-nated off, but it's a good thing that you're back with the rest of the team. Bob's going to touch the middle of the point here, so that'll be a contest as well as a lot of damage raining down. But unfortunately for McKinley, the Bob's not going to matter on the point. Good sleep dart onto the blade, but it might be too little too late anyways. Zhongli's got it, but instead the Annihilation turns this right back around for Mr. Doctor, and this will be a fight win for McKinley. So as bad as that started, the Tigers are right back in it.
That was an excellent read on the blade. Immediately procced it, couldn't do anything with it. They just waited out the timer, waited out the sleep, and let the damage come in. And now we are 61 to 40s right here. It is as close as it can get. McKinley looking to hold the ground, not letting the Owls even step in onto the point.
61 to 48 right now as they get halfway home, but a big one is Akitiko Kunai right to the head of Blep. That's good news for McKinley to keep this point online. However, Josh DC gets out of it, and now Mr. Doctor will go ahead and Nemesis form away Shame as well. So the big part of that is that the Genji is now gone, and a lot of low health bars on McKinley's side, but this is still somehow turning into a trade. There is going to be the self-destruct out to make sure McKinley gets a little bit more space, but do they have that space inquired? Because they're still fighting onto the point right now, and it's just McKinley just stunning him over and over again, but finally they'll get the flip out after knocking out Zhongli by the hands of Noah on the Rockets. So this is a scrappy fight, Henry, and it's still not over.
It's still not over. They're pushing forward. They want to make sure that McKinley don't even have the opportunity to touch. We're heading into the 70s right now. This is gonna get pretty close. The Owls are finally taking the percent lead, but it's just a little bit, and McKinley are back in there.
Blade's going to come out alongside of a Kitsune Rush, which means these slashes are going to happen faster and faster as they've got the dash away onto the D.Va, and that's a great, by the way, Bionade that's onto 3. Is it going to make much of an impact? No. These Bionades so far have been very, very good. Actually, that was a deflected Bionade from Shame, which staves off McKinley's pressure for right now. Shame's going to go in for the Blade, but it's not going to find anything except for one because the entire team got wiped out, and the Owls are off and running 177 start for mid-pack.
It was touch and go for both sides, but I feel like as soon as the Owls got that adrenaline going, they got their positioning, they never let go. They kept pushing forward, making sure that there was not even an opportunity to contest the overtime. And 100-77, that is something that we didn't really get to see yesterday with the middle schoolers. It was pretty either double OT situation or it was just 100-0. This one, you can really feel the tension between both teams.
Yeah, there is a lot of tension between these two, and especially how scrappy these fights are going, and that's what you get when you get just a brawl composition against a rush composition like the Diva, like the Genji there, but mid-pack handling that perfectly, going around what was the Ramatra, getting to that back line very early on and making sure that McKinley had no pressure whatsoever. And I also want to credit again, Bionate got deflected over and over again by Shame, which was really, really good news for the Owl, which means that McKinley could take that pressure, or couldn't put the pressure on when that Bionade was on there. A little harder to do that on this map this time around because of a different level scape, but Reaper teleporting in and just kind of waving hello, if you will, a battle hello. Nate gets sucked into the defense matrix, and with 4 seconds left to go before we get the point unlocked, Josh already got Ruben down. So at the very least, McKinley's got advantage, but we know that one player advantage doesn't mean a lot to this Owls team. They know they want to keep fighting scrappy over and over again. Diva's all the way in the back line, though, which is still okay, but now they're going to switch on over to the Zarya to counter out the Diva. You can't really defense matrix a laser. Owls would get the first cap on the point. However, you're still going to keep fighting this knowing you got rid of the Diva, and now you can play on point here. Not a lot of charge for the Zarya regardless, but that's still enough pressure to force them off. No Diva, no play on the point. McKinley gets it.
I was going to say, mid-pack kind of did a little sneaky and just let somebody step onto the point to start taking the percents, but they didn't really have the ground to keep that going. And so McKinley immediately, they take over. It's kind of like a tower defense now. They're kind of holding what they can. The Lighthouse is very dangerous because you're very susceptible to environmental damage here and just falling off.
Oh, 10 Feather, that was not great. Walked in to try to get one, walked into the whole party after that. So 10 Feather going down means McKinley's down a man already. Already at 94%. There's going to be the Death Blossom.
Okay.
The Blossom is very good. Gets a double kill. The Rally's out, but the Rally's going to be too late to stun out the Blossom instead. It's just a Brigida fighting for her life. And it's going to be Wasabi going down. However, this fight's still not over. Death Blossom on the other end will go ahead and take the Zarya down. The Reaper's still playing for the point, and it's going to be the Cassidy on at the same time too. But it's pressure from both of the DPSs. No heals anywhere on this point, but Shame taking down 10 Feather means this fight still goes on and on. No one's going to get the remake kill and sits down on Zhongli, and the Owls take it back.
Yeah, you mentioned that healers from both sides fell really early into that fight, and it was just DPS and tanks versus DPS and tanks. It really came down to the ultimates. You could see the exchange of Death Blossoms from both sides, and now Blep switching over to the Mei, hoping that that Blizzard can hold the ground a little bit better inside the Lighthouse. We're going to have to see how McKinley retakes this, but 54% is a good amount to start.
And that's a good icicle to the head of Josh DC. Well, not to the head, more to the body, if anything. But that means just now that McKinley has to be a little bit more careful. You don't have enough bubbles to stave off all of the slowness that is the Mei. So 3 ultimates on the board for McKinley. Only 1 or maybe 2 coming up online for the Owls. But right now, Owls still have hold of the point, which means they have prio. But this is, well, safe to say right now, McKinley's got the upper hand into this next fight.
Yeah, it's kind of like touching the base gate, so to speak, and not really even letting them the opportunity to step out. But they do have to slowly give it up. They recognize that McKinley's got a lot of ultimates available. That was a good wall.
That was a huge wall. Blocks off the grab. That grab gets nothing. Now the Deadeye, though, maybe makes an impact, and it does onto Human. So what a play from Blep, but it's all going to go for nothing. Yes, McKinley used 2 ultimates, but that's all they're going to use to win this fight and take the point back.
That's almost a team wipe here. Diva being the last one standing. And now they're going to stagger the death timer too, so it's going to be a little bit rough for the Owls moving forward. Just look at how many ultimates are available on the side of McKinley. They have so much utility to use for this next fight. They have the percentages ticking. We're back to the tied 70s again.
Yeah, we're right into the 70 range, and here we go, because now it's going to be 3 ultimates on the board for McKinley. It's going to be Owls trying to find any semblance of stability into this next fight. So McKinley with advantage. Now let's see if they can take advantage. There's really nothing going on, just kind of getting the poke damage down right now, kind of dry fight, if you will. Hoping to see if they can get a dive on, and Oa's got down the Kiriko, not good. That means Kitsune Rush out of play. Self-destruct is going to go to the middle of the point. Death Blossom to the back end, but the Death Blossom gets stunned out by a rally from Wasabi. Black's going to go ahead and use the Blizzard, and as desperate of a situation as was, they used every ultimate on the board that they could. McKinley holds on to one, but that was thanks to a death, so Owls hold back.
And there it is. So much space being bought. It's not really about winning the fight necessarily. It could sometimes just be putting the enemy in an unfavorable position. You could see the two ultimates being used. That Blizzard really just split apart McKinley in the site. And now we're coming down to the final bits of this map. I'm expecting the OT to kick in.
Zhongli doing very, very aggressive into that side room, and now they're just going to push out, knowing they need to touch within the next 5 meters, or 5%, I should say. Wasabi knocking Water Aaron off the map without a wall climb, and that's going to be Noah taking down 10 Feather off the map as well. So that's 2 environmental kills for the Owls. Do they have enough of the tank here to finish up the job? The Zarya's fully charged, and the Steva has nowhere to run but off. Noah knocking Josh off the map as well, and the Owls will wipe them off. It is another win in the 70s for Mid-Pacific, and they're up in the series 1-0, 1 map away from the finals.
And that was about as close as it can get. That is tension right there, pulling back and forth. The percentages just trading over and over again. And to be honest, a lot of noticeable plays here from the Death Blossoms to the Diva Bombs to the Blizzards, but we warned about it. The Lighthouse, the environmental death, it's very possible. And the Owls use that to their full advantage here. Zoning super well for that last fight.
Yeah, zoning super, super well in that last fight, especially knocking the Reaper off of the map. The Reaper gets no value whatsoever and no Death Blossom either to work with. So either way, you've got a really good Mid-Pacific team. It was the battle cry, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
It was the battle cry.
Oh, yeah.
It was the 3-2-1 fighting, right? It was the – it seemed like, right, it was scrappy in itself. It just seemed like it seemed like McKinley couldn't close. They had opportunities to do it. They had the ultimates to do it. But they couldn't find a way to poke down, and they couldn't find a way to open the door for them just a little bit more. And at the end, it just didn't go their way. So right now, I know we're trying to get an update here from the Roosevelt side, and they're on Lijiang Tower, and it looks like it is 1-0 in favor of 1-0 on Lijiang, I should say, within the map, not 1-0 in the series.
So we're faster.
We are faster.
So
yes.
we're better.
Quite considerably faster. Yes.
We are. Yeah, it is quite considerable.
You can blame your brother for the speed on that. So we go into our next map now. Control, Escort, Hybrid is the map order, so we go to Escort next.
Yes.
Rule set is that the first map pick was by the home team, which I'm assuming was on the right side of your screen, which or no, blue side. I'm sorry, blue side, which would have been Mid-Pacific's picks. And now they'll switch sides. McKinley gets the next map pick when we get to Escort here. So it's any Escort map, and I'm not too sure what you would do here because the Diva was very good for Mid-Pacific, which means that takes a good chunk of maps out of play if you don't want to go against the Diva. So
that's pretty true.
Let's see what they pull out here. I'm assuming it's going to try to be more of a brawl map, maybe a route, not too sure, but we'll find out very soon.
So, I mean, to be honest, it was decently close.
Yes.
If you were the coach from McKinley, it would kind of just be like, all right, guys, lock in. Because given what I've seen, these two teams already can beat each other in some way, shape, or form. I feel like we just witnessed a coin flip where Mid-Pac just happened to get 2 heads in this situation. So now, moving into Escort, since McKinley lost, what would you say it would be the one small thing you would have them try to patch up?
First pick? Honestly, first pick. They win off. You probably win more fights in Overwatch when you get that first pick than anything else. I would say a good chunk of fights are won off of that first pick 60 to 70% of the time.
Okay.
If you can get that first pick, because obviously in that last sequence, when your Kiriko goes down early on with a Kitsune Rush in hand to try to win you that fight and force a final fight territory, then that means that gives you a better idea. But at the same time, if you don't get that first pick, then that other team known as Mid-Pacific can just rush right in, knock you off the map a couple of times, and that's just game. So you need to find a way to get those first picks earlier on. And speaking of which, this is not I wouldn't say very much a Diva-friendly map. It's more of a streets. It's more of a brawl phase map where you're going to Rialto next here for Escort. I don't mind this pick whatsoever.
Okay. I mean, I noticed for our first map, a lot of the situations that you talked about was that first pick. We saw it on both sides where one of the enemy DPS just fell and the rest of the team kind of just fell back. Now, granted, that happened very early into the capture point. It was when teams were still kind of fighting that first half of the 100. So there's that time to, join back with your team, wait for the spawn timers. But, on a map like Escort, on a map type like Escort, the timer's constantly ticking. I feel like every second matters. We saw it in the middle school scene yesterday where there could be 5 minutes in the time bank with such a dominant performance. I'm not sure if we're going to be as scrappy as we were earlier, but I think you want to mention this.
All right, so there's a little bit of swap and rolls. No substitutions, but a swap and rolls. Mr. Dr. Stepdad will move on over to the DPS side, whereas 10 Feather will move to the tank. 10 Feather, you'll remember, was playing on the Cassidy earlier on the Ruin, so they'll move on over to the tank instead. So a very interesting swap here, but that just means that Rialto is suited for them. They have a strategy for Rialto, and they have a strategy to play out for it. So when we get into our map here, in only a couple of moments, we'll find out what the strategy is for McKinley to keep their hopes in this tournament alive. Also, before we get our map started, Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippies, will make its return. Schools from all over the U.S. come to the islands, and they last year they were Boise State as well as Stony Brook. Won't see them again this year,
Michigan State.
Or, I'm sorry, Stony Brook and Michigan State, yes. I said Boise State for no reason, sorry.
You want them to come.
Yes, I want them to come.
Yeah.
I want to see Doc and the rest of the crew here. Schools from all over the U.S. come to the islands. A great collegiate action in store along with high school show matches. And then, of course, there's also an open Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tournament you do not want to miss out on. So it all happens in March, so go ahead and follow Vanta's on socials for more. McKinley on your left side of your screen, Owls to the right side. McKinley on the defense, Owls on the attack. And actually, McKinley, this is not a bad situation at all. Do you want the defensive side to start on a map like this?
So I feel like every time I witness this map, there's the battle call. There's the battle cry.
Yep, battle cry is back
from the Owls. I feel like every time I watch this map, this first corner has been one of the worst situations to be in terms of trying to get it past that initial amount. There's so many close corners you can pick, and because of that, people like the Reaper, people like the Zarya even, have been very prevalent. We're seeing a lot of Juno action actually coming out from the side that is from the blue team, actually, from both sides.
Yeah, and so the Owls right now, they have the Bionade onto the Junker Queen, but that's not going to matter as well. Shame's hitting shots. Blep is right in the face of everybody else, and Mid-Pacific not holding back anything. You said it was the first quarter that was really hard. They make it look easy.
They just push through, yeah. I mean, sometimes it's be like that, and you can't really do anything about it. They did play a very aggressive, go-in type of composition, so it did work out for them.
The unfortunate thing is Sigma is well-versed here on this map. Sigma is a very well-versed character on this map. But when you have Mid-Pacific putting on the pressure like this, yeah, I don't know if Sigma's the best idea here, and it's showing because already you can see how far up this Junker Queen is. Already has 2 down, and that is just in Carnage. That's the knife down as well. That's Gracie doing her stuff, and 5-15 on the board, but they have pushed them up all the way.
I mean, at this point, it feels like the cart's kind of being a detriment to the composition of the Owls. Somebody has to sit on it, right, as a means to push the cart, but they're just pushing so far ahead. You can see Blep working with Noah, just a zone basically to the next point already. There's 5 minutes in the time bank, and they are halfway through the payload escort already.
Yeah, it's basically halfway through the map, and already they have plenty of time bank. They'll switch on over to the Venture instead, which, by the way, gets a very good burrow jump on, and that's going to be Shame going all the way down. Juno's in a lot of trouble here, and Juno only has movement to get away from it, and now it's going to be the Gravitic Flux that's used, so only one ultimate needed to be used there. I'll hold on for a little while, but that forces Shame, and now knowing that they have the Venture, Shame switches off.
So they did use a couple of ultimates on the side of McKinley in order to shave off the Owls' aggression. They do stop it right here at another corner. The good news for the Owls is that this corner features a little bit of high ground that they can take the advantage of. They could also flank through the building if they really wanted to, but they will have to be careful about this.
They have to be really careful. Too bad they used the Suzu first for that Bionade before the Rampage happened, and now the Owls can take rightful advantage. However, they're going to turn this right around on its head because your Junker Queen's gone, your Reaper's gone, your frontline damage is just gone, and your team's gone as well, and that's going to be a very nice play from McKinley. They survive the Rampage, and they survive another fight.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of timing error. Like you said, the ultimate's not entirely in sync, but that's totally fine. They didn't use all of their resources on it. They still recognize that they have a bunch of time left, 3.5 minutes left in the bank. But now, McKinley are starting to get some of those ultimates online. You can see both Death Blossoms once again available at the same time.
And we know how Death Blossoms have been all weekend long, so let's see if it makes any difference here. There's going to be the Orbital Ray out, Death Blossom available. It's going to catch out the Juno, but the Death Blossom in the back is going to help out as well. That's going to be 2 kills already for Noah, and just the frontline damage too immense for McKinley to handle. Owls will get the second checkpoint.
And there we go. You can see the meter tick down. That's 2 points now. 4.5 minutes time and then some to get it in to the building and finish it off. A switch to the Mei, I think, here for Josh DC.
The Mei is to slow down either the Genji or the Junker Queen that's putting on so much pressure here. Kitsune Rush is going to come out. That's an excellent Bionade, by the way. That's still going to go for nothing. I mean, Wasabi's been hitting a lot of good Bionades. It's just unfortunate in that fight. The wall traps off the Junker Queen, so the JQ gets no fun to play here within the next couple of moments here unless they can find some way around the wall.
And, I mean, Blep fell down, so the Owls kind of, you know, like we said, you told McKinley to get that pick. They got the pick on the DPS, and now they have to retreat. Pivot to Junkrat here on the side of Blep. Actually, both of the previous Reapers have now switched over to it, thinking that it's a bit more valuable here. As the wall once again buys so much space and time as here we go.
Blade comes out. Blade's going to find at least one. Bionade onto Shame, though. It is going to matter because Shame wasn't on a lot of health. Only one piece of damage needed to be done, and that's the kunai. Now the healers are healing each other, having to run away because the rest of the team fell over. But that's not a bad situation either because you've only got 3 on point, and the spawn room favors the defensive end here. They're going to spawn right away. Cart now no longer moving, seeing if they can get a first pick and or a regroup for the Owls, but 3:10 on the clock. Plenty of time to work something out here. Plenty of time to build up ultimates, plenty of time to build up what you want. An excellent Bionade yet again from Wasabi. Suzu, though, already being used, and that's going to take care of 2. 10 Feather will heal it by themselves. Right behind a shield at the same time. It's going to be the Nano Boost on. Nano Boost on to both of the tanks. Slept. Both tanks slept as well. Both of these Anas doing an excellent job here. Grudic Flux comes up. It's not going to be enough skill to do it, but they got to touch the point. The Sigma's not there. They're going to run this in. 1 meter left to go. They don't
touch!
10 Feather extended too far out. And at the end of it all, the Owls complete the map. They go and Kai Aloha, completing all 3 points. And the Owls smiling away knowing that they just backcapped them.
That was an interesting way to backdoor through the front door. I have no words. I literally, like, that was a really good play from 10 Feather, but there was just nobody else
because
available
the rest of,
because they all fell.
They all fell over, right? The back line fell over. I mean, I don't want to say what we're all thinking or as Overwatch players right now, but yeah, you put up 8 fingers. Oh, thought you put up 8 for some reason. Your pinky was a little offset, but yeah, that folks.
Keegan's a little old, so
that's
we'll
what
give
folks
him
in the Overwatch community we call a C9 when you had the opportunity to touch and
you didn't have to. You didn't have to say it.
Yeah, but. McKinley, though, looking to see if they can match up the time bank. 243 is a mighty time bank on this map.
It is a mighty time bank, and you do have to keep in mind that the Owls were mainly able to achieve it because they were able to just breeze through that first checkpoint as easily as it gets. Now, I believe McKinley is still deciding what to round out their composition with. This is a very, very different look on the offensive half for them. And, in fact, a lot of new heroes that we didn't even see for the first map.
Yeah, and we'll say it as they come out of the gate here. Yes, for the first time, we will see the Roadhog here. We will see the. Well, no, we saw the Ashe back on.
Oh,
Ruins.
you're right.
We haven't seen the Sojourn as of yet, and this will be the first time we see a Moira in play. So McKinley's gonna say, let's throw the strategy out the window. Let's play something completely different here. Whether that works out for them, we will see. It's going to be the Roadhog, a lot of pressure on, but that Roadhog needs to land a hook into the pig tent for it to do anything. Roadhog, that hook actually lands up above Blep's head, and Blep is lucky that Sojourn isn't any taller as a secondary railgun shot hits. Now, Noah does go down, though, and spawn rooms do favor back the attacking team of McKinley right now, so they could push the advantage if they really wanted to, but 10 Feather, it's just a walking target for Sleep Darts, and Blep is not missing a single secondary shot so far.
Yeah, these right clicks are as deadly as can get. Shame pushing the aggression onto Josh, and now the Owls, they get to hold. The corner is passed, but now you're going into a very open area that gives the Owls so much space to play around, and these sleeps have been hitting 10 Feather time and time again, stopping the aggression.
Yeah, but there's a great pig pen into a hook as well. That's a good Suzu that's going to protect 10 Feather for just a little while longer to take the breather that he needs. And now it's just a scrappy fight. They've got one on each side down. It's going to be the Nano Boost on to the Junker Queen, and the Junker Queen trying to find maybe the ultimate down on this Nano Boost, but this Roadhog is in so much trouble, gets hooked. But is that going to matter? It's going to be take the breather that's in there. Gracie's bleed is going to bleed away, but it's not going to matter still. Noah lives, but so will 10 Feather, but that just means they back off and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, the picks are just coming in. Oh, whoa!
Well, Josh will take care of Hooman, so this game keeps going on here. Rampage hits 3 before being hindered out by the nade of the Cassidy. Is it still going to be enough? 10 Feather going down during the whole hog, and now Shame is just going to do Shame things. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 picks for the Genji, and the Owls hold.
And just to match the death timers, we're just going to fall off the map. I mean, at some point, you might as well, just in case the other team chooses to stagger you. Minute and 40 left on the timer here for McKinley to cap the first point, by the way. This is only a third of the journey. You need to make it the whole way if you want to get into that OT and kind of ring out the timer from the side of the Owls, but looks like McKinley are having a lot of trouble. Bob is available, though.
Yeah, I do want to point out the rest of the way here, McKinley would have to play perfect to even get close to the time bag of the Owls, but that's if they can even get through the first point. Rialto saying one of the favorite things of Rialto, you're either going to see all 3 or you're only going to see 1 point, and right now the Owls want to make sure McKinley doesn't even sniff that checkpoint. Bleb's got the secondary fire on the Mr. Dr. Stepdad, who switched on over from the tank to the DPS side, and that means now for the Owls, they've got 1 down, they've got 2 down. Hook goes on to the Roadhog, but as soon as you get bionated with no Suzu available, that Roadhog is just a pig swimming in the water, and that's not a pretty sight.
I like the little joke you made because the Roadhog is in the play right now. But yeah, it just kind of looks like the Owls are focusing their targets. They're literally just getting these picks. A lot of the heroes have one-shot potential, so to speak, and because of that, McKinley don't feel comfortable going in this 4v5 situation. They have to keep waiting out. They're staggered, so to speak, but they're running out of time. They've only got half a minute left to make some moves.
30 seconds to make a move here, and this is going to be a hinder onto the Junker Queen as well, but the Junker Queen lives by Nano Boost, and this is going to be devastating here because now that Mora has to fade away, that's going to be the Kiko TP away as well, which means your Reaper is left in the back line with no Wraith form, with no support whatsoever. Blade comes out in the background, and who else could it be? Shame to the rescue to try and slash and dash away. Gets at least 1 pick on the Blade, and that's what they will get, but that's all they needed. 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Mid-Pacific is 1 more person away from booking a ticket to the finals. That Junkrat goes down. There is nobody touching it overtime, and Mid-Pacific is playing and dancing in the finals.
I don't remember how this rivalry goes, but today is Mid-Pac's day over McKinley. They will get to move on to that final round. A well-deserved victory, of course.
Who else could it be? This had to be the 4K from Shame right here. That's 1. Pulls out the Blade inside of a small corridor. That's the last place you want to pull out a Coalescence. That is the last place you want to be when Shame has Blade online. That is the
only person that can bring a sword to a gunfight and come out swinging.
Yes, we saw that yesterday too, right? Can't bring, I mean, we saw this in Apex where, I mean, they were trying to melee over and over again, and the gun won in the end, right, with the longbow, or it's the Sentinel, I should say, but this time around, sword beats the gun.
Yes, yes. Sword weirdest game of rock, paper, scissors we've ever seen.
Sword beats the Coalescence, which you can't deflect, you can't do anything about it. Still beats it. Beats out the what it would be a hinder nade if the Cassidy even had it. So Shame just doing Shame things, and we will see Shame and rest of the Mid-Pacific team heading on into the finals to take on either Roosevelt or Waianae. Last check, by the way, Roosevelt did win first map of Lijiang Tower 2-0. So they're now currently on map number 2, and they are playing Circuit Royale.
Yes.
And currently 1 minute 20 seconds left to go for the attacking side of Waianae. Waianae attacking first, Roosevelt to follow afterwards. So we will see what their situation is like only in a couple of moments. But as you go away here, that was kind of a crazy game for your 1 game here with us.
Well, I mean, I saw 2 maps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, crazy as it was, even if it was a 2-0, Mid-Pacific played really well.
The control point was definitely a lot closer. But I feel like we've actually seen this time and time again from mid-pack. They play the escort and the hybrids really well. They understand the choke points when it comes to defense, and they also understand pushing tempo when it comes to offense. I mean, we were talking about it. They were literally a full checkpoint ahead of where the cart was at some point, you know, not even giving McKinley that time to breathe. And to be honest, now that we know mid-pack is in the finals, it's kind of hard because the other two teams, we were talking about it, they were playing a bit slower. And so that's why they're still going through the escort as is. They don't really even have time to VOD review or take a breather before they face against mid-pack later.
You have to go based on pure instinct at this point. It's all Overwatch pure instinct. No VOD review, no notes, no nothing, unless you're watching this game right now. And speaking of, we're going to watch the winner of this take on our Mid-Pacific team coming up in the finals in only a couple of moments here. We'll be right back live from HPU. This is the Hawaii Esports League. one of the hooks, one of the blocks up for grabs. The hook for the champions, the blocks for the ones that fall just short. But unfortunately, only one can win it out at the end. Roosevelt versus Mid-Pacific as we welcome you back inside the booth. Clutchy alongside Colton with you for one final time. This has been a little while, my friend, since you and I have partnered up. I know you and Henry took over the Overwatch from me yesterday as I had to attend to personal matters, but this has been a little while, and we get to watch a very exciting one because we had to kick Henry off due to some bias situation, which means it's Mid-Pacific versus Roosevelt, and I know Roosevelt's got an extra fan cheering for them.
I don't know about that one. for the sake of bias, how bias goes. It's maybe not exactly biased for, rather biased against, But I think outside of that, we saw it was a 2-0 on the side for Roosevelt as well. So it's a 2-0 versus 2-0 in a sense of how we're coming out of the semifinals. Now we're going into that finals. We were talking about those trophies that are sitting on the tables. I mean, each and every time we go to that shot and we go to that view, right, it is such beautiful trophies, right? I mean, we've talked about it. The upgrade from previous to now is drastic, and I love them. They're so personalized in the sense of it's Vanta. You know exactly what trophy
I think what I love best is that in recent years, and you and I know this, and all of our crew knows this as well, from recent years, previously it was like, one of the regular, trophies that we've had before. Now it's a fully customized hook, and I know for HEI that comes up in March, they have the surfboards to take home. I know our friend up in Michigan State putting that loud and proud right in front of everything there. So, it's good fun so far. Vanta actually upgrading the trophies makes this a lot more significant. And I know yesterday we were talking with Kapolei Middle School. That hook is going right front and center in that trophy case at Kapolei Middle that they won yesterday.
I don't even blame them. I don't even blame them.
It's such a pretty trophy. As the final handshakes, fist bumps go all the way around, and actually the Roosevelt team are getting all prepared there. You can see very nice jerseys, mind the way, too, for both of these teams. I think the Mid-Pacific one, unfortunately, the Roosevelt I do favor a little bit more because I do like the green, but that's just me. It's a really nice color. But at the same time, too, you can see our entire broadcast crew working, you and I right there, and a very nice space as well. Later on to our right side, we'll have more of the matchups as well. I know Rocket League is going to happen here in that bank only a couple of moments away, so there's lots of action here, and I know lots of action you guys covered yesterday. We're going to cover again today. So this is a long weekend, but it's a very fun weekend we've had so far.
Oh, indeed. It is a fun weekend. And just a slight recap on yesterday in terms of Rocket League. I mean, I'm sure maybe you remember Kailua, Keananakoa, right? Always our two finalists. Both not in finals yesterday.
Really?
So
wow.
Anything is up for grabs here. I mean, we have a lot of new schools that, over the course of the last year or so have joined in, and especially because this is the fall semester, entering in a lot of new schools, new students. So opening up a lot of those schools, those titles, right, to more people. And now we're getting to see some of this competition. Now, granted, Roosevelt, Mid-Pac have kind of always been in the pool of play when we come to the high school side. And I mean, we know that we're seeing Roosevelt later in Apex as well, I believe right after this match goes ready. So, we're getting into that prep and getting into everything else, and I see we're opening another.
We're
Pokemon
opening up a pack here for
Mid-Pacific
on stream. Let's see. Can you get anything good? Do you get anything good? I think no.
Get him off the cam. Get him off the cam.
No. If you want to make it real, open up a 10-pack. If you want to make it real, open up the 10.
But we're looking at the teams here, and I'm happy that they're all having fun.
By the way, real quickly, they're watching anime. I know on the left side, Don is being played there for Mid-Pacific. So, so Mid-Pacific having fun. Roosevelt having fun as well. Love the Wrecking Ball onesie on, if you will, over that. So they're having fun. They're having fun is what we're saying. No, Colton's currently just staying over there.
Hey, Prod, can I have a favor really quick? Can we go back to that team versus team cam?
What are you looking for?
Is his keyboard on his lap? I hope that's not how he's playing. That would be very new to me if that's how he's playing.
I mean, we've seen other Demon setups before.
I've seen behind the monitor, but I've never seen on the lap.
I mean, some play like console comfort, right? You have your
controller below.
It just caught me off guard. It caught me speechless. I had to make sure I pointed it out before we get started.
Maybe we'll pull the team versus team in between rounds just to check. Just,
we'll see.
To double check. But again, Mid-Pacific versus Roosevelt here in only a couple of moments, live from the HPU Esports Arena at Aloha Tower Marketplace. Beautiful day outside, by the way, and I know Honolulu Marathon, looking at that weather too, thinking it's very nice, so it's not bad.
Well, depends. Sometimes overcast is a little better than when it is sunny.
Well, hey, partly cloudy versus overcast. I take the partly cloudy, although the overcast means that there's no sun regardless. So that just means it gets a little bit
It's nice
better.
without rain,
Yes, it's
but
nice without the rain.
in the wintertime, can't always promise that. But instead, though, speaking of sunlight, speaking of a beautiful paradise, Samoa being the map of choice,
Yes,
which we had been talking about for a little while behind the scenes of maybe not being exactly expectant of that one. But yeah, our first map being Control, heading over to Samoa. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is off script for me at the very least. You and I working in a different scene know that it is usually your Ilios, your classic normally of Lijiang Tower. I would say even Oasis gets thrown into that mix as well, but Samoa's way off guard. That caught as soon as I saw it. You watched my reaction. My eyes just bulged like there's no way they just said that. There's no way my prod is telling me that Samoa is the first map, but. I guess when it comes to the finals, unpredictability is not a bad thing at all, right? You like to have fun. These guys are having fun. They're all smiles all the way around. But Samoa to start, I know that some of us don't like me saying this word, but Malga comes into the picture here.
I was so happy before you said that.
You were all smiles before I said that, yeah.
I already went through that once yesterday. Can we not go through it again? I hate that health bar. But I get it, right? It's definitely still on that line, and it makes sense in the map itself. I think, the way that Malga is able to both zone but also just deal that damage out kind of in the same way, right, is very, very helpful. Something else that I noticed coming from yesterday and watching some of that semifinal, both of the matches, I think, looking at more of how the players are starting to rotate into that Zarya composition. We haven't been seeing that all through middle school. We've been seeing it more in that high school side, and I think I'm interested to see how they adapt, especially their tank compositions, to best lead their team, because you can do so much with the supports, but if your tank is kind of just inting, it doesn't matter. Your support's never going to heal you. So I think it's very interesting to see how Midpack has been playing right on the Zarya, on the Sigma, on the multiple different compositions that they've been playing. But then you look over on that Roosevelt side when they were playing their game, they were also rotating through very similar tank compositions. So we might just see a couple mirrors.
Well, we'll find out here soon enough, and we'll take a short break. When we come back, it will be Mid-Pacific taking on Roosevelt here for your grand finals. Take a short break. We'll be right back. We're live from HPU Esports Arena. This is the Hawaii Esports League. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Welcome back inside of the HPU Esports Arena as we get set for our Mid-Pacific taking on Roosevelt for the championship of the fall 24th semester of the Hawaii Esports League, brought to you by Vanta. So this is shaping up to be another good one. Yet again, teams are settled in place, and that keyboard on the lap situation was not sure.
Was not. It's not the. I'm playing with the keyboard on my lap. It was I need to dodge my keyboard from being damaged. So fair enough, fair enough. But everything has been resolved as Ski mentioned, and now we are in prep and in time to go into our first map, which we talked about a little bit before the break. Samoa. We've talked kind of about our thoughts on how we kind of expect this map to go. Compositionally speaking, expecting some of those picks like the Zarya or the Mauga even possibly to come out. But what are your thoughts on supports or even the DPS line? I know Mei on certain maps can be a bit of a problem, but what are your thoughts?
It depends on the map, because what I really love about this map is they even mentioned in the developer notes when this map first came out, all three maps play completely differently. So especially when we get to Volcano, that's more spam damage. This is more of where your Junkrat would come in. This is where more of the intense, quick damage would come in. You would see a Junker Queen, you would see a Malga. Then you get to the maps like what we're seeing right now, which is the center or downtown, I should say, and that's more of the kind of the stall, the poke compositions, because then you can play around that. It's kind of like Oasis City Center, if you will. And then of course, 3, 2, 1 fighting comes out, and that's from Owls. Swap to Sombra, by the way, is the name of this team. From Roosevelt. So, well, let's see if they do. But again, very quickly, this map on Volcano plays very quickly, and there it is, the Junkrat, as expected here. Spam damage is what you want. Very enclosed map to do so, and this is a lot of damage falling on top of Mid-Pacific. This Junkrat's doing magic right now, even landing the concussion mines. It's going to be the Reaper taking down the Winston right away, so all Noah can do is watch that health bar melt as the Owls are out of options, and it will be Roosevelt taking the point.
Monkey is such a hard character to play, especially because we're in such a drastic Reaper meta. So getting in and just being able to try to survive that damage, especially at close range from Reaper, has proved to be very rough, and as shown as the already swap onto D.Va comes in. But now this next push from the Owls going to come in and try to find their first pick, but so much damage just being laid out.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage being poured out right now. That's a poor Juno trap, but it's a good thing you had a defense matrix to help you out. Unfortunately, though, Pastel White's going to take care of Blep with the sound wave, and that just means that yet again, Roosevelt can play aggressively. It's going to be the Helix, or rather, I just should say the Rockets take care of the Junkrat. So a lot of that spam damage is now gone. That's staggered out, which means Shame can probably play in a little bit more. Torpedoes come out, does a little bit of damage here. Reaper has to Wraith form away. That's going to be the Suzu gone at the same time, so no more immortalities, no more nothing that can help you out. And I think this is just Ramattra falling off the map. And so, well, Mid-Pacific get a fight win back.
Yeah, they get their fight win back, and now the real game of Overwatch starts, because ultimates are now coming on board. Two on both ends here, but the start is coming through, and Shame going to fall very early in this fight, and that's going to be the go button.
That's the Death Blossom in the back line. You can't do anything but watch the Blossom as it blooms away, and it's going to be Roosevelt taking it right back. All Lash is needed, one shot, boom, it all falls down.
Yeah, just like that, fight was essentially over. Lash just took it into his own hands, and now point back in swing for Roosevelt as we go 56 and counting. 3 ultimates on the board for both sides. D.Va Bomb also going to make that 4 for the side of Mid-Pacific, but what can they do here? That tire going to get popped and going to go in, try to find something in that back line. Ready to go, but we'll hold on out, just trying to spot out some people.
Tire comes into the back line, and the Tire's going to find the Juno in the back, so good news that, again, this support is out of play. It's going to be an Annihilation being used, and the Annihilation punches away for one. And it's going to be a blade out from Shame as well, but Shame's got to do some miracles with this, considering the amount of damage that's being poured out, and no support of that Juno is going to be able to help out. Has to dash away for it. Orbital Ray is in pocket, but not going to be used, but needs to use it because there's only 10% left. Mid-pack has to go if they want something to do with this win here. It's going to be the Torpedoes out just to heal. There's going to be the Ray out, and now the Orbital Ray comes out. There is the touch on. It's going to be the overtime clock. Noob falling oh so low. Noob falls down by the dash of the Genji. Death Blossom is out. Death Blossom gets 2, and in desperation mode, Mid-pack holds on.
Yeah, desperation mode kicked in. That Blossom had to be huge, and it was. Getting 2 and getting that damage down for the third and just able to clear it out. 99% for the side of Roosevelt, so hoping that they can take this in just one fight. But no ultimates as everyone kind of cycled through it within the last 2 fights or so. So preparing, walking into this next one, no major swaps, you know, in prep here. But they've been picking off, you guys, you know, we were talking a little bit behind the scenes before this game started. The healers of Human and Wasabi are so good, but they're picking them off so early.
The Genji has to run away for dear life. That was a very low health bar, but speaking of low health bars, Lashes is just going to run into this entire team and make everybody low. And that's going to be also a Lucio just down below as well. Wasabi can do nothing but wait until the rest of the team comes back. But unfortunately, you don't have time for that. You've got Nemesis form throwing punches like it's like Muhammad Ali out here, the way these punches are being thrown in Nemesis form. That's it for this map. It's 164. Roosevelt off and running.
What a map. I think we saw it, right? So much of that pressure coming out from the damage that they're being able to lay out within every single fight. It's the Reaper just being able to get in, Lashes doing that initial damage, and then they're always picking off a healer. It seems like every fight, right, if it's not Noah being demeched or losing out in that first engage, it's always one of the healers that will fall. So we'll see, like you said in the beginning, each of these maps play differently, right? So we're already seeing some of those swaps coming in prep for how they want to play this. And there's so much that we can do, but there's so much more verticality here than there is on any other Samoa map.
Yeah, Volcano was one of the ones where it's basically spam damage is going to win this to you. Now it's more, maybe we can get a poke here and there, or if we want to rush in, you got to go all systems go. So, well, there are a couple of swaps. In fact, when they meet each other, we'll say something about it, but there is going to be the main. The Symmetra stays, in fact, because they know that there's a D.Va on the other side. Can't really defense Matrix a laser, unfortunately for you. And now you're going to have the Fire on the other hand. No hit scans either. That's a great bio-nade from Wasabi, who switches on over to the Ana instead. And now this is a lot of damage pouring out. And yet again, this is this Roosevelt team putting on the hurt, but they turn this right back around. They get the Kiriko, they get the ramp. Blep has to run away for dear life, 27 health, but lives to see another fight. The Snow White gets Sound Wave, and that's going to be the boop onto Noah, dies for it, and the Juno's gone as well. Lucio doing some work here, and it's Roosevelt that will take the point first.
I think we have a battle, Lucio. You know, you heard of Battle Mercy. There's the frog is kind of, you know, taking its turn, taking its course on this map. So looking to see what they can grab here. That wrecking ball gonna go in and just get a little bit more of that damage, maybe a little bit more verticality as well, but just able to get that damage and push on through. See what they can find. Start to find the wrecking ball though. Will put Mononoob on that little bit of a break, but May falling so low and just gonna be taken out there.
Yeah, there's just no hope at this point as well. And a very interesting swap as well. I thought the Ramatra was doing just fine, but instead they want a little bit more pressure on the backline, considering that to slam down, you only have to really hurt on either to the Ana or to the Juno. This is an interesting self-destruct, but I think that was just to get mech back, because that D.Va falls also low anyways thanks to the Reaper. But in the meanwhile, Noob is able to take care on the hook, or rather I should say on the swing there onto Shame, so that's one less person you have for this fight now. Sana's in a whole lot of trouble. You got no cooldowns there. You only got a nano boost to worry about here. Nano boost in onto the D.Va. D.Va's got to be big here, but unfortunately, you can't do anything while you're frozen solid. And what a fight there from Roosevelt to take it right back away.
And if you're Roosevelt, you're even more happy, right? Because you're able to, yes, you use the Kiriko ultimate there, the rush, but at the same time, you're able to get Wasabi to drop the nano, which is a major ultimate for them, especially with Genji on board, right? Now you're looking at the one ultimate on each side, but that Pharah needs to wait for this beat to drop. That beat drop needs to be, baited out or something from the side of Mid-Pacific. They need to try to engage a fight and get that beat to go early. Open up the door for Blep and try to get something in this fight.
Let's see if they can get anything here. It's going to be a slam down. That's only onto the D.Va. Blade's going to come out. Shame has been big so far, but the Sound Barrier is going to counter that right away alongside of some mines as well. So the only thing you're swinging for a depth here is the mines, but does get in the process a Kiriko and a Reaper, and Blep from the heavens above is able to find one. This Wrecking Ball now's job is basically to stall, and also with the May as well into Cryo Freeze. This May goes down very quickly and just gets booped out of the way by Noah. So it is going to be a fight flip back to Mid-Pacific.
I was wondering what the ultimate was from Lashes. I thought maybe they were swapping off, but it didn't seem to be the case. Maybe something in that backline just trying to barely make it out alive. Gonna see what they're gonna do here with now the dry fight gonna come up for the side of Roosevelt. They need to get something out, but this Reaper is trying to get into that backline as much as possible. But that dive going on through, one to fall think Noah is now out of mech and see what they can do. Shame to find one.
Gets lashes first, though. Rocket Barrage is out, and Rocket Barrage cannot track down all too much because this team is very, very mobile. Wall comes down to the wall, helps out the D.Va for only a little bit here. Doesn't get back into mech just yet. Only 10% away from it, but doesn't even need it in this fight. You get rid of the backline early on, you get rid of the mate, you get rid of the Kiriko, and it's a fight win yet again. Mid-Pacific could take this to final fight.
They could 100% take this the final fight here. There's nothing to take care of Blep on that Pharah outside of maybe the Wrecking Ball or some stray shots that are coming off of Pastel, but just trying to find what they can here. And Wasabi doing so much damage, but also just keeping this D.Va up for as long as possible, and that's been the goal. Bio will land, and this in is going to go. Lashes will find one.
Doesn't have the sleep dart available either. Needed to try to track that Reaper down, but instead now it's a Blizzard out. Blizzard's going to be there, but it's going to be 2 headshots for the Mei in the Icicles. Doesn't get sat down on either. That's a big Blizzard and a big fight win. Throws it away. Here comes the blade in the backline. Sound barrier to try to counter it, but Sound barrier doesn't hit the Kiriko in time. Pastel, though, will get the Sound Wave onto the Genji, and guess what, Cole? We ain't done yet.
What a fight. What a Blizzard, by the way. Able to find 2 on that pick and just able to swing that fight right back over again. No ultimates ready for the side of Roosevelt, though. A lot invested into that last fight, and now we're here in prep with 1 ultimate for the side of Mid-Pacific. What are they going to be able to find? They're just trying to get into this backline, trying to delay as much as they can on this push. But the Sleep Dart going to land, and now rotating back to the team. Final fight.
Final fight territory. Both sides. Winner of this one takes the map. It's either a map, it's either a point on the board, and a great Bionade that hits Pastel. That's an amazing Bionade. Wasabi might have just clutched this fight up. Barrage finds nothing, but it doesn't really matter. Lashes, Pastel, gone. Blep finds 2. It's just the Wrecking Ball left to go. They're still not able to flip the point, though. That's the bigger thing. This Wrecking Ball can stall, but this Wrecking Ball no longer can. It's going to have to be a touch here. The Lucio's the only one that can try and touch this, and at least for the speed-wise. But the clock is going to melt away. They don't touch, and Mid-Pacific forces us to go to the beach.
We go to the last map here on Samoa, and again, another composition. What will we see? But again, I mean, we talk about it, right? So they didn't swap anything for that far. I mean, the closest thing we got to maybe seeing that swap was the Wrecking Ball, yeah, I think. I don't know if I would count that as a swap for that rather than just to get into the backline.
Do we count it? I mean,
I don't know. But besides the point, right, no one was able to deal with the Pharah outside of a stray Blizzard that was able to catch them or something that was external to just dealing with them one-on-one. And so I'm interested to see, right, again, different map type. Pharah isn't exactly the person to play here, right, the agent to play here. You've seen it, but not normally played. Right. We're seeing it as they roll on out here. A switch of compositions will come out for both sides. But going to go back to the Reaper, but more importantly, what I'm seeing on the side of Roosevelt is that Baptiste and Ashe.
First time we're going to see the Ashe. First time we're going to see the Baptiste. Otherwise, everything we've seen either previous round or at least in the series so far. But 1-1 scoreline. That's turning out to be very exciting here as a great Bionade, by the way, from Wasabi. Wasabi's been landing a lot of good Bionades, but here comes the Carnage. That is the Axe. And somehow, some way, the Reaper is able to get out of dodge and go around the wall. However, just because you get around the wall doesn't mean that the rest of the team isn't going to fall anyways. That means that for Roosevelt, they play the Junker Queen, and the JQ pays off.
Yeah, JQ plays off, and they're getting so much just forward pressure, right? Able to play right in their little clump with this JQ and do so much damage with that. I think it's working out for them. Slash will land, but just going to stay alive is going to be Human. Thank you, Wasabi, for that one. Make sure you thank your healers when you're coming through these games and just trying to deal as much damage as we can. But Roosevelt having this push, having this priority, just need to make it last.
Just got to find some way in right now for Mid-Pacific. They're trying to find any entry, but these Mei walls are making it a little bit difficult, as well as the Junker Queen. They get rid of the Immortality field. That's their saving grace right now. You don't have any Immortalities left to go, and Wasabi with the Bionade is able to take care of Pastel. You have a Kiriko right behind you, but the Kiriko has to TP away because the rest of the team starts to melt, and so Mid-Pacific keeping this close. They'll flip the point back.
Yeah, but if you are Roosevelt, you know, right, that D.Va is not going to be in the fight, going to be a little bit more delayed. And now, the slow swaps coming out, Cassidy instead of the Ashe, just maybe to get a little bit more close range pressure. Ultimates, though, coming up and available for both sides. What's going to be used here? And it's going to start here with the Junker Queen.
And that Juno doesn't have help either. There's no Immortality, so that Juno's going to bleed away. Noob is there. Rampage is going to find out. Kitsune Rush just for security at this point, so they're not going to take the lead. Roosevelt's going to keep it.
Yeah, just going to keep it in time, but 3 ultimates on the side of Mid-Pacific, or 2 and soon 1 more to come, and Roosevelt coming up on their second. So seeing what's going to be used here again, but that D.Va is going to need to eat this Blizzard. That Blizzard has caused so many problems over the course of the past few fights, and it will not be eaten. So in the backline.
But does the plate get out? The plate does escape, but it doesn't really matter anyways. Your whole team is frozen behind you, Shame. You can't do anything about that. You need some kind of miracle play if you want to win this one out. You have the D.Va still alive. You have the Genji still alive at this point as well, and Wasabi has been hitting good nades. Death Blossom is just there to secure the point, or just to empty out the point, if anything. Kiriko falls oh so low, but no one's able to take care of that. And just by the nick of their skin, it is the Owls that get the point back.
Yeah, just able to get it out. I mean, that you were talking about, right, that Death Blossom more so to clear the point, but it was able to do so much damage, and unfortunately that just did enough damage to take out the Kiriko on the side of Roosevelt, and now no longer having the healing on point. They needed to rotate out. They needed to take the time. Reaper, getting a little close call there, but luckily you have your Wraith form to get away. So now, we're going to chase this main in that back line, but more importantly, again, another Bionade landing here on that tank of Manoa Noob, and just going to get poked down from afar here as the team, almost a team kill comes through.
But that's big, though, because they get rid of the self-destruct. That could be a huge one, especially on the point like this where it's all downstairs. You need to move up in order to dodge that if it's right smack dab middle of the point. So that's not a bad ultimate to get rid of if you're Roosevelt. So big ultimates on the board here, but the bigger one now is that whoever's going to get that, that's a huge nade. That's a huge hinder nade onto Shame, and Shame's now gone out of this, which means if I'm Roosevelt, I'm saying green light. Let's go. We got no pressure on our backline besides the D.Va to dive right on in, and that just means you don't even have to use an ultimate to do so, besides a window, which basically was used for space, but in this case, it's used to win a fight.
Yeah, window and the Deadeye going to be used there in that fight, but continuing to take the picks forward, 75% and counting. They are looking first to get back the lead, but here hoping to maybe even finish out this fight. Even on ultimates on both sides. What are they going to do? This first engage going to come from this Junker Queen, but knowing that they have Rush, everything can just be a push Q and go. We're going to see where they're going to want to press in. But you don't want to go too far. You want to play together here, and that CP are going to land, but luckily going to stay alive.
But good thing you have a Bionade as well to stave off that pressure. That's going to be the orbital ray down. Does Human have enough pressure? No, the Blizzard's big. However, the Death Blossom is bigger. Give Blep a triple to clear out the point. Mid-Pacific ain't done just yet. They have Cryo onto the board right now, 10%. That they had to die to get back to the rest of the team. Did that Death Blossom give Mid-Pacific the win? Did that give the Owls the first point? Somebody's got to touch here. Pastel's going to try on the Lucio. Has to touch the point. Does so. Overtime clock runs, but is Bionaded out and cannot stay alive. Noob switches on over to the Sombra just a touch. Noob is taken care of, and now that point is cleared off in Mid-Pacific. You can thank Blep your lucky stars. That Death Blossom was big.
That was their saving grace, just to be able to stay alive on that point, and luckily percentage just close enough to make sure that they couldn't contest it yet again. And a
Juno Pachi. Yo, shout out your supports. This was in the beginning of the round here on Resort, and this was all the torpedoes. Oh, that's exactly what happened. That was a count of 7 torpedoes, 3 on enemy, 3 on enemy, or I should say 4 on enemy, 3 on the rest of the team. Man, you love to see this Pachi supports. You love to see supporto combat, as our friend Nerdy Bird likes to say. It's so much fun. It's so much fun to see that. But mid-pack on the board, and again, that Death Blossom, the biggest difference in the game, the biggest one.
I think if I'm to criticize anything coming out of the last map, is that the JQ, Manoa Noob, JQ had ultimate in hand that entire last fight, entire true last fight. And what I would have wanted to see is that be the engage, keep them in that room, right? Because yes, as much as the Reaper was able to get out, if you now make it a 1-on-1 rather than making it a 1-on-3, right? So much more pressure and so much more time. You can try to keep that point. And now both teams are on the rotate. But instead, it played the other way around. You didn't get to use the ultimate. You're now playing a 1-on-3 on point. Everyone else is staggered, and you just couldn't make it back in time. So very small changes, very small, minute, in hindsight type of moments. But we got to see a good map. I'm really excited, right? Yeah. It was a 2-1. We saw both sides looking dominant. We also saw both sides fighting as if it wasn't that way. And so now we're moving on to our next map, which is going to be Escort. And I think, we were talking about it yesterday. Henry couldn't figure out an Escort map exactly, but we got it to the end of what, what we were going to.
Dang, the stray bullet goes
We saw
crazy.
Route 66 yesterday in turn, and so now we go into our high school side Escort map. What are your thoughts? What do you want to see? I know we saw Circuit on the Roosevelt game. I know we saw a couple of other maps, between yesterday and today. What do you want to see coming out of them?
I'd like to see a map that kind of balances both, honestly, just because of how close this has been, right? You can have a mix of a brawl style, maybe a little bit of dive here and there. You can have long-range maps, because Escort usually pans to the long-range game normally, except for maybe a Rialto here and there.
Which we saw which we saw in the last game, yeah.
Yeah, which we saw in the last game. So it will be a very interesting time, because now, again, the rules state here that the home team Mid-Pacific chose Samoa. Let me put it that way. So now it's Roosevelt's pick, and Roosevelt now gets the home team side, so Roosevelt will be defending first on the Escort end. But the next map actually gets very interesting, because it's Havana that will go next. So
that's not what I would have guessed. That is not what I would have guessed.
Either you and I would have guessed. I thought it was a circuit. I thought it could have been maybe even a route. But
I would have I also could have seen like a Junkertown.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like those 3 maps, 100% I could see. Havana not on my list.
Yeah, not on the list at all. Not on my top 3 list that I would have seen. But they're gonna go into Havana. They're gonna think that they're gonna see what's I guess what is doable here, because there was a couple of changes to Havana. If you don't know, right, the bigger change, I should say, is that snipers don't have that big of a sight line down on that opening point anymore. There is that little bit of a sign, or banner, I should say, that is there, but that doesn't mean that snipers still don't have Paradise. They're going to try the Widow shot first, but is this going to be an immediate swap? It is, so they're trying the cheeky pro strat, right? They're trying the see if you can find an opening pick. If you can't, switch off, and that's not what's happening here, but especially now that they're playing these close corners, it's not more of a long-range game, it's a who's going to get the better around the corner.
Also to note, there's a swap of roles on the side of Roosevelt, so Winonu gonna go on out, but instead Wasabi able to land. Oh my god, Wasabi's so good at this
Wasabi's getting away with everything. Wasabi's getting away with murder. These bionades are just insane, and it's a team kill 45 seconds in.
I mean, it's not like it's the first time we've seen it, but definitely a strong showing. But you're seeing almost a full composition swap coming out from Roosevelt now, as they know they're going to be playing more towards the end of first point, but also just that last part, or the first part of the second point. So you know that that's going to be a complete different way. But can they get this push going on through? They're trying to contest it, able to get on, but at what cost? That Zarya is going to fall also early, and everyone else just going to follow. And now maybe just another team kill as they start into point number 2.
Well, they've got already 3 picks in hand, and yeah, this is going to be Mandan, or I should say just Noob just falling away here. Manoa Noob, excuse me. So this is a really interesting situation, right? Because Wasabi's been very good with these bionades all series long, right? In fact, I don't think Wasabi was even in Ana at the start of Volcano. I had to switch to that, and yet it has been super good on this Ana. That's forcing a swap, right? Zarya can cleanse, making Cryo Freeze into cleansing it. You have the Baptiste Immortality, and at the same time, they're still getting freshed out. They don't have enough damage to work with them right now. That's going to be, they're going to focus up. That's going to force out the Immortality field, but even better positioning here, that's going to be the Sigma up top, and you cannot challenge this whatsoever. This is just a flurry of damage. You're going to play in that side room here. Oh no, Mid-Pacific's going to take this any day of the week to play inside of a small room with the amount of damage they have poured out, especially with the Sigma here. You can try to freeze them all you want, but mate, you got nothing doing here. And this is just another stagger fight, another clean fight. This payload has not stopped yet.
Yeah, it hasn't. We're at 4 minutes and just about to hit that second checkpoint. Is now it'll tick on over to 5.5 minutes to get this last push through. A very hit scan driven last point, but that sleep dart gonna land so early is gonna do so much for the backline. Not even for the damage on the Zarya, but for that backline. Blizzard's gonna get popped, trying to see if it can find anyone in that backline. Sigma will fall, but what will be that cost be of? That Blade gonna get popped at nearly like half health, but will able to stay alive through the nano. And so not able to find more than one, but we'll get a little bit more of that priority onto this last straight here. What is happening?
This is Mid-Pacific just putting on the show right now. They've had Shame go off on the Nano Boost. Mind you, no bubble, nothing. They don't have the Zarya on their side of the field, and yet Shame is popping off on the Nano, and you were right about less than half health. In fact, that was about a quarter of health left on a 200 health Genji. So this is going to be very, very hard to get through, but the Zarya does show off its pressure. That's going to be the Graviton Surge, but that only lands up on the Soldier. And I mean, if you're Mid-Pacific and a Kitsune Rush to pair alongside it, you take that any day.
Yeah, you take that. You're able to watch that 1-2 ultimates get dropped on the side of Roosevelt and none yet on the side of Mid-Pacific in that fight. So you know that you are going to have that priority moving forward. Cassidy falling a little low on that health, and so are both DPSs for the side of Roosevelt. Deadeye going to get popped. Will it be able to find anything? That shield going to block just enough, and the rock able to land as well, so no Deadeye shots going to land.
Can't block a laser, sorry. Can't kinetic grasp one, so yeah, no shield for you. Instead, you go back to the spawn room. But what I like about right now, this Roosevelt team, is that this Zarya's doing a lot of work. Against the Sigma, all you have to do is push through a shield. If the Sigma retracts, it's a 2-second cooldown to put it back up, which means if that's a full charge Zarya in a matter of 2 seconds, your health bar is just going to go blank. So let's see what they decide to pull out here. It is Roosevelt with 2 ultimates on the board, one of which is going to be used right now. That's huge. That's 4 up in the air. Do they have enough damage to pull this off? They also have the Coalescence and the Blizzard out for Lashes to counter this out. So the Gravitic Flux was big, but the ultimates coming back from Roosevelt are even bigger to flip this fight right around.
Oh my god, I thought the fight was over when the 4-man grasp went up, but instead, able to throw out Lashes, is able to throw out the Blizzard and turn that fight on its heels. Able to get it through, and now this Venture going to come on out from the side of Roosevelt. So a little bit more of a swap, trying to get more close range damage being done here. Soldier will have that railgun ready to go, and the ultimate ready for both sides. But Rush is going to start this fight off.
Rush starts this off just to see if there's any damage involved for Roosevelt. There's a lot of low health bars, including Noah. That's going to be the nano boosted blade yet again, but the blade is grabbed. However, on one swing gets 3, making a 4th. Shame somehow clutches that out. It's a team kill for mid-pack. Final stretch coming up. I don't know how the heck that happened.
Normally you go, hey, blade is popped. I need you to grab out this Genji, right? Stop them from being able to dash out. But instead, it just gets everyone to group around that Genji, and they all, like you said, they all died in just one swing. Now this final push coming on out as they go under the arches here. What are they going to be able to find? Railgun still ready to go for this Sojourn as it gets popped. So will they be able to find anything important?
Overclock gets popped. See if this finds anything down the lane. This is Sniper's Alley here anyways. And it's going to be Mono Move that gets down Shame. Changes on over to the Venture instead. Will burrow out. Doesn't hit the Sleep Dart. Instead finds 2 on the back line. And Roosevelt will survive and hang on. The swap to the Venture at the last second makes a big difference already. But they're in a dire situation. Minute 50 left. However, you would say that this point right here where that payload is favors the defenders a whole lot.
Yeah, it favors the defenders. I mean, not only in spawns, but just also how you get to play around this point. I mean, just that last corner itself is always hard to play on the attacking side. And now the swap going to come on over from mid-pack. Lep going to go on to this May, maybe try to get a little bit more of that close range engage here. But now you need to move on up that wall, going to block off a lot of their sight lines.
Oh.
Sleep Dart will land, and now the Junker Queen in the team.
They jump into the back of the team. That's another good Bionade here from Mid-Pacific. Wasabi doing work here. Now the Tectonic Shock is out. It's got to do wonders. Not a lot of help to work with. However, they do get 2 pack. Remember, the spawn room in favor of the defensive end with a minute 10 left. And Noob has full charge. You do not want to be in front of this laser when that Zarya is full charge. So some ultimates used from Roosevelt, but that's just to hang on with a minute left.
Yeah, just able to get there in time. But again, this fight never favors the attacking side. You just have to deal with so much and so much damage being landed out so early. Wasabi going to have to heal up not only the Juno, but also going to have to heal up the Junker Queen that's going to take it in.
That hits nothing. That hits absolutely nothing. That Rampage gets nothing on the board, but the Blade might be able to get a little bit more. Graviton surges up, and the last time that happened, Shame got 4. This time gets 2 on it, but they trade that out for 2 right away. Blizzard's going to come, or rather I should say, that's going to be the Orbital Ray out from Human, who sees if there's any damage left in the tank here with 27 seconds left, but Noob takes care of it, and now Blizzard's away. That takes care of the Venture. Has to crowd freeze out there contest. 20 seconds left, final fight territory. Walled themselves off, and now the Reaper's in a whole lot of trouble here. And now the attacking side has man advantage. Kitsune Rush is out. Kitsune Rush doesn't really help except for the cooldowns here for the Zarya. And now the Rampage, or rather the Junker Queen has to run away. Crowd freeze back up for the May. But that just means the back line is wide open to take care of here. They try to dive on in. The Venture is there. The fence is going to be able to hold up here. The only person left to touch is a poor old lady named Anna. And it's a hold by the Roosevelt High School team, an unbelievable ending that could have gone either way. But Roosevelt puts up the fence at the end.
They grab the Nano Blade, and then I feel like everyone on Roosevelt decides to walk to the grab the Nano Blade.
I want to point out one person that did, Lashes.
Oh!
On the Reaper.
It's like you do all the right steps, and then the last part is where everyone's like, oh, push the Genji. That's not how that works. Just don't
Just
walk
get
into the
away.
Genji. Just don't walk into the
get
Genji.
away.
But
that Graviton Surge lasts long enough where the Nano Boost doesn't matter. So just walk away. You don't run into it.
It's like frustrating, but I also get it. And again, you're in that heat of the moment, right? We can see everything.
Yes.
They just see a single POV. So again, we can talk all we want, but trust me, when we turn it around and we're playing the game, sometimes that decision might be made exactly the same. And so, credit where credit is due. What an amazing hold. We were talking about it. 5.5 minutes coming out of second point there, and they were able to hold it for the entire time, just barely making it past that arch is going to be mid-pack. But now, the tables turn, and we're now on the rotate here. We're now on the rotate here as we're going to see some of this setup coming on through. But, you know that long range. You know how that's going to work for them. Roosevelt going to see a very very lovely face to start an opening gate.
Yeah, once the door opens, you never expect a Ramattra, nor do you expect the damage that's being poured out here. That's a Bastion. That's an Ashe. Dynamite plus a very rain-heavy turret. Not something you want to see when a door opens up right in front of you. That's going to stall them out. This is a very nice hold. They're going to swap over to the Zarya instead, or rather, the Zarya's going to get a lot more charge here out of the swap. Venture's going to come out as well. This is just to die the backline, see if you can put any pressure onto the Ana, because that Ana's in a whole lot of trouble, but it's a good thing you got your team covering for you for right now, and you got a few pillars to walk around. Venture's got no way out. They hold them right at the door.
Yeah, they're continuing this hold here. Not exactly 0 meter, but close enough. They know what's coming out, and instead, we get to see the Mauga come out. Not on Samoa, but here on Havana, but falling so low, so fast. Just trying to get healed back up. And again, I mean, it will give your healers some ult charge, but unfortunately will fall also early. And now again, yet another rotate back into the spawn, just trying to find anything that you can. This Ramattra took so much damage, but also so much in just holding them at their doors.
Yeah, the problem is into the Smolga, even though there's no Orb of Discord, Wasabi lands a Bionate on, that would be big, but instead it's Galactic. That's Galactic Iris that's able to find one on Kunai onto the head, and now it's going to be the Artillery that comes out. Is it enough, though? It still might be enough, but again, holding it this close is a really bad thing when you lose one person, because that one person has to run all the way back from spawn and just rush back into the rest of the team, and that just means the spawn point favors them. So, I mean, if you're Roosevelt, yes, your time is melting away, but if you're just fighting one pick at a time, that's not a bad situation to be in.
It's not. It's a good start. You know now that you can get onto this point, but now that means that 2 minutes have gone away from your time bank, and now you have 2 minutes to get this first push falling on through. But again, if you can stagger them out just that little bit, it'll work out. But instead, Lashes will fall to Noah, and the rest of this push will continue to go on through. Noah walking into their team will have the ultimate ready to go, and that Annihilation will do so much damage in that backline, just trying to keep the Mauga up, and will be kept up from this Coalescence. And now, 2 picks coming out for the side of Roosevelt as they need to continue to walk on forward. Bastion will fall as well, both to Pastel White. And now the fall team kill, almost team kill, will come on through as the last set of turns will come out. But I think they have one more fight left in their pool and so many ults ready to go.
Yeah, so many ultimates. Like, you've got a couple of ultimates that have given previous versions of it a very, let's say, nightmare-ish scenarios, but it's not on the Mid-Pacific time this time around. It's a bionated cage that absolutely shatters the hope here of Mid-Pacific, and Manoa Noob gets 3 on the slash, but the bomb also comes out at the same time. Minute 10 left. They might be able to defend this point. It's a crazy fight that started off with a bionate from Wasabi, but it's still not over. They have the Ashe on point just to see if there's any damage. Artillery strike comes in, but is it going to do anything for you is the problem. Roosevelt wants to push through this, but the Ashe is still not dead. The Ashe stays alive. 50 seconds left to go on the clock here. But the payload is very, very close to completing. Mauga back in play. Mauga v Mauga. This is the fight that we know we all smile or kind of groan about here. The Death Blossom comes down, and that Death Blossom is big. Gets deflected away, but it might be too little too late. Both of your supports are down. They're turning this right around, though. They've got the front line. They've got the Reaper. They've got the Mauga down as well. But it might be too little too late. Roosevelt's going to cap.
What an ultimate from Lashes. It may not have gotten a lot, but it got the 2 supports, and now with the rest of your team falling on through, especially because you have Galactic Iris still there to heal up your team, able to just last that little bit longer, close out that first point, 2.5 remaining on the clock here just to get through second now. We'll see what they can do. They're definitely playing on a lesser time bank than the likes of Mid-Pacific, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a chance. This push could go in any direction here. The Genji, on top of silos, hoping to see who can land it first. But just going to continue to get on out, and this Sombra going to come on, not from the side of Roosevelt, but instead from the side of Midtown.
Well, Human's got down Manoa Noob, so that's a good news for you. You don't have to worry about a Genji in your backline. What you got to worry about is the immense amount of pressure. That is the increased fire rate and cooldown from the Manga. Bleb switching over to the Sombra, but the Sombra hits the wall of the upstairs on the translocator. But however, big bio-name from Wasabi lands onto 2. Manoa Noob, or It's Me Noob, does not have enough healing on that, and Wasabi is just popping off. That's a sleep dart too. This Ana is doing some heavy lifting right now.
Yeah, it's Ana not only keeping up their team, but also able to do enough damage and stop the other team from getting any heals. Able to land so many of these anti-nades and just trying to get any damage on out. But 1 minute taken up here as they've just gotten it to that first turn of the second point and looking what they can take. This Sombra is doing just that little bit more of the, menace work in that back line, making sure that that hack is going to be there nearly all the time. Another bio-nade will be able to land here, but that cage ready to go.
Cage is ready to go. See if they decide to use it. Blade's going to come out first. Blade's going to go on the upstairs. Misses the sleep dart. Slashes away, but it doesn't really matter. Wasabi gets the final blow yet again onto Manoa Noob. Bio-nade throws out. Bio-nade's going to find It's Me Noob as well. Noah goes down low, but this bio-nade is better when it's in the hands of Mid-Pacific. Another fence here. 1 minute left to go, Colt. Final fight territory in such a tough location.
Yeah, it's in a very tough location here. Silos can prove to be one of the hardest points to break when you're on the side of or you're on the attacking side. And now as we look to what could be our final fight, maybe even 2, but final fight here. Just trying to get as much damage as you can. Noah gonna fall to half, but healed right back up again. 5 ultimates ready to go, but Cage to start out.
Oh, Death Blossom in the cage, but that gets EMP'd away. Mid-Pacific finds their fight to win. It's the cage the Death Blossom tried, but the Death Blossom fails. Mid-Pacific using 4 ults, but that could be the dagger. 20 seconds left, and now you have a staggered on Ana as well. Not good. Team kill wipes, and now it's Roosevelt that has to go away and swap on over. Mid-Pacific on the closing moments have found answer after answer. Do they have one more tank to close things out here? Dry fight on either side. Hack's not going to come in. It's Me Noob jumps away just at the final seconds of it, but finally does get hacked. No jump hack available for a little while. Nana boosted onto the Manga. This Manga that's damaged. It will burn, burn, burn. It's a Disco Inferno on the floor when the Malga's here dancing around everybody. This Winston can only last for so much longer here. Venture swap on over, Reaper swap on over, but with no supports, nothing left in the tank. Mid-Pacific is going to shut the door on a Roosevelt push that looked good to start, but unfortunately at the end, it's Mid-Pacific that goes up 2-0. They're 1 away from lifting up the hook.
1 away from lifting it up. I mean, oh my goodness, what a map. What a game we're watching here. Because, wait, it's the Moira? This is like, nothing against Pastel. Like, it's just.
Where was the shame?
Well, actually, they did it to themselves. So, fair enough. I get it, But, again, an amazing match we're watching. The hold, the 5.5 minute hold, I mean, we thought that was amazing, and then they held for so long there at the door, right? On a comp that, by the way, normally doesn't hold that door.
No,
right?
not at all.
Like when we go 0 meter hold on Havana, that is not the composition you ever stayed out. Right?
I mean, you would see maybe a dive, more dive composition, right?
It'd
you would see
be either dive or you'd see like the May, right? The BAP to keep the tank up with Immor Field, right? You see more of that coming out of a team. You won't really see the Bastion and the Ramantra mixed with the Ana. Like, it's just everything in itself just didn't play.
Everything that should have been on that map did not happen, and yet it held. The game of Overwatch, folks, I don't understand it either, to my point, and I played it since opening time, since the 2016 when it first opened. But okay, we'll figure this out. But in the meantime, trying to figure it out as well. You can see the trophies right there. Very nice trophies once again. Like we said earlier, very much an upgrade from what we've seen in previous years, and I hope it's a very nice trophy. I hope it stays around for quite a while here because those trophies are nice. And it's just, for Roosevelt, if they want to lift it up, here's the 2 words you want to say: reverse sweep. 2 words you never want to have to say in this kind of situation, but to lift that trophy, reverse sweep.
And hey, I'm not going to say it's impossible. These matches are looking really close, right? You can see it. You can see just how each team is playing. It's not to say that Roosevelt can't take a map 2, maybe even 3. off of Mid-Pacific, but they need to break that back line, right? We've talked about it from the start. We talked about it even in that last game. Wasabi and Human are doing so much for their team that if you take them out, it's not to say that everything's doomed, but, you know, they're a very large part of the reason why this team is standing up so high and now, right, they're able to take them down that one notch lower, just trying to make it through. And you see West Wahoo booth in that corner there. Make sure you go and visit it and go say hi. You know, I think there was a raffle ticket thing. You can go over there, go and talk to them. You can get just another raffle ticket. And, hey, if you guys are wanting to see what that raffle ticket is all about, there's a lot of great things you can get. Yeah,
there's a lot of good prizes. I believe our camera operator will go ahead and shift that camera to the right, see if there's a lot in store. And absolutely, I mean, look at that. There's I know you as a maybe not Formula One wheel, but I mean, there's a wheel there. There's you know, the gear, in fact, as well. There's a very nice Black Shark headset that I would want.
I mean, hey, yeah, but what the lighting doesn't exactly catch is that giant Corsair box in the back is a chair.
Yes.
Like, I want to make sure people know that.
We
gave one away yesterday.
To somebody that I think won last year or last season, I think, as well. But, yeah, that chair, it's nice. It is pristine.
We're trying to read it, I see, and I know it's the relaxed chair. I don't know what brand, what exact model. I know it's a relaxed model, though. But Corsair's chair, again, if you guys want to go and win that, make sure you guys get your raffle ticket. You guys get one on entry. You can get another one from that West Oahu booth.
Yeah, I mean, and now, I mean, if you want to win the raffle here, obviously you got to go and get some of your, you know, you got to go check in at the front or, you know, go to the West Oahu side. And, of course, a big mahalo to the University of Hawaii at West Oahu for being a partner of the Vanta League. And, of course, they have a lot of scholarships as well. We'll talk about that later, too, all throughout the day. But main thing now is that for one of these teams, they don't need a raffle to lift up a trophy. They just need to win this mid-pack one away from it. A reverse sweep needed for Roosevelt to do so. So this is going to get a little dicey, and especially now that, again, rule states that it goes back. The map pick and the home side goes back to mid-pack. So they'll have defense side on a Blizzard World map that I would say very much favors them the way they've been playing so far.
Oh, yeah, 100% it favors them, I think, in the way that they're playing, the strategies that they're utilizing. But, you know, we'll see maybe if there's any changes that can be made. I know we were watching a couple of, you know, different compositions coming out from both teams. They've been very flexible over the course of the last, you know, I would say end of map 1 through map 2. Yeah. Roosevelt has shown a lot of flexibility, and Midpack has also shown some flexibility and some skill level in turn. I think we've seen probably a little bit more out of Roosevelt, but obviously, I mean, not to be the bearer of bad news, but more is not always better here in this situation as we're looking at a 2-0 deficit for the side of Roosevelt. So opening it up, we're seeing that Sombra coming out from the side of Roosevelt this time. So, hey, they finally swapped to it. Maybe they're finally on their main terms here, but trying to see what they can get on this attack.
Let's find out here. Oh, that's a great sleep dart, mind you. They can't dive into it because there's still too much pressure to play alongside of it. But for Roosevelt here, trying to use that Sombra to their advantage, that is a hacked out Ana, but the Ana has enough cover to dash, or to run away, I should say, and get back into cover. There's a lot of low health bars on Roosevelt's side, but they're able to heal that up right away. Dive comes in from Manoa Noob, but Manoa Noob gets slept out. Shame is going to go ahead and bastion that right on away. So as quickly as Roosevelt wants to play mid-Pacific, he's just going to put up an even bigger brick wall.
Yeah, putting up that wall there, just not able to get on into that fight. I mean, they're able to get into that fight, but that sleep dart from Wasabi doing so much because you're just able to lay out that damage. Shame on that Bastion. As soon as someone is slept, it's able to basically lay out an entire turret clip worth on to whoever it is, and especially if that's Manoa Noob, it's only going to do so much. No, going to boop the Reaper of Lashes off that high ground, get them back to their team there. This Wrecking Ball in that backline, not to be healed by much, but everyone falling to just about half. So hoping that they can get into this fight, but unfortunately for them, Blep and Noah able to take the first 2 picks, and it's only going to follow from there.
See, the problem is, too, Soldier's getting a lot of help with that Disruptor shot, and that's a lot of charge, right? As long as they did make recent changes, whereas if you're in that Disruptor shot, it actually gives you charge now, which is really bad news, because that means if 4 people, like just happened, were stuck in it, you can fire twice inside of that 1 Disruptor shot on that secondary railgun. That's a lot of damage to pour out, and so Mid-Pacific knows that their strategy right now is just to stave off that pressure and just to make sure that that front line ceases to exist. And again, with Lashes and It's Me Noob, you can't deflect. You can deflect a Disruptor shot. You can't deflect it after it lands. And now Galactic Iris, we've seen these kunais be so deadly. I mean, some Mortal Kombat's been actually popping off this entire series. Long here, Manoa Noob gets founded out, but that's okay. Noah's got It's Me Noob down. Artillery Strike will rain from above, see if this finds anything. Do they find where the Bastion is, though? Shame is down, so very low health. Slams down. They finally get an answer that they want here. The Wrecking Ball all over the place and trying to make sure that this team is uncomfortable, but Blep finding go so low, does not have heals, but does have a D.Va to protect her. This Soldier is getting President Show protection, if you will, by this D.Va, and Roosevelt has to back off for now.
Yeah, but the spawn's kind of even here, just about, so just trying to see how much they can push on forward. This ball falling oh so low, but will get healed back up by the team through. So now, 2 support ultimates ready to go for the side of Roosevelt. 1 more coming up on that Reaper, but the ultimate's also falling in line for Mid-Pacific, so we'll see what's going to come on out. Rush going to start this fight off as they try to push on forward. This Reaper of Lashes in that backline, maybe to land this Blossom, and will be able to find 2 with it. But now, this pushback from the Owls, what will they be able to find? D.Va Bomb maybe going to get popped here out of mech, but what will they look for? This damage is continuously being dealt here by the Roosevelt team. Bomb going to get popped. Will they be able to find anything? The TP buffer instead will be utilized and will find the timing. And now able to continue on through. Roosevelt, though, finding that last pick onto the D.Va will get them at least this tick. But now the rest of the Owls come on through. Will they be able to hold it out? They will not. And this first point now finally going to Roosevelt.
Okay, so for those that don't know what Lashes just did, Lashes TP'd in the same position. There is an exact moment. There's only about half a second where that immortality lasts when you teleport. Timed it perfectly for the bomb so that you didn't have to use Wraith Form. Could use it in an emergency situation later. Didn't need to. Smart play from Lashes to make sure that that bomb had no impact whatsoever. Roosevelt finally finds their play that they wanted to. But now for Mid-Pacific, they have ultimates in the bank. They can try to dive right on in. Again, it's just on the street space. This gets a little bit tougher because there's a lot more space to cover when you're trying to dive on in. It's not a special point to work off of. Shame, though, does get at least 1 out. It's going to be the blade out from It's Me Noob. That's going to slash for 1, slash for 2 away. Roosevelt looking to dash and push their way forward just a little bit more. And a Shame goes down, and there's no more backline either. Lashes is in your backline running up right into your face with shotguns.
I want to go back to that Lashes TP player you're talking about. How many times do you think he's died learning the timing of that to a D.Va Bomb?
We'll refer to Henry for that.
I mean, it's obviously...
He's probably seen more practice of it than I have. We have a 1-of-1 sample size. 1 out of how many back in that household?
True, you know. I'm sure we'll see a lot there, but hoping, you know, maybe what will they be able to find there. But the Blossom in that backline will be able to find one of the damage onto the second, but falling a little low, will need to back on out. No, though, going to get demeched, and that bomb going to get popped. Will not be able to find anything, but instead the Mines will find 1 onto Human. And getting zoned out will be Wasabi, but the ultimate's coming on out forward. The Owls will be able to find 1 with that blade, but the turnaround instead, and the kills are going to go in Roosevelt's favor here as they move on to this second point.
They finally found the door open. Once they get the checkpoint down, a door's wide on open for you to dive right on in and get that mobility up. And now that the spawns are out of Human, bad luck timing. Could have switched spawns, but didn't have enough time to. Could have switched. The switch dies because you can switch spawns when you reach your previous spawn, but that dies away after 5 seconds. Unfortunately, the spawn room opens up and you die. So that's just F's in chat.
That's bad timing, you know. It's just, yeah, Valorant COD timing. Now there might just be Overwatch timing when it comes to spawns.
That would be Overwatch timing, absolutely.
But now able to push on through this. This is going to start on out here from Blep, but will they be able to find anything? We'll have to see.
Overclock comes out, see if this finds anything for right now, but the Overclock gets slammed right into by the Wrecking Ball. It's traded out because the backline's wide open for right now. Noah's got 2. The D.Va dives right on in, and the D.Va's going to make some impact here. Genji versus Genji, but now you've got the D.Va with you. Kiriko does have the teleport, but no longer has it. No longer has the Suzu. You don't have the follow-up damage to do it. You don't have a deflect either. Noob has to run away, dash away as well. Self-destruct available, but very low health. Don't know if you want to use it in a situation just to remech at this point, considering how well that this Roosevelt team finally has found their bearings together. It's going to be a hack onto Manoa Noob just to see if they can slow down this Wrecking Ball, which they do for a little while. Sleep Dart misses, and now Noob slashes and dashes away onto Wasabi. Wasabi's been good all series long, but now is dead at this point. Blood takes care of Noob during that blade. However, these are trades back and forth, but this usually favors the attacking side. Considering where that payload is, that spawn point is in favor of Roosevelt, and Roosevelt's going to take rightful advantage of it. D.Va's still alive, but D.Va's going to melt away. No more mech means no more chances at this fight.
Yeah, and you got to watch, right, that hack go on through to the Genji of It's Me Noob just in time to be able to make sure he couldn't dash away. But instead, the rest of the team will fall on this last push here, trying to come on out. 1 minute left on the clock, so still have time for more than one fight. But the ultimates are ready to go for both sides and trying to see what they can grab. Rush to start this fight.
The torpedoes get on to Pastel, and that's an Ajax. Unlucky. There's going to be the Kitsune rush out at the same time, too, so maybe they can bring this all the way back. No one's there to get at least 3 down, but Roosevelt still wants to push on. So despite the Ajax that just happened, I don't know if there's any touches here on the point. The wrecking ball can't get back there, and Roosevelt sees all 3 points. They go, and Kai, Aloha, Aloha. Roosevelt is still in this.
Not the C9. Not the C9.
They will not go quietly in the night.
Oh, no. That's a burner. Yep. I would do exactly that. Stand up, stretch, reset yourself, get back into this game, and just ignore what just happened in the last minute of the game. You know what you're doing. You held that first point for so long. Now you just need to rotate backwards, right? Rethink what's happening again, and just play your strong point, right? We saw so much coming out, and very enthusiastic and energetic person. I don't know which player that is. Very enthusiastic,
the
energetic.
Shot caller has to be.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
The only time you ever see somebody that energetic, if it's the shot caller saying, what the heck just happened? They had advantage, too. They had the Ajax. They had the Lucio stunt, or Lucio.
Ajax canceled, by the way, by a Juno
by
of all
a
people.
Juno of all things. They had advantage. And it just melted away. You can thank Manoa Noob for that, by the way, because Manoa Noob killed 3 there in that process during the Ajax. And, yeah, that Wrecking Ball doing some work, and it doesn't seem like Mid-Pacific knows how to counter that. Because even if you were to switch to a Somber, there's still the Somber on the other end that you needed to worry about, too, that could cancel out the Diva or the Self-Destruct or anything, really, that the Diva wanted to do. So regardless, you had a little bit of a deal on your hands, and now Roosevelt maybe pulling this out again on the defensive end, because why not? Don't fix what's not broken, right?
Exactly, and I think, right, you're looking at how to deal with this ball, and that Ana was doing so much, but now swapping over to the Brig is going to be Wasabi, so another healer that can do a little bit more of that, stun and or just CC onto this ball. But when that bash is missing and everything else is happening, you just have to hope that someone like Blep is going to be able to get in that backline and take out one and start this fight off for you. And the rest of this is just going to be left up with Manoa Noob. And unfortunately, I don't think the ball is able to do that solo. So this first point already going on over to the side of MPI.
Yeah, very quick fight there from Mid-Pacific, knowing they need to be the ones to push the envelope here, which they do. And a quick take, which means another 2.5 minutes. 5:43 is on the time bank, but we know that Roosevelt can hold some kind of big time bank like this if they have the right idea. Manoa Noob now switching off on over from the Wrecking Ball to the Zarya instead to make sure that Zarya feels a little bit of pressure. And also, if you can build up a grab long enough, maybe you don't run into Shame this time around. But that's still to be determined. So you try to get any kind of semblance of stability here, trying to fight around this corner. This is a really tough corner to try to defend against, especially if this team from Mid-Pacific can put on that pressure. And Shame diving into the back line, getting both of the supports. That is going to be the slash and dash away from the Genji that takes down Lashes. And now the Zarya's in a whole lot of trouble. Don't got supports. You're just trying to find any picks, but that's just running into the team and waiting for death.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you're not staggered out too much here, and the ultimates are starting to come on up for MPI first. And so you're just hoping that you're able to find something a little bit more from that side, and the second push on this payload already halfway done. So you're going to see what they're going to be able to find here, trying to just get into this fight, but no ultimates ready for the side of Roosevelt. Instead, 3 ready for the side of MPI. So you need to charge those ultimates up if you're Roosevelt, because you need to be able to last through this fight.
Well, now it's going to be the Symmetra that comes out instead, just to put on more pressure to this Diva and more pressure on to this Genji instead. And speaking of, that laser will go down. Over Ray comes out as well. This is going to be a lot of ultimates being used. 2 on each side so far. Self-Destruct making a 3rd. Death Blossom not coming up with anything there. It's going to be the sit-down from the Diva, however, just the remake. But now the Death Blossom on the other side from Lashes gets at least onto Blep. And now they're going to get the fight win. They're going to get the fence. That was 6 ultimates used, 3 on each side.
Yep, the Brig Rally will be ready to go, though, and instead, the big one that I think wasn't used and well kept is going to be Manoa Noob's Grav. So, again, looking to try to see how long they can hold this, but it can be eaten, it can be deflected, so it's not to say that it's going to go to immediate, an immediate cause, because you need to make sure that you're aware of where both of those players are. Both Noah and Shame can either deny this or get some value out of it. So hopefully they're going to try to find something. Wasabi with that rally going to go on in.
Rally from up above, trying to go from the top rope. Graviton search. This time he's used for 3 inside of it, and that grab was so big there. But the problem was the grab wasn't for Roosevelt. It was for Shame to deflect it and get that fight win.
Said it earlier, gotta watch for the deflect, gotta watch for the eat, and one is a little worse than the other, as proven there in that fight. Manonu tossing out that grab, hoping to find something, but instead deflected right back into their team. And now we go with 4.5 minutes left on this clock to get through this last point. But again, we talked about it, right? We saw it in Havana, right? They can hold out for 5.5 minutes. Now, definitely not the same spawn advantage, but can still be done. So we'll see what they can get out here. One ultimate ready to go for the side of Roosevelt as we start to take this first fight.
Trying to take the space here in the meanwhile, trying to use those turrets to make sure there's some kind of distraction here. It does have full-time barrier up, full-time barrier's up, but however, mid-pack's already passed it. Shame is going to go inside of a small corridor, and what have we learned all day long, folks? A small corridor is not where you want to be when a Genji has a blade out. It's a team kill for Shame. They have 350 to tie, or rather to score a third point and force another attack.
Yeah, they just want to get one more push here. Try to get this time back in their favor, and this last push is going to try to come out from the side of Roosevelt. Slam going to go onto that point and get as much of that damage out, but now the rest of this team going to go on through as Diva Bomb is going to get popped and the rest of the ultimates fall.
Self-destruct comes out. Self-destruct finds nothing in the back line. Kitsune Rush just to touch the point. Bloodthrow has found Manoa Nu, but it doesn't matter. Coalescence, it's going to pop. Death Blossom gets popped as well. That is a lot of ultimates to pop for Mid-Pacific. Unfortunately for them, it comes up empty. They use the Death Blossom. They use the Self-Destruct to no avail versus the Coalescence. And now Lash is, okay.
Not again.
Oh.
Not again. Tactical. It was tactical as we start into this next fight here, you know, just trying to make it a little bit more even, maybe.
Maybe, but that makes the fight a little bit more favorable for Mid-Pacific, and they don't have any ultimates to work with. Owls do. They have the orbital ray to play off of here. They get out of the mech at the very least. They have an escape route, but they don't have a full-time barrier either. So Sinettra's out of play. It's going to be Mid-Pacific getting the advantage at the very least, but spawn room's in favor of Roosevelt. Slams down Manoa Nu, slams down onto Blep, which means that Reaper no longer in play here. And wow, I mean, you are thanking your lucky stars that that Death Blossom did not equate to a fight loss.
He's winning the fight back to the next one, at least, I guess, is the best you can look at it. But, you know,
that's one way to look at it.
But their bigger problem is coming up. Shame's blade is ready to go. We've seen how deadly this blade can be, and they need to be able to stop it. There's no grav to stop it. Granted, that didn't stop it the last time, but there's no grav to stop it, right? So how are you going to be able to live and survive through this blade going to get popped?
Blade again. This time it's a little bit more open area. It doesn't really matter. Shame finds one at the very least, but the Mines find the Juno, so the bigger one is at the Juno goes down. Shame goes down as well, and this is a fight hold yet again. This is a very quick one, mind you, but 1:40 on the clock means there is not a lot of time for another Blade if Shame wants to build that.
And we were at 4.5 minutes. Yet again, another hopeful long hold coming on out here from the side of Roosevelt, and now ultimates coming back up in their favor. Diva Bomb ready to go for MPI, but again, more ultimates ready for Roosevelt here. Coming up on that Reaper ult, the Death Blossom, as well as that Coalescence and Kiriko Rush that's going to get popped here and start this fight off yet again. Genji in the backline, though.
Genji goes off into the back line, seeing if Shame can get anything here. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush just to stave them off, but instead Kitsune Rush finds a kill onto Shame, which means if you're Mid-Pacific, if you want another fight, you got to back off now. You cannot survive an elongated fight here. Lash is into the back, already has to Wraith form out of it. What does that mean? This Reaper's going to get dove on, but you can't dive a laser right in front of you. They're going to elongate this fight even further, and now it's a slam in from the Wrecking Ball onto Human, and that just means now Mid-Pacific to live another day, live to see another fight, you need to back.
You need to get out of that. That's both your supports down. You need to reset here. But now you're looking at this ultimate fight going to come on out, right? You have 3 ultimates for the side of MPI to take this engagement. Going to have Rally there in the middle of the fight as well. So they're going to be ready to go. Roosevelt will also be coming up on ults in the middle of that fight, so they need to see what's going to come about it. But this ball is going to be in that backline, getting that slam down, getting the charge out, and that Death Blossom going to get popped, but will not be able to find anything. It's that Coalescence of pop here, and that Diva Bomb, will it be able to find anything? It will not, as the rest of this point will get fought here, it lashes to fall.
Full-time Barry comes out, though, try to be the saving grace here for Roosevelt. However, slammed down. Galactic Iris finds Shane. That's such a big pick because now that's Genji out of play here. Can't run into the mines any further, though. The mines are going to go down. The Full-time Barry goes down as well. And it's just a fight lasting over and over, but who gets spawn room advantage? That is Roosevelt trying to hold the door shut. Mid-Pacific wants to force it open. Do they have the nail in the coffin? They might. That's 2 kills for Roosevelt. We could be seeing map number 4 right now. Lashes Noob gets their picks. The Juno's the only one left to go. We are not done yet. 2 words that we will play on for map 4.
Map 4 indeed getting played on out. You can see the excitement, that hold, that length of time that they were able to keep that point alive for themselves and keep themselves going forward there. 4.5 minutes is what we saw there. 5.5 was what we saw on the map of Vanta. So we knew that they were possible. We knew that they were capable of holding it out and just continuing to show their dominance, continuing to show just how strong they are in these fights, and it's working out for them. Now, moving on to this next map, I think we're on push. We haven't seen a map 4 yet,
No.
so I'm a little more confused. I believe we're on push, if I'm not mistaken. So prepping for push. Now, not going to have that luxury of that long time hold, right? I mean, granted, you have the spawns, but that means you still got to walk it back the other side of the map. So it's not the same when it comes to holding versus fighting, but we're seeing it here. They're very well capable.
Yeah, and you got to remember, too, this is, if you're going to compare this to any single game mode at all, you're comparing it to a moving control point. You are basically saying that this robot right here is a moving control point. But we know how close that went to when it came down to a fight in the neutral zone, which was, in fact, a win for Mid-Pacific. So this is a really interesting game, a very tight game so far. Roosevelt will not go quietly into the afternoon just yet. We will see them play map number 4, push on the other side of this break. You're watching the Hawaii Esports League. We'll be right back. Welcome back. HPU Esports Arena live from the Aloha Tower Marketplace. And we've had a banger of a series so far. It looked to be a good clean out for Mid-Pacific to win 3-0. Turns into a 2-1 instead because Roosevelt on a nearly 5-minute hold shuts the door on Mid-Pacific at the end of Blizzard World, which, by the way, was their map pick. Mind you, so yeah, we don't know what else to say about it. Even though there was a lot of crazy things. In fact, there was a Lashes Q twice, mind you. But regardless, it is now
that finger
going
must
on.
be really fat. Like that one finger must be really fat.
That what would be the ring finger? I'm assuming would be a really, really fat finger. But now we go on map number 4. First time we're gonna see this weekend. A map number 4 that is not a sweep. It's a 2-1. Roosevelt knows that they need to reverse sweep if they want to lift up the trophy. Well on their way to doing that because they got one map now on the board. So problem now is, what can Midpack do to stop it? Because this is Roosevelt's map pick now, and we're going to Esperanza next.
Yeah, and you were talking about, right, that nearly 5-minute hold, but what's crazy enough to say is that's not even the first time that we've seen that today. Nonetheless, this series, right? So it's like already you can see just how competitive and how close this match is, right, at both sides, and we needed that break. Like, not only did we need that break, I'm sure they needed that break, right? Like, everyone was taking a deep breath after that match happened, right? Not only did you have the C9, you had Lashes, who was able to perfectly avoid the Diva Bomb. We were talking about this behind the scenes. You had the 4.5-minute hold. You had the Genji Blade that popped. You had the Triple Coalescence, right? You had the Lucio Ajax, due to a Juno, by the way. Like, the list can go on and on. If we had a bingo card, half of it would be filled out from that one
grab
game.
as well.
Deflected grab,
deflected
exactly.
grab too. It's like, yeah, if we bingo carded this entire series so far, I'm pretty sure we're not playing bingo. I'm pretty sure we're playing blackout at this point.
100%.
It is an insane kind of series here. And even if we were to go back to that 2-0 game that we had versus McKinley for Midpack, I'm pretty sure a few more squares could be pulled out too because the Graviton blocked by a Maywall, right? This entire day has been crazy. And yet it continues on.
Lashes was holding up the keyboard to the camera and actively pressing the Q button.
Yeah. He's going to do it again. Watch. That's going to cause him to fat finger again. I will tell you right now, whichever this is for the future. When he's looking for a wedding ring, he might need to get like 3 sizes bigger than what normally would be.
He might need to bind the Q to a different button. Like, he might need to bind it to like X or something and just start playing
I think you need to bind
into
it to the other side of the keyboard so that you don't accidentally press it whatsoever.
Oh, man.
Well, we go into Esperanza. We go into the push map here. For those that don't know how this one works, right, this is a neutral point no matter what, but it's a moving neutral point. So whichever team takes control of the robot will push it for a couple of more meters, and they will push it on ahead. The farther away the lead is, the harder it is to get that back. So this first fight, by the way, there are statistics to this game mode. If you win the first fight, you win 80% of the time. If you get the first checkpoint without the other team winning it, you win 90% of the time. So this first fight win, yes, it's only a 10% differential, but that first fight win and that first checkpoint are oh so important.
Yeah, I mean, it checks out, and we're seeing the side swap coming on through both. Well, they have to, but, you know, the side swap's now happening, so Roosevelt back on that blue side. Wrecking Ball still in play here, as well as that Sombra. So getting the first few bits of damage out, and Noah already falling to half health and getting healed back up by both of their healers. So this first fight going to be a little bit long, right? That bot might move in a couple of directions, but until someone is picked off, it doesn't really matter. This Ana is going to get this healing out as much as they can, but unfortunately will not be able to heal Blef up. And this is still even though, but no healers left for the side of Roosevelt. So this fight slowly planning to swing into the favor of MPI. And you're talking about it, right? There is that statistic of whoever is able to win that first fight. But we'll see how long that's able to hold. Continuing to push on forward, though.
It's a stagger fight, too, because you still left the Wrecking Ball alive. This Wrecking Ball can stall for as long as possible here. And the Manga doesn't have any healers either, right? You have a Kiriko. You have Kiriko has to TP to the Manga if you want anything to do with it right now, or you get the rest of the team back. So here comes the Wrecking Ball to help stall out, and it's not past the 20-meter mark, which usually signifies the first fight win. Instead, they'll continue this on. And now the Manga is so low, has to run away with the overrun just to get out of dodge, but now you got the slam. That's a 4-man slam from the Wrecking Ball. Too bad it amounts to nothing because Blep and Noah both combined for their picks. Front line's decimated here. So as much as this Roosevelt team wants to push here, they're only going to get 8 meters out of it before this Kiriko meets the end, but Galactic Iris gets the headshot onto Shame. Okay, all right. I guess, but that's a bigger pick than people realize too, because that's a Genji gone for a little while.
Genji gone for a little while. I mean, you have that flip of the Kiriko's also gone for a little while. You still have the healer ready to go in that in Pastel, but the Moira are not going to be able to do a crazy amount of healing. Blep will land the first pick, but Lash is able to take out the healer of Kiriko and Human, and now the rest of there's no healers left to go. Blep trying to look for their comeback with the Blossom, but will be able to find just that one, but instead Noah to find 3 and give them that second fight win.
Yeah,
Third.
when you have the Death Blossom and the Cage combination, you call that the Beyblade Arena. It's just the Death Blossom, everybody's stuck inside of it, and you just let it rip. You just let that Death Blossom rip away and rip away the rest of your team. So this is a really good Mid-Pacific squad right now that they found an answer to the Wrecking Ball. It seems like it, because now that the Ninja Point fighting over and over, remember, first checkpoint, 90% of the time you win when you get the first checkpoint down with nearly nothing on the board here. Noob, though, uses the EMP to take down Noah in the process here. This Kiriko's in a lot of trouble. We know Galactic Iris can hit. Can Human hit as well? Nothing there. But regardless, now the Sombra wants to dive into the back line. No Translocator either. You're purely relying on your healers to get you out of dodge. And now it's just a slam down. Kiriko has to get out, has to Suzu as well. So no more Suzu. This Kiriko is just going to melt away. And so despite the start of that fight there that looked a little dicey, Roosevelt, it's not a bad situation. Lashes has to get out, has to use the Wraith form, but now Shane's going to dash into the Sombra. Sombra gets taken out of the fight, makes it a 4v5 now, and now it's going to be the Genji that pulls out the play. Does this get anything? Shane finds one. Shane has been good with these plays all series long, making another one here just to get that shuriken off, and it's 58 meters to 23. Roosevelt tried. They were not able to contest.
Yeah, Shane able to close out 3 in that fight there. Again, this bot now running over back to that checkpoint, seeing what they can get there. Both ultimates are ready to go for the side of Roosevelt, so the support ultimates ready, as they tend to pop them at the same time. But this Junkrat going to come on out instead of the Sombra now, getting a little bit more of that spam damage out in these push bot scenarios, which can be very useful. Push tends to drag you, like control, to the same central location. It's just a moving central location.
I want to see if you turn into like a Vanta coach just for Junkrats. Could be. But Kitsune Rush comes out. Galactic Iris with the assists here, and they don't need a lot other than that. The Kitsune Rush was enough to take down Blep, take down Noah, force away the rest of the team. He got a Kiriko down, so shows you the power of this combination now. When you have Roosevelt on a spam combination like this, that Kitsune Rush makes all the difference.
Yeah, it makes a lot of difference, and I think something that I'm noticing is that Noah, every time that they die, the team essentially loses. They don't have that front line anymore. They don't have that hold capability to keep people back in the side, and so unfortunately, if Noah falls, the rest of the team just might go there with it. Now, of course, naturally, that's barring any drastic saves, but, you know, continuously just not able to have that damage, and the mine's going to get popped in the back line. Lashes to pop the Death Blossom as well. We'll be able to find one, but Human to find the Vengeance kill onto Lashes, and the kill's now falling for the side of MPI. Members falling for the side of Roosevelt and just trying to hold on out as long as they can. Coalescence will get popped, but that Death Blossom not to find anything, but instead, they will find the rest of that back line in the fight going in favor of MPI.
I feel like that Death Blossom might have been a little unnecessary considering that they already had 2 people down 4, but that's all right. That secures your fight win, and that secures that you're going to get another front checkpoint. You see the diamonds underneath. Those are checkpoints. That means that you're going to get forward spawns here unless the other team can stave you off of that, but there's no contest for it, so forward spawns activated out for Mid-Pacific with 4:41. Remember, time can just slip away from you, and as soon as this robot pushes on even further, it's going to be even worse. It's going to be a caged Wrecking Ball. That was meant for the Wrecking Ball only. Can this tire get in? Doesn't need to when you got Blep down. Cage gets destroyed by Lashes, but it might be too little too late considering that your Wrecking Ball is no longer there. You have to rely on Lashes to do a lot for you here. There's going to be the Concussive Blast as soon as Human uses the Kitsune Rush. That's a good Sleep Dart and a good Bionade, or rather good Nano Boost on. That's on to Shane. Shane's going to slash and dash away here for a few more, and that's going to be good enough for Mid-Pacific to push past 100.
Yeah, we'll get it past the 100-meter mark there and halfway down to the third. So just trying to get this back out, see what they're going to be able to close on through, but trying to find a Shame will be the first to fall in this fight. Now the contest back onto the point, looking what they can find, but will they be able to find another pick, or will it fall back into the even matchup here? But instead, MPI will fall back and give some space to Roosevelt here as they try to just regroup on up, but instead Noah will fall, and both tanks are now down, so this fight will continue, but Lashes are able to take out 2 and continue this push on forward. We'll try to find this TP, and we'll match the TP up on the top there, and then we'll fall right back to the team, as now this point. No longer going to have the forward spawns after this checkpoint meets back in the middle. And the push needs to come on through from Roosevelt if they want to look to try to have a chance here to get it past that 100-meter mark and contest that space.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest the space right underneath this archway here, though. And let's see, the overrun's going to land. Sleep Dart, I don't think, lands on anything here. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush that's available for them, as well as a Nano Boost and even a Tire. But Nano Boost is going to go right onto the Reaper, see what they do with the Tire's going to come out at the same time! And from above, the Tire finds 3. Roosevelt will not go away quietly. They know the stakes at hand, but the Tire makes the exclamation mark.
The Nanoblade onto Lashes, onto that Reaper, brought so much of their attention, right? It brought so much of the attention over to that Reaper that they kind of did not forgot about the Tire per se, but they weren't looking for it. That Reaper, they were so worried about having to back up to get away from Death Blossom, and now that Reaper has the Death Blossom. Mines from above will be able to find that. Anti-Nade will find 3, and the Death Blossom in the backline will still be able to find 1. And now the rest of that fight going to go on out. Noah being the only one alive left on the point, but will not be able to find anything. And now we push to 73 meters and counting, and we're getting so close to that new checkpoint.
Dare we say comeback activated. Dare we say it. They are only a matter of 22 meters left. And if Mid-Pacific wants to stop this push, they got to stop it very, very soon. But now it's a Sleep Dart on. Noob actually slams down and gets the kill before that happens. That Sleep Dart happens, and now it's going to be the cage up. The Death Blossom is there. Blep finds 1 at the very least. But Noob is still making havoc in the backline. Takes care of Wasabi. Doesn't really matter, though. They get the robot back. But it's an 11-meter difference here with 1 minute and 40 seconds, but they'll still get forward spawns for it.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 ultimates ready for MPI in this next fight and 1 for the side of Swap to Sombra. But you have to think about this, right? If they're able, if Roosevelt is able to make this first fight last, get that, get it out from the side of MPI, get that 1 rush out, they might just have a chance here. Tire to get popped.
Tire gets popped. See if this last time landed up in a triple. This time around finds 1 onto Shane. That's a big pick, especially where the robot is in the middle. Nobody's going to get forward spawns. Everybody's playing back. Galactic Iris has been so bloodthirsty on these kunais that gets human on the other side. So now it is a big Bionade onto this Malga as well. Forward spawns activated. 54 seconds left. That Ana staggered. That Ana is staggered. Yes, the spawns are close by, but where that golden line is for the lead, so close.
Blade's
Roosevelt
ready.
trying to make sure that they can shut the door. 7-6. Now 5 meters left. Dashes away. Suzu activated. Suzu doesn't do enough to save them for right now. Kitsune rushes out. At the same time, Noah gets 2 on the board. 30 seconds left, and it is Mid-Pacific that holds. 5-meter differential in 25 seconds.
5-meter differential, but you saw that, right? The last time that they did this, they made 5 meters up, and now this point going to get stalled out in the back line. You want to try to hold it as far as you can away without giving up the chance for them to make that comeback, and now it's going to get ran on forward. See what they can do. 10 seconds left on the clock. What are they going to be able to find here? That Mines is going to be ready to go and will get popped and slammed down onto the point.
That's right on to Blep as well. Onto the Junkrat, but gets out of dodge with the concussive blinds. No time on the clock. Has to play perfect. Overtime clock runs. You have to stay on top of it. Noob gets human down, and that's in the back line with a Death Blossom. It's deflected, though. It's Defense Matrix. It's bionated, but Lashes gets out with the Wraith form. And now Noob also gets Blep, so that means now it's a trap, and it's a trap Diva. This Diva is trapped inside and gets out of the mech. Spawn rooms, though, still in favor of Mid-Pacific. Human switches on over to the Juno instead, but they get the Ana down. They get the Diva down. It's still doable. 5 meters left. They have the golden line right in their sights.
Tire's ready to go.
Big. Tire's ready to go, though. This has been big all game long. Tire for Blep gets 2, though. That could be the big difference here. Shame gets rid of him. It's a crazy fight, but it could be over. Mid-Pacific has done it in crazy fashion. And they clear it out, and they win the hook. 5 meters to differential, but Mid-Pacific slams the door. And Mid-Pacific wins it all.
What a finish to that game. I mean, we saw it right in this triple kill from the Tires. What started this pushback, really. I mean, it's what gave so much of that pressure moving on forward, but instead, right, continuing on, and now we're able to look at how that match played out and just continuing to push, continuing to play it out. I mean, mad props to Roosevelt for how close it got.
Yeah, super, super close, and it looks like they are almost ready to go here to Or did it? Nobody's standing up. I don't.
It's as if we're playing another one.
Are we playing one more?
Yeah, we're all a little confused there on the backside.
I know, we're all
Normally we're
confused.
seeing that excitement. You know, we heard the
That was
cheers,
the best
we heard
of
everything
3.
else.
That was the best of 5, guys. It's 3-0, and yeah, mid-pack champions of the Hawaii Esports League. Yeah, they've won it.
We had that pause of a little bit of question marks of what was happening. You know, maybe just a few checks and things, but no, it is to confirm, right? We are in that spot, and so, you know, holding on out and a well-played match from both sides.
And man, oh man, it was just an insane series overall. So insane, so crazy, mind you, that neither side knew this series was over until somebody finally had mentioned it. But that is the series. Mid-Pacific will take home the hook. They will take home the victory, the championship, and will be defending champions until we hit the spring semester. So that wraps it up for Overwatch side. A great game by Roosevelt. 5 meters away, by the way, within 5 meters of turning that on its head and giving us a map number 5. But instead, it is a 4-map series in favor of the Owls. So, my cut to Mid-Pacific on the win, on the hook, on the championship. But, brother, what a series that was. How many bingo card slots do you think we could have filled out there?
A lot. There's a lot. I don't even want to think about how many we would have had to, like, I don't think I would have put some of these on the bingo card because they're so rare, and I would have thought that they just wouldn't happen. Like, a well-played series in both ends. I think, like, no matter what, the summary is that it was just a well-played series, right? Yes, mid-pack came out on top, but it's not to say that this wasn't a close match. It's not to say that this wasn't an absolute showing from Roosevelt and an absolute showing from mid-pack. It's just, unfortunately, when times came, right, it was a lot of Roosevelt playing from the back foot. And that's all it is. It's not to say they were bad at playing from the back foot. They made the comeback, right? They made the comeback both on Blizzard World. They had the C9 that popped out, and then they had the hold, right? So it worked out in their favor there. It didn't work out in their favor on Havana, right? So you look at both sides, and it's like they were playing from the back foot quite a lot, but it's not to say that that was their weak point. It's not to say that if they got ahead, it was all going to work out for them. They were playing so well, and I think it just continues to show, right, where this level of play is continuing to move in Vanta, because last year, I'm pretty sure mid-pack swept. And now someone is able to come up and give them their run for their money and possibly even almost took us to Game 5.
I was about to say, last fall, though, I know spring might have been a little bit different. Last fall, though, I remember having us a 5-game banger.
Oh, yeah, that was a long. That was an end of the day 5-game banger,
that was
too.
End of the game 5-day banger, 5-game banger. Instead, it is a 4-map game. And still, yet again, a banger that could cross off a lot of bingo cards. But we now know that these two teams will be playing in spring again. I cannot wait to see what these two teams are going to throw down here when we get to these spring semesters. So that will wrap up Overwatch for right now. Coming up next, trophy ceremonies. And then after that, it is Apex Legends. We saw great team death matches yesterday. Do we get more TDM action this time around? You're watching live from HPU Esports Arena. This is Hawaii Esports League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hawaii Sports League live from HPU. We'll now give away our trophies for 2 games, one in Overwatch and one in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Cruise. We start with Overwatch. After a 3-1 fall here, we congratulate on a second-place finish to their season of the fall 24 semester. We congratulate Roosevelt High School. And now for our champions, after a 3-1 victory at the end of the day, comes a championship in Mid-Pacific School. Pacific Institute. Congratulations once again to Mid-Pacific Institute. And now we'll move on to our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Cruise runner-up and winners. In second place, congratulations to University Lab School Red. And now receiving the Golden Hook trophy winners in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Cruise, Parker School Bulls. Congratulations once again to our champions. And now the moments we've been waiting for. Who gets the Zippy's gift card? No, raffle with co-founder Mr. Ed Lallier.
Thank you, Keegan. Thank you all. All right, this is going to be our first round of 3 rounds of raffles today. So for those who just came by just a moment ago and does not have a raffle ticket, you must go to the Vanta booth right now and register and get your raffle ticket. Okay? All right, we're going to begin with a Zippy's gift card and a Logitech wired mouse. Winning ticket number is 9781560. 9781560. Hey! You are a winner of a $25 gift card courtesy of Zippy's and a Logitech mouse. Let me see it. Very good. Congratulations. Stay right here. All right. Next. Our next prize is a Corsair mechanical keyboard. Winning ticket is 9781624. 9781624. Hey, come on down. Let me see. Congratulations. Here you go. Turn around and get a photo op. Hey. All right. All right. Our next giveaway and the last for this first round of giveaways is a Razer Black Shark headset. All right. Winning ticket number is 9781634. 9781634. 9781634. Come on down. Let's go. You are a winner of a Black Shark V2 headset. Congrats. Turn around. Take the photo up. There you go. All right, thank you. All right, hold on. Our next raffle giveaway will be around 1:30, 2 o'clock. We will be giving out more special items. We have a headset, gamer mouse, and then later on we will be doing for our grand prize an Xbox console, a Logitech steering wheel, pedals and mouse, and a Corsair gaming chair. That's going to happen at 4 o'clock. But our second wave is going to be around... yeah, maybe about 2 o'clock, and we'll have another round of giveaways as well. Stick around. Thank you. Oh,
broadcast, we will have one more trophy to hand out, which is in Rocket League, which just finished up. We congratulate our runners-up from the Fall 24 semester, Mid-Pacific Institute Owls Gold. And now receiving the championship hook trophy, we congratulate the Lelehua Mules Gold team. Of our teams in Rocket League. Send it to a short break. Apex Legends semifinals coming up next. All right, welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports League, live from HBU Esports Arena in the Aloha Tower Marketplace. Joining me now, we just saw them on stream, but the Overwatch champions here of Fall 24. Got Noah with me right here on to the right side of me, and the rest of the team holding up the Hook Trophy. How's it feel to be winners of that thing?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's I'd rather win than lose, so I think it was pretty fun.
Gotta be honest. The first 2 games you guys did, there was a few moments here and there, right? You guys had 4. You know, there was some pressure on you guys after 4. You guys had about 4 or 5 minutes on that first attack on a Vanta, got held up, but you did hold up pretty well. And then that second game of that third map, I should say, of Blizzard World, then got also a 5-minute, but then got held up as well. Did that make you nervous at all that you guys were getting held up to that point?
Honestly, no. I knew they were playing well. I was feeling it. I just didn't want to swap because my moral or ego issue, but I just gave in and I swapped, and then the last game was pretty easy.
Now, I need to know, because we saw it on the cameras as well, were you the one that pulled the pack or who pulled the pack? Okay, we'll have some fun questions here real quickly. Did you pull another one after the game? No.
I used up my 1 pack already.
You don't have the subscription? No? No. Oh, okay. You used the free trial. Okay, so that free trial ran out. All right. I know that you were probably the most emotional one over there. You probably popped off the most when we looked back at the cameras. So are you the shot caller is the better question.
Yeah, I like to call the most abilities, but it's hard to hear kind of with casters and everything, so a lot of it was delayed. Like, one of the times I got a little bit frustrated because I called the Juno ult. Juno ult was late, and I just was like, yo, what, is my mic not working? I called the ult, I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm not getting the ult. So it was a little bit frustrating. It was a new environment. It's tough, but yeah, I think it was well.
So now all the questions lead up to this. Spring 24, are you guys back here? Are you winging again?
Oh, yeah.
What's the confidence level? How high is that confidence level? Like, over the bar? What are we talking here?
Almost too confident. So that's a lot of what happened today. I know I could beat a lot of players, but I'm kind of almost in the Smurf mindset where I go in the back line, I kill 7 and get out. But I didn't respect them enough. I was too confident, so I ended up feeding a couple of times. So they were a lot better than I expected. So it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to be way too confident.
Well, we'll see if that confidence leads you guys into another spring championship. Guys, congratulations on your win one more time. This has been Mid-Pacific Institute. Their congratulations on their win in Overwatch. We'll take a short break. Apex Legends on the other side of this break.
off as they try to push on forward. This Reaper of Lashes in that backline, maybe to land this Blossom, and will be able to find 2 with it. But now, this pushback from the Owls, what will they be able to find? Diva Bomb maybe gonna get popped here out of mech, but what will they look for? This damage is continuously being dealt here by the Roosevelt team. Bomb gonna get popped. Will they be able to find anything? The TP buffer instead will be utilized and will find the timing. And now able to continue on through. Roosevelt though, finding that last pick onto the Diva will get them at least this tick. But now the rest of the Owls come on through. Will they be able to hold it out? They will not. And this first point now finally going to Roosevelt.
Okay, so for those that Shame though does get at least one out. It's going to be the blade out for
Bot here. It lashes to fall.
Full-time barrier comes out. They'll try to be saving grace here for Roosevelt. However, slam down. Galactic Iris finds Shame. That's such a big pick because now that's Genji out of play here. Can't run into the mines any further though. The mines are going to go down. The full-time barrier goes down as well. And it's just a fight lasting over and over. But who gets spawn room advantage? That is Roosevelt trying to hold the door shut. Mid-Pacific wants to force it open. Do they have the nail in the coffin? They might.
Swing into the favor of MPI.
Instead, they'll continue this on. And now the Malga solo has to run away with the overrun just to get out of dodge. But now you got the slam. That's a 4-man slam from the Wrecking Ball. Too bad it amounts to nothing because Blep and Noah both combined for their picks
Front line's decimated here. So as much as Roosevelt team wants to push here, they're only going to get 8 meters out of it before this Kiriko ends. Meets the end, but Galactic Iris gets the headshot onto
Not
Shane.
going to be able to do a crazy amount of healing. Flip will land the first pick, but Lash is able to take out the healer of Kiriko and Human, and now the rest of there's no healers up there. Flip trying to look for their comeback with the
Blast fight makes it a 4v5 now, and now it's going to be the Genji that pulls out the play. Does this get anything? Shame finds one. Shame has been good with these plays all series long, making another one here just to get that shuriken off.
Continuously just not able to have that damage, and the mine's going to get popped in the backline. Lashes to pop the Death Blossom as well. We'll be able to find one, but Human to find the Vengeance kill onto Lashes, and the kill's now falling for the side of MPI. Members falling for the side of Roosevelt and just trying to hold on out as long as they can. Coalescence will get popped, but that Death Blossom not to find anything, but instead they will find
only. Can this tire get in? Doesn't need to when you got Blep down. Cage gets destroyed by Lashes, but it might be too little too late considering that your Wrecking Ball is no longer there. You have to rely on Lashes to do a lot for you here. There's going to be the Concussive Blast as soon as Subin uses the Kitsune Rush. That's a good Sleep Dart and a good Bionade, or rather good Nano Boost on. That's on to Shame. Shame's going to slash and dash away here for a few more, and that's going to be good enough.
Will it fall back into the even matchup here? But instead, MPI will fall back and give some space to Roosevelt here as they try to just regroup on up, but instead Noah will fall and both tanks are now down, so this fight will continue, but Lashes are able to take out 2 and continue this push on 4.
Space right underneath this archway here though, and let's see, the overrun's gonna land. Sleep Dart I don't think lands on anything here. It's gonna be a Kitsune Rush that's available for them, as well as a Nano Boost and even a tire, but Nano Boost is gonna go right onto the Reaper, see what they do with the tire's gonna come out at the same time, and from above, the tire finds
that Reaper. They were so worried about having to back up to get away from Death Blossom, and now that Reaper has the Death Blossom. Mines from above will be able to find that. Anti-Nade will find 3, and the Death Blossom in the backline will still be able to find 1. And now the rest of that fight gonna go on out. Noah being the only one alive left.
Stop this push. They gotta stop it very, very soon. But now it's a Sleep Dart on. Noob actually slams down and gets the kill before that happens. That Sleep Dart happens, and now it's gonna be the cage up. The Death Blossom is there. Blep finds 1 at the very least, but Noob is still making havoc in the backline. Takes care of Wasabi. Doesn't really matter though.
They might just have a chance here. Tire to get popped.
Tire gets popped. See if this last time landed up in a triple. This time around finds 1 onto Shame. That's a big pick, especially where the robot is in the middle. Nobody's going to get forward spawns. Everybody's playing back. Galactic Iris has been so bloodthirsty on these kunais that gets Human on the other side. So now it is a big fight. Close.
Blaze
Roosevelt trying to make sure that they can shut the door. 7-6. Now 5 meters left. Dashes away. Suzu activated. Suzu doesn't do enough to save them for right now. Kitsune rushes out. At the same time, Noah gets 2 on the board. 30 seconds left, and overtime clock runs. You have to stay on top of it. Noob gets Human down, and that's to the back line with a Death Blossom. It's deflected, though. It's Defense Matrix. It's bionated, but Lashes gets out with the Wraith form. And now Noob also gets flapped, so that means now it's a trap, and it's a trap Diva. This Diva is trapped inside and gets out of the mech. Spawn rooms, though, still in favor of Mid-Pacific. Human switches on over to the Juno instead, but they get the Ana down. They get the Diva down. It's still doable. Left. They have the golden line right in their sights.
Tire's ready to go.
Big. Tire's ready to go, though. This has been big all game long. Tire for Blep gets 2, though. That could be the big difference here. Shame gets rid of him. It's a crazy fight, but it could be over. Mid-Pacific has done it in crazy fashion. And they clear it out, and they win the hook. Roosevelt can play aggressively. It's going to be the Helix, or rather, I just should say the Rockets take care of the Junkrat. So a lot of that spam damage is now gone. That's staggered out, which means Shame can probably play in a little bit more. Torpedoes come out, does a little bit of damage here. Reaper has to Wraith form away. That's going to be the Suzu gone at the same time, so no more immortality, no more nothing that can help you out. And I think this is just Ramattra falling off the map, and so... Well,
are now coming on board. 2 on both ends here, but the start is coming through, and Shame gonna fall very early in this fight, and that's gonna be the go button.
That's the Death Blossom in the back line. You can't do anything but watch the Blossom as it blooms away, and it's gonna be a
back line ready to go, but we'll hold on out, just trying to spot out some people.
Tire comes into the back line, and the Tire's gonna find the Juno in the back, so good news that, again, this support is out of play. It's going to be an Annihilation being used, and the Annihilation punches away for left. Mid-pack has to go if they want something to do with this win here. It's going to be the Torpedoes out just to heal. It's going to be the Ray out, and now the Orbital Ray comes out. There is the touch on. It's going to be the overtime clock. Noob falling oh so low. Noob falls down by the dash of the Genji. Death Blossom is out. Death Blossom gets
a little bit behind the scenes before this game started. The healers of Human and Wasabi are so good, but they're picking them off so early.
The Genji has to run away for dear life.
That was a very low health bar. But speaking of low health bars, Lassus is just going to run into this entire team and make everybody low. And that's going to be also a Lucio just down below as well. Wasabi can do nothing but wait until the rest of the team comes back. But unfortunately, you don't have time for that. You've got Nemesis form throwing punches like it's defense matrix, a laser, unfortunately for you. And now you're going to have the Far on the other hand. No hit scans either. That's a great bio nade from Wasabi, who switches on over to the Ana instead. And now this is a lot of damage pouring out. And yet again, this is this Roosevelt team putting on the hurt. But they turn this right back around. They get the key to go. They get the ramp. Blood has to run away for dear life, 27 health, but lives to see another fight. Snow White gets Soundwave, and that's going to be the boop onto Noah dies for it. And the Juno's gone as well. Lucio doing some work here. And it's Roosevelt that will take the point first.
Start to find the wrecking ball though. We'll put Manonu on that little bit of a break.
Kyler, board. All right, and welcome back. We are back now with the Apex Legends semifinals here, as we're going to be playing off into that now game. Now, we were able to finish off a few games so far.
Yeah.
We were able to see, well, we weren't able to see Smash and Rocket League. I got to watch some of Rocket League on the side as it played here on the other bank, and Smash happened in the multipurpose room in the backside, but we got to watch a banger of an Overwatch series for
Crazy
finals.
match.
And so, there's a part of me that's kind of hoping maybe we can get to continue this into Apex. Now, again, we're streaming both of the semifinals matches as well as the grand finals, and then we'll be moving over on to Valorant in just a little while as well. So, we're kind of seeing the rotation of players in the room coming in and out of the, in and out of HPU. And again, thank you very much HPU for, lending us such a brilliant location just to have all of these Vanta finals for both middle school and high school, but now rolling in for Apex. What are your thoughts? I mean, we got to see a lot of that play yesterday for the middle school side. What are your thoughts moving into high school play today?
Apex in general, I know for a lot part, middle school has been a very bloodbath, while for the high school scene, it's been a lot more methodical, especially with like a lot more tactics. You see them playing the high ground, playing positioning covers, so a lot less kills, but a lot more rotational plays and getting a lot more better picks. As see on the screen, we do see the KL Crozen team along with the Kailua Surf Riders. Oh, I think that might be a typo, but yeah, the Kailua Surf Riders over there. And after that, on the upside for semifinals, we'll also, after this, we'll be having, I believe, Lilahua versus Roosevelt along with that.
Yeah, the Lelahua Roosevelt game, I know we have some of the Roosevelt players sitting
Right
behind us too.
yeah.
So, maybe some scouting being done a little early on, but granted, they still have a series ahead of them before they get to play any of these guys. So we'll get to see how that plays out. But of course, right, we're looking at how well we're going to be able to play into this series. Now, of course, we haven't exactly I think we actually decided on the map, though I won't lie, I don't cast with glasses, so I can't see what that is.
That is going to be Fragment East. So we saw that yesterday.
That's been a common map.
Especially with the high ground, you see a lot of positioning over there. We saw a lot, especially on that the same building every single time, playing on the ropes along with the stairwell. And a lot of times you see that being able to like play the ropes really well, dropping it down to several different floors. And I do want to see how they play it out. Of course, a lot of times we did see a lot of sniper usage, especially with the bow check. We saw the Sentinel, and of course, my favorite one, the longbow.
Yeah, the longbow is doing a lot of damage yesterday, especially in the hands of Tiger Shark, I believe.
Tiger Shark.
And so, obviously able to play those angles from a distance is so helpful because your risk level is relatively low in how easy it is to be able to kill you. And so that trade-off, right, is how well are you able to play at distance, but also how well are you able to play in that close-range fight. And that last match that we saw in finals between Kapolei and, I can't remember the last team. I'm forgetting. Anyways, that match, that final match that we watched was crazy. I mean, they were playing so much more bloodbath, blood heavy, like you were talking about, right? And I think there's a flex, right, between the two that you can be a lot more engage heavy and a lot less engage heavy. But Kapolei was so engage heavy, and it worked out in their favor. And so we're going to load in here, like you said, into Fragment East. We're hopefully going to be able to see some of those compositions loading on through. So we saw the Loba yesterday. We saw the Pathfinder as well. Those are kind of the picks that maybe we weren't expecting or weren't as used to, especially that Loba. But now we're loading on in here to Fragment East, and we're going to look for how we can get the picks coming on through, though we're going to find a few different abilities, different legends coming on out here, trying to see what they're going to find. But the first few bullets going to be able to land there. but won't be able to find any picks now. Of course, first to 40 in this TDM match, 30 minutes on the clock, so whatever comes first will be the way that this game ends, and a lot of this time you'll see played on these high grounds in these buildings, but just a bit of poke damage being laid out and nothing going onto those scoreboards just yet. But at some point, someone has to make that move, get that first blood, get that first kill, give themselves the lead. Who's going to make that decision?
Yeah, make that decision indeed. As we see, like you mentioned, there's a lot of different competitions we saw from last time. We saw a lot of the Bangalores, the Bloodhounds, even the Lobas and the Lifelines randomly. So now we see a lot more different. The Lifeline is still here on this match, especially with the ultimate able to, get a lot of heals down for you. So now we see how position 1 on the building, 1 on the bridge. 1 definitely has a lot more cover here, as you do see getting a little bit chunked down, though, in that building, trying to heal themselves up. Like you mentioned, to see who makes the first mistake here, who gets damaged first. As you do hear the sniper shots coming down from Stezzy, though. Nice cracking catalyst there. And wait to see what happens. A very patient game, like you mentioned. Middle school, a lot more bloody, while for the high school scene, it's a lot more of patience, a lot more trying to see what you can do to capitalize on these mistakes here.
Yeah, just trying to see what they can land here, but, unlimited shields, unlimited bullets, so nothing really makes you have a need to walk up and push. But you know that they want to get this first kill. Shield's going to be broken there and cracked, but not anything to come of it. Just going to bat right back up again, be at full health. And I think that's something that if I had to ever change, I think in Apex is probably giving a limit in how much, or, giving ammo refills, but having to have more reason to walk forward. And, that's only the gist of it. I get it. It's a Battle Royale game, so their focus is going to be in the Battle Royale side. But this TDM is a nice addition for them, but not able to find any kills just yet. So we're still stuck at the 0-0 as we hit that little bit of a break point 3 minutes into the game. The sniper with that longbow going to be found, though, so trying to see if they can find any shots. That nade will find, but will not be able to find enough. Just trying to land that shot on the pixel of that head there, but nothing to be found. And a few shots going to be damaging, but nothing as of yet going onto that scoreboard. Still stuck at 0-0.
I do like this cover game coming out from Team Crozen here, using the care packages to your advantage to make sure you have more cover for yourself as you're trying to rotate down. I just do see Crozen trying to get down towards the side of the Surf Rider, see if they get better angles here to get some more pop shots on them. I see on the right a nice flank coming out and just damages the members of the Surf Riders there. Nice shots coming out from the Crozens.
Yeah, just a bit more angles being held, which I like that they are trying to push for that. But Kailua holding nice and strong in this building. The shot's going to land, but will not be able to take out Hokuro Chibana. So still here playing for that long run. Kimiko falling low as well. But we'll just be able to bat back up, but now they're having to deal with 2 angles. So this is going to be a little bit more rough for Kailua. What are they going to be able to do? We'll have to see. Just getting poked on out from both sides, so they have to be a little more cognizant of those angles. But luckily for them, able to just kind of keep shielded, keep in their spot, and just need to find that first pick.
Yeah, great positioning from Mountain Dew there on this side, making sure, a split focus coming out from Kailua because of the different positioning. Care package coming down in a bit. Last time around, this time, on 5 minutes, we had like at least 10 kills overall for both teams, but this time around, we might actually see a timeout happening compared to the middle school side. Still 0 kills at the current moment. Less than 5 minutes on the clock. Care package does fall down on the top of the building. So a little bit more coverage for this KO squad here. You see the high ground coming out from the Surf Riders. Mountain Dew regrouping back with the squad. Make sure have that advantage with themselves. Longbow and still in the hands of Hakuto, or sorry, the Sniper's Mark. Apologize.
Ability gun of one of those players, just hoping to land that shot, but nothing to come of yet. And we are always going to know that Apex is that delay game just that little bit, right? Sometimes it's just camping it out, hoping that you'll find that first pick, and knowing that you have the advantage. You want to play to that advantage as much as you can, and just seeing what they can do, right? But in the end, it's a high ground play, right? Who can have the better high ground? Who can play into the other team just that little bit better? Kimiko falling low, having to bat back up again. That Bocek gonna try to find any shots, but we're not just as of yet. Gonna peek on that longbow shot's not gonna be able to land, but You know, those care packages doing a lot for both teams, just able to get an extra weapon, able to get themselves in there. Health bar is falling so low, but not going to have any kills yet. Shield's going to go on back up for KL, but nothing coming of it. Scoreboard still stuck at 0-0.
Still stuck at 0-0. Pop shot coming on top of Wolfie there from Stezzy. Nice use just coming out as well from Crozen, as not a slight push just yet, just some shots coming out from all angles there. Longbow on top of the bridge, making sure Jenkins damage against the Bocha. Who wins, a sniper or a bow? We'll see here.
I think Shields win.
You know what? You're not wrong. Shields and regenerating health, you know, that is a thing. As now, slowly but surely, waiting to see who make the first mistake here. I do want to see the damage so far for this team. It's 1,000 so far on the side of Stezzy. A lot of shots coming out from this longbow. Only 500 for Hammer Evan. And I was informed as well by Roosevelt that this is the second and third seed as well for the semifinals. KL along with Kailua.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to always be a close match, but hard to really judge close at a 0-0 when nothing has come of this match just yet. And hoping that maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to find a few more landed shots, just try to put a couple on the board, force that fight to start playing it out. But as we're still waiting for those shots to really do any damage, and hoping maybe they're going to be able to find something. One cheeky spot.
He saw the knees there, and he took a shot at the knee. It wasn't an arrow to the knee, but it was a longbow to the knee there. Able to shield up just a little bit. But yeah, no push up just yet from the squads. More shots happening. Hakuto getting lit up though. Hakuto close to death, but still finding the cover in time to make sure they don't fall for that first blood from the opposition. As you see, the high ground here for Ke'al still up there. And yeah, just the waiting game, the patient game compared to the middle school. Definitely a lot less action, Colton.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit, you know, it's patience, it's holding. But as you're saying that slowly, you're seeing that climb up onto that building from Mountain Dew, trying to find a little bit more of that damage, trying to find a little bit more of that space closure. Who's going to be able to land the first kill, though, as they're able to close into towards those buildings. You start to see the peek on over the top. Bullets will land, but the shot's going back in return there. Mountain Dew falling low, but we'll get that shield right back up again. The Vantage Q going to go on
the ultimate
down. And the ultimate going to see if they can drop anything down. But now this tube in the middle is going to be able to find so much. Elevator not going to be able to find any damage still. But now everyone in the same relative area. Who's going to be able to find anything? Shots from the car will not be able to land. Instead, the damage going to be flipped on its head. Kimiko going to fall and get cracked there. Ooh. And instead, no kill yet to follow. But now we're seeing so much of this damage coming on in close range. No shots to land yet from the Surf Riders. But can they find the first pick of the game here, as now we've swapped the high grounds per se,
but they're on the same building.
We're in the same building. We've closed the space down. Once that fight starts, surely that will kick it off, because everyone will want to see who can hold the lead. That shot gonna land, crack's gonna land there on Hammer Evan, but no kill to follow. Continuing to go on out. The picks from the other side of the elevator gonna go down, but no scoreboard change, as we gotta have the reset back to shielding up again, seeing who's gonna be able to take this first pick.
Yeah, all the action happening in the ropes along with the stairwell here. Trying to see, thinking he's a pop to may get some cracks, some headshots, make sure to get some low health bars. And you see the shots happening, whiffing past the heads of Kailua here, but now they're rushing in. 2v2 action. The third one comes into play. No kill just yet, but the low health bars. Hammer Evan falls. First blood goes to the Kailua Surf Riders. They get a second. Catalyst Wolfies on fire right now.
Yeah, and you know,
no team wipe.
Kind of no pun intended. I guess now I realize it, so it's no longer whatever. But besides the point, the Catalyst is now kicked off, right? Now that those picks are laid out, right? You have 2 kills on the side of the Surf Riders. Because of that, now there's more reason for KO to push on forward, get themselves back at least the tie game. So we'll see what's going to happen. Bochek's still in hand, so nothing to come of it, but they are pushing on in. Arcstar going to land in the middle of that room, not going to hit more than just that regenerative shield.
It's
now this push on through. Will it be able to find anything? That shot going to land, will crack the armor, but no kill to be found. But the slide on in from the other side. We'll be able to find one in return. Mountain Dew to find one for the side of KO, but no
further additions to that scoreboard. The shots on the top from the Prowler, able to land, but not going to find much more. But chasing this kill into that bottom room will be Stezzy. Will they be able to find a pick out of this? They will, and that's going to be now the lead for KL.
I love
this building.
I love the swap from Stezzy going to the Caustic, especially with these close quarter fights happening in the buildings. You have, you know, at max 3 per for your smokes and able to poison them getting taken down and down, and especially if they want to do it. And on the opposite side, you do see one of my favorite picks being locked in as well for the Kailua Surf Riders, the Samoan himself. But yeah. I do want to see, you see a lot of these bigger characters coming out into play for both teams, but that does mean it's a bigger hitbox on top of you. Let's see for both Hakuto along with Stezzy. So you see shops. Actually, no, they're on the same team. Never mind. Apologies. Actually, no. They did swap out as now Catalyst also goes towards the Caustic, and now they're just caught in the ropes, getting lower and lower. Good shots from Mountain Dew, though. 1 for Stevie, 1 for Mountain. And this is such a chaotic fight in the building.
Yeah, it's a very chaotic fight as you're talking about. Bakao just able to get ahead here in this 5-2 lead now. Full team wipe just to be able to tie the game, which is what Surf Riders would need. But we are fighting here with that Caustic and playing so much around the height here, playing into those elevators, able to land some of sight lines rather than those shots. But now we're still fighting in this vertical battle here in the stairs, in the elevator. But we'll see if anything comes about it just yet. The Gibby able to close up some of that space, get some protection down for the side of the Surf Riders. But will they be able to find any damage with this space? We'll have to see. We are closing in on the last half of this game. Now only 7 kills on total.
Yeah, this is where like the Caustic traps into play, especially on the stairwells. We're right next to the doors, along with the ropes as well. And just want to see, like, you see a lot of the SMGs, the snipers, the Peacekeeper keeping peace right now for Kailua, is getting one on the board for Kimiko. Stezzy does go down, but there's so much shots happening in the Gibby bubble. Kimiko gets a double, not getting a triple. Hammer Evan gets one there, has to run away, but the Caustic traps make sure they stay alive for now. Only a 2-kill differential. We finally hit the 10-kill mark overall, though.
Yeah, we went up on that. On the elevator, able to find the pick there is going to be Stezzy. So a little bit maybe of a vengeance kill coming on out. So now 3-kill lead back in place for KO. Surf Riders need to make this comeback in the last 17 minutes. And again, a lot of time on the board, but the way that they're playing, very, very different. The first 10 minutes, very different than the last 3 that we've seen. And now, as we're in the same building, we know the heights. They're placing those Caustic traps down. We have the priority. You're looking at who's going to be playing in what way. You know where everyone's peeking. You know that they're playing the elevator or on those stairs. How can you best benefit yourselves coming into this? Stezzy and Mountain Dew having to shield back up again. But that Peacekeeper of Catalyst able to lay one out and get themselves one step closer to getting back into this game. But Stezzy putting one right back on the board for them. And again, this stairwell being the death of the Kailua team, rather.
Kailua doing some work right now, but KO coming out, rushing all the teams, though. R301 enhanced for a lot of these team members, though. Probably the best gun to fight in these chaotic close team fights here. Now spawning up, it's one team wipe differential between KO and Kailua Surf Riders here. You see all the smoke coming out from these Caustic traps, though. And there's so much mayhem happening. Shoot that bottom, making sure that it doesn't pop it, though. Where are they at? Trying to spot out where they are. Some shots happening. Closing the door on your teammates. We all see that. But now it's out. Hema Evan, though, will fall. Kimiko gets that one. But they will survive for now. But a nice ultimate coming out. Sutton in place. But there's no follow-up just yet. Crack with the grenades happening. And now with the Gibby ultimate on the back end, making sure that they have to back off from this fight. Now more shots down the ropes, down the bottom floor. Action is happening here. It's chaos everywhere, but Mountain Dew survives that chaos. Gets one on top of Hakuto, and second one on top of Kimiko, and the gap widens just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit more is able to get them the one more net kill on that board. Now 18 in total on the board over the course of the last 15 minutes. So at least we're now past the 1 kill per minute mark as we enter into the second half of this game. But trying to see what they can find. A little bit of rotation of where they're playing is going to come out from Kailua. The Surf Riders trying to see if they can get a rotation, get a different angle onto this play. But that high ground going to be just that little bit of a difference maker. Unfortunately, the flank going to come on through. So KO not able to hold the same, but KO still able to find their picks as Catalyst will fall in the building. And now a reset, a little bit of a heal back up again as now Surfriders try to make their move into first floor, see where maybe they can transition this into some picks onto it, try to close this gap a little bit down as we enter into 14 minutes on the clock.
14 minutes, halfway down with the clock so far in this first map of this best of 3. Like we mentioned, it's only the first semifinal. We still have 2 more matches overall. Another semifinal and one final for this Apex Legends before we do go off to Valorant. As now, shots coming down. It's chaos in the ropes. No one falling, just have a Peacekeeper in hand of Hakuto trying to get one, but the Caustic Traps enables him to escape just barely with his shields, with his health. But instead, Stezzy is one in trouble, throws down his own trap, but it does get shot down. Now getting hunted down by the members of Kailua. Will fall down to Catalyst now, but still so much chaos with this Caustic Trap still. Peacekeeper cracks one. Mountain Dew, half health remaining, trying to survive. And instead, we'll try to chase down Hama Evan to help out his own teammates. And there's so much traps. There's so many Caustic Traps. I don't know whose is whose anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it's going to play out, right? You're not 100% sure where you're walking and whose trap is whose. You're just trying to navigate through this building. But continuously, this Peacekeeper showing to be why it's so good at these close-range fights. A little bit of swap in the high ground, but still that lead in favor of KO. Surfriders trying to make their point as they finally flipped onto this high ground. Peacekeeper will crack the shield and find a few more damage pellets onto the, for the Surfriders here. But what are they really going to be able to do here is they're able to close out some of that damage, ticking on to some of those shields as well. But closing in on those floors, who's going to make that first step? Zipline going to go on up. That shotgun not going to be able to find anything, but instead Hakuto going to be able to find one. Says you to find the refrag back. And now we're still that 4-kill gap. The shot's going to land onto Hama Evan. Will the Peacekeeper land? It will, but Stezzy to find the refrag there. And again, still that 4-kill gap, but moving forward in this scoreboard. And continuously still trying to find their picks, but nothing is leaving that one-to-one trade. Maybe it's a 2-to-1, but so far it's been in KO's favor every single time.
Yeah, it hasn't exceeded 4, but now it finally does. 5 differential, 15 on the board for the Crow Zens. Stezzy with that one with the R99. Now let's see what they can do more. Spitfire in hand for Hakuto. That is a, well, it was in their hand, not anymore.
Distracted by the Caustic Trap.
Understandable. It's like, is this my team? Is this their team's? Don't know, as now might be some rope warfare here. They're getting a little sussed out by that rope. Instead, it'll be some fighting in the stairwell here, but some nice utility use, making sure that they don't push just yet. But the Caustic Traps come in and rush with the Peacekeeper, but Kimiko is in trouble. Has it back up, helping out by his teammate, though Stezzy. Let me see what he can do here. Mountain Dew gets one on top of Hakuto as the Caustic Traps come flying down from above. Let's see what they happen. Oh, Peacekeeper. Yeah, I don't think you want to fight that just yet, Stezzy.
Yeah, that Peacekeeper doing a lot of damage, just trying to get them in and out of this fight. That rope able to play so much of their disengage and engage. But this Peacekeeper going to go down to the bottom floor, try to see if he can land any pellets. We'll be able to find that first pick on the Stezzy. But will there be anything more to it? Playing out of the door in through the side, and we'll find a second. And now the rotation on through. Mountain Dew being the last one remaining. Peacekeeper will not be able to hit on that first shot, but instead the spam damage out from the Volt will not be able to find anything. Falling right back onto that rooftop, but will just put damage down and nothing else to follow. The shot from the Peacekeeper will be able to land, but again, this chase is going to continue to go down. Catalyst Wolf just needs to heal some of this back up, but instead will fall to Stezzy with that Peacekeeper. Continuing to play on out. The bombardment will take out Hakuto, and yet another kill going in favor of KO. And just trying to see what they're going to be able to find. A 7-kill difference here as they continue to chase down some of these kills. But continuously pushing forward, and it just seems like no matter how many kills Kailua is able to find, they're just going to continue to be refragged out. They're playing through this Gibby shield here. Will they be able to find anything? Shotgun shots are being laid out, but nothing landing just yet. Seems like Peacekeepers just has this avoidance of hitting their targets. Instead, Hama Evan to find the pick there onto Hakuto Shibana. And another one going in favor of KO.
Okay, these final 10 minutes, we need to do as much damage as possible. Wolfie, though, on the back end, fighting 2 members. Kimiko, though, helping out their teammate. Wolfie gets another one, closing the gap just a little bit with their Peacekeeper, keeping the peace for their team. Now down by 5. A little over 9 minutes remain. Can we get a quick damage check real fast for these teams if possible? Right now, look at that, nearly 5K for Mountain Dew so far. And pretty much everyone is putting their work for both teams right now. But it's just trying to see right now. Nearly 2 team wipes is what you need if you are a Kailua Surf Rider. While KL, you're trying to make sure you keep up the momentum to take this map number 1.
Yeah, they're playing into it, and that last fight they're able to give a 3-0 fight for the Surf Riders, able to give them a little bit more of a closure back onto this scoreboard, but the time bank slowly dwindling down. We're now down to 8 minutes and 40 seconds on that clock, and just trying to see what they're going to be able to do. And yeah, we're back into stage number 1, but this didn't lead to any kills. And if I'm on the side of the Surf Riders, you need to push forward. You need to be able to do anything. And smartly enough, KO is like, well, we're done fighting in that building.
We can chill.
Let's just push on back. Let's get off of some of this, of this composition, and let's make them play to us. We don't need to push into them. And Longbow in hand again, playing from this range, just trying to see what they're going to be able to do. And now we're playing for the weapons on that care package. See the havoc that is there, and we'll get picked up. But again, they need to be able to make that move towards KL. KL, smartly enough, going to back on out last 8 minutes. They just want to play it back. The slide going to go on in, see if they're going to be able to start pushing in slowly to break some of that pressure. But they need to make it to the high ground. And unfortunately, Trade Station high ground is extremely hard to get to.
Yeah, once that team isn't that high ground, whoever's trying to get up to them will have a difficult time trying to get up there, like you mentioned. Trying to see what the Surf Riders can do, though. You do have the traps, the cost traps available from Sezi to counteract that. You do see the Arc Star getting flown out, backing up from that staircase. Unfortunately, there's so much to watch out for. Longbow shots coming on top of Kimiko, almost getting cracked. But on the other side, though, you have to take a watch out for the rest of the members of Kailua there. Using their advantage, though, using the glass to make sure they can't get shot, though. So smartly enough, you can't shoot through that. This isn't Call of Duty, fortunately enough. You can't shoot through those.
You could shoot through anything if we were in Call of Duty. I don't know what you mean. It doesn't matter if it's glass. It could be a concrete wall and still get shot.
I mean, we've seen a lot of wall shots in Valorant yesterday, as now some pot shots coming out from both sides. But Kailua is on the back end of that one, though, almost getting cracked for 2 members there. Kimiko backing up smartly enough. What a high ground advantage coming up from the Crow Zen team here. Up 6 kills because of Mountain Dew with a nice headshot on top of Wolfie. That's might be what you need pushing in, is be both of them. But the Volt and Peacekeepers in hand. Gibby Shield can only hold on for so long before it does expire, though. Instead it'll be Stezzy going in. Stezzy will fall. Mountain Dew trades for that. Pretty much a team-weight advantage, though, but 1 versus 1 now. Wolfie versus Mountain Dew, and I guess Mountain Dew is the better one.
Yeah, we'll be able to clean up shop there and get them that 1 kill advantage more than they had beforehand as we start to rotate back into train station here again. And like that high ground, I mean, it broke so much time, right? There's no real way to challenge it outside of just looking up and hoping you can land all the right shots. Instead, those shots from Rampage are going to land. We'll break some shields, but no kills to fall just yet. And so 7 kills split the difference between KO and Kailua. But trying to see what more maybe they can get in play as now we're playing onto that first ground buildings. No pushes as of yet. A couple of slide-ins, but those shots going to be laid on out from the high ground. Catalyst going to have to shield right back up again and continuously pushing on forward. And again, I'll state it, the KO just have to play back. And Hama Evan instead decides to push on up, try to see what they can do. Will not fall. 1 health and that shield just barely being in line. Ooh. And will get finished off by Kimiko.
And yeah, we see a lot of another swap coming out from the Surf Riders, though. They abandoned that Caustic. They abandoned that Gibby just because they're trying to go for that, no longer they're in like that close corridors team fights for the most part in that building. Now they're trying to fight more, as you do see the grenades coming out from Stezzy, trying to make sure it stalls the push us a little bit, but the pot shots from behind, though. Mountain Dew, check your flank. Mountain Dew is there, but Hama Evan will fall to Hakuto. Has to be very careful, though. Catalyst getting a little bit low, but will heal up because of regen. Stezzy with the Mozambiques. You gotta love that gun. Getting gunned down now as now the kills get further and further, the gap widens. We're now in the final 5 minutes of this map.
Yeah, final 5 minutes, and you know that Kailua is going to want to start playing aggressive. They're going to want to start pushing forward because they need to get this score back in their favor. Peacekeeper going to get picked on up. Hammer Evan just trying to dance around these shots, but will not be able to last more than that fight there. Peacekeeper going to take on out Hakuto to find the next, and now Kailua trying to find their momentum, trying to keep this kill streak going, see what they're able to do here. This match slowly trying to come on out. Caustic still doing some damage with those gas traps, but fortunately enough, they don't do that much damage. So Arcs are going to get thrown, trying to zone on out. You see the high ground getting played now by KO, but again, you're going to have to push on through because you need the kills. If you're Kailua, you need to make that push. And all that KO needs to do is play safe, play your time. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. What is the Surf Riders' plan here? They need to be able to push on forward.
Yeah, right now, like you mentioned, having the high ground advantage, playing close quarters. If you are the KO out, will you stick with this? Will you stick with this Caustic as you play inside the building, or will you swap off? I think right now, if you're playing this low ground, I think keeping that Caustic is really good to make sure that they don't try to get into the building with you. As now, Kailua a little bit trying to play the game, getting inside there, but the Caustic is making it so hard. The night vision trying to get inside there. Mountain Dew forces fall down as now they rotate back to the original building. They sort of swap sides here over there located. As you see, Wolfie though rushing in as his teammates getting shot down just a little bit though. Mountain Dew does it. Kimiko, 3 minutes remain as one by one they're falling. One more shot will do it, and Hama Evan does it. Hakuto. 7 kill differential, looking to go forward beyond, and now Callus gets one. So it's a very close affair. 2 team wipes difference for these 2 squads.
Yeah, KO still in the lead as they try to get that high ground, and Mountain Dew will fall, but Stezzy able to find that backside on Catalyst and continue to give them that space. Stezzy playing from the outside, just trying to zone off some space with that Caustic trap, but continuously pushing forward. The charge Peacekeeper shot will be able to land, take out that shield. Stezzy trying to return some bullets, but unfortunately will fall to Kimiko. Now, another kill, 5 split the difference, 2 minutes remaining on the clock. What Mountain Dew trying to get some of those R301 shots in, see what they're able to land. The rest of those fights going to go downstairs on the building here. The shots from Hammer Evan not able to land. And another one going in favor of Kailua. The comeback is slowly coming about with 2 minutes on that clock. What are they going to be able to plan? They're to try to go up slowly through this elevator. What damage can they lay down? The damage from behind them instead going to go on through Kimiko to break that shield, and will be able to barely move themselves out of dodge for just a little bit, but not in time. Stezzy will find the pick instead. Lengthen that lead back to 5 again, but continuously pushing on for the shots from Hakuto, trying to find Catalyst, falling to just 1 health there. Hakuto and Catalyst falling instead, and now that distance of the lead grows with 1 minute and 30 left on that clock.
Minute 30 left, like you mentioned. Pretty much the final moments of this game. 29 minutes have passed as now we're in the final moments. 7 kills remain though, potentially 4K out if they want to go for that, but it is also a 7 differential between them and Kailua. Kailua on the back end though, trying to do as much work as possible. You need to get a little over 2 team kills in order to enable yourself to come back here. Playing through the ropes, playing together as a team is this Frozen team though. You don't want to get popped off one by one, but now they're on the hunt, potentially looking for Kimiko. Kimiko does fall. And now they don't want to end it by just waiting. They want to end it by getting as much kills as possible. They're trying to look for that potential kill win, maybe.
Yeah, just maybe, but they don't need to force it, right? They have so many in their pocket, trying to land as many bullets as they can on both, but instead Catalyst will be able to find that pick onto Mountain Dew and continuously push on forward. The ball going to roll on past the building. Not going to be able to find anything. But now, 7 kill difference with a minute, or with less than 20 seconds on the clock. You think this is not possible, but if everything works in the favor of Kailua, just maybe they can make it work. But with 15 seconds, I don't know how much that's capable. Now, they're going to push on through anyways, see what they can land. Catalyst will fall in place with Stezzy. Won't be able to find the pick. They will. Stezzy will fall. But with that being said, time has hit 0. And now I believe that means no respawns are left in Team 1. That would be KO. Take game number 1 in this semifinals best of 3. And, it feels a little slow. It feels a little, a patient game at that start. But as the game progresses, right, that stress level doesn't change. You want to maintain that lead as long as you can. You want to push forward as much as you can. And KO continued to hold that lead throughout the match. The only time they didn't have that was in the first 2 kills that Surfriders were able to land. So in this scenario now, moving on to that next map, which they are going to go through that picking process now, right? What do you want to see change, or what do you want to see different outside of maybe a little bit of faster gameplay? What do you want to see change in the sense of strategy or gameplay? Because obviously it shows, right? They know how to play into that close range building. They know how to play through the caustic traps. What can Kailua do, and what can KO maybe alter differently to better move forward?
I mean, I did like a lot of the swaps they did for the characters to make sure that they had the right set of characters for the right situations, but I thought sometimes it was a little bit too late, like especially when you saw the caustic come out from the Crow's Den. You saw after like a couple team fights is when they swapped over, and then Kailua adopted that, Gibby adopted that caustic as well, but at that point, that was when the advantage was in the hands of the KO team. So now I want to see if they're able to get that advantage early on, making sure that they have the tempo in their hands. So they felt like at that point it was already in the tempo for Crow's Den. So, and they're just playing their game at that point.
I think it's interesting, right? No matter what you do, you see so much high ground play.
Yeah.
And it obviously makes a difference in the likes of any shooter, I think, right? When you look at how the high ground plays out into team deathmatch, into a strategy relative to gunplay and everything else, your strategy is driven pretty heavily on high ground. And so in this scenario, right, you notice that no matter what the scenario was, that high ground team almost always had the advantage. It was always trying to see what you can do. Vantage just trying to get their team right up to the high ground as quick as possible to take it over. Moving forward, right, there are some maps that aren't as vertically built in a specific building. There are 2 floors per building or less. There are, more environmental verticality than there is building verticality. And I'm interested to see moving forward, right, how that change can come about.
Yeah.
Because I hope that next match coming through, right, what map can we really pick, or what map can we really change that'll give them that advantage, right?
That is a good question, because I do believe the home team had the pick for last time, which was, I believe, the KO team. So now I believe it might be Kylo. I'm not 100% sure how that went out for the map choice, though. I could be wrong with that one. But let's say we did see a lot of Skulltown, and Skulltown was a crazy map we saw, of course. We saw 39-39 for that final kill going to like a Kapolei. So now maybe when we see Skulltown again, we saw a lot of high ground action, but we also saw a lot of like scrap chases coming out through the buildings overall, especially in the outskirts around the bones. So we might see the similar situation where it's a lot of a long-range team fight early on Skulltown, if we do decide to go to Skulltown, that is. There's, of course, a lot of different other maps we can go to, but let's be real, though. Everyone picks Skulltown at some point.
It's a very common map. I think it's definitely important to the game, right? It's been there for such a long time, but as we continue to push on through, right, like you can see, right, they're being coached. They're talking it out on that side of the Surfriders. They want to make sure that they know what they're doing walking into this next game, because obviously it wasn't like that distance between the two teams was that far. It's just unfortunately KO were able to grow that lead one by one as they continue forward, and we're getting note from our side that is going to be headed over not to Skulltown, but instead throwing some lightning bolts at Zoo Station.
Yeah, Zoo Station, not something we usually see, especially in here. I believe yesterday we went Skulltown, we went to Fragment, and what was the last map we went to? We went to Thunderdome, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we didn't see that yesterday. So a new map for this weekend. So I'm excited to see how Zoo Station will play out. I'm not too familiar with that map myself, so I'm not sure how that'll play out.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good map. It's still similar in the sense of no matter what map you go to on this list, it's going to be a high ground gameplay, right? But the distance changes, right? Just how you're going to fight it out. It's a little bit more centralized in its gameplay, and I think I'm interested to see where they want to play. Do they want to play more towards the center, or do they want to continue to push around in the outskirts? I mean, I've seen teams that have taken almost all of TDM in that outskirt area. So it's not going to say that it's completely out of the picture, but I do think that the middle is the most common to take about. So we'll see as they load into this map what's going to happen, because I want to see some changes. I want to see some compositional changes as well, right? Obviously, we may not see that Caustic. Unless we know what they're going to play, but it could swap into it. I don't know if that's the opening pick, but we've seen, right, just how important it can be to have things like the Vantage and things like the Lifeline, which I don't think is a swappable, right? Lifeline is probably your most common pick in the likes of TDM. It's a nice heal, and as well as you have the care package that comes in, so you just have that, reassurance throughout the game.
Yeah, Lifeline's so good to make sure you have that faster regen for yourself, because I believe it was 5 seconds normally to regen your health, and sometimes in the middle of a team fight, that could be detrimental to have that yourself waiting, as we saw several times. We saw in map 1, people waiting for the health to come back, but then they get pushed and shoved by the opposing team, so you do want to have that benefit of having that Lifeline in your pocket. After slowly loading into the game for our second map, of course, if you're just joining us, the Crozins won map 1 in a decently close fashion, and now opposite side. You mentioned the middle point. This might be the point of contention again for these squads, as you do see already. Surf Riders getting the high ground advantage, and okay, so some slight differentials. We do see the Gibby coming back, and now we see some more cover for them as well.
Yeah, more cover going to come on out, but also you have to keep in mind that middle is the highest point, right, that they can truly play off of. And so that battle is going to continue to happen down, trying to see what they're able to find. But, back to that fight of who's really going to get that first pick, because that first pick is going to deal all of it. And
so Caustic's back.
Yeah, I mean, Caustic is back. If you know you're going to be playing on that inside, Mountain Dew trying to see maybe if they can find a little bit of a sneaky angle. Obviously, there is some audio that's going to be played, but the rest of the team falling on one side, and the shot going to land from the other side. Will not be able to find anything. It will crack a shield, but that's going to be just about it. Kimiko trying to find the balance, but will not be able to find any pick, and that Gibby shield able to save some space. And now, instead, Catalyst Wolf will be able to find that first pick there from the minigun, but now these picks coming out a lot earlier, so maybe it's that request and that wish will be granted. But Kailua, as the last time, are in that lead. The stick will land on the shield, not onto Kimiko itself, but does do damage onto that shield and give the opportunity to break it. Continuously placing down these barriers, trying to see what they can do, fighting from above. Stezzy getting poked on out behind that care package. Mountain Dew trying to find the pick. Will fall to 1 health. Will get chased down with this Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper will not be able to find that shot, though, at that distance, and instead will get away out of dodge. 1 kill splitting the 2 here as they just try to find an extra pick. KL need to push on forward.
Yeah, that last game we went like I think 7 minutes without a single kill happening for either side. And now see what happens though. Bochek in hand for one of the members of Crozet, but now it'll be extending as Wolfie gets a good pick on top of Hammer Evan, though, trying to get a cheeky little flank though, but it wasn't enough. Sadly though, care packages will start flying down though at this Marhakuto. Almost getting cracked there by some nice shots from Mountain Dew. Crozet hunting their prey. Sharks in the water though, trying to see what they can do here for the shots. But the covers will make sure it's a little bit hard for them to push in though. Hammer Evan though, back on his game, back on the high ground. See if he can get a kill here. Trying to break the shields, break the covers, the barricades. Hakuto though has to be careful though. But Mountain Dew getting shot out from Kimiko though. But still trying to do as much work as possible. Hammer Evan. Every single time they try to vault over these barricades, they get shot down by the Kailua Surf Riders.
Yeah, they continuously know. I mean, Kailua is playing this space so well with both the Peacekeeper as well as just being able to get on in. But again and again, this Peacekeeper and those laydown shots are landing for the Surf Riders. They now have a 5-kill lead, and they have that high ground. Most importantly, being able to play around these Rampart shields, trying to see what they can find. With nothing as of yet, it seems like this continues to just be that high ground fight, and they need to find a way to break this. If you're a KL, you want to be in there. You want to find out how you can get and play that ground, because you have the Caustic, but that Caustic doesn't... that shield is... Yep. So you want to, right, if you're playing Caustic, you want to be able to find a way that you can take advantage of your space, but if you can't even break through the space, then it doesn't matter. So you're seeing how they're going to be able to play it out, but
Actually,
not
that
able
barricade
yet.
makes sense because it's covering that lower angle, so they try to shoot down from below. I guess it sort of makes sense there.
Yeah, but I have no idea how you're supposed to peek that back.
Yeah. I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. But yeah, like you mentioned, the Caustic not being too much of use though, especially with that high ground advantage coming out from the Kailua Surf Riders. Kailua, they don't have to move. They're good with chilling here for the next 25 minutes if necessary. Of course, you see that the P2020's in the hand of Mountain Dew here, trying to see what he can do, get some cheesy shots on top of the members of Kailua. Unfortunately, they're just chilling on the side ground, chilling in cover. As you do see the mobile minigun, Sheila is not taking no for an answer, but instead it'll be Mountain Dew with those P2020s in action, getting a kill there. And now it's time for Crozen to move forward, but instead they have to back off as Kimiko gets some nice shots. Hammer Evan might fall. We saw some melee kills yesterday, but no melee kills today as a 1-for-1 trade happens on that one.
1-for-1 to go down here, but still 5-kill lead on favor of the Surf Riders. So what are going to be able to find? Peacekeeper shots going to be able to go on out, but instead Mountain Dew falling back to the rest of their team. Kimiko will chase, but will get dropped off those shields. And now pushing on forward into the Gibby shield is going to be Mountain Dew with nothing really in hand. Hakuto will get cracked, but will not be found. And instead, Stezzy will find the one-on-one. So still 5-kill split as Kimiko will get punched off with just about 0 health on that board. Stezzy still will be able to find one, but instead Catalyst to find that refrag right back with the mobile minigun. Evan trying to fight the fight, and will find Catalyst. Wolves so slowly this gap closes to 4, but again and again we see that gap stay at 4 or 5 kills. So pushing on forward, they need to be able to hold this high ground. They need to be able to play through it. They have those shields from the Rampart still existent. The Mastiff now in hand.
He was debating.
I mean, he knows the Peacekeeper is still strong, but that Mastiff, especially with the golden one, can do so much for them. Exactly. 4-kill split. 4-kill split with new weapons in hand. We're seeing what maybe they can come about it. New high ground claim will be a little bit different, but that ultimate going to come on down. See maybe if it's going to be able to find any damage, but luckily able to hold a little bit more of that high ground distance and have the cover above your head. Just trying to lay out that damage. Stezzy will be able to find one, close the gap to 3. They know where the rest of them are. Kimiko trying to run away. Arcs are going to be thrown, but nothing to be found. And now, the closure of the lead coming on through. 7 minutes have elapsed, 17 kills, so we're doing a lot better than last time. We're on to the 2-kill per minute section, so a little bit more of an improvement in speed, but that doesn't change the distance of this game continuously staying in such a close delta.
Yeah, close, as you do see the R-Stars come flying out, though, for Kailua. They had the high ground originally, but now they're in that middle floor of this building, not able to push forward just enough, but they still do have that 3-kill differential. They're fine with playing the long game here. They have the barricades out, being able to do some work. Say hi, Sheila, as she comes out there. Able to do some work. Like you mentioned, they do have a Gibby in hand, so once that ultimate is available again, they are able to use it and hopefully able to make Crozen come down from the high ground. We saw earlier, it did crack a little bit of the shields, but nothing too much though from the Surf Riders side. Both teams just playing the long game, playing the waiting game. As I didn't see it, I mentioned earlier, but there was a swap Mountain Dew not on the Pathfinder.
Yeah, I mean, just that high ground. You know that the high ground can play such a drastic change there, and you want to be able to try to play to that change as much as possible. Hammer Evans still trying to lay down those shots from the high ground, but again, much different than last time. KO is now playing on this advantage in comparison to the Surf Riders. So, Surf Riders want to try to get that back, but still a lot of time left on the clock, so they have time to make those changes happen. They just need a few picks here and there. They need to take the lead, but with that Gibby shield, especially with the gun shield as well, will give them a little bit of that break. They're going to try to shoot, wait for that Gibby shield to drop.
They're just teasing it with the Gibby shield, just teasing it. It's like, hey, I'm right here, but you can't shoot me because of the shield, unfortunately. But now, what happens? You see all the setup happening from Stazzy, making sure that no opportunity to do that flank if necessary. We're seeing a lot of repetition, like we mentioned, until the ultimates come up for these squads, making sure they have that available to see what they can do. I see the percentage on the screen here for Hakuto. Here's waiting patiently. Wolfie does get take just a little bit from those caustic traps. Like I mentioned, just waiting for that cooldowns to come up. It's a lot of patience now, but we might see some action now. I'm not sure if that was anything happening just yet, but a drop down. Mountain Dew, that might be in trouble though. He does have to back up. We do see Sheila. She wants to say hi as always.
This is a shield on shield thing. I don't know about trying to break it, but Hammer Evan trying to push on through, see what they can land. That Sheila is going to be able to do so much damage, able to land out so much pressure, and we'll be able to find 2 and give just that little bit more space for the side of the Surf Riders when it comes to the kills. And again, another one getting picked out, and the wipe going to come on through. 13-7 now, 6 kill differential for the Surf Riders, giving them that little bit more of a benefit as now they're able to retake that high ground. Unfortunately, popping some of the caustics while they're going up there, but they have the time to reset, have the time to barricade up, and get themselves set for this next fight. As again, the rest of KO is pushing onto that high ground, but this minigun and those shields are doing so much. This Rampart pick being so valuable for the side of the Surf Riders.
Yeah, especially with how they're playing right now. They're trying to go through these, one by one through these like small corridors or small areas that with Sheila, you're able to gun them down instantly, or at least crack their shields, and it lets the other teammates push forward and try to get that. Like you mentioned that saw in that previous fight, they're almost dead, but just a front-face minigun, that's a little scary, especially against 2 members. There's a crack, though, coming out from the R301 of Wolfie, though, with the Peacekeeper in hand, trying to do some more damage, and she's just trying to block all opportunities to push forward. Mountain Dew versus Hakuto now. Not going forward just yet. That's a red R99 though. Limited ammo in that pocket, of course. Trying to break the barricades if necessary is Hammer Evan. Well, you have to be careful for Sheila as always. Barricade goes up, will fall. Finally, looking to see if they can push forward. Hakuto, no shield necessary. Having to back up now. And now, slowly but surely, trying to get as much one trades as possible without dropping anything.
Yeah, they just want to try to find those 1 solo picks and try to gain the advantage that way, but instead Hammer Evan going to peek that corner and get picked on out by Catalyst, and yet extending this lead now to 7. As the rest of this team rotating on back, trying to see what they can find, but unfortunately enough, Stezzy going to get peeked. We'll find the shields of Wolfie, but nothing more than just that. Just, again, this Rampart being such a pain to deal with, just able to get the damage down, but will not be able to find the pick is going to be Mountain Dew. Just trying to see now if they can find the advantage, find their comeback here. Damage going to be laid out by Stezzy. Stezzy instead will fall to Wolfie. And more extend this lead. Kimiko going to get chased on out by this Peacekeeper. Shots will not land.
The reload.
Mountain Dew, the reload going to come on out. The Peacekeeper going to try to hit those shots. The Gibby Shield actually doesn't work from under you, by the way, but luckily for them, they will be able to find that pick. Hakuto to find 1 more on Mountain Dew, the pick from the rest of the team, able to laser out Hammer Evan and extend this lead now to 10 as we enter into our 16-minute period in the game.
Dang, that was a clutch Gibby Shield coming out from Hakuto to save the life of their teammate. And yeah, they're just playing it so well. That's a 10 differential for these kills right now, trying to see how they can play this high ground quite well. As you know, there's this tight corridor isn't enough for either squad to try to get anything. Let's see if they can spot anyone. Unfortunately, nothing just yet. We do see no snipers coming out for this map, like we mentioned. A lot of R301s, a lot of shotguns coming in bolts as well. In the hands of Hammer Evan, we do see an alternator. And there goes Wolfie though from Mountain Dew. So down goes Rampart there, but oh no, okay, well, Mountain Dew's on a spree, looking for 1, and a clean wipe by himself though, 3K to him.
Yeah, that 3K is going to be huge, closing up that gap back to 7 again. So we're back into the single digits, able to have that, and that's exactly what they need to do. They have the time to be able to get through, but the fuse going to come on out instead from Stezzy. So a little bit more of that made damage going to come on out. Hakuto going to get lasered down. We'll have the shields cracked, but nothing more than just that. The Rampart, though, putting down the shields, but that fuse will be able to deal with the shield. So that's going to be the biggest part of the reason why they're going to swap. Kimiko's going to get the damage laid on out. Will not fall. Instead, the shotgun going to go on through. Mountain Dew will be able to find Kimiko, but will fall very low on this heal. But the
regen gonna come on through. The shield back gonna go out. Stessi to find one. Hakuto to find that refrag. But that gap slowly closing down to 6. Mountain Dew, Hammer Evan peeking. They know who's behind this. Hakuto gonna fall as well. Now the shot's gonna continue to land. Gonna continue to chase here. Kimiko's gonna go down here. Mountain Dew to find both. Will they be able to find a third? Catalyst Wolf gonna have to be running away here, falling oh so low, closing that door, and just being able to get out. Minigun in hand, will not be able to find any shots, but the kill distance is now down on to 4. And this high ground now going in favor of Kailua. Maybe a little bit of a shift in where they want to play, knowing that they have the lead knowing that they have the lead and that KO are going to want to play a little bit more in that distance change. They're going to be playing in a different room. Kailua trying to see if maybe they can change the pace of this game.
I know you mentioned it, the fuse pick so good. It just eliminates the barricades if possible, along with, because you see, especially for Kailua, they play around these tight corners a lot, waiting to see if they can like jiggle peek it. So being able to make sure they get away from those corners, able to push. Look at the damage charts right now. Wolfie, no surprise there. Most damage currently in this game, but overall for KL, they're all pretty much close by together. Equal amounts of damage, equal amount of work for this game. And I see, Sheila almost popped off there by Wolfie Tennessee. Do any damage, but like you mentioned, still ahead is the Surf Riders. Half of the time has been taken down already. 15 minutes gone. Barricades coming out, trying to make sure they stay safe in this building. They're just vibing now, waiting for their cooldowns for the ultimates to come up when necessary.
Yeah, you see Stessi's trying to make it out of that building, trying to push on closer. They're slowly closing the gap there between the two teams, but they need to be able to land the first picks here. Door is closed. Will it be opened? It will, and the shot's gonna go down. Fuse all gonna go into that room and will burn the likes of Catalyst. Wolfie, see maybe if they can find anything. Will they fall? They will not, but instead the push on through from Stessi will come in. The shot gonna break the shield, but instead the Motherlode will take him out. But that one kill gonna go in favor and continuously falling. Now the split being 2 kills with 14 minutes left on the clock. This has suddenly changed. The pace of this game has changed drastically because now that kill difference down to also little 2 left. It's not even a full squad wipe in Catalyst Wolfie. Shield's gonna go down, but we'll be able to back up into safety. The pace of this game changing drastically. Stessi pushing on in, and we'll find the kills with the P2020. And now the change is 1. Stessi will fall here, but at what cost is the rest of the team going to be here? About to do the push in, find 1, find 2.
Now we're tied up.
And now we're tied back up with the game. 13 minutes left on the clock, but the change of pace is drastic. They know how to play around this team. The change from KO has been huge for them, and Surf Riders need to find something to change because this Fuse is doing so much.
You mentioned that Caustic wasn't the best pick here, but the switch to Fuse, so phenomenal. And now with this high ground advantage, they have all the time in the world, though. We do see the Havoc in hands of Mountain Dew, though. Like we mentioned, limited ammo for that gun. We do see that the care package on the outskirts, trying to see what is in there. The Wolfie has to be careful, though. Looking to see how they can get back up there. Tied up at the scoreline, 21-21. A little over 12 minutes remain in this match. Trying to see what they can do. Waiting for the opportunity to strike. Emma Evan on the side, trying to get rid of all the barricades on the side, trying to see if they can do work. Like I mentioned, the Fuge taking as much pot shots as possible with their grenades, with their abilities in hand. But Kimiko has to be careful on the side as Mountain Dew, though. Cracking the shields, almost getting them down. But with that Gibby shield, able to, back up just a little bit more, make sure you don't get shot out from the side or from the front by this KO team. Now, Surf Riders surfing low on this map, on Zoo Station. Lightning strikes, and right now the lightning is Crozen. Going down hard. Look at the damage. The ultimate comes out from Mountain Dew, though, trying to strike down. Gets 1 with his gun. Looking to push forward the low health bars. But the Wrecking Ball slays him at the end. Hakuta goes down. Kimiko, last one standing. It's a wipe for Crozen. They're back on top in the lead. Reminder, they are on series points here. If they win this map, they go to the finals.
Yeah, they are trying to book their ticket
into the finals. You see these kills landing. You see those abilities doing so much from this fuse and continuously doing poke damage out on that back line. But Surfriders are trying so hard to ride that early wave into the finals, but they just cannot find the advantages anymore. They're taking their fights, but they're not able to win any of them out. You see this flank coming on out. The shot's going to land. Will it be able to find anything? Cracks 2 shields, pushing on through that Gibby shield. Going to get popped there. Will be able to save them from a lot of that damage, but unfortunately the pressure is laying on oh so low. I don't know how every shot of that hit the barrier, by the way, but we're not going to talk about that. And instead, let this push continue to happen because everyone is surrounding Masato. You know that he's coming from the side, but the rest of this team is going to be pushing on from the other angle on that height. Miko trying to rotate. They're just trying to continuously push on out. Hakuto instead will fall and lengthening this lead now to 4. And Mountain Dew just on this chase, continuously forcing them to run circles on this deep flank. Will it be able to find anything? We'll be able to find one, but instead that shield going to get landed. Frag in hand will be thrown. Will it be able to find anything? Wolfie going to chase. Peacekeeper going to find the kill there onto 1. Will it be able to find the second? Going to get pushed, and we'll find that second. Mountain Dew to find 2. And now extending this lead onto 6 as we push on to the last 10 minutes of this game.
At one point, Surfriders are up by 10 to KL Crozen. But right now, they're hurting them like sheep from all corners. The predators of this map, making sure that they have all corners caught up. Wolfie, not the wolf on this map. As Crozen hunting them down on their sights. They have them. They're looking for them. And right now, they can only wait and watch as the time ticks down. Final 10 minutes. Currently 28 on the scoreboard for Crozen. 21 on the Surfriders. What can they do? Now, potentially, like we mentioned, KL, if they win this to the finals, going against Lelahua or Roosevelt, whoever wins that semifinals matchup.
Yeah, we get to see how that's going to play out. The gap continuing to grow for KL, trying to see what they're going to be able to find and just continuing to get that poke damage on out with 8 minutes on the clock and counting, seeing maybe what they can do here. Continuously just laying down that damage, seeing where they can find it. The minigun of Catalyst Wolfie no longer being as powerful as it was because those shields just cannot stay alive long enough, and the damage continuing to be laid out. Kudo able to lay down that Gibby shield, but instead will get poked on out. The rotations will come on through, but will they be able to do anything more? Hakuto still getting poked out inside of the shield, and as soon as the shield goes down, not going to be able to do much more. As soon as they walk out, will be able to be found. Now, continuing to open this gap up, but the rotation from KL continuously pushing forward. Hama Evan will be able to find one more. And continue Stesi to find Kimiko, and that door closing on your head rather than maybe behind you. But will push on through Hakuto, getting into this building, but I don't know if this building is safe anymore. Continuously getting that damage down. You're getting Evan, and you're getting Stesi pushing on in. 1 to be found, 2 to be found from Evan, and the shots from the back not in time. That Gibby shield will be able to save them instead of working with them. And the health bar so low, but the follow through from Mountain Dew will go on through. And instead of the Surfriders riding that wave is crashing just short, and the Cougars coming back, roaring back maybe even into this game.
They're roaring loud and proud. 12 differential, 7 kills remain. It won't be a timeout at this point. They're going for the all out, going for that full 40 bomb. Right now, Stesi getting lower and lower, though. Has to be careful. But with KL, they have to. They can just push for their lead, go on the hunt for the Surfriders, though. With the ultimate coming down, making sure they have enough cover so that Kailoa can push forward, but Hakuto has to be careful. This Hama Evan is always watching, always on the hunt. Wolfie, though, will get shot down while the ultimate in hands of Hama Evan. And now, with 6 kills remain, this just potentially might be it.
Yeah, this might be it. We're on to the last 6 kills in this match. Just trying to see maybe if they can find anything more, but Surfriders are trying to see maybe if they can catch another one, see if they can find a break in that wave and
get themselves back into this game. But unfortunately for them, Mountain Dew on that backline will be able to find one. Wolfie will find one in return, but instead that distance is still maintaining itself. Now at 13 kills in the lead, 5 left remaining just to close out that gap. I know that gap has grown so fast, and just trying to see maybe if they can get themselves into this fight, but that finals seeming like it is right there for them.
Right there indeed. Right now, Hammer Evan trying to hammer down on some heads right now of Kailua, but instead Stezzy won't go down to Kimiko on that end. Wolfie though with Sheila trying to do as much as possible, but Kimiko has to be careful though. Even though if you run away, you still can get shot out by this opposing team of Crozen. Why oh my. Now it's just, yeah, you gotta take a deep breath right now because this might be the final moments, final fight. As Mountain Dew look with the Wrecking Ball in the corridors, inside. The Wrecking Ball wrecking havoc. The shields are getting lower and lower, have to back up. The rest of the team is rushing. Hammer Evan going in. One will fall. There goes Hakuto. And now the rest are coming in. Sheila in the face of 2. Sheila cracking down. Sheila doing work, but Sheila can't do it just yet. The fire, the mother load, burning them down. 2 kills left for Crozen. This could potentially be at the final moments of this game for Kailua. Their hopes and dreams of their fall 2024 season. 5 minutes remain, 17 kills for them, but only 2 left for Crozen in these final moments. Shots coming down, Kimiko getting low, forced to shield up, but look from above, from the heavens is Crozen. You can only watch as they're hurting them down lower and lower. Let me see what they can do for damage. Shooting down. But now they're running in. They're going in. Kimiko will fall. Mountain Dew gets that one. Looking for more. And now as Crozen riding their own wave against Kailua, they're booking the tickets to the finals. Kea Ao, there they are, smiling and proud as this was a phenomenal win in their pocket.
Job's not done yet, though. They know that they've made it into the finals. They know where they are, and they've made it and earned themselves a spot in that final. But still one more match to go ahead of you, and you know what you are capable of. I mean, we got to see them play from in front. We got to see them play from behind. They both knew their highs, they knew their lows, and they made it to the finals in 2-0 fashion. And now we get to see who their opponents are going to be. We get to play it off between Lelehua and Roosevelt, who you can see them getting in queue. They're behind us, getting ready to play their match out. And so we'll see how that best of 3 gets played out. But a 2-0 for the side of KO over the Surf Riders of Kailua. And seeing maybe if they can get themselves their ticket. Seeing if they can
you
now,
got it right.
who is going to book their ticket to play against them in that finals. Roosevelt and Lelehua coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wolfie, though, will get shot
themselves back into this game, but unfortunately for them, Mountain Dew on that backline.
Moments, final fight. As Mountain Dew look with the Wrecking Ball in corners, inside. The Wrecking Ball wrecking havoc. The shields are getting lower and lower, have to back up. The rest was Hakuto. And now the rest are coming in. Sheila in the face of two. Sheila cracking down. Sheila doing the work, but Sheila can't do it just yet. They're running in. They're going in. Kimiko will fall. Mountain Dew gets that one. Looking for more. And now as Frozen riding their own wave against Kailua. They're booking it of Kailua here, but now they're rushing in. 2v2 action. And there comes into play. No kill just yet. To the low health bars. Hammer Evan falls. First blood goes to the Kailua Surf Riders. They get a second. Catalyst Wolfies on.
Mountain Dew to find one for the side of KO, but no further additions to that scoreboard. The shots on the top from the Prowler, able to land, but not going to find much more. But chasing this kill into that bottom room will be Stezzy. Will they be able to find a pick out of this? They will.
Actually, no, they did the board along with the whip as well. This one is like, you see a lot of the S&D, the snipers, the Peacekeeper, keeping peace right now. For Kylo is getting one of the more Kimiko. Desi does go down, but there's so much not happening with in the giddy bubble. Kyo gets a double, not getting a triple. Hammer Evan gets one there, has to run away differential. We might hit the 10 kill mark overall though.
Yeah, we went up on that, and on the elevator, able to find the pick there is going to be Stezzy. So looking at these stairs, how can you best benefit yourself coming into this? Stezzy and not having to shield back up again, but that is death of the KL, or the Kailua team rather.
Kailua doing the worker now, but they are out, coming out. Some shots happening, closes their on your teammates, we all see that. But now it's not like Hammer Evan though will fall. Kimiko gets that one, but they will survive for now. But a nice ultimate coming out, something in place, but there's no follow-up just yet. Trapped with the grenades happening. And now with the banks, with the Gibby ultimate on the back end, making sure that they have to back off from this fight. Now more shots down the ropes, down the bottom floor. Action is happening here. It's chaos everywhere, but Mountain Dew survives that chaos, gets one on top of Hakuto, and
come on through. So Cal not able to hold the same.
And now shots coming down. It's chaos in the ropes. No one falling, just have a Peacekeeper in hand of Hakuto trying to get one.
Shotgun not going to be able to find anything, but instead Hakuto going to be able to find one. Says free frag back, and now we're still that 4-kill gap. The shot's going to land onto Hammer Evan. Will the Peacekeeper land it?
Yeah, it hasn't exceeded 4. But Stezzy with that one with the R99. More Spitfire in hand for Hakuto. That is a...
Peacekeeper doing a lot of damage, just trying to get them in and out of this fight. That rope able to play so much of their disengage and engage. But this Peacekeeper going to go down to the bottom floor, try to see if we can land any pellets. We'll be able to find that first pick on the Stezzy. But will there be anything more to it playing out of the door?
As much damage as possible. Wolfie though on the back end fighting 2 members. Kimiko though helping out their teammate. Wolfie gets another one, closing the gap just a little bit with their Peacekeeper, keeping the peace. Only hold on for so long before it does expire though. Instead of Stezzy going in, Stezzy will fall. Mountain Dew trades for that. Pretty much a teamwork advantage though, but 1 versus 1 now. Wolfie versus Mountain Dew, and I guess
back, and Hammer Evan instead decides to push on up, try to see what they can do. Will not fall. 1 health, and that shield just barely being in line.
Ooh.
And will get finished off.
Trying to make sure it stalls the push us a little bit, but the Pasha's behind though. Mountain Dew, check your flank, check your flank. Mountain Dew is
their
there.
favorite Peacekeeper gonna get picked on up. Hammer Evan just trying to dance around these shots, but will not be able to last more than that fight there. Peacekeeper gonna take on
a little bit though. Mountain Dew does it. Kimiko, 3 minutes remain as 1 by 1 they're falling. 1 more shot will do it, and
yeah, Chaos still in the lead as they try to get that high ground, and Mountain Dew will fall, but Stezzy able shot will be able to land, take out that shield. Stezzy trying to return some bullets. Fight's gonna go downstairs on the building. Here are the shots from Hammer Elevator. What damage can they lay down? The damage from behind them instead gonna go on through. Kimiko to break that shield, and will be able to barely move themselves, pushing on for the shots from Hakuto, trying to find Catalyst, falling to just 1 health there. Hakuto and Catalyst falling instead.
1 by 1, but now they're on the hunt, potentially looking for Kimiko.
So many in their pocket, trying to land as many bullets as they can, but just maybe they can make it work with 15 seconds. I don't know how much that's capable. Now, they're going to push on through anyways, see what they can land. Catalyst will fall into place with Stezzy. Will be able to find the pick. They will. Stezzy will fall. But with that being said, time has hit 0. And now I believe that means no respawns are left. The team MS Wolf will be able to find that first pick there.
Now let's see what happens though. Both trick in hand for one of the members of Arcades. Hakuto though has to be careful though. But oh, Mountain Dew getting shot out from Kimiko though. But still trying to do as much work as possible. Hama Evan, every single time they try to vault over, see the mobile minigun Sheila is not taking no for any move forward, but instead they have to back off as Kimiko gets some nice shots. Hama Evan might fall. We saw some melee kills yesterday, but
into the Gibby shield is going to be on to do with nothing really in hand. Right back with the mobile minigun. Hama Evan trying to fight the fight. Have the cover above your head. Just trying to lay out that damage.
Drop down Mountain Dew that might be in trouble though. Does have to back up. We do see Sheila. She wants to say hi as always.
This is a shield thing. I don't know about trying to break it, but Hama Evan trying to push on through, see what they can land. That Sheila is going to be able to do so much damage, able to land out so much pressure.
Fall, finally. Push for Hakuto.
Picks and try to gain the advantage that way, but instead Hama Evan going to peek that land.
Reload.
Mountain Dew, the reload going to come on out. The Peacekeeper going to try to hit those shots. The Gibby shield actually doesn't work from under you, by the way, but luckily for them, they will be able to find that pick. Kudo to find one more on Mountain Dew, the pick from the rest of the
from Mountain Dew. So down goes that part there, but oh no, okay, well, Mountain Dew's on a spree, looking for one.
Closing down to 6. Mountain Dew, Hama Evan peeking, they know who's behind this. Hakuto gonna fall as well. Now the shot's gonna continue to land, close. Will it be opened? It will, and the shot's gonna go down. Fuse all gonna go into that room and will burn the likes of Catalyst, Wolfie. See maybe if they can find anything. Will they fall? They will not, but instead the push on through from Stezzy will come in. The shot gonna break the shield, but instead the Butler will take him out. But that one kill gonna go in favor and continuously falling. Now the split being 2. The pace of this game changing drastically. Stezzy pushing will fall here. But at what cost is the rest of the team going to be here? About to do the push in, find one, find
now
two.
We're tied up.
And now we're tied back up with the game.
Going down hard. Look at the damage. The ultimate comes out from Mountain Dew, though, trying to strike down. Gets one with his gun. Looking to push forward the low health bars. But the Wrecking Ball slays him at the end. Hakuto goes down. Kimiko, last one standing. It's
just on this chase, continuously forcing them to run circles on this deep flank. Will it be able to find anything? Will be able to find one, but instead that shield's going to get landed. Frag in hand will be thrown. Will it be able to find anything? Will be going to chase. Peacekeeper going to find the kill there onto one. Will it be able to find the second? Going to get pushed, and we'll find that.
They have all corners caught up. Wolfie
not doing anything more. He was still getting poked out inside of the shield. As soon as the shield goes down, not going to be able to do much more. As soon as they walk out, we'll be able to find more. Continuously getting that damage down. You're getting Evan, and you're getting Stezzy pushing on in. 1 to be found, 2 to be found from Evan, and the shots from the back not in time. That Gibby shield will be able to save them instead, and working with them. And the health bar so low, but the follow through from us.
Watching, always on the hunt. Wolfie though will get shot
themselves back into this game, but unfortunately for them, Mountain Dew on that backline.
Moments, final fight. As Mountain Dew look with the Wrecking Ball in the corridors, inside the Wrecking Ball wrecking havoc. The shields are getting lower and lower, have to back up. The rest of the team is rushing. Hama Evan going in. One will fall. There goes Hakuto. And now the rest are coming in. Sheila in the base of 2. Sheila cracking down. Sheila doing the work, but Sheila can't do it just yet. They're running in. They're going in. Kimiko will fall. Mountain Dew gets that one. Looking for more. And now as Frozen riding their own wave against Kailua. They're booking the of Kailua here, but now they're rushing in. 2v2 action. The third one comes into play. No kill just yet. But the low health bars. Hama Evan falls. First blood goes to the Kailua Surf Riders. They get a second. Catalyst Wolfies on fire right now.
Return. Mountain Dew to find one for the side of KO, but no further additions to that scoreboard. The shots on the top from the Prowler, able to land, but not going to find much more. But chasing this kill into that bottom room will be Stezzy. Will they be able to find a pick out of this? They will, and that's going to be now the
along with Stezzy. So easy shot. Actually, no, not the same team. Never mind. Apologies. Actually, no, they did the doors along with the ropes as well. This one, you see a lot of the SMGs, the snipers, the Peacekeeper keeping peace right now. For Kylo is getting one on the board for Kimiko. Stezzy does go down, but there's so much shots happening in the Gibby bubble. Kimiko gets a double, not getting a triple. Hama Evan gets one there, has to run away differential. We finally hit the 10 kill mark overall though.
Yeah, we went up on that, and on the elevator, able to find the pick there is going to be Stezzy. So those stairs, how can you best benefit yourselves coming into this Stezzy and not having to shield back up again, but that death of the KL, or the Kailua team, rather.
Yeah, Kailua doing some work right now, but KL coming out. Some shots happening, closing the door on your teammates. We all see that. But now it's not like Hema Evan, though, will fall. Kimiko gets that one, but they will survive for now. But a nice ultimate coming out, sucks it in place, but there's no follow-up just yet. Crack with the grenades happening. And now with the Gibby ultimate on the back end, making sure that they have to back off from this fight. Now more shots down the ropes, down the bottom floor. Action is happening here. It's chaos everywhere, but Mountain Dew survives that chaos, gets one on top of Hakuto,
and come on through. So KL not able to hold the same.
And now shots coming down. It's chaos in the ropes. No one falling, just have a peacekeeper in hand of Hakuto trying to get one.
Shotgun not going to be able to find anything, but instead Hakuto going to be able to find one. Says he'd find the refrag back, and now we're still that 4-kill gap. The shot's going to land onto Hama Evan. Will the peacekeeper land it? Will.
Yeah, it hasn't exceeded 4, but Stezzy with that one with the R99. Now someone a little more Spitfire in hand for Hakuto. That is a...
Yeah, that peacekeeper doing a lot of damage, just trying to get them in and out of this fight. That rope able to play so much if they're disengaged and engaged. But this peacekeeper going to go down to the bottom floor, try to see if he can land any pellets. We'll be able to find that first pick on the Stezzy. But will there be anything more to it? Playing out of the door.
As much damage as possible. Wolfie, though, on the back end, fighting 2 members. Kimiko, though, helping out their teammate. Wolfie gets another one, closing the gap just a little bit with their Peacekeeper, keeping the peace. Only hold on for so long before it does expire, though. Instead, it'll be Stezzy going in. Stezzy will fall. Amounts to trades for that. Pretty much a team-weight advantage, though, but 1 versus 1 now. Wolfie versus Mountain Dew, and I guess...
Back, and Hama Evan instead decides to push on up, try to see what they can do. Will not fall. 1 health, and that shield just barely being in line.
Ooh.
And will get finished off.
Trying to make sure it stalls the push us a little bit, but the posture from behind, though. Mountain Dew, check your flank, check your flank. Mountain Dew,
their favorite peacekeeper going to get picked on up. Hama Evan just trying to dance around these shots, but will not be able to last more than that fight there. Peacekeeper going to take on
a little bit, though. Mountain Dew does it. Kimiko, 3 minutes remain as 1 by 1 they're falling. 1 more shot will do it, and
yeah, KL still in the lead as they try to get that high ground, and Mountain Dew will fall, but Stezzy shot will be able to land, take out that shield. Stezzy trying to return to bullets. Fight's going to go downstairs on the building. Here the shots from Hama Elevator. What damage can they lay down? The damage from behind them instead going to go on through. Kimiko to break that shield, and will be able to barely move themselves. Push on for the shots from Hakuto, trying to find Catalyst, falling to just 1 health there. Hakuto and Catalyst falling instead.
1 by 1, but now they're on the hunt, potentially looking for Kimiko.
So many in their pocket, trying to land as many bullets as they can. Just maybe they can make it work for 15 seconds. I don't know how much that's capable. Now, they're going to push on through anyways, see what they can land. Catalyst will fall in place with Stezzy. Won't be able to find the pick. They will. Stezzy will fall. But with that being said, time has hit 0. And now, I believe that means no respawns are left. The team, Catalyst Wolf, will be able to find that first pick there.
Now see what happens, though. Both again, and one of the members of Arcades. Hakuto, though, has to be careful, though. But, Mountain Dew getting shot out from Kimiko, though. But still, trying to do as much work as possible. Hama Evan, every single time they try to vault over the mobile minigun, Sheila is not taking no for to move forward, but instead they have to back off as Kimiko gets some nice shots. Hama Evan might fall. We saw some melee kills yesterday, but
into the Gibby shield is going to be Mountain Dew with nothing really in hand. Right back with the mobile minigun. Hama Evan trying to fight the fight. Have the cover above your head. Just trying to lay out that damage.
Drop down. Mountain Dew might be in trouble, though. Does have to back up. We do see Sheila. She wants to say hi, as always.
This is a shield thing. I don't know about trying to break it, but Hama Evan trying to push on through, see what they can land. That Sheila is going to be able to do so much damage, able to land out so much pressure.
Fall, finally. Push for Hakuto.
Picks and try to gain the advantage that way, but instead Hama Evan going to peek that land. Reload. Mountain Dew, the reload going to come on out. The Peacekeeper going to try to hit those shots. The Gibby shield actually doesn't work from under you, by the way, but luckily for them, they will be able to find that pick. Hakuto to find 1 more on Mountain Dew, the pick from the rest of the
Mountain Dew. So down goes that part there, but no. Okay, well, Mountain Dew Dude's on a spree, looking for one.
Closing down to 6. Mountain Dew, Hammer Evan peeking. They know who's behind this. Hakuto gonna fall as well. Now the shot's gonna continue to land. Close. Will it be opened? It will. And the shot's gonna go down. Fuse-Ult gonna go into that room and will burn the likes of Catalyst, Wolfie. See maybe if they can find anything. Will they fall? They will not. But instead, the push on through from Stezzy will come in. The shot gonna break the shield. But instead, the Motherloo will take him out. But that one kill gonna go in favor and continuously falling. Now the split being 2. The pace of this game changing drastically. Stezzy will fall here. But at what cost is the rest of the team going to be here? About to do the push in, find one, find
now
two.
We're tied up.
And now we're tied back up with the game.
Going down hard. Look at the damage. The ultimate comes out from Mountain Dew, though, trying to strike down. Gets one with his gun. Looking to push forward the low health bars. But the Wrecking Ball slays him at the end. Hakuto goes down. Kimiko last one standing. It's
just on this chase, continuously forcing them to run circles on this deep flank. Will it be able to find anything? Will be able to find one, but instead that shield's going to get landed. Frag in hand will be thrown. Will it be able to find anything? Will be going to chase. Peacekeeper gonna find the kill there onto one. Will it be able to find the second? Gonna get pushed, and we'll find that.
They have all corners caught up. Wolfie
not do anything more. Hakuto's still getting poked out inside of the shield, and as soon as the shield goes down, not gonna be able to do much more. As soon as they walk out, we'll be able to find more. Continuously getting that damage down. You're getting Evan, and you're getting Stezzy pushing on in. 1 to be found, 2 to be found from Evan, and the shots from the back not in time. That Gibby shield will be able to save them instead of working with them, and the health bar so low, but the follow through from us.
Watching, always on the hunt. Wolfie, though, will get shot
themselves back into this game, but unfortunately for them, Mountain Dew on that backline.
Moments, final fight. As Mountain Dew look with the Wrecking Ball in corridors, inside the Wrecking Ball, wrecking havoc. The shields are getting lower and lower, having to back up. The rest of the team is rushing. Hammer Evan going in. One will fall. There goes Hakuto. And now the rest are coming in. Sheila in the face of 2. Sheila cracking down. Sheila doing the work, but Sheila can't do it just yet. They're running in. They're going in. Kimiko will fall. Mountain Dew gets that one. Looking for more. And now as Frozen riding their own wave against Kailua. They're booking Kailua here, but now they're rushing in. 2v2 action. The third one comes into play. No kills just yet. With the low health bars, Hammer Evan falls. First blood goes to the Kailua Surf Riders. They get a second. Catalyst Wolfie on fire right now.
Mountain Dew to find one for the side of KO, but no further additions to that scoreboard. The shots on the top from the Prowler, able to land, but not going to find much more. But chasing this kill into that bottom room will be Stezzy. Will they be able to find a pick out of this? They will, and that's going to be now the
wrong with Stezzy. Actually, no, they're on the same team. Never mind. Probably. Actually, no, they did the doors along with the ropes as well. I just want to see, like, you see a lot of the SMGs, the snipers, the Peacekeeper, keeping peace right now before Kylo is getting one on the board for Kimiko. Stezzy does go down, but there's so much shots happening in the Gibby bubble. Kimiko gets a double, not getting a triple. Hammer Evan gets one there, has to run away differential. We finally hit the 10 kill mark overall, though.
Yeah, we went up on that, and on the elevator, able to find the pick there is going to be Stezzy, so literally stairs. How can you best benefit yourself coming into this? Stezzy and having to shield back up again, but that death of the KO, or the Kailua team, rather.
Yeah, Kailua doing some work right now, but KO coming out. Some shots happening, closing the door on your teammates, we all see that. But now it's not like Hammer Evan, though, will fall. Kimiko gets that one, but they will survive for now. But a nice ultimate coming out, sucks it in place, but there's no follow-up just yet. Crack with the grenades happening. And now with the Gibby ultimate on the back end, making sure that they have to back off from this fight. Now more shots down the ropes, down the bottom floor. Action is happening here. It's chaos everywhere, but Mountain Dew survives that chaos, gets one on top of Hakuto, and
come on through. So Cal not able to hold the same.
As now shots coming down. It's chaos in the ropes. No one falling, just have a Peacekeeper in hand of Hakuto trying to get one.
Shotgun not going to be able to find anything, but instead Hakuto going to be able to find one. Says he'd find the refrag back, and now we're still in that 4-kill gap. The shot's going to land onto Hammer Evan. Will the Peacekeeper land it?
Yeah, it hasn't exceeded 4 much. Stezzy with that one with the R99. More Spitfire in hand for Hakuto. That is a...
Yeah, that Peacekeeper doing a lot of damage. Just trying to get them in and out of this fight. That rope able to play so much of their disengage and engage. But this Peacekeeper going to go down to the bottom floor, try to see if he can land any pellets. will be able to find that first pick on the Stezzy. But will there be anything more to it playing out of the torch?
As much damage as possible. Wolfie, though, on the back end, fighting 2 members. Kimiku, though, helping out their teammate. Wolfie gets another one, closing the gap just a little bit with their Peacekeeper. Keeping the P only hold on for so long before it does expire, though. Instead of Stezzy going in, Stezzy will fall. Mountain Dew praise for that. Pretty much a teamwork advantage, though, but 1 versus 1 now. Wolfie versus Mountain Dew, and I guess
Back, and Hammer Evan instead decides to push on up, try to see what they can do. Will not fall. 1 health, and that shield just barely being in line, and will get finished off.
trying to make sure it stalls the push just a little bit, but the Pasha's behind, though. Mountain Dew, check your flank, Mountain Dew
Their
again.
favorite Peacekeeper gonna get picked on up. Hammer Evan just trying to dance around these shots, but will not be able to last more than that fight there. Peacekeeper gonna take on out.
A little bit, though. Mountain Dew doesn't go. 3 minutes remain as 1 by 1 they're falling. 1 more shot will do it.
Yeah, Chaos still in the lead. They try to get that high ground, and Mountain Dew will fall, but Stezzy shot will be able to land, take out that shield. Stezzy trying to return some bullets. Fight's gonna go downstairs on the building. Here are the shots from Hammer Elevator. What damage can they lay down? The damage from behind them instead gonna go on through Kimiko to break that shield, and will be able to barely move themselves, pushing on for the shots from Hakuto, trying to find Catalyst, falling to just 1 health there. Hakuto and Catalyst falling instead.
1 by 1, but now they're on the hunt, potentially looking for Kimiko.
So many in their pocket, trying to land as many bullets as they can up. Just maybe they can make it work. Well, 15 seconds, I don't know how much that's capable. Now, they're going to push on through anyways, see what they can land. Catalyst will fall in place with Stezzy. Won't be able to find the pick. They will. Stezzy will fall. But with that being said, time has hit 0. And now, I believe that means no respawns are left. The team, Catalyst Wolf, will be able to find that first pick there.
Now see what happens, though. Both again as 1 members of Case. Hakuto, though, has to be careful, though. But, Mountain Dew getting shot off from Kimiko, though. But still trying to do as much work as possible. Hammer Evan, every single time they try to vault over the mobile minigun, Sheila is not taking no move forward, but instead they have to back on as Kimiko gets some nice shots. Hammer Evan might fall. We saw some melee kills yesterday, but
into the Gibby shield is going to be on to do with nothing really in hand. Right back with the minigun. Hammer Evan trying to fight the fight. Have the cover above your head. Just trying to lay out that damage.
Drop down Mountain Dew might be in trouble, though. Does have to back up. You see Sheila. She wants to say hi, as always.
Shield thing. I don't know about trying to break it, but Hammer Evan trying to push on through, see what they can land. That Sheila is going to be able to do so much damage, able to land out so much pressure.
Fall. Finally. Push for Hakuto.
Try to gain the advantage that way, but instead Hammer Evan going to peek that land. Reload. Mountain Dew. The reload going to come on out. The Peacekeeper going to try to hit those shots. The Gibby shield actually doesn't work from under you, by the way, but luckily for them, they will be able to find that pick. Hakuto to find 1 more on Mountain Dew, the pick from the rest of the
Mountain Dew. So down goes that part there, but no. Okay, well, Mountain Dew's on a spree, looking for 1.
Closing down to 6. Mountain Dew, Hammer Evan peeking. They know who's behind this. Hakuto going to fall as well. Now the shot's going to continue to land. Blows. Will it be opened? It will. And the shot's going to go down. Fuse all going to go into that room and will burn the likes of Catalyst, Wolfie. See, maybe if they can find anything, will they fall? They will not, but instead the push on through from Stezzy will come in. The shot gonna break the shield, but instead, Butterloo will take him out. But that 1 kill gonna go in favor and continuously falling. Now the split being 2. The pace of this game changing drastically. Stezzy will fall here. But at what cost is the rest of the team going to be here? Mountain Dew the push in, find 1, find 2.
Now we're tied up.
And now we're tied back up with the game.
Going down hard. Look at the damage. The ultimate comes out from Mountain Dew, though, trying to strike down. Gets 1 with his gun. Looking to push forward the low health bars. But the Wrecking Ball slays him at the end. Hakuto goes down. Kimiko last one standing. It's
just on this chase, continuously forcing them to run circles on this deep flank. Will it be able to find anything? Won't be able to find 1, but instead that shield's going to get landed. Frag in hand will be thrown. Will it be able to find anything? Will be going to chase. Peacekeeper going to find the kill there onto 1. Will it be able to find the second? Going to get pushed, and we'll find that.
They have all corners caught up. Wolfie
not do anything more. But still getting poked out inside of the shield. As soon as the shield goes down, not going to be able to do much more. As soon as they walk out, we'll be able to find. Continuously getting that damage down. You're getting Evan, and you're getting Stezzy pushing on in. 1 to be found, 2 to be found from Evan, and the shots in the back not in time. That Gibby Shield will be able to save them instead of working with them, and the health bar so low, but the follow through from out.
Watching, always on the hunt. Wolfie, though, will get shot.
Themselves back into this game, but unfortunately for them, Mountain Dew on that backline.
Moment's final fight. As Mountain Dew look with the Wrecking Ball in corridors, inside. The Wrecking Ball wrecking havoc. The shields are getting lower and lower, have to back up. The rest of the team is rushing. Hammer Evan going in. One will fall. There goes Hakuto. Now the rest are coming in. Sheila in the face of 2. Sheila cracking down. Sheila doing the work, but Sheila can't do it just yet. They're running in. They're going in. Kimiko will fall. Mountain Dew gets that one. Looking for more. And now as Frozen riding their own wave against Kailua. They're booking Kailua here, but now they're rushing in. 2v2 action. Third one comes into play. No kill just yet. With the low health bars, Hammer Evan falls. First blood goes to the Kailua Surf Riders. They get a second. Catalyst Wolfies on fire right now.
In return, Mountain Dew to find one for the side of KO, but no further additions to that scoreboard. The shots on the top from the Prowler, able to land, but not going to find much more. But chasing this kill into that bottom room will be Stezzy. Will they be able to find a pick out of this? They will, and that's going to be now the
along with Stezzy. So PC shops. Actually, no, they're on the same team. Never mind. Apologies. Actually, no, they did the doors along with the ropes as well. This one, you see a lot of the SMGs, the snipers, the Peacekeeper, keeping peace right now for Kylo is getting one on the board for Kimiko. Desi does go down, but there's so much shots happening in the Gibby bubble. Kimiko gets a double, not getting a triple. Hammer Evan gets one there, has to run away differential. We finally hit the 10 kill mark overall though.
Yeah, we went up on that, and on the elevator, able to find the pick there is going to be Stezzy. So a little bit those stairs. How can you best benefit yourself coming into this? Stezzy and Mountain Dew having to shield back up again, but that death of the KL or the Kailua team rather.
Kailua doing some work right now, but KL coming out. Some shots happening, closing the door on your teammates. We all see that, but now it's Hammer Evan though will fall. Kimiko gets that one, but they will survive for now. But a nice ultimate coming out, sucks it in place, but there's no follow-up just yet. Crack with the grenades happening. And now with the Gibby ultimate on the back end, making sure that they have to back off from this fight. Now more shots down the ropes, down the bottom floor. Action is happening here. It's chaos everywhere, but Mountain Dew survives that chaos, gets one on top of Hakuto, and
come on through. So Cal not able to hold the same.
As now shots coming down. It's chaos in the ropes. No one falling, just a Peacekeeper in hand of Hakuto trying to get one.
Shotgun not going to be able to find anything, but instead Hakuto going to be able to find one. Says he can find the refrag back, and now we're still that 4 kill gap. The shot's going to land onto Hammer Evan. Will the Peacekeeper land it? Will.
Yeah, it hasn't exceeded 4, but Stezzy with that one with the R99. Let's see what he can do more. Spitfire in hand for Hakuto. That is a...
Yeah, that Peacekeeper doing a lot of damage, just trying to get them in and out of this fight. That rope able to play so much of their disengage and engage. But this Peacekeeper going to go down to the bottom floor, try to see if he can land any pellets. We'll be able to find that first pick on the Stezzy. But will there be anything more to it playing out of that door?
As much damage as possible. Wolfie, though, on the back end, fighting 2 members. Kimiki, though, helping out their teammate. Wolfie gets another one, closing the gap just a little bit with their Peacekeeper, keeping the peace. Only hold on for so long before it does expire, though. Instead of Stezzy going in, Stezzy will fall. Mountain Dew trades for that. Pretty much a teamwork advantage, though, but 1 versus 1 now. Wolfie versus Mountain Dew, and I guess...
Back, and Hammer Evan instead decides to push on up, try to see what they can do. Will not fall. 1 health, and that shield just barely being in line.
Ooh.
And will get finished off.
Trying to make sure it stalls the push just a little bit, but the pot shots from behind though. Mountain Dew, check your flank, check your flank. Mountain Dew
Their favorite Peacekeeper going to get picked on up. Hammer Evan just trying to dance around these shots, but will not be able to last more than that fight there. Peacekeeper going to take on out
a little bit though. Mountain Dew does it. Kimiko, 3 minutes remain as 1 by 1 they're falling. 1 more shot will do it. And
yeah, Chaos still in the lead as they try to get that high ground, and Mountain Dew will fall, but Stezzy able shot will be able to land, take out that shield. Stezzy trying to return some bullets. Fight's going to go downstairs on the building. Here the shots from Hammer Elevator. What damage can they lay down? The damage from behind them instead going to go on through. Kimiko to break that shield, and will be able to barely move themselves, pushing on for the shots from Hakuto, trying to find Catalyst, falling to just 1 health there. Hakuto and Catalyst falling instead.
1 by 1, but now they're on the hunt. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hawaii Esports League Fall 2024 Championship Finals weekend. Of course, the high school time. Yesterday, we did see a lot of action for middle school, but today, back to high school. Of course, we did see the Apex semifinals previously. Of course, with KL coming out, would be one of the finals already. And now we'll see who will be the second finalist in the Apex Legends. Yeah, Lelahua versus Roosevelt, Henry.
And to be honest, I feel like a little bit of deja vu because I swear these two teams have faced each other before, also for Apex Legends. So
Probably. I mean, at this point, I think Roosevelt is in pretty much every single title.
They have, but this specific matchup of the Mules versus the Rough Riders is something that we've seen time and time again. And it's kind of nice to see a little bit of this local rivalry going on between the schools. It creates a little bit of story, a little bit of camaraderie between them, getting able to see each other time and time again. And this time, they will be fighting for a shot at the finals.
Yeah, shot at the finals. Right now, you do see the coaches in the backgrounds watching their players, prep them up, getting ready. I do like the team name. You got Mules getting into the mascot against Roosevelt 99, the R99. I may have given them that name last year. I told them, hey, just do this name, and then they swapped it out after.
Okay, okay. But even if they were from 99, you'd still be older than them.
Okay, wait, chill.
Either way.
What do you mean 2000 and?
Yes, as most people in this room are.
Some of them might be 2010s now.
The freshmen are.
Oh, I'm old.
We know.
All right, well, yeah, as you see right now, the team's getting ready, talking it over, getting some comms. We're not sure what the first map is just yet, but of course, we did see a lot of new stuff happening this previous series. Of course, we did see Fragment East. Right now, zooming in onto that trophy, though, what they want, the hook for first place, while the smaller one with the Vanta logo.
I do have a question for you about the hook. Did we just throughout the weekend end up naming it the hook?
Yes.
I didn't get anything that like officially said what that thing was going to be called.
Well, we'll see. As we're on the map, though, Muse green on the blue, on the red is Roosevelt 99. We do see some of them, Kermit, Russian, Alphabet. They're returning Team Whale. These are the players that returned from last semester as well, getting pretty far for themselves. Of course, you mentioned HPU Esports 3. That was, what count was it called again?
Better Jerry Jr.
Better Jerry.
Better Jerry Jr.
Better Jerry, thank you. So we'll call him Jerry. While opposite side, we do see a lot of numbers happening for this squad.
I do want to say something about the numbers because it's a little funny. There was a little bit of issues with the sound, and so we resolved it. The collateral is that those are their student IDs.
Oh.
You remember going to public school and getting your student ID numbers? That's them.
Oh. So this fits their government names, apparently, as right now some pops coming in. Right now, cracking one member of James Campbell High School. Looking for one more Peacekeeper in hand is Whale. Right now, Whale, it's not Moby Dick, but instead he will fall first. First blood goes over to the Mules. Green back to the trade. Alphabet gets one. ABCs is his game as Kermit is rushing the enemy team as now 3 kills over to Roosevelt.
Okay, that is a little bit of a stagnated team wipe there. It was a bit messy at first, and you can kind of see that most of Roosevelt are pretty healthy. Their shields were chipped, obviously, but they do get to maintain this sort of sheltered area. Now, I know in the previous semifinals, you guys were talking a lot about high ground, but I'm not necessarily seeing too much of that in terms of, you know,
the
natural.
high ground for this one are just rocks.
Yeah, you're kind of climbing up on any hills or any cliffs or anything that you see like that. Obviously, you don't want to be in any of the watery areas because that's about as low in elevation as you can get.
For this one, just using covers, using, the stalagmites, to your advantage. Make sure you can cover behind them as Kermit getting a long-range shot here, but Alphabet rushing in with the Bangalore, with that pass, able to bob and weave through the gunshots. But now Whale is in trouble. Not in the water, but fish out of water here as James Campbell hiding right now in the building, taking shots on Alphabet. Alphabet not fast enough with the pass, with the smoke.
I do want to correct you.
Yes.
James Campbell is not in this match. This is Lelahua and Roosevelt.
Sorry, I saw JS. My bad. That's my bad. It means Lelahua. I was thinking of a different game. My apologies.
Yes,
Lelehua.
I know you saw the thingies from.
No, I saw Jay. I saw Jay. So I'm like, oh, it's James.
Do you need to sit on this side, or do you need your bifocals?
I need my eye folders. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, as we head into this, it's looking faster paced than the first semifinals that we watched because, I mean, we talked about it. The first game from the first semifinals, it was 9 minutes of just kill drought,
yeah,
right?
And now we're already at 8 kills.
Yeah, and we're heading, 11 total thus far. Roosevelt's in a lead by a +5. Obviously something that can be made up, but it seems like they are accruing that lead a little bit more and more.
Oh. And I see a Revenant as well for Whale, so able to jump in with the ultimate if necessary. And now they're just taking all advantage of rushing in with the Bloodhound, having that scent available to see where they are located for Lelehua. Right now, Mules are the prey. Kermit getting another kill with the R301.
And double digits has been
This is a
hit
fast-paced
already.
game.
Yeah, in 4 minutes in, not even, by the way. It's just pushing tempo here. Staggered death timer, so to speak, that we've been seeing in every game.
This is the Mules pick as well.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, this might be the Mules pick. So they chose this map, this open map. And right now, the R99 squad, they're popping off with it.
They absolutely are, and as you can kind of see, a little bit of a spreading out, maybe, not necessarily grouping together. A little bit of trading back and forth, but we do see Whale winning out another one. I believe that's 5 for him now.
Yeah, and make that 6 for Kermit. So right now, a lot of kills for those 2 carries for the R99 squad. Peacekeeper in hand now for Kermit. Right now, it's a 1 versus 2 in favor of them as well. Get another one in their pocket.
Yeah, and it's so hard to play this when you lose somebody. You don't want to play in that 2v3 situation, especially because you might have suffered some damage yourself during it. Situation like that, lingering around too long.
Oh, the smoke cover is so good from Bangalore, making sure denying the vision of the Mules. So Lelehua not having the best of time in this first map. You do see Whale pinging the loot. A Nemesis, a golden one to be exact as well. So very good attachments there. Kermit getting a little chunk down. Yeah, very close quarters. You see the nade popping out a little bit too far there, unfortunately. With the Bangalore on the side, looking to see if they can get some damage. Instead,
that was close.
Be the Mule squad with the Wraith, though. But the Bangalore getting chunked just a little bit, though. Lifeline is there to heal them up if necessary, of course. We saw that in the last series. Lifeline so useful with the utility. Make sure they are healed up if necessary.
Yeah, and it's a lot of just taking these weird angles, trying to see if you can catch them with the element of surprise. Trying to get a pick every now and then so you can get a little bit back. And to be honest, I didn't think Lifeline would be too useful here. Given the circumstances of the fast-paced arenas, but they're just jumping in. That's going to be one.
Yeah, I do believe that was ultimate being popped out by the Bloodhound of a Roosevelt. And now as Wraith has to port away, but still getting chased down by Roosevelt. R99 going in. But now they'll pop back just a little bit. Up 14 kills. They're almost at half for the designated amount. And we're only at less than 7 minutes, Henry.
Yeah, we just passed 6 minutes in. I mean, we can kind of see the kill count on all of Roosevelt's. It's not like one person is necessarily just only playing utility. Everybody, I think, has at least 4. So that just kind of shows that every member is kind of in their own right, able to put up with themselves. And as I say that, they do get traded at the very least.
Yeah,
but one from halfway, like you said.
One from halfway. I mean, speaking with their coach earlier, and he's a league player. He likes to fight a lot, so I'm guessing he just told an Apex team, just fight, just scrap and get kills. And hey, I think he took the advice to heart, just getting as much kills as possible. We've seen these players time and time again, and hey, they're a very aggressive bunch, and right now it is showing here for this squad.
I mean, you talked about it earlier. These are not first-timers. These are veteran players. They've been on this Vanta
stage
that
synergy
before, yeah. So they've kind of been 3-stacking for as long as they've been, and sometimes that ability to kind of mesh together over years is just, it can show.
Oh, the leap there from Whale, but he was an open position, open season for him. And now Kermit looking to commit to the gray screen there. And now another kill, almost at double digits for the Mules. Lelehua still on that backhand. It's gonna, ×3 right now for Roosevelt.
Well, 1 to 3 is also times 3, so it's a little bit dependent on how you want to look at it. But we always thought this would be a bit of an uphill battle. I think Roosevelt came in as the higher seed, if I'm not mistaken. So there's always an underdog story potential for games like these if ever you can catch somebody out.
Yeah, I feel like time and time again, we always see Roosevelt in that finals, but the question is if Lelahu was able to dissuade that narrative and, you know, beat out the Kings that have been ruling this scene for a bit, but unfortunately Whale with those T20s getting some nice damage on top of it, but Kermit getting cracked, but so well the lifeline of Lelahua. Right now using the Bangalore smokes to keep alive. We do see some swaps happening for the characters, and now... Oh, there goes Sonar. Looking to see where they are at. Forward Shadows popped as well by the Revenant. Rushing in, going for P2020s in action. Dual wielding, getting one. Looking for the hunt, the last member, but the respawns are available. Lifeline is there to heal them up. Huffman has to be careful. And now 27 kills in barely 9 minutes. We might see just a total kill domination here from Roosevelt. Bloodhound still smelling, hunting them. Forward Shadows about to expire in a couple of seconds. It is now over. Fortunately enough for the Mules, no longer having to deal with that ultimate.
Yeah, and to be honest, I've kind of been looking at the smokes a little bit just because I'm not too big on the shooters, but for Valorant, I play Brimstone and Omen, things like that. These smokes have been kind of working very well for Roosevelt in two senses. One, as to make it a little bit hazy on where the people are coming from, but also as a deterrence as they're trying to run away. So being able to use the smokes to your advantage like that, I mean, as you can kind of tell, it's 29-8. That definitely plays a part in their success so far.
Yeah, it definitely plays a part indeed. Right now, nice cracks coming out from the lifeline, getting the heads of the Roosevelt members. Hitting that 10-minute mark. Sonar detects several members of the Mules. One almost falls. Having to back up a lifeline is phenomenal for making sure that they can get healed up. There goes the Wraith porting away as Roosevelt gets two. One will fall. Will goes down. Passing that 30-digit mark. Roosevelt on the... They're going for that counter, that big 4-0.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with the other two games that we saw earlier today, those were pretty much the entire 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, we did hit the 40 for the second game, but that was over 25 minutes. This could potentially be done in 15.
Alpha just tried to do a quick scope with the Kraber, missed the shot, but hit that up and crazy. Will get a kill with the Nemesis, though, on top of two members. And now 6 kills remain. Beast of the Hunt is there, setting out all the members, smelling his prey. He's on the hunt, looking for more. The devotion in hand. And that's not what you want to see there, though. There goes the Kraber, misses the shot from Alphabet. Kermit gets one on the back end, headshot onto there. Kraber finally gets it, though. And now 4 kills left, Henry.
4 kills, a team wipe, and change is all that separates R99 from taking the 1-0 lead here in this best-of-3 semifinals between the Mules and the Rough Riders. And we see another...
Oh, look at 2 more is all it takes for R99 to claim map number 1. Falling they will be, as you see Whale getting lower, but instead it will be the lifeline falling there. Looking at the last member as it will fall, and R99 gets that map number 1 win. Smiles on the face of the squad. The coach, a breath of relief there for him.
I mean, after the first game that happened today, I think the coach needs many breaths of relief here.
Yeah.
But I mean, this was a pretty good showing. You know,
showing from Roosevelt.
To be honest, Lelahua didn't really get to crack the double digits there, so it's kind of hard to say like what Roosevelt necessarily did wrong. And for Lelahua, maybe a little bit of strategy refining, because we did see they tried to play it out sporadically, spreading out, doing all those like flank angles type of thing. We also did see the lifeline as a sort of backup in utility, but not necessarily something for more aggressive measures.
Yeah.
So there's definitely room for flexibility here heading into the second match for this best of 3. But I mean, the ball's in their court.
Yeah.
They've got to make the changes.
It's like we said, like that was a very open map, and that openness fell into the favor of Roosevelt, though. So we're going to see if we do see like a more enclosed map for this next one, a lot more high ground, or if it'll be a more open season, if you will, for both of these teams. You know, a lot more fights, a lot more scraps happening. Wait and see what happens. But, of course, it is lunchtime. You know, if you find yourself getting a little hungry like right now this weekend, make your next stop at Zippy's. Their app has a ton of promotions and ways to earn rewards and prizes. They're also looking to expand their team. So if you're looking for a job, more info, check out their website at zippys.com/careers.
They're hiring.
Yeah, they're hiring, especially for some high schools. You want to get some extra cash, you know, to buy some heirlooms in Apex. There you go.
That's pretty true. You know what?
And heirlooms aren't cheap. I haven't gotten one. I spent a decent amount of money on Apex.
Okay, I was not going to out you like that, but thank you for doing it yourself.
Yeah, I'll out myself. I'll out myself, you know.
I can't say anything. I roll for TFT Chibis.
Oh, you have issues.
Yeah, right. Right. Let's just show everybody your phone wallpaper right now.
Okay, don't say the amount of I spent on League.
Anyway, back to the game.
Yeah.
What do you think Lilo Hua is going to have to do to take this one back?
I mean, it depends what they want to do. If they want to play to the aggression of Roosevelt here, you know, try to fight aggression for aggression, as we saw some of that happening in that last map. You know, they had the lifeline as one to make it easier to heal themselves, but I think they just need more aggression because you saw the Revenant come out, the Bangalore, and the Bloodhound. So a lot of characters that want to get in your face, get against you from Roosevelt. So you might have to fight that aggression. So
fire with fire.
You know, less supportive characters, more. You know, pick the Bloodhound for yourself, pick the Bangalore for yourself. You know, have those smokes for yourself, or if not, you go to a more enclosed map, like Skulltown or Fragment East with the high ground. You know, playing to your advantage right now.
So remind me, because for Overwatch, we kind of just alternated who gets the map selection.
Yes.
Is that the same for this one? So now, who's picking?
I'm not too sure. I'm not sure who picked the first map.
Oh,
it actually is Roosevelt's turn. Oh, it's Lilo Hua's.
Okay, so the mules are picking.
Mules are picking. Got it.
So that was Roosevelt's map.
They
played to their strengths. They played to the strengths of the map. And you could see it in the team composition.
Yeah.
Now the mules get to do that.
So yeah, we'll see if they choose a more of a traditional TDM map that we have seen this past weekend.
We've been seeing that. I don't know the name of the
Skulltown
maps.
Fragment East has been like a very popular one.
Yeah. We saw it in the middle school
I mean,
and the high schools today.
Thunderdomes, which is a little crazy to see, but I'm waiting to see as right now it is going to be selected. I do believe we might be getting that in a little bit. But look, all smiles right now for the players right now. For Roosevelt, Mules Green locked and loaded, right, talking over, getting the strategies ready. And if you are KL, you're watching this match to
That's
see
true.
what you can do, against these players.
Do you ever think that they actually treat this? Because they were in the first semis,
Yes.
right? They're done. They're in limbo. They're waiting for the result of this one. Do you actually think they treat this sort of like a VOD review and go like, oh, okay, this is what this person does, this is what this person does?
No, you know what's crazy? When I was watching the Valorant match earlier, Roosevelt 0, they were actually taking notes of Iolani the whole time.
Mid-game.
Yeah. Like they were watching and just taking notes. Unfortunately for that one,
Interesting.
Roosevelt 3 did lose out against Iolani. So Iolani is already in the Valorant finals.
Okay.
So we'll see. I think it was McKinley versus Roosevelt 0 for that final spot for Valorant.
We'll have to look again.
I can check real
just to
fast.
confirm.
Let me see.
But there was the potential. It's no longer that
Yeah,
timeline.
McKinley and Roosevelt 0.
But there was the potential of a
the in-house.
Roosevelt in-house.
Which we saw a lot of in-houses yesterday for the middle school.
We did. And it ended up with the final game being a matchup between the two teams that got to in-house for that next trophy. So that was how that middle school scene ended. But for today, we are going to see. You see, my alma mater is Roosevelt. I feel like growing up, they always talked about how McKinley was our rivals.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't necessarily get why. It was just school. You know?
And now you're a teacher now.
So yeah,
But not at Roosevelt.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately, your team didn't make it this weekend.
no. We actually also lost to Iolani.
Oh.
So you know the meme of the Grim Reaper with the scythe knocking through every door,
Is
and you
that
can
Iolani?
see. That's Iolani, and that's all the teams they beat. You know, like they beat us, they beat Kamehameha Kapalama, everything, and that's where we are. Anyway, waiting for that map selection, waiting to get that lobby going for you guys so you guys can finish watching this best of 3 semifinals between the Mules
I think that
and
was
the Rough Riders.
Fragment East, if I'm not mistaken, which we've been.
It's a blank picture. I actually don't know what you're
know
looking
then.
at because it is a blank picture.
Okay, never mind. I might have been seeing wrong. So
It actually is oh, wait, no. I don't know how the lobby works. I don't think you can see the picture of it.
No, okay, well, then we'll see once we do get into game. But yeah, if you're just joining us, of course, Roosevelt 99 up 1-0 in this best of 3 semifinals. A win here will be, of course, their ticket to the finals. While if you are the opposition, Lilo High School, you need to win the next 2, pretty much a reverse sweep in order to make it.
The baby reverse sweep.
Yeah, the baby reverse sweep. It ain't a best of 5, but it's a best of 3.
I will say, because we do have like the intermissions between, we will be doing a little bit of trophying after this match, actually. So I guess you get a little bit more time. But you ever think about how you have to go from series into that next series with minimal time to kind of like composure, to like chat with your team and your coaches?
Yeah, and what if we do that?
Whoever wins here, they're going to have to
get
go
a breather.
through that.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that is Fragment East. So we are returning to Old Reliable.
The one we've just been seeing the whole time.
Yep.
The Ascent of Apex Legends.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. I mean, I did see Ascent earlier for that Roosevelt.
We also saw Bind.
Oh, true.
So
yeah, we'll slow load in a little bit as we are preparing to get into our second map of this semifinals.
This one's got a little more relevance to that high ground that we kept talking about.
We saw like that bridge having a lot of prevalence along with, the central building. Everyone
the
goes
balcony,
every time, especially with the ropes along with the stairwell. Everyone likes to go around there fighting for that supremacy of the high ground. So let's see what happens. I mean, this past series we did see a lot of caustic priority happening, especially being able to hold that middle or bottom floors. So I want to see if the Shape strategy comes into play. But with how R99 played, it played a lot more of the get in your face, like with the Bloodhound, with the Bangalore, with the Revenant. Which I want to see if they do the same thing here, though. Wait and see as we.
So the building's kind of like an analogy for like King of the Hill.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
The question is, who will be the king of this series? Here we go. Second map. Pachas come into play already from the Mules. We do see the horizon, going up onto the horizon. But 1 versus 3. See the high ground from Alphabet and Kermit, though. Looking to see if they can get it. But already Whale with a very fast first blood already.
Yeah, on to Jerry, and it was a pretty decently clean 1 for 0 there. They are hopping on top of this this station, which we kind of saw a little bit in that first series. It has higher ground than the balcony, if I'm not mistaken, which is why you can kind of see that. That was a good shot. Has to go and replenish the shields now entirely.
I mean, you see the picks right now as a nice shot from Kermit. Whale instead of Bloodhound, we do see them on top of the horizon now. With the ultimate, it is so useful on this map. And now 2 kills for them. Opposite side trying to rush in on top of Lelahua. Lelahua getting herded in right now by the opposition. Another kill for Kermit. 2 kills for him. Looking for a third now. As Jerry has to run away. Alphabet gets that one. And yeah, they're just...
Yeah, I was going to say there's not as much camping as we thought there was going to be. Yeah, they're running straight at the Mules here and not giving them the opportunity to replenish shields or to even like set up home base, so to speak. They're just kind of going at it. And now the kills 5-0, albeit it is still very early.
2 minutes into this game.
It's only been 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I like the priority for Horizon from both squads, though. Being able to get into the high ground with the ability. Like I mentioned, the ult, though, when it is available, it is so crucial to have that. On the opposite side, now we see the rest of the squad. Now we see a Wraith, Horizon, and a Valkyrie. So if you have able to use the missiles to get some little bit of potch along with the repositioning as well with the ultimate, Longbow has one of my favorite guns, of course. If you're able to land it, you can crack the shields with your with the headshot. But unfortunately, not getting the shots just yet for Lelahua. And right now, KL, the Cougars, they are watching out. They're taking notes of both of their play styles, so they know how both these teams play. They see the aggression from Roosevelt. And if you're KL, how would you play against this?
We see KL later.
I know, but they're watching, right?
Oh!
They're watching.
Why would you know that?
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Hey, man, come on. But anyway, we do see the
Care
smoke set right
package
now.
came in earlier, and you can
Yes.
kind of see them looting it.
Oh.
Golden weapons as per usual, but now they're getting scrappy here inside the building. Roosevelt trying to make their way upwards.
You
The
know,
Mules are kind of defending, but it's not looking too hot for them. 1 HP on the
He's
side of
running.
Jerry. He's running. He's not
Oh.
going to make it.
they're currently 8-0. They have not stopped. Its W key has been pressed down permanently, like it's your brother's Q key in Overwatch.
He's just never going to hear the end of it.
That's currently a 9th kill for Roosevelt 99. Close to double digits. Just past the 3-minute mark for this game here. Right now you see the guns available. Havoc double.
Whoa.
Okay, Alphabet. All right, man. You got to chill there. Double Havoc's in hand, trying to see what they can do here. Finally, the first kill for Jerry of Lelehua. Look to add more, as now the Wraith will fall. And so will Jerry.
Oh, okay. That was a good trade.
Okay, good trade, though. Getting a second kill now. 11 on the board for Roosevelt 99.
+9 in the lead as the dust settles. Some good trading back and forth there. As you can see, that was a 2 for 2. That was the best trade thus far for the Mules, and it does show that they are adapting to the situation, which we'd love to see from them. It's going to take that and a little bit more for
Some
them to
minor
start.
breathing room momentarily, but as you see Kermit rushing in, but not just Kermit. Alphabet's over there. Nice Horizon usage, but unfortunately not just enough. Both Whale and Alphabet get a kill there. A headshot from Wales as Valkyrie up top, of course. Flying high, but the Horizon is
they're
on
coming
the
up.
way. There goes the crack, but Whale is fighting. There goes the missiles launching forward. Valkyrie getting lower and lower, scampering away. Might not be enough, but instead backup is there. There is the Wraith. Now it's back up Jerry. Oh, goodbye Jerry, potentially. But oh no, he's walking
ring
away.
around the
Somebody.
Rosie.
Oh, ring around. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that was about as close as you can imagine. It was red for both of them, and now they're heading into the building. The close corners is the scariest thing.
I just love how Whale's body just tripped down the stairs after he got shot down.
Aww.
As now Revenant using Forged Shadows, so that ultimate is primed and ready. Trying to drop down, trying to see if he can avoid getting the shots, though. Jerry getting very low. Horizon using the utility, get up top. Well spot out. I do believe that was the Valkyrie, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, Valkyrie's up top. That was the Wraith running down. Valkyrie getting popped up, though, having to drop down. Be very careful, getting chased down. There's the Devotion devoting all their attention on top of that Wraith. Jerry's the last one. Jerry gets one, though, on top of Alphabet. Jerry trying to run away, very close. The ultimate to stay alive.
This is the best viewing experience I've ever seen in my life. It's just foggy up in front of you, and
It's like you're watching Valorant.
oh, well, I mean, at least I know what's happening.
You know, very, you know, fair. Right now, 4-17 is the current kills. Oh,
Oh,
and-
bow.
Oh, Robin Hood.
I think this is the first bow we've seen
No.
this entire weekend.
No, actually, we've had I think a Bochek in every season so far.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Bochek's been very good pretty much for this entire weekend. Oh,
Oh,
crack
that's a
Alphabet.
headshot.
Right now, this Wraith is showing they are Robin Hood. Okay, and that was a shot that would have been really crazy, but didn't hit anything. And I do believe Alphabet using the ultimate as well. Whale coming in. Trying to get some shots, though. Ears of vote in hand. Going down the rope, trying to spot out their parade. Not sure where they are just yet. Kermit getting low. Kermit
Good
will
flank.
get popped by Jerry. 2 versus 1 action there. As they're almost a melee kill, but not just yet. Alphabet gets one with the flat line there.
Yep, and these fights are getting a little bit scrappier. Trading 1-for-1s. Will getting the better of that one.
They're lining up.
Oh, you saw the potential there too. You mentioned it. They almost just double down with the collat, but to no avail. Roosevelt now crossing that halfway mark, just shy of 7 minutes into this one. Remember, this is the one they need in order to
Series
make
point.
it to the finals. This is series point. The Mules, they've got some ground they've got to make up.
Yep, got some ground to make up, and right now that high ground is possession of Roosevelt High School. Lelehua High School down below, while Alphabet dropping down to their level, trying to get that damage. Right now, they are the nemesis of Lelehua, and right now jumping in on the hunt. Trying to see where their prey is. Jerry on trouble, but be careful, getting popped up. And now Jerry having to run away, in trouble, as one of them is still vibing on top of the high ground. Yeah, they're just chilling. Jerry helping out their teammates well in there. RE45, kill for kill, 1-for-1 trade. Kermit is rushing, getting rushed in by one.
Ooh.
Trades for trades across the board, but still down by 17 for the Mules.
It's so
50,
hard
sorry.
to imagine the situation of like trying to find a pick, because it looks like that's what the Mules are trying to go for. They're trying to find a member of Roosevelt that just happened to be
Well, there's
alone
backup
or
everywhere.
in transition. But there's always just one other person. That is an interesting
That's a Valk.
decision there.
Oh, trying to go for that high ground positioning, but not tall enough, not enough height to get up there. But instead, it looks like we might see another skirmish happening momentarily. I do believe I heard the Forged Shadows come. I'm not sure about that voice, but there's a massive shot straight into the dome of Lelahua.
That was an unfortunate position for him. He got 3v1. They're fighting in the elevator shaft now. And yeah, it's just these close combats from floor to floor.
Oh, look, he's using the namesake.
Oh yeah, there you go. The signature.
The signature R99 in hand, doing the 360, looking for that Wraith, trying to port away. You know, they're just roping down, all up and down. Force Shadow still in there. Another Mastiff kill for Alpha. Looking for a second one. Cracks another one double, but will fall to the P2020 of Jerry there. Jerry getting a lower and lower half of the scamper away, but now it's down the elevator they go. A little bit too far down, unfortunately. Oh, he's twisting his knives right there with his heirloom. He's showing off.
Okay, okay.
I wonder how much money they spent in this game.
Probably more than they've ever made.
Okay, better question. How much of their parents' money have they spent?
I was going to say. That's
Yeah,
why I said
yeah.
probably more than they've ever made.
Yeah.
But, I mean, hey, in terms of gameplay, it may be paying
Hey.
off. As you can see right here, another double in favor of Roosevelt, and that's 29-9 now.
At 10 minutes.
At 10 minutes?
Yeah. Vanta trying to run away from all three members of Roosevelt, down to the final 10 kills for the squad. All right, now playing together as a unit, one single brain cell, and it's just W key forward, right click as well, and left click to shoot.
Yeah. No opportunity to regroup, no opportunity to settle, come up with a game plan because they're already running at you.
Oh, nice nade. Cracks one.
Yeah, it does, and it takes Jerry at a really low amount of HP also, and you can already see it.
Oh, that's
They're
the go.
just pushing forward one more time.
Pushing forward one more time, and oh, through the sky, Valk does go down, off it pushing in on the side. It's all three corners they're getting pushed by from Roosevelt, pinching them, hurting them in, as now one left is the Wraith, does get one turn, Kermit goes down, and finally double digits for this Mules Green squad.
Yep, that is signs of improvements, and obviously signs of life here, as you can kind of see. Alphabet is kind of going to just win the game single-handedly, I guess. Pop off, but
Yeah, pop off right there. Right now with the charge rifle charging up, trying to see if they can get hit some heads, hit some domes. 7 kills remain for that. Horizon utility has been used, and the enemy Horizon getting popped just a little bit. Bangalore, time for the smokes. Through the smokes, they will fight. 3 versus 3. Valkyrie instantly gets popped down. Nice
Last bullet.
shot. As now, I believe that was Alphabet going down. One more to fall. Wraith is there on the edge. And they're just running away, portaling out if necessary, but instead he will get chased down by a whale. Hunting them down like he's Moby Dick.
okay.
You know, whale, Moby Dick?
Yeah. Although, I will say, I don't think high school literature classes read Moby Dick anymore.
They don't do that anymore, really?
They don't even read To Kill a Mockingbird anymore, I don't think.
Really?
So
That's interesting.
you're
Wow.
kind of showing your unk status. It's okay.
Hey, I
You
mean,
do
you're
that,
unk
you do
too.
that like 4 times a day, but
Hey,
Um,
hey now.
you're an all-star? I think that sounds older than them now.
Stop. Please stop. Right now, there's no stopping for Roosevelt. One more wipe until it is a ticket to the grand finals against KL Cougars.
The Cougars and the Rough Riders. Kind of poetic in terms of their mascots. Who is going to win? The animal or the human, in a sense.
Yep, and the human with an R99 to be exact.
That's true. That's true. I kind of do like that they're using the R99 as part of
I mean,
their
it
victory
makes
because
sense.
it's
It
in their
makes
name.
sense, as this might be the last fight the
This could
Horizon
be.
ult being used by the R99 squad. There's a crack in place. Kermit Got low. Kermit will fall. So maybe Whale, but
Whale's
instead
low.
it'll be 2 members. 1 last kill to go. Jerry's the last man standing. He's getting hunted right now by the opposing team. Whereas his teammates are this spawned up. I'm not sure if they have time to come to help him out.
I mean, if any one of them fall, this is where the game ends.
This is where the game ends indeed. And it might just be Kermit going in. 4 Shadows go in. They're running at him.
That's
and right
it.
now, your champions are 99 Roosevelt High School in the grand finals. And wow, let's see if this time around they can get that Hook trophy. Take it home.
It has been, if you've been watching the Vanta experiences from spring, fall of years past, Roosevelt, if anything, have always been pretty good up there in the standings for Apex Legends specifically. The other thing is Tetris, but Tetris is not here, so they got to show off their Apex Legends skills, you know? That's what, they got to double down on their successes, and they definitely did so today. Obviously, shout out to Lilihul for making it to this tournament. It's not easy, as I've now discovered.
It's not.
So congrats to them. Unfortunately, this is where they will be taking their tournament leave stage left, stage right, however you want to call it. But congratulations on the other side of the coin to Roosevelt for making it to the finals.
Yeah, congrats indeed. And what a finals it'll be. The Kings of the High Ground versus the Rushing Warriors, really. That's about to see right now. But for now, we'll be taking a short break before we prepare for some awards. We'll be doing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate singles along with the chess presentation. So if you're in the crowd, be sure to take a seat to see who was crowned victorious and who was the bridesmaid. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with more of the Hawaii Esports League Fall 2024 Championship. See you in a bit.
We start with the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Solos, and we congratulate and welcome up our runner-up for the Smash Solos from Kihei Charter, Wyatt. And now, congratulations to our Fall 2024 champion from Campbell High School, Smash 1. And now we present our trophies from the Chess Solos. Both players from McKinley High School. Our runner-up, please welcome Benjamin Bond. And also now from McKinley High School, your chess solo champion, winner Franklin Nguyen. And now we will head over to the front one more time for some raffles, which includes the most important prize, the Zippies. Over to Mr. Ed Lallier.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we are going to have a few raffle prizes here. We're going to start with the Razer Basilisk wired gaming mouse with a Zippies $25 gift card. Courtesy of Zippies. All right, and the winning number is 9781749. 9781749. Is it? Come on down. 9781749. Hey! You are a winner. Let me see it. Very good. Put it right there. All right, take this, turn around, and take the photo. All right, very good. Congrats. All right, next we are going to give you a Corsair gaming mouse pad and a Fortinet duffel bag. Fortinet. All right, and the winning number is 9781662. 9781662. That's you. Congrats. All right. Very good. All right, you get this, and you get the duffel bag. Turn around. Straight right there. All right. Congrats. All right, next we have a SteelSeries headset. And the winning number is 9781738. 9781738. Is that you? Hey! Let's see. Congratulations. All right, here you go. Turn around. Thank you. All right. So you're all asking, when is the grand prize? It's going to be after Apex Finals. So Apex Finals is coming up right now. After that, we're going to be giving out the trophy. And then the winning prizes will be an Xbox gaming console, a Corsair gaming chair, and a Logitech steering wheel and pedals and stick shift. More to come. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Hawaii Esports League Championship Finals for high school here. We're walking into the Apex Championship for our grand final. So looking for how we can crown our next champion. And we saw a dominant showing there from Roosevelt. We know that KL has the capabilities of taking it on, right? We watched them on that last run against the Surf Riders. So, you know, see where we can go here. But welcome here again to the Vanta Finals. I'm Colton, joined by Henry. We're going to take you through the Apex Finals. A longer game, we've noticed, but definitely not with Roosevelt on the board.
I was going to say, like, the two semis that we saw, the first one was close, like run the timer close. I don't know if they were just hesitant to fight or something like that. And then the second one was decently dominant. Now, granted, it could just be two heavyweights making it close, and then Roosevelt's kind of coming in as like a third type of dark horse. But, you know, both teams got a little bit of taste of what it's like to make it to this playoffs to begin with. And now we get to see the two come clashing for that finals trophy. We've kind of been giving out the hooks for various games. And after this best of three, we get to administrate one more.
Yeah.
One more.
Yeah, same relative definition.
Yeah,
you know?
close enough.
But yeah, we get to give out that last, our last trophy for this block of games. I know that, Fortnite has started, Valorant is underway after this, right? We're going to be covering the second semifinals as well as the finals, and then I believe there's one other game being played at the same time. Outside of that, we're done. It's last few trophies that you see on that table ready to give out, and Apex being one of those that we are going to be figuring out here on this match. Now, we are loading into the game. We got to see a couple of new maps that we have, or rather one new map that we hadn't seen the entire time. That was a wild one. Which was Habitat, right? Mm-hmm. And I was telling, talking with K-Tech behind the scenes of in production of Habitat, I really like that map. Like, I genuinely think it is one of the better TDM matches because it forces you to fight. Right, you don't have the opportunity to be playing in buildings. They're playing behind so much cover. It allows for so much of that space to just walk in and walk forward and take that ground. So all in all, I think I really like that map. I'm interested if they're going to go back to it again because I'm assuming being the #1 seed, they're going to get first pick right on map. So I'm interested to see if that's where they decide to go back to or if they want to try to choose something different, right? I know that Estates got brought up on that last map. From the Lehua, fortunately not in the map pool, but another map that I think is very, can be very quick paced.
Okay. So yeah, we're going to have to see how it goes. I honestly, just from watching the styles of the winning teams from both semifinals, we were talking about it, me and Leighton earlier, about how KL is kind of like this more grouped, calculated, take things slowly but methodically approach. And Roosevelt, like their mascot, do just play it rough. They just go in, they charge forward, they don't give you the breathing time. We are going back to Habitat, so you get to see a little bit more of that arena that you like. And to be honest, it is a fresh take on the 3v3. Like, it's not depending on too much high ground. It's not worrying about setting up camp. It's not worrying about all these different angles. But instead, it's just using the terrain to your advantage, the more natural terrain to your advantage, and learning how to play in these crevices, these around the pillar type of areas. So it's a different play style from what we've seen this entire weekend.
It is, and I was talking, to the Obs team and everyone else as well, where it was a breath of fresh air almost to just be able to see, right, such a different game style. Now, granted, there was last semester, I believe, which was the Wanalua versus Roosevelt final, and that was chaotic. Like, that was pure aggression against aggression type of gameplay, right? There was really no stalling out. It was kind of just, let's just run it. And that proved to be such a hectic matchup, but it was so entertaining to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And now, coming into this, right, we know that KL can play a little slower. We've also seen them play a little faster in that first semifinal. We saw that they could ramp it up if they needed to. They know how to pull back when they're in the lead, but they also know how to press and engage when they're not. And I haven't seen that backup yet from Roosevelt. Granted, they were in the lead the entire time.
They didn't have a reason to.
They didn't have a reason to.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that yet, and I'm interested what happens if they're put in that situation, right, where they need to maybe take a step back, come back together, you know, refocus and go again.
I fear if their answer is they're outpacing us, we need to go faster, because that's a very possible answer given their, you know, their philosophy and approach to this game. Heading back to Habitat one more time, spawning on opposite sides, and remember, we had two very different semifinals. The first game of the first semifinals that KL won, it was a 9-minute drought of no kills. I don't think we're going to be seeing that, but it's just going to be interesting watching the differences between a sword and a shield composition going at each other.
Exactly. I think we're starting to see kind of how that's playing out. The rotation starting to flourish, I think, in how well KL is able to read where Roosevelt is setting up here. As you can kind of see, they're starting to get some damage out. Stetsy falling, that shield being just about broken. Hammer Evan about to fall and just does. That's first kill gonna go on out, but that's not gonna be it just yet. You see the pressure that is continuing to be gained here. Roosevelt pushing on forward, trying to get as much of an advantage as they can. Turning that corner, and Will able to find just a little bit less than the damage, but will find that kill. Make that 3, but 1 will be returned back from Hammer Evan, and again, they're gonna push on forward, get that pressure in, and hopefully it doesn't overwhelm KL.
Yeah, it looks like that aggression is still unparalleled for the time being. Granted, the time bank is 30 minutes, so you do have some time to regroup and kind of think about the situation instead of needing to just be pummeled over and over again. It does look like KL are going to be grouped up one more time and taking this little bit at a time, and there it is, the retaliation. We're tied up 3-3.
Yeah, they're coming back, and I think a big part of that fight specifically was Seer. We haven't seen Seer yet throughout this Apex journey of, you know, across middle school and high school. And this Seer is proving to be a very good playstyle. It's able to scout out the area that you need to, mark the, you know, legends that you want to mark, and get yourself in to the fight. So I'm interested to see if they can continue to use that throughout this, right? It marks them just like that, able to find the extra bits of damage. Hammer Evan playing just so silent under this bridge, trying to see maybe if they can find a different angle. Alphabet able to land some shots, though, not to find a kill, but we'll crack that shield and try to further aggress them. And really quick, we were talking about this also. Alphabet's aim is wild. Like,
oh,
I'm
yeah.
watching this behind the scenes. 19 kills, by the way, when they're at like 30. Like,
yes.
It's disgusting.
That does not happen naturally per se. That takes a lot of either aim labs or some type of training in shooters. Maybe you grew up playing them to get that type of accuracy, but you can kind of see both teams are paying massive respects to each other, knowing that, you know, the respective team did not get here just for free on a whim, that they earned their position in the finals. They've been trading shield cracks here and there and just a couple casualties every now and then, but you can see the respect as they gun down these 1v1s, and they're just equal trades so far. Look at that, 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, they're consistently going 1 for 1 in some aspects, so interested to see how this goes about. But, you know, hey, I was the one that was sitting on with Leighton on the Cal match,
yep.
and very happy to see there's these kills on the board in the first 3 minutes. You know? A little bit of a new feeling, but it's definitely nice, and I'm happy to see.
What do you mean, man? You don't like the 9-minute lull state to start a game?
I get the strategy. Don't get me wrong. But as a spectator, it's like, yo, someone do something, please.
They're reading the other team. The other team just happens to be a Harry Potter book or something, you
Something
know?
like that. You know, it just takes a little bit longer to understand. But once they got it, it seemed like it worked itself out. 1 kill lead for the side of KL. Roosevelt looking to try to get that back. We saw that initial swing from Roosevelt doing so well, but it seemed like once they started trading out, those fights became a little bit more even. And Will able to find their shot and get this match back to even. Lifeline falling so low. Stetsy just able to get out of dodge. But will they be able to continue this now even 7-7 with each of the members back?
And this is just a testament to how much they trust each other as teammates, you know? It's not a, oh, I'm going to go in and just ego this guy and I'm going to win my 1v1, but they always believe at least one of their teammates has their back, and this trading is only possible because of that innate trust or the synergy that they've built with each other. Yes, it's a 2-kill lead now for KL, but 10-8 is always within reach for the two teams.
Yeah, definitely. And you're seeing this devotion doing so much for Stetsy. I mean, you've seen multiple double kills coming out as well. So I think interested to see how far they want to take it, but it's doing them justice, and it's keeping them in this game. now as this care packages start to drop, the weapons and the weapon choices change quite drastically. The Sentinel trying to land some damage down as they rotate towards that care package, towards everything else. But will they be able to find anything? Bangalore ult gets popped. Nothing just yet. Bloodhound will spot out Mountain Dew and get them to push on forward. Roosevelt trying to look for a little bit more of an advantage here as they try to get some damage out.
Yep, they're pushing back into KL, but they're answering very nicely, defending home turf. Taking one, stifling that engage just a little bit, traded back immediately by Kermit. And it's still a 2-kill lead in favor of KL. This is a 1v1 that's going to go down. Steady, unfortunately, loses it. Kermit by the skin of their teeth.
Whale got you. Whale got you. It's all good. I mean, yeah, that fight was looking a little dire there, but able to close it out, keeping it within that 1-kill gap. And now pushing on forward. A couple of arc stars thrown, seeing if they can get some initial damage out. But yet again, playing around so many of these smokes, a lot of this tracking, just trying to barely find out, get any information that you can. You see the R99 in hand, ready to go as well. So interested to see if they're able to land a couple extra shots, but again and again, this devotion doing so much.
Yeah, tracking the footsteps helps quite a bit because it's sometimes not just you giving away where your location is. If you're grouped up, that might tell the entire enemy team where your entire team is. And sometimes situations like that, you got to really be careful about where you position. Evan trying to make moves, pushing forward. He's just going to slide down the little river, get a little bath going on there. But the kills are tied up one more time at 12-12. This is much faster paced than the games we've seen, but also very evenly matched. As I keep reading that as Mountain Dew, but I feel like it's like Matthew, but I don't know. What's your take on that?
I've just been saying Mountain Dew because it's like MT. But I guess, you know, in all fairness, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just like Matthew.
Yeah. We should have asked. Oh, it's actually Mountain Dew.
Oh. The H is just, the line isn't slanted enough, you know?
I guess so. We will talk to you after about how you spell Mountain Dew.
Or how at least you act. It's okay.
Or how,
13
what
to
the
12.
yeah.
We'll get back, you know.
They're here for gameplay, not for spelling, yeah.
100%, you know, but 13 to 12, the advantage still in KL's favor here. So they hit a little bit of a hiatus of fighting, but it seems like Roosevelt do not like to be patient. They just want to push on forward, though this Seer is stopping them from doing such because of there's just so much information, right? KL is able to gain so much information from both Seer and just being able to play the angles. Whale's at like 1 HP.
Not even close. You know, it's situations like that where you go not even close and you walk it off even though you're just limping. But they're chasing down Evan. As you can see, Roosevelt moving as a unit, pushing forward as 3KL. Like we said, playing the shield half of this unstoppable force immovable object duality here. Roosevelt picking one up, tying the kills once more. And KL are playing technically to the high ground. You know, they're up on the hills and cliffs area. So Roosevelt trying to overtake that, but it is quite literally an uphill battle as the Revenant ult does get procced here, hoping to make a good push onto Mountain Dew. They're going to trade here. It's pretty even. Both shields are cracked. Where are the teammates for both sides? Whale is actually going to be the first to fall. No, it was Kermit. It's going to be 2 for none. And now Alphabet just left running away. Is not going to get capitalized on. And so 15-13 is where that fight ends the kill score.
Yeah, a few engages trying to be made there by Roosevelt, just unable to clean up on those kills. And here we are again pushing forward. Will has that high ground, trying to lay it out onto Mountain Dew. Will they be able to find anything? Shield's kind of in trade, but Alphabet will find the Kraber shot onto. Now that we said this, I want to read it as Matthew, and I can't. Besides the point, able to get it out, and now jumping on in, trying to see what they can find here. The first bit of damage will be laid out by Will, and that's going to get Hammer Evan on that kill there. Alphabet to find another with the Volt. Mountain Dew will fall as well. So
that was close.
Wipe A flare by Roosevelt will put them back in the lead, 17-15 here with 20 minutes on the clock. So we can ignore that timer exists now at this point.
That will probably not be the reason this game ends. And at some point, I don't know when, but at some point, I feel like the losing team, regardless of whether it's KL or Roosevelt, is going to start feeling nervous that they would be behind in kills because, yeah, getting the 40 at this point, it looks like that's so far away. But once you hit that 30 mark, you're like, oh, dang. Maybe a couple of team wipes is going to settle it. We got to be a little bit more careful. Things like that. That was a good crack there on the shield. Stezzy now super, super low. Going to counter Matthew. Has the headshots lined up, and that's going to be a free one. No, absolutely not. Steady comes back and trades it. Avenges his fallen brethren as he gets capitalized on here. Is not going to get finished. Well, retreating to the safety of his base with his teammates. Trying to see if he can get any high ground advantage here, but just gets sniped out. Has to replenish his shield one more time. Alphabet under fire. And both relentless here in the pursuit for kills.
Yeah, has to pop that Bangalore ultimate just to get themselves a little bit more space here. You know that they're being shot out. That shot will land by Whale, but falling oh so low, able to get just out in time. Alphabet pushing on that side, trying to find Hammer Evan, but instead runs to the Mountain Dew. Will lay down a few shots, but not going to find the kill. 18-16, Roosevelt in favor. Hammer Evan peeking out against Kermit, but no kills to fall there either. Bangalore Smoke going to put a little bit of protection in there. Just try to get them out of that situation. Seer ult gonna be utilized here, seeing if they can find anything from it. But instead, it just seems like a little bit of a null fight in the middle, but hoping that maybe they can find that little bit extra.
They do get one onto Kermit and a second one onto Whale, which does finally tie it back up. KL on the pursuit here, moving forward, trying to take advantage of this numbers game, but they're not going to get too much done. The rest of R99 are going to respawn in time. In fact, Whale capitalizes on that siege with a kill of their own, putting them up to 19. Both teams super close to the halfway mark needed to get the kills, and Roosevelt's going to be the first one to do it. Trailing KL is by 1 kill. And it still is anybody's game here.
Yeah, I think something that I've been noticing the more I've been watching today, and yesterday as well, but more today, is I always forget that Lifeline got the change, because the last time that we had watched TDMs, this was the Lifeline that was being played.
True.
Right? And I think it's such a good change for the game and also just for TDM as a whole. I think it's very interesting to see how it plays out. And you see the shots landing for each of these teams, and that Lifeline able to get a lot of them out of dodge. And, you know, varyingly enough, Roosevelt isn't playing a Lifeline, so they don't have that safety of getting that health back as quick as they do. But you see the fights that are happening. The shields are just protecting KL enough. Not to trying to pop on out. Will
2v1.
get lasered out, but you're dancing along this shield line, not able to do anything. Stezzy running with just a sliver of health. And instead, the meantime, Roosevelt will take out the other two on the side of KL and finish off that team kill, now putting them up 4 kills in this game.
Yeah, you were talking about the early pot shots, and as soon as one of them landed, you could see Roosevelt trying to dash in forward, take advantage of it while they have to replenish up. They flanked from 2 different angles, which allowed them to take 2v1s individually, and that, I feel like, is what dissected KL. And so now they've got to think a little bit more about their approach here. In fact, I think KL is going to be the ones that want to make the aggressive move, because it seems that every team that has made the aggressive move has either gotten to capitalize on it or the defense just runs over catastrophically. And so we might see that here. Roosevelt defending home turf. They're going to get another team wipe, and that's going to put them from up 4 to up 7 in this first match.
I think the big difference is where they're fighting, right? When you think about where we were fighting before underneath the waterfall, so not outside here. When we were fighting under the waterfall, it gave that Devotion enough time to charge up and lay down the damage before anyone from Roosevelt was able to enter into the fight. And now with so much space, that Devotion, or rather so little space because they have to cover so much just to close the gap. When you get that close, you don't have enough time to charge that Devotion, so it doesn't do the damage you want it to do. And just like that, able to fall, Mountain Dew falling to Alphabet with that Volt. It's just so crazy how good his aim is.
You know, we were talking about how Vanta offers lessons to the high schoolers. I think the high schoolers need to teach me a little bit about aim, because that is some cracked tracking right there on the side of Roosevelt. But Kale, they're not going down without a fight. They are going to try to contest every single one they can. Even if they trade 1 for 1, that means that that gap is not growing anymore, and they just have to get picks every now and then to equalize it out. Roosevelt coming on the rush again, working in pairs while the third one flanks from behind. That smoke is not helping out Roosevelt at all, and that's going to be 2 more picks in favor of KL. They shrink the lead to 6.
They shrink the lead, and most importantly, they know exactly where they're looking now for this last person. They're trying to get there before the rest of Roosevelt is able to give them cover, and they will have Evan to close out that last person from that other fight. Now hoping that maybe they can take that momentum into this next fight here. As the rest of the rotations come through, Whale is fighting
Matthew
on the top of that rock there, both falling, able to take him out, and now keeping that lead up at 6. But this rotation out is barely able to make it for both of them, and everyone shields back up, heals back up, and we're ready for the next fight.
Yeah, I thought KL were going to take a bit of an advantage with that stagger, but the members of Roosevelt that were up were able to hold their line decently well, and that's what ended that play there. Everybody's now back to full, taking a bit of damage. Alphabet falling decently low, has to go back to replenish the shields, but Stezzy just in the line of fire, goes down. Tower defense style, 1 from each side. And that's going to bring Roosevelt up to 29 as the fight still keeps going. Mountain Dew being shot from above and below. Has to heal back up, but both sides suffering shield casualties here. So it does slow them down. Forge Shadows coming up for the Revenant is still not going to win that 1v1. Stezzy does fall, avenging the fallen brethren there. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Hammer Evan going down to decently low HP, but so is Kermit. Another trade 1-for-1. Still 7 is the lead for Roosevelt, but they have entered 30s territory. They are 8 away from the first map. This is a best of 3, so there will be at least 1 more game, but being up 1 would mean so much for whichever team gets it. Whale so close to death there. That could have been a pick for KL, but it stays +8. Stezzy getting super low, has to find Solace, but does not get to it. Mountain Dew next on the menu. Is he able to get away for now? The answer is going to be yes. Alphabet trades 1-for-1 there. And now the kill lead 9 for Roosevelt.
Yeah, you saw that pace get picked up just a little bit more by Roosevelt. As soon as they started getting that lead, it seems like that's where they thrive, and they want to maintain it. They want to push them, continue to make them have errors in their gameplay and take advantage of it as much as possible. And these kills matter more than any others because you want to make sure that that gap is closed. KL needs to close it, especially in this last 6 stretch for Roosevelt here. But just seeing hopefully if they can try to close out some of this gap before more kills are to fall. Arkstar will not do any damage there on the back line. The rest of this push coming on through, you see the smokes, you see the barriers going up by this rampart. But the more they push in, the more they will not have that cover. And trying to get as much damage as they can, but Stezzy getting nailed as soon as they peek.
Getting nailed, almost falls there. That could have been another one to the count. And you can see Roosevelt are grouped up because they recognize they have a strength in numbers here. They just have to play together, and they don't have, as long as they get 5, that's kind of all they need. That's pretty much like a 2-3-to-1 ratio for them in their favor. But Kermit is just going to absolutely diff there. Gets out just barely, and a single team wipe is what stands between Roosevelt and the first map point. KL, they're going to need 13 here before Roosevelt gets 3.
Yeah, just trying to push on through, see what they can find. Anything matters for them, even if it's just a single pick in this fight. Just trying to see if they can grab something. KL are going to have to play this perfectly just to get 1 back here. see what they can do. You can see they're trying to camp up a little bit more, make sure that they're taking the right fights here. Sheila gonna get popped, maybe trying to see if they can find some damage, but instead it will find some shields from Alphabet, but that's about it. Kermit playing around this rock. Evan, maybe, but decides to back up instead. They need to play together as a team, but they can't trade. It's such a hard fight to take if you're KL.
Yeah, I mean, trading used to be the strategy that would work as a means to keep close in the kills, but at this point, it's too close. You kind of just got to go for it, and that's exactly what they do. The Mastiff, if I'm not mistaken, 2 headshots there by Evan, and a clean one at that. They didn't drop a single teammate.
Yeah,
that does bring them to the 30s. Yep, they cannot.
Multiple times. They can't trade. Even if they go 3 for 1 for the next 3 fights, Roosevelt will take it 40 to 39.
That's
so
true.
It doesn't work out that way. You need to play perfectly. But we saw it happen once. They can do it again. Just going to have to see how long they can keep up that game. That Rampart protecting them so well behind those behind the pillars or stone or rock formations.
Whatever. Many synonyms for those, but we see Whale on that flank. They're so deadly in precision. Going to proc the Revenant once again, and it's the flank. They're not noticing it. That's already going to be 1 down. Trying to hunt down the other ones as they're staggered. They're separated. They're not together. Evan going to be the last one here needed to secure the 40. He's got to hold his ground. He's not able to. Roosevelt, they're going to take the first map. It was close. It was 40 to 30. That is a testament to how heavyweight this is going to be for the grand finals, but damn, that was just game 1.
It was just game 1, and again, right, we were talking about that was in Habitat 4. It's such a jam-packed map, right? No matter where you go, you're willing to fight almost every single time, and it seems like it's only making things better for them. I'm excited to see where we take this. Please do not pick Fragment East. As much as that map is cool, and as much as
you don't want to see it for the 4th time this weekend? Okay, well,
I would say
somebody's not a fan favorite.
Definitely. But I think, right, again, I would understand that it is a very
standard map.
And it's a very standard map, but I think I can understand also why people would want to stray away from it, like a team, like Roosevelt, where they know that their biggest game is aggression.
Yes.
They don't want to play into areas where you can kind of coop up and live.
Yeah.
Death ball.
The sniper's nest, so to speak. Okay.
So I think it'll be interesting, but close game. I think when we watched the previous game prior, right, we walked into this almost thinking maybe Roosevelt is just that good of a team. And don't get me wrong, they are a great team, but KL's holding up to their own. They held it for a while before the gap even grew, right? So I'm excited to see how they adapt, especially on a new map, how they adapt to pushing forward into the next set of games. Depending, right?
Right.
And see how they are able to adjust. But right now, it seems like everything's going well.
It is going well. There were a few hiccups per se, but do keep in mind that the score was 40 to 30, and we didn't talk about the time bank, but there was a little bit around maybe 5 minutes left in that game, so the timer was almost going to run out, and there were 70 kills across the 2 teams. So you're keeping it close. If you saw the semifinals already, it wasn't necessarily that case when Roosevelt went against Lelehua, but here, KL, they're holding their own. They're getting the picks. They're also able to get flawless team wipes, as we saw, and that's exactly what you're going to need heading into this next map. Now, I believe because we are now switching map sides that KL are going to have the map selection. They should be able to use this to play to their advantages here.
Yeah, I think that that opportunity for them is going to be super helpful.
Yeah, I know you heard. I'm sorry.
So as
sometimes
you might be able to tell by the emotion.
Sometimes spite is so powerful that you end up summoning the thing you don't want. So we're going to Fragment East for the 4,873rd time this weekend.
Where did you even get that number?
It was just the first few numbers that popped up.
That would not have been the thing that popped in my head.
Really? What were you going to say?
I don't know. A number within like 100?
100?
I would not have gone into the thousands.
Were you impressed by how fast I said it, though?
No, you're a math major. I would.
Okay.
Those numbers live in your head, you know?
Okay, you probably think I count sheep to go to bed then.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
But, all right. So, Fragment East.
Yes.
We know how it plays, obviously.
Yes.
We've watched it enough. But
Yes.
how do you think, right? You got to see semifinals 1. You casted semifinals 2. I want to know your thoughts on how do you think that these teams would play against each other, right? We know that KL likes the high ground. We know they like to play slower, right? Playing for the pushes either, within that center building. You saw how Roosevelt played in their fast nature. What do you think is going to happen here in this match?
So I have a little bit of I went into the kitchen and cooked type of theory.
Okay.
We know Roosevelt's super good at sieging. Like that's just their thing. They're pushing aggression, their tempo. They were decently punished by it, but ultimately it's the thing that got them their first win. KL, we have seen they have pulled off very successful defenses once they've established a certain area. So I think what we're going to see is they're going to camp the balcony, of course, but I think KL are going to think about maybe like 2-3 locations to continuously swap between in terms of defending so that they don't get figured out too quickly in one area. Because I feel like once they have to siege, it's not as good in their favor. I think Roosevelt's defense is also pretty good as their offense, but KL's defense is just much better. So as long as they, continuously cycle between certain areas so that Roosevelt don't have the opportunity to figure them out in terms of how to offensively siege, this could be a strategy that KL can use to their favor.
And we saw that in Zeus, right? In that map where they were constantly rotating once they had that lead, right? Granted, they lost that lead for a while, but once they had it, it seemed like they were constantly trying to shift it around the map and gain that advantage. And I think I'm hoping we can see that here in this map as well. Will making the early rotation up onto top of train here. Or like you're saying, it's already starting. We're not even playing in the normal building. You're seeing where they're trying to play around. And says he's getting that first pick onto Kermit means that they may just play towards that initial building that Mountain Dew's holding. But you also see Evan going into train station, so it could be anything, and they're constantly rotating. And what a nade that is, by the way.
Wow. I was going to say that other than Whale, obviously, there isn't that much emphasis on the high ground that we thought we would see from this map. Everybody's kind of on the floor, on the first few floors of a building, just hiding behind obstacles, trying to trade, get these sneaky off angles here. That is a good strategy because there's just so much debris lying around on the ground that you don't really think about it too much. But, the downside of that is when you're too low in elevation, it's just straight down for headshots. And I think that's exactly why we see Roosevelt camping one person up there while having the other two match. And in fact, more members of Roosevelt are starting to coop up there, trying to see if they can get any cheeky angles. And KL are noticing this.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they're down on kills here, so they need to be able to find anything extra. They know where this team of KL is, but it's Glass. And unfortunately, like Glass would say, you can't exactly shoot through this one, so needing to play a little bit more into their domain, you could say, right? Walking into where they are, and you see that rotation is starting to happen, right? The thermite nades being thrown at the stairs, trying to trap them out and pushing down. Whale falling so low, Alphabet losing shields, and you're starting to see maybe how they want to take this fight. Stezzy getting popped there as well, but Mountain Dew able to find the first pick in this fight. Going up 3-0 is going to be KL, and hoping maybe they can find something. Taking the fight up to the top is going to be Mountain Dew, not able to find anything. Whale able to find the first pick for Roosevelt, though. Continuing that pick is going to be Stezzy and Kermit to find one in return. Hammer not able to turn that around. Alphabet finding those shots with the R301, making this yet a one-kill game now. KL in the lead.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that one thing that you mentioned about how Roosevelt wanted to play the high ground, but they literally weren't allowed to because KL decided to coop up in the building. When you have that kill lead, I mean, by default, you could just ring out the time and then you would win, even if the score is 5-4. And that kind of forces the team with less kills to come up with a strategy to approach you, and that's exactly what Roosevelt had to do inside the building. It was scrappy, but they ended up closing that lead from 2-1 in favor of KL. And so with that, Now another reevaluation of strategy. Are KL going to camp back up in the place that they were and kind of fix up what they did so that they don't lose an extra member? Or will Roosevelt get to siege them before they even come up with that plan?
Able to get all 3 members, Alphabet getting the Vantage Q to go up to that high ground. So able to join the team up on top now. Still 1 kill splitting the 2 teams here as we enter into the first 5 minutes played in this game. And Evan trying to peek on out, but they know where they're playing, right? If you're KO, you're like, everyone's up on that roof. How can we best take that fight? Or can we just wait it out until they drop down? And it seems to be a little bit of that, you know, duck, duck, goose type game where everyone's just kind of following each other and seeing who's gonna get hit first. And waiting for that first engage. Now, as much as I think that this train station is better, it also, I think, I could understand why other teams would play in the other building, right? This is you're either fighting in this one little hallway that you're seeing now,
yeah,
or you're waiting for someone to drop down from the roof.
Okay, so everybody is now in the building, trying to see what they can do. Smokes have been distributed, so it's a little bit weird. And now actually a role reversal here, so to speak. It's almost as if KL planned to dupe them, and Roosevelt are now on the low ground. They've got to figure out how to get back up here.
That, or they just need to figure out how they want to fight this fight, right? Maybe they want to be on that bottom ground as Whale just lasers Stezzy off that high ground, and now the kills are even. So you get to see how that rotation is going to happen here. They know where the players of KL are, but maybe they can play to see if they can find those other members. Instead, Mountain Dew up on that top side will find Whale. Instead, no one able to land those shots. Kermit falling also low from that high ground, and Evan to find another pick. 2 kills in the lead is going to be KL as Whale playing from that low ground. Alphabet playing with them, maybe waiting for those rotations to come on in, get Kermit back into that fight. But it just seems like it's going to be a constant aggression of that top high ground here. But what are we going to see come through is now that Bloodhound ult going to get popped. They're going to take this fight on the roof.
They're going to take the fight on the roof, trying to shoot down one person, but the target focus there from Roosevelt was just a little bit better. They actually even out the scores here 7-7, and this is just a very interesting trade of who gets the roof time and who doesn't. And I think KL are recognizing that they are starting to get figured out, and so they're going to do what we expected them to do, which is try to camp somewhere else to throw a fork into Roosevelt's plan. The shields are getting a bit low already on the side of KL. They're going to have to replenish those. But another area here inside the building by the railway. In fact, camping potentially 2 buildings. We're going to see what the strategy here is. KL have always worked better as a 3-man unit, and they're going to head up to the balcony now, actually.
Yeah, heading up to that top side. Whale's going to go on in, breaking that shield, but will fall low, so needs to retreat away from that fight. Thermite grenade will get popped there. Mountain Dew at 1 HP. Stezzy will find the pick with the R45, but no more kills for the side of Roosevelt. That bow check in hand for Kermit will not do dividends in that close range fight. 2-kill lead for KL. I think what I'm noticing is on that 1-to-1 fight, I think is where KL thrive, right? But as soon as you see all 3 of them fighting each other, you're talking about it earlier, where Roosevelt just has a better, maybe even comm system, where their target focus is a little bit cleaner. They're able to take out one player and another following. And I think that's the difference, right? If they can fight as a group, it's much different than fighting individually.
Absolutely so, and you can kind of see the testament to the defense that we were talking about for KL. They set up here on the roof, they got the 2 kills, and the discipline to not chase after Alphabet to get that 3rd potential kill, because you know the respawns are coming, you know you're going to lose your position up here on the roof, and so they're going to play it. They're just going to say, look, we got our 2 kills. We're 2 kills in the lead. That's fine with us. We will ring out the timer if we have to, so long as we keep the kill lead here. We're just going to keep on defending, and both teams have very obvious visuals of each other, but you can see 8 minutes through, the kill lead is 9. A much slower game than we've been seeing throughout all of today. Just really shows the respect and the time it takes to figure out how they're going to approach each other.
Yeah, I think I think that just is the nature of how this map is played, is a very slow-paced, right, one at a time type of fight style. But I'm interested to see how well they're going to be able to lay it out, because no one is really in range should someone fall to make a quick aggression the same way that Habitat 4 allowed, right? There's no way that they're going to be able to jump someone after a shield is broken or after even 2 shields are broken. They're going to have to wait it out, and I think that's what makes this map so rough, is there's no quick way to get to them. Even with that vantage, there's no way that you're going to be able to, right, aggress onto the other team, and Kermit falling oh so low to that sniper shot. But will not be able to find anything, so we're still at this 9-7 scoreline, waiting with 9 minutes elapsed on that clock. Let's see who's going to be able to make this move in this fight. You know where all 3 are, thanks to the Bloodhound scan. Will they be able to find any extra shots is going to be the question, where Stezzy loses another set of shields here, but we'll have that bat to get up in time. So wondering maybe if they can find an extra few shots or get a rotation to change perspectives, but we're still kind of in this little bit of a, you know,
a lull state, a Cold War, so to speak. Yeah. Oh, actually, it looks like moves are being made. Roosevelt has decided that they are going to be entering the building here. They are going to see what they can do. And the flank angles are what Roosevelt are absolutely best at, because you cannot predict where they're coming from. However, the 1v1 is going to be won from both sides, actually. One in favor of Roosevelt. They've got 2 in total compared to KL's 1. KL does still have the kill lead. Kill lead emphasis on that singular, with it being 10-9. But now Roosevelt in the building, starting their siege. I feel like whichever team gets control of that elevator shaft makes so much more of an impact there. Trades back and forth still, 1-for-1. Alphabet trying to turn the corner, encounters actually 2 members of KL. Does take down 1, but it's traded once again. And Roosevelt coming in the lead here with a team wipe, I believe, there.
They played that so well. Roosevelt able to play the bait and switch every single time, right? Dealing the damage, switching out, reloading, switching out again, and getting more damage in. That's how they're able to get the 2 picks there, and now taking that lead on the scoreboard, 12-11, coming out on top of those trades, right? 5 kills to 3, I believe, in total now. Now looking for if they can continue to take more of those picks. Meanwhile, KO trying to find a way back to that roof, trying to find a way back to seeing if they can contest it. Alphabet will have the shots and landing such a great one, right? Dropping Hammer Evan down to half HP with no shields. And now we're seeing the Watson come into play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird sometimes to switch legends throughout this, just because then you got to change up your strategy. But sometimes that's exactly what your team needs, you know? If your team's running low on ideas on how to contest, then maybe you got to start fresh with something new. Plus, I would say this legend's pretty good at barricading entrances with the electrical gates, so you don't have to worry about too many flank angles, which is exactly what Roosevelt has been doing to capitalize on their victories, is they've been flanking from 3 different angles with the 3 people. And just like that, there's another one. But they are still working with the flanks, and they are extending this kill lead now to 3. As KR are going to capitalize on that care package, see if they can get any weapon upgrades to turn the tides of battle here. They are on the low ground. Sniper's Nest is set up. Mountain Dew taking a bit of a shot, not a headshot, thankfully, so he doesn't have to worry too much about his shield status. As I say that, he just gets absolutely barraged. Does get a thermite grenade thrown at him, but nothing too much to it. He is stocked up to full. Instead, he is going to get 1. Alphabet makes it to the roof. Doesn't find anybody, but Whale does finish it off. It's traded 1-for-1, though, with Stezzy until Whale gets a second one onto Evan. And now 16-12, still playing around the building.
Yeah, just able to find that damage. And you were talking about it, right? That Kraber shot from Alphabet missed, but then just so much damage being laid out immediately right after. Call it a caster curse if you'd like, right? But we were talking about this Killjoy and that changeover, able to guard so many of these doorways, but then if you think about it, right, it's the same way as how Caustic would kind of play, and the same way you're guarding doorways, a little bit of a different effect and different damage level, but the same general understanding. And gonna see how well that Mountain Dew and team, right, KO, are going to be able to play in this segment, because there's so much that they're challenging here, so much that they're trying to do, but now we're kind of bunkering up on each floor, seeing maybe what they can do to change it. Some of these gates going to be taken down, but they all know where they're fighting. Just how they want to take this fight is going to be the question. At Kraber looking to try to peek down that line, will not find the shot. Instead, just misses over the shoulder. And maybe trying to take another one right back. But that fight's still in their stairwell. Will get Whale down with no shields, but the same will happen on the other side as well. Hammer Evan being dropped and just continuously watching these doors, continuously watching that elevator, waiting for something to change here because this is a little bit of a stalemate, but Roosevelt are in the lead. Cal need to make that move, right? That, oh my God, playing with fire.
You can kind of feel the tension here, just in the stairwell alone. It's like the scariest game of whack-a-mole you've ever seen, because the whack-a-mole in the arcade is also pointing a gun back at you. So
I've never heard that one.
But yeah,
what I would think of a whack-a-mole.
You're never going to see the whack-a-mole machine the same way again. But yeah, there was a pick onto Whale just a little bit ago, so KL now shrinking that lead to 3. That is exactly what you want to see from them, just getting these picks. It is good to capitalize on the flanker sometimes if you're able to win your 1v1s, but you can see right here the target selection so good on the side of Roosevelt. They're just spending multiple people to take one down. Unfortunately, after that stagger right there, they lose another member, and Stezzy going to get gunned down here by Kermit. He was getting very, very low. Does not go down just yet. Has the opportunity to get more. Just gets run down by 2. Kills now evened up once again, almost, I will say, 17 to 16, as KL are clawing back just little by little, pick by pick, and sometimes that's just exactly what you need. You do not want to be in the situation like last game where you were down 10 kills and you've got to have team wipes flawless back-to-back. Keeping it close is exactly what you want here. And we will ask the question, what happens when Roosevelt's aggression gets stifled? Because that is showing signs of happening during this second map here.
Yeah, Will going up to that high ground, trying to see if they can find anything. Unfortunately, Stezzy able to take them out, making these kills just about even now, and trying to see what can continue that killjoy. That
I didn't want to point it out the first time,
Oh
but at least you knew the second time.
It's okay. I've been watching a little too much Valorant from yesterday, but
You get that next.
true. But able to play it out, right? Alphabet able to find the pick, but that refrag gonna come on out from Mountain Dew, so will be able to keep themselves even here. But that ultimate from Stezzy is just bringing them so much shield and so much protection from those nades, and continuously helping to protect them here up in this top side. So see what's gonna come about. That was a Valorant moment right there. Pick up a gun, 7 bullets in it, put it right back down.
Yep.
So, you know, continue to go about. Alphabet not gonna have any shields as of right now, but continuing to play through this, and that top side being a little bit more ran over by the utility, right? So what can Roosevelt do to try to break through it, try to break into that lead? They know that Stezzy's standing at that door, but unfortunately not able to take advantage of using it. The ultimate will be taken out. So this fight's on the balcony now, looking to be taken. Whale falling so low. Will just stay alive. Evan peeking and will be able to.
That's close.
With that alternator falling so low, but just protected by that door. We'll take that next fight. It's going to be Alphabet trying to look for something. Evan finding the permit.
Everyone's here. They're trying to capitalize on the situation, but KL, unfortunately, they've had the 3 members first. They were staggered just a little bit, as you saw at the beginning of that fight. And as a result, that 2v3 led to a running situation for Roosevelt. Didn't work out too well for them. Mountain Dew is discovered, but KL are just moving as 3. Unfortunately, it is a 1-for-1 trade, I will say. Alphabet does take one down before falling himself. Now 21-19, KL getting another pick. It feels like the members of Roosevelt are just falling from the sky, and it's not helping them at all. KL looking to coop up in another building once again, and Roosevelt might actually have to start taking this grouping situation in their own hands.
Yeah, they're needing to, they're taking that advantage here, and Roosevelt are needing to make that move forward. You can see they're stuck just outside that building because they don't know exactly what they want to do. The ultimate gonna get popped there from the vantage, able to take Alphabet to just about under. Oh my god!
Oh!
What a Q! That was a huge Q there from Stezzy, able to bring them out, or from Mountain Dew actually, but Stezzy able to land
Bring
the
them
pick.
up.
Yeah, and bring them out of that cover. So now this lead continuously growing, right? 5 kills in favor of KL in the scoreboard, and hoping that they can continue to grow this lead. And if you're Roosevelt, you just want to take that lead back so you can try to move this fight somewhere else, but it's proving
so helpful for the Watson, which I finally remembered the name. And
It's funny because you said it right first, and then you just stopped
hurts
saying
me
it.
even more.
Regardless, it's kind of hard because I do agree. I think Roosevelt needs to take a separate approach to this and play somewhere else. The problem is that's not their decision to make. If they choose to play somewhere else, Cal can be like, okay, you can go there. We'll just wait. It's only 11 minutes. You're not going to win. They actually need to do something to take the kill lead back before they can make that decision for themselves. The problem is, you know, they've tried the flanking. It hasn't worked out. They've tried storming the building from the lower floors. It hasn't worked out. They need to come up with something else because, like you said, this Watson is just blocking off all of these different angles that Roosevelt have been taking. It's almost as if this Legend has been a very good answer to what Roosevelt's playstyle has been like. And so now, ball's in their court. They've got to come up with something. They might be trying something now.
yeah, you can see a couple of those players falling off that high ground there, so hoping that they can start making it, but it's a one-person rush in, so there's nothing really else to it. Whale going in solo, not able to find anything, instead giving a kill over to the side of Kao.
Yeah.
And now yet another bit of a stalemate here as we're going to wait on these rooftops in train station, waiting for yet another engage to come on through, but I don't know if that was a miscommunication or a hopeful play to come out, but Whale needed the support, and unfortunately no one was there.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. I mean, you're now playing back at train station. That is where some of your earlier successes were, but like I said, like we've been saying, Cal doesn't need to force a fight. They're up 2 team wipes here, 25-19. Granted, it looks a ways away from hitting that 40. We may just run out the timer here, but that is the default win condition here for the Crozen team. So they don't have to do too much. They can just wait it out. I'm not sure what Roosevelt's plan is here from this point on, but it looks like this Watson swap did work for KL. Maybe potentially a Legend swap for Roosevelt.
Yeah, that might just have to be the play, but with 10 minutes left on the clock, it's going to be a last-minute swap and a hopeful swap, but maybe that's exactly what you need. 6 kill advantage for the side of KL as a little bit of a poke fight comes on through, but nothing happening yet to fall out. Will gonna do some help on that shield as well as Hermit, but that's an ultimate up on top, and I'm not sure how much that's gonna help them. A little bit of damage coming out from that Bangalore, and Revenant gonna hop on in, so this full engage is gonna come on out. Damage is gonna be laid out. Will he be able to find anything? Evan to fall first. That means that one player out for the side of KO. Watson is still a problem with that utility
They
up
corralled
on the top,
him.
but instead says he will fall there from Alphabet, and now one player remaining, but they will fall away and keep that lead intact before now being the kill difference between Roosevelt and KO.
Yeah, that was a good play there, going from also the elevator shaft, but also taking the upward draft, and then coming in from a third angle. They've been doing this, so it's kind of like textbook for them, but Watson, unfortunately, was just not blocking the elevator shaft at the time. I think one of the allies was walking through the electrical gate, which does turn it off temporarily. And so perhaps a little bit of positional miscommunication there. But like you said, it was only 2 kills. KL are still decently comfortably in the lead with 8 minutes now left in the time bank to go. And minimal losses is all it takes for them to send us to a game number 3, where that will decide who wins the Apex Legends tournament here at the Hawaii Esports League. But everybody's still playing very safe, touch and go. The tension building. Alphabet almost losing that 1v1, but reinforcements has arrived, and Stezzy, you got to keep that in mind. Roosevelt always play in packs, and there it is, another pick.
Yeah, just able to get on out. That devotion doing so much damage, but unfortunately that charge up time just not going to hold to their favor. Alphabet will fall on the stairs. Oh, that's going to be one more pick back in favor of KO here. But still, so much pressure on the side of Roosevelt. Now that they have that high ground, able to play it out with that distance shot from afar. Mountain Dew able to find 2 here now from the side of KO, trying to give them that little bit more of a buffer. 28-22. Now 6 kills remaining, or 6 kills remaining. 6 kills difference here for the last few team fights, and now trying to get something a little bit more. Bangalore Smoke will block off any vision from that balcony top, and hoping that maybe they can find something. And this ultimate is still up from the Watson, so
Interested to see how long he's able to stay up here as they try to aggress onto that high ground. Kermit will find the landing there as well as Alphabet. But any damage is going to be laid out. It has to be done outside of that shield. Just need to find one, Whale to find another. Hoping maybe they can find something. A refrag coming through. Close. Falling so low, but no kills to fall for the side of Roosevelt. And continuing to take this fight is going to be Alphabet, but with little to no health left. That's going to be another wipe coming out from KO, and now the distance of that lead continues to grow up to 8 kills.
And it's kind of ironic how the kill score here for this second game looks very reminiscent of the first game, but just in the other direction. And it just goes to show that both teams kind of know their play styles respectively and know how to play to the strengths of it. We saw in Habitat where Roosevelt was just going for the aggression because there's nowhere to really take cover. Here, KL are playing a camp up on the rooftops and just play tower defense here, and it is working to their favor. They're 8 in the lead, and they only need 8 to go, meaning for every kill that KL gets from here on out, Roosevelt actually need 2 to keep up.
Yeah, the timing of that peak was a little unfortunate. Now continuing to grow this lead up to 10 is going to be KL here. Quite possibly looking at the idea of a map number 3. Continuation of this push, hoping to come on through. Roosevelt know what the win condition is they need to get in there. They need to be able to take these fights quick because they don't have a lot of time left on the clock, nor do they have the lead. So they have to engage this and they have to take advantage of it as quick as they can. Nade's going up to the top, hoping they can land something. Thermite going right back down, but not going to hit anyone. Alphabet taking that vertical fight, will not be able to land any significant shots onto the board. Whale already getting taken out of that shield. Hammer Evan maybe dropping down to a lower, but as he continues to take this fight, I mean, you can see just how these rotations hurt them when it comes to these vertical challenges, and Whale going up top early means that they're going to fall early in that fight, and not another kill going to go over to the side of Roosevelt instead. KL going to take advantage and take even more kills into their favor. Kermit find 1 on that refrag, but they might just be left alone, and I don't know if Stez is able to see them. They did see Kermit at the end of that hallway, but unfortunately, the rest of the backup is here and ready to take that fight. Hammer Evan going to be taken down low at that bottom side, but will fall at the end of it all against Whale. So continuing to go on forward, but now this rooftop and balcony going right back in favor of KL. 4 minutes left on the clock with a lead of 10 still in the bank there. 4 kills remaining for the side of KL. Try to push on through. Kermit will find the first, and now the push is going to go onto the rooftop.
And you got to remember, this play started with the fact that they decided to do the updraft ambush, but one of the members on Roosevelt was still replenishing their shields, hiding away, and they weren't on the same page there in terms of when to go in. So as a result, I was a little bit staggered, and there was capitalization from it on the side of KL. Now 4 away, as you said, from the victory here. A little bit of flanking once again from Roosevelt, but it's a trade 1-for-1. That's not what you need. You are 12 kills down. You need to trade, I believe, what, 4 for 5 for 1 each one here?
You need to have enough of a few, like, perfect.
It's not I got my 1s, I got my 5s. That's what they're going to need here. If not, it's looking more and more likely that we are heading to a map 3 for this best of 3. To go the distance for Apex Legends would be such a testament to both of these teams. The legacy they have of performing at previous Vanta events for Apex Legends also. Just to mean everything here. KL, final kill that they need. Are they going to find it? Kermit hiding away. That's going to be kill number 40 for KL. They're going to bring us to that game number 3.
Yeah, no emotions on the side of KL. They know what's in the books. They know where that final destination is. That's just 1 game out of 2 that they need to take just to be able to get, well, you know, what we could call a reverse sweep per se. And you can see the side of Roosevelt standing up, getting a little bit of a stretch and getting that little bit of a team meeting just to be able to figure out what their changes need to be moving into that next map. We don't know it yet. That's going to be up to them as the first seed to decide what map we're going to go to next.
Yes.
And, you know, it does give them a little bit of an advantage, right? You get to play into your play style a little bit more. Now, they can't go back to Habitat, but they can go back to similar. I see that was your question.
Yeah.
They can go back to similar map types, right? If you think about where
everything is going to go down. But I'm excited to see what they pick because obviously they're not going to pick a map that's going to be as slow paced as the ones we have seen, right?
Yeah.
You know that they want to play fast. You know they want to play aggressive. They need maps that are going to be able to enable that rather disable.
Yeah, I was going to say because we saw such a different pace in tempo just between the two games. It was bloodthirsty start to finish for the Habitat map. It was not. It was very slow, telegraphed, methodical in the second map, and you could see both teams know, like I said, their identity, how they play. Now that Roosevelt gets the map pick, I mean, open map, potentially. We're probably going to see another one, but I don't think any other map in the pool has a fully open map as we saw from Habitat anymore. It's probably just going to be something along the lines of where there's just scattered buildings, but that, again, gives KL the opportunity to just coop up and camp in one of those buildings. It's going to be something with tight corridors where you're not going to have too much area to kind of just hide behind in terms of obstacles and stuff like that. We have been seeing this Skull Town map that I've been hearing. That I've also, I think from the middle schools yesterday, we saw the Desert Settlement one. I don't know the names of them per se.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. There is also the one with all of the cylinder-ish looking houses stacked on top of each other, the luxury homes.
Yeah. I think so. Of the map choices that they can take, I think there's a lot that will open up. I think Zeus's Dome is the one that we saw right in that first game that KL, yes, thrived in, but that was where they seemed to be the weakest against I was going to say Kaiser. It's not Kaiser. It's Kailua.
Yep.
Right, but that's where they seem to be the weakest, especially on that opening engage, right? Because there was so much that they could get pushed out on. But then the moment that they were able to bunker up and find exactly what they needed, they were able to take the lead back and continue to push on forward. So interested to see what they decide to pick. They're still talking about it. It seems like they're still discussing amongst themselves, and especially changes that maybe they need to make in how their gameplay style is. And while we have the time, I want to thank Mobile IT Force because they've been around. They've been sitting at that booth, talking to people all weekend long, and I think we've had them supporting us for a while as well, right? They've been around just as long as I remember Vanta Hawaii, Esports League being around, right?
Yep.
Every time we're here, they're here.
So, yeah.
So, I want to give a quick thanks and talk about how the Hawaii Vanta League event is brought to you in part by Mobile IT Force. So if you're looking for top tier tech support and IT services, look no further than Mobile IT Force. Make sure to go check out their website and
there
contact
it is.
them
There's their
at
booth.
mobileitforce.com. Unfortunately, chose this read when they're taking their little walk around, but hey, they could be walking around helping other people with IT. I've seen their representatives helping out HPU as well. So it's not just Kevin and Jordan walking around hoping that they can make things happen. There's a few other helpers amongst the team as well. So giving a quick shout out and thanks to them for supporting us throughout the years and supporting us at this event specifically. But getting underway here as we start to try to corral the players and get them ready to go in the next few minutes.
You can't say that to Roosevelt. Corralling. They're going to throw the next. I'm just kidding. I went for a low jab, but you know what?
Yeah.
It was worth it.
Gotta break the bunker, But we have been just told in our ears that the next map is Skull Town.
Okay.
So we saw that yesterday. I believe it was in the semifinals match that happened.
Yeah.
I
think so.
A lot of just like close range fights, but at the same time, I don't know. Skull Town, I think, is another one of those notorious maps when you think of the TDM maps in Apex. That's one of like the three that I think you almost always will name. It's Habitat 4, and sadly it's Fragment East. Fragment East is probably one that people are the most irritated with just because you can play only in that building, and that's going to be the entire match. Skull Town has a few areas to fight, and it's for the most part one floor. Outside of
the skull.
So so there is a lot, and there's a lot of gameplay to that. There is the verticality that you might seek if you're KL, but if you're Roosevelt at the same time, you could press the engagement as much as you want. There are a couple of buildings that do have the rooftops, but there isn't as much of the tier floors. Rather, it's just a rooftop and then the base floor.
Okay.
So I think in that sense, it's a little easier to break into that top floor if you need to, and also play it in that area. So I'm interested to see what the adaptations
are from both of these teams and how they want to play. You saw both of them kind of talking about it amongst themselves, making sure that they're all in lockstep with their strategies moving forward. And as we prepare for this match, is there anything that you want to see maybe change differently from either team or both? We've seen them now in their winning sides, right, from both of their matches.
Yes.
What is the changes or what is the expectations walking into the third map now that each of them have seen each other at their strongest? What is the expectations that you have for each of these teams?
I think we are going to see a little bit more, sadly, more methodical play, just because the timer's been running out for both games. Like you said, that pressure of the time does start kicking in once the timer goes yellow, which happens at 15 minutes. But I think the main thing is, because both teams now have a one game, I guess, unless they've watched the previous semis, sample of each other's strengths, that they've now been talking with their coaches during that interim of how to address those strengths. That being said, it could also be a possibility that they play with that kill lead a little bit more and use it to their positional advantage on saying, hey, we're in the lead as KL, you do really have to come to us and we will be ready for it. Or, hey, we have the lead as Roosevelt, you do have to come to us and we are going to bring it when you come to us, you know? Just a little bit of playing with that kill lead, but it all starts with the first pick in order to get that kill lead.
Yeah, they need to find that first pick coming on out. You do see those shots landing for the side of Roosevelt, and vice versa. It is landing for KO as well. Just right now, this fight going a little bit more in favor right now of Roosevelt when it comes to health bars, but able to find the shields, able to find some protection, get themselves back into this game. Those shots are landing, though, and they continue to land with that flat line. And, it's rooftops or it's the ground. There's two ways to really play this map in how you get there, unless you're going to play on that spine of the... I don't actually know what the spine is. Like, I don't know what monster or whatever it was. That part I've never really stared long enough at the game. But they are taking the fights. We do see this Rampart back in play again with the... That's a 2-shield.
That's a double.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a double.
Double headshot, able to deal the damage needed, and that Rampart able to find some shielding, able to find some protection that doesn't exactly exist everywhere on these rooftops, and hoping that maybe they can find something, but no kills as of yet, 2 minutes down on the clock.
Absolutely right. And this is getting slower and slower as it goes, which for this one, I will let it pass just because it's the final game of the series. Tensions are high, stakes are high. Everything about you, your team, and the next 40 kills that they can earn, or the timer, is going to be also important. Every life is going to matter here. So they're playing a little bit slower. Roosevelt actually are doing something that we haven't seen them do too much, which is they're going in as a siege mostly from the same direction. There is not much flanking action. They're actually going to see if they can overwhelm KO through strength and numbers. They are able to do so to Mountain Dew to claim as the first kill here. But that's kind of all they really got. So let's see what KO's response is.
Yeah, they're trying to, like you're saying, they're sieging all from the same location. I think in the rooftop, it's just kind of that death ball composition where they want to walk in, and they want to walk in together. Now you're seeing, right, that adaptation in where the holds are coming from now for KO as they're kind of shifting a little bit more of their hold towards this back side, trying to get a little bit more distance and continue to maintain that distance. But unfortunately for them, Roosevelt just continue to kind of walk on forward, see what they can hold here. It's a slow game, slow game so far. Try to find just any damage laid out, but care package is starting to come into play. Replicator is starting to come into play, so a few more weapons on that board here as we see this triple take, trying to find any charged up damage here onto.
Oh, there's the crack.
The crack on that shield gonna be landed, and the rest of these shots gonna continue to be laid on out, but no kills as of yet. Just that one that was done earlier against Mountain Dew, and then seeing just where they can come about. But this triple take being a little bit of a menace.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, these two buildings are connected. Yeah, there it is. There's that little bridge that you can do. So they're just on two different rooftops of the same building, which kind of shows a little bit of turf war going on. Stezzy taking a little bit of an off angle, but is immediately discovered here on the structure. And yeah, it's a very slow game. Everybody's got their snipers ready, trying to go for the other team when they peek out. A little bit of a war of attrition here from both sides, so to speak. We've got the setup here for the shield replenishing, but nothing too crazy. Mountain Dew is actually going to fall one more time to Alphabet here, so that's going to bring it to 2. Not a big amount, but hey, playing with that kill lead does mean you force the other team to make a decision on how they're going to make that up.
Yeah, you can almost see this as a little bit of a goose chase as well, right? They're constantly rotating to follow that of KO, trying to find as much as they can with them, and Alphabet gonna do the advantage Q up onto the top of this spine, but they will not be able to find anything on that spine. Instead, we'll see the top of Evan's head, and we'll be able to lay down a few bullets and get them to take some cover, reach back up, and instead, Stezzy will get the shield cracked there from that triple take, continuing to get shot at, but will not fall. And you're talking about, right, the only 2 kills going to be on Mountain Dew, but not like it's going to be that much. Again, 2 kills is still just under a team wipe, and all it's going to take is one big engage, and this could turn the game completely on its head.
Oh, I agree. And the fact of the matter is that right now, you know, even though it's extremely low on kill count, you can kind of see the damage racking up from both sides over there in the corner. There's nobody. There's some people that are over 1K. You can see that right there. And that just goes to show that damage is being done. Like, this is not something to be taken lightly. That Lifeline is pumping out healings as best as she can. As I say that, Evan almost just was casualty number 3, but you can see it, you know, there's poke damage coming out from both sides, and no, it's just a matter of finishing off the kill at this point. Mountain Dew's going to go in and avenge himself for the first time. That's going to be a trade, though, however, as Stezzy falls to Alphabet, so it's 3-1 in favor of Roosevelt now. Still within a team wipes, just like you said. But they are starting to tread onto each other's territory and not give room to defend. As Stezzy is out in the open, almost falls, but the same can be said for Alphabet here. They are keeping eyes on him, making sure that they don't get the opportunity to kind of just get out of there scot-free. But I think Stezzy is going to be able to rejoin with the rest of the team as they try to group back up and plan their next action.
Yeah, I think Stezzy got caught out spawning, unfortunately, and trying to get back to their team, and got caught out a little bit more in the open. But able to find the team now back, grouping up with the 3-on-3 here. Evan gonna get some shots into their back, but luckily for them, G7 Scout gonna be able to take care of a little bit of damage in return from Stezzy. So hoping that maybe they can continue to find things. Havoc is gonna be in hand there. I believe that's for Mountain Dew, so we'll see if they're going to be able to land anything. Prowler shot's not going to be able to land too much more, and will almost fall off the spine, but able to maintain their position up there, Will falling low, and this mini gun is going to be almost ready to go as well. So everyone kind of ready in this scenario. One-on-one trade. Stezzy will fall to Kermit after taking out Alphabet and keeping this lead to just 2. Mountain Dew going to push on up and get the trade of shields, but nothing more than that. G7 Scout going to be able to do a little bit more damage and just zone off that space, but nothing really causing any pressure, I guess. Outside of a few engages, it seems like this is a pretty straightforward, everyone holds their own ground type of space.
I agree, and I think the biggest variable here is actually just going to be the care package that's spawning, because it's equally far from both teams and where they've set up. So as a result, if you want to change up your playstyle and get some better weapons, you are going to have to head to that package. You can kind of see it, the pillars of light signaling where they're going to be. And look at that. Al spread out, trying to see if they can make a play here. Roosevelt kind of cooped up in that. I think it's a spine.
I think it's a spine as well.
I think it's a spine.
I don't know where the skull itself is of Skull Town, but you know, for my understanding, it's a spine. So we're gonna. Oh wait, never mind. I lied. I found the skull.
I think it's that one.
the other side of the map that we just don't play on, I see. But we are starting to look at this engage coming on in. Where he's going to sit above Evan. Maybe try to lay out some of that damage. Lifeline shield going to go down, but will be able to do anything for them. Playing into that shield is going to be Whale and will find the kill, but Kermit will fall instead to that minigun. So now, playing just under this rooftop. That minigun push gone in. Says he will be able to find another, but will be also traded out in that process. Still 2-kill lead for Roosevelt as we enter into a 6-4 difference. You know, Mountain Dew just taking up that high ground that was all left alone.
Yeah, I mean, we know it. Roosevelt likes playing with people, with their teammates. They lose one, they'll have to try to trade one to the best of their ability if they can. Sometimes, however, they mostly like to play in pairs. So if you find that third person on the side of KL, that's a pretty free kill without any retaliatory efforts on the side of Roosevelt. You can kind of see that exhibited right here. 2 people taking down 1. Roosevelt keeping it close. And KL making sure that it's even closer. Yeah, you can kind of see.
That minigun makes me think of like the Odin and Val, where you just kind of peek while shooting and
Just
hope
go.
everything works.
Yeah,
Except
a little bit.
you don't lose as much of your aim in this game, so you can kind of do that for free.
Yep.
And I think that's definitely, that's a part of the reason why people play Rampart in TDM, right? Is having that availability to have the minigun in hand. Unfortunately, without the minigun in hand, Alphabet will take out Stetsky and give themselves back that 2-kill advantage. And not to do just trying to get out of dodge there, being able to slip into that building and peel away for the time being.
Yeah, and it stays within a 2-kill margin. Time Bank does tell us we are now about a third of the time through, a little bit more than that actually. And, you know, at first when you see it and it's 2-0 in favor of Roosevelt, you're like, and then you see now it's 9-7. You're actually not feeling as bad if you're KO, because 1, that means at minimum you're trading 1 for 1. There were moments in time where they even closed that gap to 1. And unfortunately, Roosevelt was able to capitalize on a stray kill here and there. But 2 is within, let's say, a margin of error in terms of performance, because all you need to do is grab 1 pick between now and like 30 kills down the line and then another pick, and that's enough to tie it. 1 more would take you over. Again, though, on the side of Roosevelt, they can use this kill lead to their advantage and kind of camp up as they need. However, KL, they're going to be relentless. They're actually taking a page out of Roosevelt's book, and they have been pushing forward.
Yeah, they're pushing on forward, tying up this game now at 9 kills apiece. Revenant ult will get popped just to give that little bit of extra shield and hoping that maybe they can lay some things out. But Rampart putting up a little bit of that fortress up on that top. Whale gonna get shot while entering onto the rooftop. And now, this battle going to continue to go on, jump across the roofs and continue to duplicate this battle, and the shields are just going to continue to be laid out from Rampart there. We saw the adaptation the last time we saw Rampart. We saw the change over onto that fuse, and you know, it isn't something that is completely unbeatable, but it is a helping hand no matter what to have that shield there to be able to protect yourself from that spam damage or just any shots that are coming on in. 9-9 though, with the game being tied, there isn't really a push from either side to get in immediately. Kraber in hand of Evan though, trying to find maybe an extra pick or just that shot to get someone oh so low. But we will not be able to find anything just as of yet. We now enter into nearly the first half of the game being done.
Yep, and because KL have been pushing aggression, as you can see, Roosevelt has actually had to rotate through a bunch of different areas of the map to try to keep together, but also maintain their ground. And you can see that these sieges are not without punishment from either side. Lots of shields being replenished. Can you imagine if this mode only gave you a limited amount of shields, but gave you shield charges back with like how much damage you dealt? That would change the pace of this so much more, because it's just poke, replenish for both sides here. Camping out, playing around this care package now, but that's going to be the gravity pull being used, and it's not going to find too much, but it does wreak a little bit of havoc here, as it is still tied 9-9. Roosevelt grouped as 3, a rare sight to see, to be honest. Taking a bit of a headshot there, traded back onto Evan.
That was not a headshot. That was a body shot.
That was a body
That's
shot?
Kraber. Kraber does 140 body shot and is an insta-kill headshot.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, then he's very lucky.
Yeah. As shown there, the headshot from that Kraber will land, doing 210, taking them out of that fight.
Ask and you shall receive, I guess.
Exactly, and now that momentum, meaning it's the go button for the side of KO, able to take another kill with them and get that advantage now. 2 kills in their favor over Roosevelt, and hoping to push on through. And yeah, Kraber's. It's the reason why Kraber only comes with like 12 bullets.
You know, I was gonna say oh, okay. 12 bullets is whatever. I was gonna say I had more hope in the balance of this game, because 12 bullets could still mean 12 kills in some situations, very rare situations. But you know, for KL, they are thanking the gods that that is not the case, because now they are in a kill lead of 2. I believe that is the first time this game that they have had that kill lead.
In this,
Yeah, it's been a while, I should say. They've had it before, but it's been a while. As here come the trades once again. Projectiles are now being thrown as a means to cause some chaos in the rhythm of fighting. But Mountain Dew claims another one onto Kermit, actually. A very good redemption arc for Mountain Dew, I would say, given the fact that he was the first 2 casualties of this one.
Yep. Able to get a couple of those kills back that they lost at the start of the game. Now, playing into that high ground, you know, Cal has the lead, so they're more than happy to take the space and hold that space as needed. Mountain Dew able to take another one under his belt. Kermit will fall to this devotion and continue to play this long game. 14 minutes on the clock. 4 kills are the difference. Just a total of 20 or so kills on the board, and continuing to try to lay down some extra fire. That headshot not able to land there. Instead, Stezzy will get hit up on that shot and bunkering up on the top of that roof with 4 shields surrounding them.
I can't help but think we're watching Fortnite every time that happens, because it's like, oh, I got shot. Builds an entire palace around you as a means to stay safe. As well is able to take 1 back and shrink that kill lead down to 4, but Mountain Dew taking way too much damage there. Teammates got your back, another trade 1 for 1. As another situation here where another care package falls, and potentially some upgrades for some of the players. Maybe another Kramer, I guess, since we're riding that high here.
Well, that R99 is picked up in that same level as the Kraber, so is one of those weapons that only come in their care packages. Kraber will get picked up. Only 2 bullets remaining, but hey, those 2 bullets can mean 2 kills.
That's true.
We talked about earlier, and it just means landing those headshots. But landing a shot as well, dealing 140, that means they're just about 1 shot. Instead, Alphabet falling so low from the poke on the other roof. Not 100% sure where they're coming from, but now at least they all know where it's going to be. And the peak from the top on the climb is going to barely leave Alphabet alive. But this push out is going to start as you can slowly see those nameplates getting a little bit closer. These longbow shots are landing. Able to take out the shields. Bangalore to zone out some space for them, as you're going to see Mountain Dew trying to get up to his team, but catching a Bangalore instead is going to be at that top and not able to get out of it. Instead, that gravity lift trying to get the rest of the team through and back up to the top, but you know exactly where they are. Bringing this game into 2 kills now, as you can see where they're rotating to, but 2 kills being the difference. We're back at it again.
Yep. And what a situation for it to be, given that this is the last game of the series. Winner gets to lift the big golden hook, and a runner-up, unfortunately, does not get to take that home back to their school to show off in their glass case or whatever. So this is a very tense moment for both teams. I bet the coaches kind of can feel it, standing behind them, watching every step, watching every move being made as Stezzy does get found out, or is it Alphabet? 1 HP and a dream here for that one, but they will stay alive. They will not increment the kill count for the side of KL. I cannot, unfortunately, say the same for Kermit. That is going to be... I think Kermit has been the one that has been dying the most recently, too. So it's a little bit worrying, you know. It could be something about nerves. It could be something about communication. But, you know, the frequency at which that is happening is starting to be concerning. Because look, there's another one.
Yeah, it just seems like the timing of rotations is unfortunately not working out in their favor. Luckily, they will be able to take care of Stezzy on that high ground, but this lift will take the other two players from KO to this high ground of the spine and try to get them a little bit more damage on that list. 10 minutes on the clock now, though, with a 3-kill difference. Longbow in hand for Stezzy, able to deal hopefully some damage coming out, but the poke fire is going to come through and get a little bit more of that health bar drained out, but not anything as of yet. Kermit getting caught a little bit on that rotation, but will not have that shield broken and continuing to push on through, but you can hear that timer clicking on over to the 10-minute mark. And we are now into the last third of this game. Whale getting poked on now. We'll have that shield broke, but nothing as of yet. And this rotation back into the high ground for Roosevelt, and the rotation back into the building, or maybe onto that spine, is going to be coming from KO.
Rotations. Potentially the last one even, given that you just mentioned the timer's only just 10 minutes left. We do not have a lot of time here. And the kills are still close. Do not get me wrong. It's 16-13. It's a team wipe away. But at some point, I feel like Roosevelt's got to start taking fights that, you know, are not going to allow them to just shield back up immediately. It might just be the Eagle 1v1s in order to get those picks type of thing. But it's just so hard because, like you said, this map was Roosevelt's pick, but there's so many places for both teams to set up camp and just not need to fight them in a 1v1 situation, not even give Roosevelt the opportunity to ego them. Alphabet face checking there a little bit. Mountain Dew cracking a shield, but that's not much more to it. Whale appearing up on the rooftop, trying to see if they can pressure any more. But on top of that, there's just two people on the skull. Smokes are going to dissipate some of the aggression from that high ground. And with that, they actually were able to capitalize on Mountain Dew on the roof.
Yeah, they were, and able to bring this one kill closer back to, you know, our standard kill difference here as we move on to Alphabet getting lasered out. Whale the same as well, but no kills to fall. Kermit going to get hit by a ton of utility instead, and we'll find the longbow bullet in the body. Will fall, so now 3 kills being the difference here. We enter into our last 8 minutes of the game and just trying to find any way in, but it's so hard when you have so much coordination on this watch. This tower of defense, you could call it, just holding out any sort of incoming damage. Rampart is able to just block so much damage. Lifeline able to mitigate that healing right back, and you know, trying to do anything that they can. Shield will be broken, but Alpha will find that Kraber shot into Stezzy, and will bring this right back to 2 as they start to maybe try to find another push. And that's a new Kraber, by the way, with an R99.
That's 10 bullets.
Also from the also from a care package. So, you know, double care package.
Oh, I was right then.
Yeah, double care package weapons coming on from Alphabet, trying to find Stezzy, and everyone just about except for Mountain Dew falling so low from the side of KO, but able to get out of dodge and able to find that health back up in turn. You hear that minigun charging up before it even happens. The turn from Alphabet. You see that shot landing from the Kraber, able to find so much damage, but Mountain Dew playing on top. Will he be able to find anything? Instead, shooting down to the bottom, trying to find Whale, but Whale will find a rock instead and get just behind it.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell Roosevelt's trying to siege forward. They're trying to get up close and personal. Yes, they have the Kramer, but that's just the person that they're covering with the long range. So far, Whale is taking a trip to heaven, perhaps. No, he's going to stay alive for the time being. There's actually going to be a trade 1-for-1 here. 2 completely different fights on opposite sides of the hill. As Alphabet, trying to stand his ground, is able to finish out Stezzy. Brings it to 1, and that's the shot. Equaling it up 18-18. We've got 6.5 minutes left.
The nerves on this guy, the nerves on Alphabet to close range fight, falling low.
Sniper shot.
Pulls out a Kraber instead and lands that shot, and we'll be able to find that pick. Alphabet, like you said, being, you know, like we said, being one of the leaders, but hey, Whale is doing that job just as well. And not to count out Kermit, he's been assisting so many of these kills, right?
Yep.
Maybe not landing the final blow, but assisting so much of it and laying out that damage. Now tied at 18 apiece. We're looking at that reset back up, and like we were talking about earlier, Fuse coming on board, trying to deal with that Rampart and all those shields.
Yep, and you can start seeing everyone's kind of scattering around a little bit, not even playing as their trios anymore, knowing that every kill matters. You definitely don't want to lose a team wipe with 5.5 left on the bank, because if that's the case, then you're down 3 all of a sudden. You'd rather be down 1 and mitigate your losses, so to speak. There are still people with snipers in hand for both teams. Stezzy falling to an HP bar instead. Shields have been cracked. Same for Alphabet. And again, this is a little bit of an awkward situation here because KL are trying to set up a little bit of a flank, or maybe just to catch somebody out. Roosevelt trying to see if they can do the same, high ground and low ground covered. Very tense moment here as we just passed the 5-minute timer. Whale joining back up, recuperating with the team, just in case something crazy happens. Kermit actually does win the 1v1 against Stezzy, and that puts them at a well-needed but very small 1-kill lead.
Yeah, it's definitely needed. I mean, you could see Stezzy was camping out on that spine, just trying to maintain any positioning on the ridge and trying to maybe even catch them by surprise, because if they didn't know, but Alphabet landing a headshot onto Evan there, able to find yet another 2-kill advantage now as we enter into the last 4 minutes of this game. But you see where the spawns are coming out. That shot gonna land onto Alphabet, falling so low. Montague playing on the other side of the map here, but they know where Stezzy is, trying to get as much of this damage as they can. Falling just behind that tree, finding any heals. That shot would have killed, but instead does not. Alphabet will fall down to the main side. The shots don't land, but will get them to move. Where are they going to play here? They know they're in the lead. Roosevelt need to maintain that, and if you're KL, you need to make some sort of push happen. You know exactly where everyone from Roosevelt is playing, but how do you decide to play it is going to be the question. With 3.5 minutes left to go, you need to make a move, and that move needs to come now. And Alphabet, please don't turn your back to that side, because everyone is coming for you and your team. You need to lay down some fire. Fuse all going to get laid down there, doing some damage to the Rampart shields, but also and mainly doing damage to Evan. There is the ultimate from Banshee. Is also going to come out and get all of that damage sorted into the middle of it. And so low falls everyone on that team, and they're going to barely be able to get shielded back up, but that push is going to start getting laid out. Whale needs to get out of dodge. The shots aren't landing from any of the snipers, and needing to trade out the gun. Kraber out of ammo. So we'll find that care package. Montague getting Whale so low, but will not find the kill. And they need to get out of this positioning because they're going to get nailed in the back. And fortunately for them, they will. Montague will go up to that high ground. Alphabet still peeking it from that low side, but will end up running into everyone else on the team. But we'll find that pick onto KO instead. Stezzy will fall to the Mozambiques here. And now we're going to continue to push this out. 1 kill in the melee. We'll finish it out with that Raptor's Claw and maintaining that 3-kill advantage. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Kermit holding that high ground with the longbow, trying to see if they can find anything. Nade gonna land at their feet, and we'll just be able to get out of the positioning of it. Fuse will toss a few knuckle clusters to the backside, but won't find any damage. They know where they're pushing from, but will they be able to hold it? 2 minutes on the clock. 3 kills is the difference.
3 kills is the difference. A team wipe for KL, and they even it out. It's kind of like a basketball game when you realize you're 2-3 points ahead. Suddenly, you're going to have to shoot more hoops in order to make up that deficit. KL still within that 3-kill range. But with time ticking out, Roosevelt could just choose to spread out and make it difficult for them to get all 3 in time.
Yep, Bangalore coming on in, seeing if maybe they can do a little bit more damage. Evan going to get caught on out, and we'll find the headshot. It's going to be Alphabet onto that pick. Montague pushing on up, but we'll immediately get lasered right back out, and we'll have to rotate just to stay alive. The shot's going to continue to land. Dropping health bars will go on to Kermit. Stezzy will find the falling shot, and Evan will finish off that kill.
but instead will get lasered out in return, but no kill to fall there. 3 kills still split these two teams as we enter into the last minute. You're talking about their last shot at getting this in. Thinking in basketball terms, this is like taking your full court shot. You need to land it now and you need to hit it, because if not, this game will end even if it's split by 1.
This is the finals. This is what you need for the Golden Hook. You're going to need 3 or more, 3 to tie, 4 or more to win it here, and that assumes that Roosevelt does not get another one. Mountain Dew flying in the air, looking to get away for the time being. Are they going to win the fight? It's going to be no. It's now 4 in the lead, 5 for Roosevelt. 40 seconds left on the timer. Evan running away, but to no avail. That's going to be a 6. And it looks like at the end of the day, with the dust settling, it's going to be a hell of a miracle here, but I think this could potentially be it. Roosevelt just have to go into hiding for the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, just like that, you can see the last-ditch efforts coming on in, trying to get up to this high ground, break anything that they can, but that timer ticking down oh so slowly will hit its demise and hit the 0 count, as we are now able to crown Roosevelt High School as the Vanta champions for Apex Legends for the 2nd time now, because we've seen their challenges before. We've seen it come about, but just like that, able to sweep this, sweep the championships for the last few times, right? But taking it down to map number 3, able to take this out to time limit, which is what we didn't expect as we walked into this.
The games got slower and slower throughout the series. And I mean, credit to KL. This was not an easy victory by any means. It fell apart towards that last minute-ish, but you were within 2, you were within 3 for the entire time. That goes to say pretty much a repeat of map 1, you know? Like they were neck and neck until that final moments of time, and so I think that there's a big upward trend for both teams, obviously, because it's the high school scene aside the collegiate scene, but this was not an easy win, and I think that KL can be very, very proud of the fight that they put up.
100% agree with that statement, and I think we last semester, so spring, of 24, we got to watch Moanalua take on this exact team, and Moanalua put up a fight, and unfortunately that team, disbanding with members leaving. It's scholastic, it's school,
That's
right?
how it
Naturally,
works.
you graduate or you move or whatever the case may be. Those teams don't stick around for the same amount of time a pro team may stick, and KL obviously stepping up their game, putting up that challenge because they saw that spot was open in the finals. They wanted to take it. They wanted to take their fight. They wanted to take their shot at getting a chance to take it away from Roosevelt, but Roosevelt holding it out and maintaining that crown, earning them the hook instead of, hey, I'm not going to say that's a second place trophy. Also, great, but that hook is a staple to put up in your trophy case. And Roosevelt will earn that, earn that ability to hold both in their trophy case now with Overwatch getting that second place.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep, Overwatch getting the second place and Apex getting their first place. Unfortunately, no Tetris trophy to also enter into that.
Yeah, we heard a lot of
closet,
slander from that coach over there. No.
But it will be that finish for Apex Legends. So Roosevelt taking the championship. KL coming in second place. And coming up after this break, we're going to be going on over to what I believe will be an award ceremony, final raffle for the glorious set of prizes sitting on that table. And then after that, we will head over to Valorant for the semifinals and for finals. So we'll see you guys right after break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Hawaii Esports League, live from the HPU Esports Arena. We now hand out our runner-up and our championship trophy of the Apex Legends Championships. With our runner-up, please welcome up Kea'au High School. And now receiving the Golden Hook Championship Trophy, please welcome up Roosevelt High School. And now for the giveaway. We hope your trunk is empty for the grand prize if you win it. Mr. Ed Lallier.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. It's the time we've been waiting for right now. It is the grand prize drawings. We are going to start with an Xbox console, followed by a Logitech racing wheel and stick shift, and then lastly, a Corsair gaming chair. All right. Get your tickets out, everybody. And that winning number for the Xbox console is 6501677. 6501677. Oh! It helps to intern with us. Congrats. Take a photo. I'll take it.
650-1677.
Well done, yeah. All right, great job.
See, this is funny. I won the PlayStation 5 last December.
All right, well done. All right, next will be a Logitech steering wheel and stick shift. As your steering wheel. All right, winning number is 6501721. 6501721. Hey! Six.
1721.
1721. All right. All right, lift it up. You need help? Good job, Brad. All right. All right. All right, I need help lifting this thing. Next is the Corsair gaming chair, and I'll need a little help lifting this up. All right, I just need Kyler. He's so strong. All right. Thank you, Kyler. All right, and the winning number for the Corsair gaming chair is 9781775. 9781775. This is your moment. Don't lose it. I will go to another number. It is 9781775. Is that you? Come on down. You got it. Yeah. Let me see it. Nice job. You get to carry it. Are you ready? Hold it. Hold it. All right, carry it. Get the photo up. Get the photo up. Turn around. Get the photo up.
I can carry it myself, but get the photo.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Just so everyone knows, we will be having a free Esports Valorant camp December 30th here at HPU, courtesy of Hawaiian Telecom. We have professional coaches teaching kids about Valorant. If you would like to actually participate, we have spots for open. Please go to the Vanta booth and scan the QR code. This is a great way to just do something fun during winter break. So again, if you're open to some Valorant training by some professionals with free lunch, please make your way over to the Vanta booth. I'm going to pass this on over to Keegan, who will continue the show. Thank you.
We'll take a short break. Coming up next, the Valorant semifinals. Right after this in the Hawaii Esports League.
right, everybody, welcome back to the Hawaii Esports League. I am here with the winning team of the Apex Legends Championship. Of course, it is Roosevelt High School. Now, time and time again, we see you guys in the grand finals, and this year, you guys took home the trophy, the Hook Trophy. How does it feel right now to win it all?
It was pretty good. It was very tiring, worrying, stressful, but it's very fun in the end. Good to play and, win.
Good to play, good to win, especially hearing the comms throughout both the semifinals along with the grand finals. I know I heard Alphabet talking a lot, screaming a lot, telling you guys to relax, along with to just push forward. So how are the comms, especially in those crucial moments in map 1, map 2, and map 3? It's a 3-map series for you guys. So how are the comms? How are the feeling going out throughout the entire series for you?
At first it was really good, and then it died down, but then it came back again, and it just became crazy at the end. I kept yelling, "Just live," because we had to clutch up the final part, and we pulled through.
Yeah, pulled through, and honestly, amazing season for you guys overall. Showing your dominance. Time and time again, like I mentioned, making it to the finals. Now, it was a new opponent for you guys in the grand finals, Cal High School. And how's it feeling playing against them? Because you guys are known for fighting, face to face, a lot of rushing. And for Cal, they were a lot high ground, playing to their style, playing their choke points. So how does it feel going against them in a clash of styles for you guys?
It was very hard. Yeah, it was totally different. We didn't really expect it at first. That's why we had to adapt and change. Their defense is really good. Yeah.
Kings of defense versus kings of offense. Now for you guys, especially because it's only the fall season, there's still spring next semester for you guys. So any thoughts, any shout-outs, any call-outs for other schools you guys are going to do against them? Because I know there's a lot of competition, and now you guys have the trophy. You are now the reigning champions, so everyone's gunning for you guys. So I saw them point at you. So any call-outs, any shout-outs?
We're coming back in the spring season.
Coming back, and so we'll see how it happens, especially for these guys. Roosevelt High School right now, you're reigning champion, so we'll see if they're able to make it back in the spring 24 season, but that'll be it for them. And I know Roosevelt still has a chance to get another trophy. Right now they're playing the semifinals against McKinley High School, so we have to wait and see who will be going against Iolani High School in the grand finals. So after this break, we'll be going to Valorant semifinals. See you in a bit.
Trade 1-for-1 here. Two completely different fights on opposite sides of the hill. As Alphabet trying to stand his ground is able to finish out Stezzy. Brings it to 1.
They will go up to that high ground. Alphabet still keeping it from that low side, but will end up running into everyone else on the team here. And now, we're going to continue to push this out. 1 kill.
To get them to get all 3 in time.
Bangalore coming on in, seeing if maybe they can do a little bit more damage. They're going to get caught on out.
That assumes that Roosevelt does not get another one. Mountain Dew flying in the air, looking to get away for the time being. Are they going to win the fight? It's going to be no. It's now 4 in the lead, 5 for Roosevelt. 40 seconds left on the timer. Evan running away, but to no avail.
See the last-ditch efforts coming on in, trying to get up to this high ground, break anything that they can. With that timer ticking down oh so slowly, will hit its demise and hit the 0 count as we are now able to crown Roosevelt High School as the Vanta champions for Apex. Trying to get as much of an advantage as they can. Turning that corner and will able to find just a little bit less than the damage, but will find that kill. Make that 3
over again. It does look like KL are going to be grouped up one more time and taking this little bit at a time, and there it is. That does not happen. But you can kind of see both teams are paying massive respects to each other, knowing that, the respective team did not get here just for free on a whim, that they earned their position in the finals. They've been trading shield cracks here and there, and just a couple casualties every now and then, but you can see the respect as they gun down these 1v1s, and they're just equal trade so far. Look at that, 6-6. And this is just a testament to how much they trust each other as teammates. Considering very nicely defending home turf, taking one, stifling that engage just a little bit, traded back immediately by Kermit. It's still a 2-kill lead in favor of Payal. This is a 1v1 that's going to go down. Steady.
Get it out, and now jumping on in, trying to see what they can find here. First good damage will be laid out by Will, and that's going to get Hammer Evan on that kill there. Alphabet
get one onto Kermit.
Wizard out, but you're dancing along this shield line, not able to do anything. Stetsy running with just a sliver of health. Instead, meantime, Roosevelt
has either gotten to capitalize on it, or the defense just runs over catastrophically, and so we might see that here. Roosevelt defending home turf. They're going to get enough.
just to close the gap. When you get that close, you don't have enough time to charge that devotion. It doesn't do the damage you want it to do, and just like that.
Rush again, working in pairs while the third one flanks from behind. That smoke is not helping out.
More than the last person is going to get there before the rest of
Has to go back to replenish the shields, but Stezzy just in the line of fire goes down. Tower defense style, one from each side. In that 1v1, Stezzy does fall, avenging the fallen brethren there. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Hammer Evan going down to decently low HP, but so is Kermit. Another trade 1-for-1, still 7 is the lead for Roosevelt, but they have entered third. That's kind of all they need. That's pretty much like a 2-3 to 1 ratio for them in their favor, but Kermit is just going to absolutely dip there. Gets out just barely. Trading used to be the strategy that would work as a means to keep close in the kills, but at this point, it's too close. You kind of just got to go for it, and that decision. Proctor representing once again, and it's the flank. They're not noticing it. That's already going to be one down. Trying to hunt down the other ones as they're staggered. They're separated. They're not together. Evan going to be the last one here needed to secure the 40. He's got
getting up there as well. Taking the fight up to the top. Not able to find anything. Whale to find the first pick for Roosevelt. So that pick is says he is perfect to find one in return. Hammer not in the game now.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that one thing that you mentioned about how Roosevelt wanted to, how they want to fight through this. Like maybe they want to be on that point. Land the shot. Kermit falling also low. Now that's like against Pop. They're going to take the fight on the roof, trying to shoot down one person, but they're
getting into that top side. Whale going to go on in, breaking that shield, but will fall low. Just away from that fight. Thermite will get popped him up to at 1 HP. As you will find the R45. But
Roosevelt in the building, starting their siege. I feel like whichever team gets control of that elevator shaft makes so much more of an impact there. Trades back and forth, still 1-for-1. Alphabet trying to turn the corner, encounters actually 2 members of KL. Does take down one, but it's traded once again. Grenade thrown at him, but nothing too much to it. He is stocked up to full and says he is going to get one. Alphabet makes it to the roof. Doesn't find anybody, but Whale does finish it off. It's traded 1-for-1 though with Stezzy. Until Whale gets out of Roosevelt, they're just spending multiple people to take one down. Unfortunately, after that stagger right there.
Welcome back, everybody. Last game of the entire weekend here is Valorant. We ended Valorant day number 1 yesterday, day number 2. We're ending with Valorant yet again. Clutchkey alongside Professor Layton with you for what should be a very nice matchup, and Iolani awaiting in
They're waiting.
the cave. They are waiting just to see when they can come out to play against the winner of this one, McKinley and Roosevelt. Roosevelt, a name said very often today, and mind you, winning a championship in Apex.
Second place
in
in Overwatch. No Tetris, though. No Tetris, though.
Coach is right behind us. I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, I think every single semester, he's here from the start of the day all the way until, like, the final title every single semester. So I give props to him, honestly.
Yeah.
He's here with us every single time.
Unfortunately, fall is not the time for it. Maybe spring. Maybe it is. Maybe
we'll see. Yeah, I mean.
But regardless, though, Roosevelt was basically in almost every single competition that we've had here thus far, and even in Valorant Team 3, Team 0, I know they were playing out for that. But now we get to the point where it is McKinley against Roosevelt, and then Iolani waits for the winner of this one. They've already concluded their semifinal matchup and just waiting to see who's going to play them inside of the best of 3, but got to go through a best of 1 first. And because of what we've seen so far, the best of 1, obviously, all they have to do is ban out. They get 1 left. Home team is the higher seed that gets the advantage, therefore defending side, I'm assuming first, or side pick, I should say. But first and foremost,
the bans were interesting.
The bans are very interesting because one team banned out Ascent,
Bind, and Haven, which means we're not going to get that. However, on the other hand, Roosevelt Team 0 banned out every other map except for Sunset. And that is exactly where we're going. The map that got revealed at very, very hype, mind you, a very hype reveal back when VCT was in Los Angeles. VCT Championships was at Los Angeles as well. So a very nice homage to it as well as we get set for new map changes as well. There's a couple of new map changes. B-site got changed a little bit. No more Cypher tripwires at the door, although there is somewhat of a positioning to still do that if they know the trick, or if Cypher's still available in this case. I mean, still should be. Mid-tripwire is still available to you, too. So let's take a look at what these teams are going to be lined up for in terms of what their setups are going to be. And right now, so again, Cypher's not too uncommon, but what is uncommon at the moment is the smoke situation, if you will, on either side.
Yeah, very interesting in that regard. And of course, as you see on your screen, Roosevelt will be defending first on this map, while McKinley will be the attacker's side. You see them right now talking strategy, what they want to pick for their ages. Not really, only a couple locked in so far. Wait to see what they do want to do. Of course, I'm not sure if you're watching the other match for Iolani versus Roosevelt Team 3. They did play on Ascent, and it was even for that one until it was 7-7. And then the next 6 rounds went all Iolani's favor. And that's why they're already in the finals waiting to see who they'll be playing against. Where I see McKinney locking in their side already, while Roosevelt still be playing the patient game, trying to see what they want to do here, though. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to see what they do play it out for this one.
Yeah, so the basic entity for this is that they are just awaiting, and if you're sitting in the front of the room right now, they're blocked off just in case there's any visuals of what could be going on.
Oh, we're locked in.
Here. Everybody locks in. That's exactly what I would expect to see. Obviously, with the way that this is working out right now, obviously Cypher's on either side. This is still a Cypher map through and through. Gecko as well. I mean, we saw Gecko being played here a lot because that wingman does provide a lot of util to get in.
You have to make sure you give it the bomb, because we saw several times yesterday where wingman went in but didn't have the spike, unfortunately.
Well, but it still turned into fight wins. So
True.
It's not a bad situation not to have him. You could just be a distraction saying, oh, we just need to figure out where they are, right? And just the wingman just to figure out, just fake planting the bomb, because you don't know whether or not that wingman is going to have the spike unless you see it fully. And if it pops out, your first instinct is shoot.
I'm not sure if you saw it momentarily, but I did see Roosevelt all had the same icon. They had the Halloween one with the cat with the little witch. Is that? That's synergy right there.
That is synergy.
That is
Team
synergy.
Although I do appreciate the new bundle as well, the Power Ranger looking one, the entire set card.
See,
I know I'm probably
I'm a League of Legends player, so I'm waiting to see that Arcane bundle
The Arcane bundle already happened.
I know, but I want to see these players use it.
Oh, we'll find out if they do.
And, show me those Vi gloves.
Yeah, there's one player, RNX, I believe, has it.
I appreciate it, man. You're the GOAT right there.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I just saw them pull out the fist, so we'll find out. Here is minute 30 on the clock now. We'll find out what's kind of positioning here that McKinley wants to take. McKinley on the attacking side to start.
Yep, on the attacker's side right now. Smoke's coming out from the Clove right now, using their utility to advantage. And we talked about the wingman, the 6th man for both of these teams, being able to plant the bomb. And that will be the first plant in this first round. Still a full-on 5 versus 5 here. Let's see what happens. Pop shots coming out. Go Smoke, the engage coming in from the Jet player on the site. Yujin gets second blood. Almost a clean one, but one will fall. That is going to be one falling for McKinley, as they will get that round.
So they get the round in their hands. Very good take of the site, especially. All they needed to do was rush right in. Not a lot of pressure to go off of besides a mosh pit in their hands. So regardless, a very well-done round from this McKinley team. And now going on a little bit of a shopping spree, if you will, as Galactic Iris, I believe, was an Overwatch player. And makes a lot of sense, if you will, too, because that was a kunai with Kiriko playing onto the Jet now. If the Galactic Iris is exactly the same player, then yes, we are in for some kind of treat to see if kunais can come out. So let's see where they position themselves, because a rush A site means that now this other team is going to be very wary of it.
I do want to point out that, especially for the last round, the close smokes have been so crucial for McKinley being able to get some good corners and dissuade the push coming out for the retake from this Roosevelt squad right now. as a little bit concussed here. I want to see what happens, though. We do see all of the utility coming out. Does get spotted out by that KO knife. And Keegan, there might be some action happening.
But they're going to rush B side as well, using the neon wall to make sure that one-way gets no way about it, as there's the wingman yet again planning. Here comes the retake, 3v5. You'd love to see any picks whatsoever, but the Guardian finds one. Guardian won't find another one. Isn't MZ is going to find at least another pick there, and it will be the pistol play yet again. So 2 kills on the bonus round here for McKinley, or for Roosevelt, I should say. Isn't a bad situation to be in. You'd love to see if you can get one more, but not a lot to work with in terms of a health bar at least. Shoots out the knife so they know exactly where it is. It's RNX getting at least the right click on. Stickman does, but it's not enough damage anyways. McKinley lose 2 in the process of the bonus round, but they'll keep a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, keep the 2-0 lead. Really nice, really phenomenal for them. Man, with the Fnatic Classic falling short, just like Fnatic does. Unlucky there. But now, yeah, with that, we're 2-0 for McKinley. And now this is where you see a lot of the guns coming out, especially like the better guns that we see for the most part for these players, especially once you're down 2-0. A lot of times, most teams, you know, in the second round, they save. So in the third round, they're able to pick up the better weaponry. So we see how both Roosevelt and McKinley play this out. Not the fastest start like I've seen the last couple. Last couple, we see Neon running in with the utility. You hear the footsteps coming out, but not any action happening in this first part, Keegan.
Well, this first part is always slow and steady just because you'd like to see, sometimes they rush and sometimes they just wait for the green button, wait for the green light to go. Once they find that first initial pick, which they might have, they spot out one. They'll immediately use out the close smokes and some of the concusses as well, just to take over the site, which is done very quickly. Speed Demon goes around, aka the Neon will try to get around and spray away. This is a 5v5 now retake that's going to have to come from Roosevelt. Full rifle round, a very important round at that. Otherwise, the Econ's going to start to fall.
Yeah.
They're trying to find the correct positioning. He's trying to dive on in. Moshpit comes out just to hold on, just to take over the site here. Ketlix, though, is able to find one, and that starts the entire trade line. It turns into a 2v1 in favor of Roosevelt. Do they have the firepower? They might. They have the Ares out, but is it still enough? Gets the overkill at the very least for 116 total versus the regen shield. Just tapping it over and over, but instead it's Galactic Iris that takes the headshot, and Roosevelt takes a point.
Galactic Iris, 3K in their pocket. And I think almost everyone except for like I think 3 members had that recharge shield on both teams though. So definitely you see that recharge shield coming into play for them, making sure they get a bonus 25 in their pocket when possible. Yeah, really nice round coming out from Roosevelt. That did come down to the wire though, unfortunately, but still have that economy in their pocket for the most part. And yeah, we'll see how this plays out for them.
Just trying to see right now if they have the ability to, I mean, if they can rush, this would be the time to do it, because obviously you don't have a lot to work with in terms of economy-wise, so this would be a round to think about just kind of going for it, if anything. But instead of just going for it, there's no spot out just yet of where this team is exactly, but maybe they'll find out here in only a couple of moments.
Couple moments indeed. We see what happens though. You do see the knife go out. Very nice utility coming out from the Cypher, but looks like they will be rushing in now though. Like you mentioned, the Speed Demon speeding in. The spec. Oh, Singer does not get anything just yet. Laptop Demon instead. We'll get one on top of one. And the Cypher ultimate does come out. Spots out where everyone is, revealing their position on the Roosevelt side. This retake not in the best case scenario for them. There goes the mosh pit, but it's not enough just yet, though. One tap coming in from the Gecko, but instead it'll be a 1 versus 3. Yunjin gets one. Sage still alive, still surviving, though. The HP bars aren't the best on anyone, but instead it'll still be McKinley coming out on top. The health bars, though, that could have been anyone's round, though, Keegan.
It could have. Just depends on who's finishing up and who's cleaning up, and so McKinley gets the cleanup in the end of the 2v0 finale of it. So 3-1 your scoreline here on B, by the way. 2 for 2. Small sample size, yes, but that just shows you that they know how to play on the B side once they get that first opportunity to do so. Plans-wise, at the very least. So you can see all across the board, pretty even, at least for McKinley's side. No real pop-off situation. Yunjin and Laptop Demon. Although on the attacking side, it is the controller as well as the Sentinel doing the top work at the moment, but again, that can all change in a flash.
Well, they're spotted out.
Well, not spotted out necessarily.
But they
don't know how
there.
many There are, but yes, the knife was shot out immediately, and this is the big thing with McKinley, right? For McKinley, they know when to press the go button in the first 3 out of 4 rounds we know of. It's just that can Roosevelt beat them to the punch?
Yeah, can Roosevelt beat them to the punch indeed, especially with the agents that they have in their pocket. Utility flying out, gunshots being fired. Can't wait to see what happens. A nice blind, though, coming out from Stickman, though, on mid. Does catch out one, does back up, though. Has to be very careful. Not the best weaponry in the pocket at the current moment, though. See what happens, though. A lot of footsteps happening right now from McKinley. As they're looking to see where they want to go next. Go now for their squad. Still waiting. And there it is. It looks like they're putting attention for themselves. Of course, as you see on your screen. There it is. Bomb is planting right now. And full 5v5 coming up momentarily.
So let's see what they do here. Plant's going to happen. It's a 5v5 takeover now. Onto the ace site. They're 5 for 5 on plants. 1,500 credits total so far. Trying to see if they can build up another retake here for Roosevelt to try to make this series within reason. As you get the knife out, suppresses any of the abilities, which their RNX has a lot of. Doesn't really need it when you got a headshot onto MZ. That is also a Sheriff that takes down RNX on the back line as well. 3v2 retake. Man advantage here, but out of the smoke, you don't want to peek. And that's Roosevelt that's going to take man advantage back to them, and they score a second point.
How many headshots was that round, Keegan? I think almost every single Sheriff's was a headshot there. So very phenomenal aim coming out from these players. And signs of life for the Roosevelt squad. You know, they were down in the weaponry there, but they were able to have accurate shots with their Sheriff and allow them to win that out. So very good for them. And now look at the ultimates from both sides. Pretty much almost everyone on Roosevelt, while just almost 4 on the side of McKinley as well. So we might see a very crazy round happening this time.
Could be. Just depends on how well or how much of a strategy McKinley wants to pull out here, because again, they did lose a round. They dropped it, and that's 2 defusers again. They've been 5 of 5 on plants so far. Problem is they're only 60% successful so far on terms of round wins afterwards. So find out what McKinley has to cook up here in order to score another point on the board. And they might notice here is that they are going to go ahead and scout out using the Thrash immediately. And even Neon is going to pop some movement, some abilities for that ultimate. And actually, that's your own teammate.
A little bit of friendly fire.
That's a little bit of friendly fire. It's a good thing the rest of your team is pretty much, well, it's a good thing the rest of your team covered you and that there was nobody on site anyways. Yet again, 5v5 retake situation for Roosevelt.
And that was the whole entire ultimate
that was
as well.
Basically the entire ultimate running out, so you got nothing left there for the Neon. In this case, Laptop Demon, though, is going to go ahead and get 2 on the Bulldog as it strikes around on 2 headshots, especially on the Jet, making that entry a little worse for wear. But it is going to be the retake for Roosevelt trying to get it. There is the res up for Laptop Demon. Not done just yet. However, now done by the terms of the headshot. Roosevelt's got a 3 versus 1 now. All that's left is a Neon trying to see if they can retake. That's 1 on the headshot, trying to get another. Gets a second one around the corner, trying to speed away, but had to reload.
He was
and the timing, but is it enough time? It is. 3.38 seconds left. Good clutch up. Roosevelt ties the series.
I saw the vision from Dylan's dad there. Quick 2K there with the headshots. But like you mentioned, the reload was so unlucky there. It happens at that point. You just want to switch off to your secondary weapon to try and get a shot there. Because I think with his aim, he would have been able to get a shot, though, with his secondary. But unfortunately, that's just a what-if. So now we're tied up on the scoreboard, 3-3. But you still have a lot of things available for Roosevelt. You have the Blade Storm, and yes, Dylan's that has the Vi gloves. Thank you, Observer. I appreciate it.
Yep, we were looking for it all game long and finally found it. Blades is now happy.
I am happy. I love Arcane.
Oh. Any spoilers?
Bring tissues, you'll be crying.
Okay.
You haven't watched it yet?
Nope.
Oh, really?
I haven't even watched season 1. 3-3 scoreline here between Roosevelt and McKinley. I'm about to shock the world. I'm about to get a lot of swords points. I watched 1 episode, and that's been it so far. I feel like I'm going to get forced to watch this later on in my life.
Open up Netflix right now.
10 on the clock now. as yet again for McKinley, trying to find any sort of opportunity. A few pot shots here for McKinley. Does take down the health bar just a little bit. Tries to get maybe some concusses out, but nothing doing. Isn't MZ is going to make sure that Gecko has no opportunity to plant with Wingman. Instead, it's going to have to be a member from McKinley that does it. Does still get the plant down. In the meanwhile, 7 for 7 yet again. They will try 8. They failed here the last 2 rounds. Can they do it again?
Hopefully so. We do see the KO ultimate still taking down, about to expire, I think momentarily though. So yeah, there it is. KO ultimate, no more lockdown available. Now let's see how the retake will happen for Roosevelt. Flash coming out. I don't believe anyone got triggered by that, but the knife will got a decent amount of people. But Dylan's down with the headshots. 3K for Gecko. Now 1v2. Not the best health bar. And now Dylan's down with the 4K. Wow. You know, making up for that last round, clicking heads with the Sheriff in hand. 4K for himself, and hey, faltered at the end last time, and this time he finished strongly.
Yeah, up to that point on A, when they planted down, they're 1 of 5 before that, or 1 of 4, I should say, on that attempt, and now they're 2 of 5. So a 40% success rate, and all it took to get that 40% success rate was a 4K from Dylan's dad.
That's
pretty much
still
saying,
not a passing grade.
Yeah, still not passing.
Still not
which
passing.
Is also saying too that McKinley can plant, but Roosevelt can still take over a site, and that just means that this game is going to be a lot closer than people realize. If you can make a site retake 50-50, yeah, this is going to be super, super close.
Thankfully, it's a best of 1, not a best of 3.
Well, I mean, even if it was a best of 3, it'd still be a banger like we had last night during the middle school side. Spycam hits something here, and I believe that was a cloak that gets spotted out for now. It's going to be the one way that spots at least one, and that's Sushi going down, thanks to also the blind of Ketlix too. So that just means now for McKinley, they're a man down. What are the options here?
A man down, and you know, some of them getting sprayed down as well from the stray bullets coming out from the Roosevelt team. And now it's a waiting game of patience now to see what the McKinley team decide to do here. Waiting patiently, of course. Ultimate-wise, you do see the Cypher has their ultimate along with the Neon if they want to become Emperor Palpatine, but of course you do have the Blade Storm still in the hands of the Jet of Roosevelt. Oh, does spot out one though. Ketlix does know one, but it said will fall to Dylan's dad. He had to get accurate shots with this Vandal. He cannot miss any heads, Keegan.
Right now, that aim is pretty good here. 8 for 8, by the way, in terms of plans. So yet again, Roosevelt's going to have to take this even man advantage. Not a 5v5, but a 4v4. Long distance peek around the corner. Laptop Demon finds that head easily onto Sage Hybrid. They try to dash right on in. Almost gets caught up in the trap wire. Nothing doing there. Yunjin still gets the kill at the end of the day. 4v2 situation. Man advantage for McKinley. Pop flash. Nothing there. For right now, maybe trying to get out of it. Another flash, but that was a blind one as well. That was a blind fire headshot. Stickman's got another one. They clean it up from a 2v4 to make it a 2v0 in terms of a retake. Roosevelt plays this to perfection with Isn't MC. And they get that pick as well alongside the Omen. Man, oh man, what a retake from Roosevelt.
What a retake.
Stickman and Isn't MC.
What a retake indeed. It's like very chaotic, but like you mentioned, through the smoke, getting that headshot there was very crucial, as when the smoke did expire, it just let those 2 members of Roosevelt be able to clean up shop there.
Yeah, an immense amount of pressure that came out at the end for round number 8. We're tied up yet again. Was Roosevelt doing good work on that round, making sure that McKinley isn't comfortable with what they're seeing right now, and they had advantages over and over again. It's going to be a very quick smoke off from Roosevelt's side onto the A main side, trying to predict if they're going to go there.
Yeah, right now, if you're in Roosevelt, right now, if you look behind the screen, you see the teams, the supporting family members or staff just watching the TV screens, anxiously seeing what happens in this close affair between McKinley and Roosevelt, just neck to neck right now. Besides, next to us as well, we do have the Fortnite competition still happening strong for those squads. And now, back to this one, we do see Thrash is available for the Gecko of Roosevelt if he does want to use that ultimate when he wants to use it, maybe for an engagement. We have to wait and see.
Big thing here is what can they detect out with that 0 point, and that is 2 of them. That's the Neon and the Cypher down, which means maybe they have to find a different alternative. This is the first time I think we've seen McKinley split up like this, and Innocent MC with the blind through the wall headshot. That is very, very that's just very unlucky on the other side, as Sage Hybrid also goes down with a headshot, so makes it a 5v3, no longer a retake. Remember, up to this point, Roosevelt 8 of 8 on terms of plants. But now, in down 2, this is the first time they've experienced this. See what they want to do plant-wise or try to even get credits down because, again, that is 300 credits coming to you if you get the plant down.
Look at the time.
But you only have 10 seconds to keep that streak up. Where do they want to go? They got to run for it here. And it's going to be Wingman that's going to plant out for right now. And Wingman will go ahead and make this a 9 for 9 just in the nick of time and under a second remaining.
Under a second remaining. Now to see what happens. 5 versus 3 in Roosevelt's favor, though. This happens. Thrash is coming out. Does spot out one member down below.
That's true.
Will get his teammates, though, instead as well. There goes a mosh pit being thrown away, and all 3 members fall from the remaining McKinley team. As now Roosevelt has the lead in their pocket, 5-4 in round score.
You're going to notice a pattern here in only a couple of moments. It went 2-1-1, 2-1-2. So it's nobody has won more than 3 rounds in a row, and all of the rounds that Roosevelt have won have obviously been defuses because McKinley has planted 9 of 9 times, which means they know how to get onto site. Problem is, as of right now, they're losing the battle to try to keep the site because the retakes have been better.
Well, Keegan, I'm not superstitious, but I've seen Valorant for a long time. I've seen a lot of games, and there's a lot of superstitions in Valorant, so you know what? We'll see. I mean, there's a possibility. McKinley may take this round here, especially if you are into superstitions like that one. But to wait and see what happens here. As now, looks like, we do see a rush coming in from the McKinley team. A nice concuss coming out from Dylan's dad, and a flash on top of one. But Galaxy secures 2, though, making sure that the rush isn't that intense just yet. 3 versus 3 now for McKinley and Roosevelt.
If they heard anything was going on there, that jet went out of dodge already, and that's going to be a plant down, and a protected Wingman will plant yet again on B. They've tried this this is their 3rd round in a row where they've gone B. The previous 2 unsuccessful in keeping this site down. They may have a chance this time around. RNX around the corner gets 1, but Stickman gets one back. 2v2 situation now, both of them seeing if there was any comms about where they were in that process. And Stickman looking to see if you can find a shot around the corner. Doesn't get it. RNX gets the headshot here. Ketlix has to be the hero, but heroes will not be born today on this round. 5-5. McKinley gets one back. There is no winning 3 in a row.
So, yeah, superstitions are true in Valorant. Valorant 1-1 pretty much, yeah. We heard of 9-3 curses. He can't get to 3. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here now.
I want to point out real quickly here, for the initiator as well as the controller, 22 total assists between Sage Hybrid and Stickman. 12 for Stickman, 10 for Sage Hybrid. Excellent job on the assists so far. But as close as this is, McKinley has been making some great individual plays, team play wise. Roosevelt's doing, in my opinion, been doing a better job. It's just that for McKinley, they're at least evening it out with individual skill.
All I know that, at least for Coach for Roosevelt, he's a support main in League of Legends, so he's loving all these assists right now.
Yeah, you love to see assists on the board, especially when you know that you're playing together as a team. Spycam's going to come out. It's also suppressed, too, so no longer can peek at the Spycam for only a couple of moments here.
Nice blind.
Looks like McKinley wants to go in and rush it all the way down to B yet again. 4th straight round they've done this.
Yeah, smokes coming out from the Clove to dissuade the vision coming out from Roosevelt, though. Now let's see how the retake will happen. Smokes have been dispersed. Nice cage work coming into play, though, making sure that all the vision is not there. You can't see anything as here comes the lockdown from Roosevelt, but they're falling like flies, though, as all members go down. That was Sushi getting 2 members along with the Clove.
Yeah, the no command shuts down everything from the KO side and allows McKinley to push in. I was about to say lockdown.
Sorry, I'm so used to KJ with you. That's
why. No. No command comes out. McKinley's able to pull one back and is able to take the lead for what feels like the first time in a little while now. They had to win 2 straight. They had to win the last one to tie and the next one to take the lead back.
What you're saying?
I mean, put it simply, the last time they had the lead was in round 7. It's been a little while since then.
But for repetition's sake, we're good. This should be Roosevelt, right? 2-2-2-2-2-2.
Roosevelt, I mean, if you want to go superstitiously, yeah, but McKinley already guarantees themselves will tie at the half. 7-5's a lot better than
and Roosevelt looking nice now.
6-6. Stickman gets the opening one, and that's on the big one as well. That's onto a Neon that
who's on defense? Who's on attack here? Like, that was an aggressive push coming out from the Roosevelt team. Like, at one point, you'd be like, wait, who's attacking? Who's defending here? With that push coming out from those 3 members of Roosevelt.
Big thing, too, to note that Roosevelt or McKinley planted every single round up to this point. 11 for 11. That's 3,300 credits. That's over a Vandal by itself.
So I'm not too familiar with Sunset. What is this, more attack or defensive favor?
This is more defensive favor.
Okay,
if anything,
got
unless
it.
you can take control of mid. But A site normally, I mean, A site has 2 ways to go in. B site usually only has 1, obviously through main. If you can control mid, that's better options for you, and especially for the fact that you can get through B mid. If you can push all the way out there, you can take a lot of space. Speaking of space, I thought Demon's going to make sure that that Jet doesn't have any space to work with, especially up mid. And now Isn't MZ is going to take that down, but that's going to be Clove coming back. Not over yet as it spawns, but this Clove's got to go. I mean, you need a kill or an assist to happen.
What's the timer on that?
The timer's going to run out here soon. It's going to be in the next couple of seconds, but I guess this is just a scout, if anything, knowing that that's a death. So that is another plant. McKinley goes perfect in the half, but this is the first time since round 7 that they planted down on A, trying to get the tie for the half, or trying to get the advantage for the half. Roosevelt up in manpower.
Up in manpower right now, 4-3, but we have seen these disadvantages in the players still able to overcome that differential. And now with the flash coming to smoke him to play, let's see how they will play it out, Keegan.
Let's see if they have ultimates on the board last round to play with any ultimates to do so as well. One of them won't happen, though. Neuro Theft's not going to happen because your Cypher's down.
Where's the last one?
Thrash is going to happen here. Thrash is going to come down in the final seconds of it. Can't
He
save
doesn't know.
anyways. The spike is going to go off regardless because that's a detained Omen. Sushi will clutch this up, and McKinley will say no to the tie at the half. Instead, they take a 7-5 first half.
7-5 first half, a close half indeed, back and forth like you keep on mentioning. These two teams duking it out, not just for the win, but for the final spot in our final title overall. Valor, the winner, facing off against Iolani High School.
Yeah, Iolani waits on the other side of this, and we are, of course, live here from the HPU Esports Arena in downtown Honolulu at the Aloha Tower Marketplace. A big mahalo to HPU for once again hosting the Vanta Leagues in their amazing facility here at the HPU Esports Arena. Hawaii Pacific University on the leading edge of esports in Hawaii and creating opportunities to experience gaming in person. Learn more about HPU's esports program at hpu.edu/esports. Shout out to Jordan Oliver and team for shout out to Jordan and Kevin and team for
Jordan.
their entire weekend here, lending us the venue and lending us a hand throughout the entire weekend. Of course, I know stopping by
love you,
here
Jordan.
Every day, I think daily until 11 p.m. So if you need some
They
gaming
look so
time,
tired. They must be so tired.
I know they must be tired as well, but we applaud them and the rest of the HBU staff. 7-5, your scoreline here. If you're just joining us, very close first half overall. And now the second half starts off with McKinley on the defensive end. They're going to get the plant down, but at what cost? That's already 2 down. Pistols round from Yunjin. Last time came up with 2 on the pistol round. This time we'll probably get it again. 5 versus 1. This would be the first time we see a flawless happen inside of the pistol round all weekend long, which it does. McKinley earns that honor and a very, very clean first round for them in the half.
Very fast pistol round, just zooming in for the Roosevelt squad. Like you mentioned, they still get the plant pretty much every single round. We've had a plant so far. Doesn't matter who's on the attack.
13 for 13, and it's come down to very much who can take the retake. Yes, Roosevelt had the wingman out to plant, but it doesn't really matter when 2 of your teammates fall, and then McKinley just said, all right, we're going to take the rest out as well. Gets the shots from Yunjin, by the way, and Yunjin on pistol rounds, pretty much a demon you can't stop.
Yeah, the demon with the pistols. And right now, there's a lot of demons on that McKinley roster overall, as now we'll see how this round will go out for the team. Oh, is that a PRX skin? Nice.
There's a lot of nice skins in this.
And a lot of nice stuff.
Teams. Bucky comes out and it finds a double kill on a shot. Makes the fourth. Can you get the ace on the Bucky? No. Instead, it's a right click to the head. Ketlix ruins the fun. Ruins the party. But it's still a Bucky 4K. Best gun in the game.
Yeah, he's definitely not biased for the Bucky.
I'm definitely not biased at all. It's Ketlix that needs to put up the miracle, but a 4K, the immediate response from the Neon. Dylan's dad goes crazy. 9-5 McKinley.
So that's definitely going into the montage. Dylan's dad's gonna clip that, put it on this YouTube channel, or whatever YouTube highlights. But yeah, honestly, crazy play. And okay, this is necessary. This is definitely necessary. Using the timeout right now to talk it over, because especially after not just a Bucky kills, a 4K Bucky, you need to talk it over, talk strategy, reset a bit from yourself, because that could be a little demoralizing.
Yeah, it can be a little bit demoralizing because, losing to a 4K and losing 2 on 1 shot to a Bucky as well. Not an ideal situation.
I mean, that's the second time we've seen that double bucket kill with a single bullet.
You know what also is the first time, though, what we haven't seen yet? A timeout. No timeout has been used for any team, middle school or high school, until this point in time. But also, you'd like to point out as well.
It was used in the
on stream.
Yeah, correct.
We haven't seen a timeout being used, but also what you want to talk about as well. That is the first round in this map, in this game, that did not get a spike planted. That was the first round to do it, but it was also because 4 players went down immediately. So
yeah, you can't really plant the spike when you're dead, unfortunately.
Yeah,
you know,
there's no such thing as post-mortem plants unless Wingman is still alive. So the little buddy has to be alive from the even if the gecko's dead.
Yeah,
if the little buddy's
not
running
wrong.
out, that's the only time you can post-mortem plant.
Not wrong.
That's about it. Or if you're feeling risky and you want to clove res and then you just die right after that.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah, possibility. Now see the possibility for this squad to do. Dylan's dad trying to get another cheeky kill. We'll get 1-for-1 trade. All right, buddy, chill with the Bucky a bit.
I'm just saying, Bucky would have got
I'm assuming Bucky's favorite character in Marvel, but anyway, now see it's a 4v.
No, Jeff apparently.
4v4. What happened? A little wingman getting that little spike planted down. Will get shot out though, so no plant. Unfortunately, the gecko will fall from Roosevelt. Health bars aren't the best though, but up top was Galaxy. And see what he does here. Looking to get shot more. McKinley trying to make sure that the spike will not get planted. Ketlix gets one. RN next. And Laptop Demon will say no to that. And double digits round for McKinley.
And that was a buy up round 2 for that was a buy up round 2 for Roosevelt. So they're not going to have any economy to work with coming up here. Yet again, they try the A site. But they've tried B, they planted. They've tried A 2 times. They have not planted. So they're 0-2 in plants. They're 0-2 in rounds. And so for this Roosevelt squad, having to find an answer and maybe trying something different if you're going to go for the same site. But for A right now, 0-2, can't find anything because you know that this Neon's going to lurk for you. And you need to be careful.
Indeed. And Emperor Palpatine is available as well. Let's see when he. Well, Keegan, that was through the smoke.
That was a blind fire.
Blind fire through the smoke. Slays laptop. You know, Jordan checking PC. check that PC. You know.
How can you check the PC? It's from here.
Okay, fine. Check his hands.
There you go.
And
check
speaking of hands, I saw a Vise. Yeah.
Make sure he's not wearing glasses.
All right, let me take off my glasses real fast. I can't see anything. Let me squint as I watch it right now.
All right, so as it's blurry for Leighton, I'll call the game here. 105 left down in main area, seeing if there's anything amiss, and there absolutely is because there's a lot of being taken. So you heard the alt ore being taken out. 54 seconds left to go. This is I know some teams like to do this where they like to try to pull out as much util as possible on the defending side, and then maybe switch to somewhere else. Is that the play here from Roosevelt coming?
We'll have to wait and see, especially for this currently 5-man squad. We mentioned 5 versus 4. You do hear really nothing at the moment. It's very silent for both of these teams. And now finally, you do see the flash coming out from the Gecko. Wait and see what happens here. The first shot will go to Dylan's dad, but well, he was almost dead anyway.
Well, that was a body shot anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's not like it was a headshot per se, but that just means you have a lot less information to work with, especially on the KO. Dylan Sang gets another one into the Jets, trying to go around the corner. Yunjin's there, 2 versus 1, 8 seconds left. Got to plant the spike if you want to at least get the credits down for it. That's going to be the extra 300 coming up. They do plant down on A for the first time in their 3-round attempts here, but Ketlix gets Sushi 1 versus 1. Now Cypher versus KO. Any information here? That's the flash out, and the flash is going to win it. RNX beats out Ketlix due to having a flash. And it's now going to be 1 point back to Roosevelt. The lead cut down to 4.
Cut down to 4. And now just 2 more rounds for McKinley.
Sorry, not down to 4. That was the defense winning. Up to 6 now, I should say, is the way that works out for McKinley. So Roosevelt taken out. Now McKinley's only 2 rounds away from making it into the grand finals against Iolani.
Yep, and that will be a best of 3 for those unaware. So that's going to be a long one, Keegan.
Yeah, very long. Best of 3. No, yesterday we ended about 7:30-ish.
30-ish. That one almost went to a map 3 as well.
Oh yeah, it was
very
a banger
close.
of a match at the end.
And funny enough,
came down to the final people.
And it came down to a Bucky.
Yes.
Yes, and you're ecstatic about that.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, Bucky.
Can't be happier.
I mean,
Bucky, best gun of the
4K
game.
Bucky today. I mean, you
my
Bucky
producer,
highlights.
my producer currently giving me the squint of what the heck is this guy talking about. There's a reason why we call it home.
Yeah, if he could ban Bucky, he will. As Galaxy going in, we'll get a nice headshot, but Yunjin is there as always. Yunjin getting some clean, crisp shots here, as it seems like King's mic was muted, so unfortunate there.
I got what you would call around the horn buzz.
But look at McKinley though. Yunjin with a 3K. Dylan's dad with one as well. Last member standing, of course, is the Omen of Roosevelt. But can he survive? No, he will fall to RNX. And now on the penultimate round, potentially for McKinley. 1 round left for Glory.
Yeah, my producer gave me the what you would call the ESPN around the horn mute button, if you will. Just
I feel like
takes.
this happened to you a lot.
Oh, it's happened to me more than once. Whenever I say Bucky is the best gun, he hits that red button over there and just makes sure that I am silent for a good amount of rounds. And there it is. Oh,
I think all of your producers have done that to you at one point.
At one point, yes. I know even in Overwatch, whenever I say that the best character is Venture in the game right now, I might get muted for it.
Hey,
or if I say that the Outlaw is better than the Op, I will say.
Yeah, definitely mute.
It's just hot take after hot take. I swear. Also, just like how our Arcane is. No, I'm not even gonna say.
Okay, but it looks like the camera was spotted out and did he get shot?
I can't say
down,
anything. I haven't watched it yet.
It has not watched it just yet. But look at the ultimate counts for the squads. Thrash has been summoned. Will, I believe, did get shot out though, so did get shot out. Galaxy did spot out one. There's the no command, but no means nothing as it looks like 1 for 1, but it's still just 1 for 1 everywhere. 3 versus 3 now. Dylan's at Emperor Palpatine striking down on all the younglings here, looking for 1, lines them up, gets 2, gets 4, and now that is it. McKinley High School booking their ticket to the finals against Iolani High School. A date with destiny has arrived.
Did you know that for McKinley, they won 7 straight in that half? They didn't give up a single point in that second half. It was 7-5 at the end of the first half.
Keegan.
It landed up 13-5 at the end.
Keegan, I want to tell you something sad. In the other semifinal, Roosevelt was up 7-5 against Iolani, and then it went 7-12.
You mean 7-13?
7-13, yeah. So it happened twice.
Well, once is nice, twice is fun. But now we get to see a best of 3 come up here in only a couple of moments with that team, unfortunately, on the camera right now from Roosevelt out. And they will see themselves not even get a trophy, unfortunately. That second place trophy, first place trophy even nicer. But it is going to be a very, very tight matchup here between McKinley and Iolani. Both teams looking to see if they can score the golden hook. But after this, we will have our trophy presentation
for Fortnite,
which just concluded over here on our computers to our right side. You can see the handshakes going around. Not bad. I mean, it was 7-5. It was tight in the first half of the series. But
want to hear a fun fact about Iolani?
Sure.
They took out our fellow co-caster Henry's classic team in Vanta competition.
Yeah, so
unlucky.
Either way, Roosevelt had 2 teams in. Unfortunately, neither team will get out in the process. Instead, it will be a McKinley versus Iolani final.
He's loving the camera.
Raiders versus, or I should say Raiders versus Tigers, excuse me. Raiders versus Tigers coming up here. Only a couple of moments away again. Coming up next, we will have the Fortnite trophy presentation alongside of the grand finals afterwards. 2 trophies left on the table, 1 to be given out and the other 1 to be played for still. Take a short break from the HPU Esports Arena. You're watching the Hawaii Esports League. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Hawaii Esports League from the HPU Esports Arena. One more trophy ceremony here and one more afterwards after our grand finals in Valorant. But we hand out our Fortnite trophies. First and foremost, we congratulate our runners-up. It is Radford High School. And now we congratulate our champions with the Golden Hook Championship Trophy. Please welcome up your champions of Fortnite, McKinley High School. Congratulations. Take a short break. When we come back, it is Iolani versus McKinley inside of the Valorant Grand Finals. This is the Hawaii Esports League. We'll be right back.
One last ride here at Vanta 2024 in the fall side. One last series for it all, and it is the Valorant Grand Finals. Iolani taking on McKinley. Tigers and Raiders square off for a final championship trophy. So one final time from the booth, we say aloha, friends. Clutchkey alongside Henry with you for one final series, best of 3 in Valorant. It's either the Raiders or the Tigers taking home the last golden hook of the entire weekend.
Of the entire weekend, but also of the entire year, because we're not going to be doing this again until spring. So, I mean, if you haven't gotten one yet, which I actually think everyone has gotten one so far that's up here. Actually, I don't know. I don't think
Iolani has not scored one just yet.
Yeah, so this is their last chance. It's do or die, no pressure, nothing like that. I will just say that I have a good history of knowing the Iolani war path that it took for them to get to this stage right now. They actually, through the playoffs bracket, went through Farrington High School, Kamehameha Kapalama, Roosevelt Team 3, and now they're here. So it's a pretty good balance of public and private schools, no discrimination there. McKinley, I don't know what they did, but they're here, so congrats to them. That is half the battle, though. They will need to win 2 of the next 3 maps in order to lift the golden hook.
Yep, one more look at that golden hook, and it is the pristine trophy. And like Colton and I were mentioning earlier today, that trophy has been upgraded since the last time we were here right around, and that's a trophy
I thought it looked
everybody
different.
would want. That's one that
I thought it got a
everybody
haircut, but
would want. But yeah, a lone hook and a lone block sitting on that table because this is the lone game standing between these two teams, McKinley as well as Iolani squaring off in a little while. What a day we've had so far, too, because we've had a couple of crazy matches, if you will, that ending to Apex Legends. Obviously, when 3 games set, that was very fun to watch. And then you had the Overwatch go almost at the within 5 meters of going to map number 5 as well, but map number 4 ends up in the hands of in the hands of the squad on the other end. So
I mean, well, the Overwatch match left my brother so stunned he still won't leave because he's still traumatized. He does not want to leave his sins behind. So he's still here. He's supporting.
Contemplating.
Yeah, he's just like, where did I go wrong? But then that might take a while.
I will say, we'll get into the game in a sec, but I will say the coach for Roosevelt actually did make a little bit of a dig. He said if he had that, he said this, by the way, if he had that ultimate, would we have won the fight? Yes. He didn't say that just once. He said it twice.
Oh, for the same person.
For the same person. We won't mention who.
Yeah, we won't mention which one it is.
Yeah. But Iolani and McKinley going into now Iolani Black versus McKinley Valorant as we get set for what it is, and that's a
yes. So I do want to point this out because I thought when we first played against Iolani, I thought that a rioter hopped into our lobby because we broke the code of conduct or something. That's their coach, just so you know.
A rioter.
And so I've been joking about it, which is the fact that if they ever lose a match, that we're getting a massive patch overhaul that's going to change the game entirely.
So
we'll
what
see.
you're seeing right now should be meta.
Yes.
On this map.
Yes.
Okay. So no matter what, you should be what
like
what was that
if
picture
the
just
rioter
now, I
could
should ask?
not predict what the meta was, we somehow need a new rioter.
So which means
I don't know how that's
which
gonna
means
happen,
the next
but-
patch should nerf Chamber.
Again? Have I not suffered enough?
You're not wearing your Chamber shirt either. You wore that yesterday.
I did wear that yesterday.
So, does not make an appearance today.
Does not make an appearance today. But to be, it's kind of funny because I wore the Chamber shirt yesterday, and Chamber actually got played yesterday. We have yet to see Chamber today.
Because you're not wearing the
Because
shirt.
I'm not wearing the, yeah. What can I say?
Correlation.
Yep.
It's just insane.
But we are back onto Sunset. Because actually, I do wanna ask who chose this map.
So at the
anybody
end of
knows.
it, the last ban came from McKinley's side. So they went Iolani McKinley back and forth until we had our final map of Sunset at the end. They're going to do this again for map number 2. They're going to do this again for map number 3 if we go there. So this, we could see very well. I mean, there's no rule against it. We could very well see Sunset 3 times over, potentially.
Okay. Hopefully, no 4K Buckies this time because Keegan.
What do you mean? Hopefully not.
Keegan
Buckies?
would not shut up in the interim about the Bucky being the best weapon in the game or whatever. I mean, it's a little unfair. I think Dylan should be playing and not his dad, but whatever. I guess we'll let it slide.
Quite the unfair
I thought this was a
age
high
advantage,
school
yes,
only
yes.
tournament, but Dylan's dad is popping off up here.
Yes, apparently, apparently something over 40 is the new 18 or 17.
Okay, well, you didn't. Jesus. All right, we're gonna start the first round.
Yeah.
McKinley's already into the site. Actually, yeah, you can see that Wingman's planting the spike. We've got a deadlock, which is something that I don't think we saw in the first series today.
At the weekend at all. This is the first time we're seeing deadlock this entire weekend on stream at the very least.
That's true. That's true.
This is right now just a wall up, but you can still shoot at that wall. McKinley got in quickly, but Iolani just as quickly retakes that site back. So they score first point on the board. Nearly flawless, mind you, only losing a Cypher, which on B side is kind of sad to think about, but Iolani takes first point.
And there were some low HP bars on the side of Iolani, but a saved weapon is a saved weapon, especially if that's a sheriff or a ghost or anything if you bought up. Normally, I don't know, but normally for me, I'm more of a utility purchase first round type of person, but you do want to start that snowball as much as you can, especially since the stakes are a little bit higher. I mean, we just play for like 12 RR, so it's not as big.
Yeah.
They're playing for a golden hook here, so they want to set the pace
there's
going.
There's not as much pressure for us. There's some pressure for them.
And I think that tempo of snowball rolling is exactly why Immortal The Breach has decided to buy the weapon of their choice. We do see For Fun player kind of peeking the corner a little bit. The Jets are having a field day at each other and then gets interrupted by a fade. So that's going to be a numbers advantage for Iolani already with a minute and some change left in the round.
So minute 10 on the clock here, seeing if that one player advantage can help out Iolani secure a site or two, as McKinley wants to maybe take some space up or try to find a different angle to approach this round in, as McKinley doesn't have advantage, so they don't have weapon advantage. Immortal, though, will have the weapon advantage, and the Outlaw takes care of an enemy. So for McKinley, trying to find any sort of angle. That's a Sheriff headshot. The quick draw fire takes away the head. It's a 5 versus 1. And in a bonus round like this, McKinley would have loved to score at least a kill or two.
Yep.
But they are only one person away from saying, nope, this is a flawless round. Around the corner, they find the pick from RNX, the saving grace of a flawless round. But you know, this team from Iolani is going to come in guns a-blazing with a Spectre through the wall. Nearly flawless, not quite, but it's still a 2-0 lead for Iolani.
Just saying, it would be the duelist to die there, you know? Would be the duelist to die there. Yeah. Anyway, they're doing pretty well, Iolani. You kind of expect it. It's actually kind of funny because when we did this for the middle schools yesterday, we kept talking about, oh, when you win round 1, you should win round 2 because you buy up. The middle schoolers just chose not to buy up so that they could save up for round 3 for both of them. That is not the case here. We do see the buy up from Iolani from round 2. They're going to maintain that bonus moving forward. This is the round that McKinley Tigers do get to buy up and purchase their Vandals and Phantoms as they wish. So on paper, they should be a little bit more favored at this round. It is silent, however, though, on Sunsets, and no sounds have been made. We do finally see that dagger coming out. Doesn't reveal too much, but spikes already being planted by the wingman. And positions are being assumed. Sushi gets blinded by the Prowler, and Ted's taken down. A huge trade back and forth. But in favor of McKinley, though, they did take down one extra member. Blind comes out. They do see that the 2 members of Iolani are in the back of the site. Immortals having none of it, though. Takes it down with an Outlaw. Dylan's dad again popping off. I guess with age comes wisdom. And children.
And apparently aim. And Yunjin takes care of the rest. McKinley scores their first point, and that is, by the way, that last round where they didn't plant the spike, they were perfect. They planted 12 for 12 in their game against Roosevelt. So McKinley, that was the last round was the first time that they didn't plant the spike down on their attacking side. Meaning right now, out of 15 total rounds, they are 14 of 15 instead of 15 of 15. So that just shows you the aggressiveness of Iolani, but McKinley able to handle it well in that last round.
Okay. Well, we saw it in the first round. We talked about it. Granted, it's a pistol round, so it's a very different situation, but McKinley planted really fast. Iolani retook very fast. This was not necessarily the case. It was very, very scrappy, as you saw just from the kill feed. Katri takes down Laptop Demon. Might want to get yourself a PC instead. As that's going to be... Yeah, go ahead.
I would say desktops are usually a little bit better than laptops.
It would have been scary if it was like Trackpad Gamer.
Yeah,
you know?
If it was Trackpad Gaming, that'd be a little insane. Trades left and right here. Yunjin's going to get 2 of their own, but it's going to be a 3 versus 2 now situation where Iolani Black has man advantage. Spike, though, still in the hands of the Gecko. That's alive, and the wingman will go ahead and plant. Fourth time, they are 4 for 4 trying to go for B, 3 for 4 on plants. And now the situation arises where
the whiff.
needs to clutch up. Yunjin, though, gets 1. Yunjin gets a 4.
That's 4.
Is the ace potential.
Of course it would be.
No, but it's not. It misses. The Annihilation misses, so it's still in the hands of Katri to clutch this up. 1v2. Who's got the better sight line down? You know where 1 is. Sushi gets the kill at the end. Ace denied, but it's still a 4K, and McKinley ties it up at 2 apiece.
You see, that was much better than the Bucky. You know, it wasn't, oh, I shot 3 people with one left click. It was actual skill. You see that, Keegan? Watch the propaganda. Vandals are good.
I'm getting, you're staring at me as if I don't know that. I just like the copium of Bucky being better.
Okay. As long as you recognize it's copium.
Yes. Cool. It's absolute copium. But when it happens, it's a fun clip.
It is a fun clip. I don't know what Dylan's dad is going to do with the gaming portfolio of clips, but we'll find out soon enough.
Hey, if the Bucky's involved in that gaming clip, I'd be pretty happy with it. Thrash comes out, and that is going to be a whole lot of Gecko utility here that actually comes back to the team as well. So
that was
Gecko
pretty smart, yeah.
That's smart because now Gecko can pick up both Wingman and Thrash, but Thrash is now picked up 5v5. This is a really tough retake for Iolani.
Absolutely, and it kind of just felt like they left the site open. I mean, they obviously had a couple people, but they just fell back. They were like, we'll just play retake, it's fine for us. Laptop Demon does claim the first one, but it's not going to be enough. Speaking of Buckies, Immortal really went from an outlaw earlier in this series to a Bucky. For Fun Player is also doing the same thing. It does not work out. Immortal shows them how it's done. Gets one, gets two, hits for the third, but it's not enough. RNX with the Bulldog. Takes a bite out of him and claims the round lead for McKinley.
Immortal, my guy, almost had the clip. We would have had. What have we had? Like 3 or 4 Bucky clips.
Y'all
so
need to stop teaching Keegan the wrong things.
Look, I'm telling you, man, that Bucky can pop off, and so instead it turns into McKinley taking the lead. They've won. I mean, look, they first 2 rounds went to Iolani, and then ever since that 3rd round bonus and on, McKinley's won it.
You know, I wanna like do a satire thing. So we saw last round, Immortal and For Fun Player both bought the Bucky, right? We saw what happens to For Fun Players when they buy the Buckies, and we saw what happens when Immortals buy the Buckies. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It works out.
Yeah, I mean, the correlation is insane, the way that works out. But McKinley having point advantage here, economy-wise, having a little bit of an advantage, or having pretty much tied up. I think both sides having rifles in this case. But what McKinley wants to do here is score this point, detrimental to the economy. And now looking at the entire site here, A is wide open. And yet again, this turns into a 5v5. But what they're not looking down is Yunjin getting 2 headshots. Dark finally able to take that streak away, but McKinley on man advantage.
That was pretty close. You could see it. They were lined up. Dark almost fell down there too. Laptop Demon's able to claim 1 now, and now it's just the Cypher left. And Dylan's dad claims another. Don't clip that one.
Are we just choosing what gets clipped and what's not? I mean, Zach is right there.
I know. I'm worried now.
We might have to be worried. It's in the process here for McKinley, though, 4 straight rounds. Timeout's not used just yet on either side, but for McKinley, though, trying to, you know, kind of stop the bleeding a little bit here, but this would not be the round to do it.
Yep, this is going to have to be that save round. I do not doubt their ability to land headshots, obviously, because they are on stage and I'm not. So this could be a bit of just mitigating the advantage that they possibly have. They already took down 1 with the Sheriffs, kind of doing like a double tag team peeking there. And that does mean 1 less person on the attacker side, which makes it that much more difficult to get onto site. They're going to utilize a bit of the smokes to get the advantage. Nightmare is going to come out, but the Blade Storm takes 1. Immortal takes another. This is a thrifty round, by the way. 4 people bought Sheriffs, and they are running away with it.
They used it all, right? They used Nightfall. They used the Blade Storm. They used the Rolling Thunder, right? I mean, this is quite an econ round, quote unquote, if you will. Because, I mean, they used 3 ultimates to their advantage, and it's working out so far. But that just means that McKinley is going to go ahead and switch to a different site. 2nd straight round that they're going to go here. They have the plan down, and yet again, more breach util. But it's a 2v5 situation. This is really tough to get through. Telok having to move away by the burn, and 1 health. Eugen. This is where some of the craziest clips happen, right? 1 health in a dream is the best saying. Well, let's see what happens in it. Instead, Yunjin goes down immediately for it. And 1 last kill that happens to Sushi inside of the corridor. The net is there. And that will be the cleanup from the Blade Storm as well. So 4-2 turns into a 4-3. Iolani gets a point back.
You would not think that this was the round that Iolani would win. You know, they just bought whatever shields they could with the coins between the couch cushions. They bought up the Sheriffs for sure. And they end the round not needing to buy for 3 of their members. 4 of them lived through the round. That was the other Sheriff person. That is how you play a thrifty round.
Yeah.
You know, that's it.
It's trying to find the what's it called? That's I mean, yeah, they pick up the change, but then all of a sudden inside of the couch they also find the credit card with the ultimate.
They found the golden ticket.
They found
to
the golden
Charlie's
ticket. Yeah.
the chocolate factory.
Yeah, they found a way to make their round just a little bit sweeter.
Yes.
And they get the round win on a big econ round. That's the way, like you said, that's the way you play Thrifties. And it's going to be even more ultimates being used out. This time, though, from McKinley's side, Annihilation off the mark. And it's going to still be a plant down, but this is the retake. This is a lot of ultimates, or 2 ultimates to use there. And the no command out at the same time. But now the question is, what can Iolani do? Down a man, down a breach, which means you don't have any flashes or utils to work off of unless you have that fade using that Prowler just to find anything. But Prowler spots only one person at a time. And right above, Catcher wins it. And now Catcher's going to find another one out of the smoke. Man advantage now back to even. Sushi and Laptop Demon make it a 1v2.
Just a tap.
And just a tap onto Catcher means McKinley keeps the lead at 5-3.
Yeah, I was a little worried for McKinley at first because they used so much utility to get onto site. You saw, I don't want to say it, but Yunjin and that specific B corner and the ultimate for Deadlock is not a good combination for the player.
No.
That is over 2 thus far. They're bumping at each other. That's kind of cool. They get Riot gun buddies, by the way, because their coach is a Rioter. It's kind of cool.
Oh, seriously?
No. I mean, I just saw one, so I was like.
I mean, if their coach is a Rioter, man, do you know us, the production, the production crew here? But for McKinley, though, doing an excellent job. I mean, they're pushing their. Oh, that's a detained. Do they know? Can they catch up the For Fun player in time? Yes, they do. But at what cost? Laptop Demon has to come back up and res up. It's a 4v3. So despite the Thrash getting something out of it, Iolani Black might make something out of nothing here around the corner. Laptop Demon gets one. Is still back up now thanks to that. So he makes it a 3v3. Patience now, the key to it. Dark able to find one. Throws it out. See if there's anything going. Prowler's going to see if it spots anything around the corner and might have. Just maybe try to double pinch this out. The flick doesn't happen on the other side. And Iolani will get one back thanks to Catchery. And the rest of the team following up. Good detain at the start too to help that out.
Yeah, but that detain was pricey. You could kind of see it costed McKinley 3 players, and if not for the Clove having the ultimate available and getting, a kill there, that would have just been 3 people dead in the waters in exchange for 1 Omen that was detained. So the value there, the trade, not necessarily the best trade deal, but Iolani are able to make the most out of that capitalization. They used the For Fun player as bait. Sounds like us.
Sounds like us. I was just about to say
we
that.
are the For Fun players, though, unfortunately. Yeah. So that does give Iolani a round.
When we have to nickname our when we nickname what we play, yeah, that's the For Fun.
That's the For Fun player. Yes, of course. So round 10, it's 4-5. It's about as close as it can get. No team has really undergone an extreme win streak enough to, let's say, drain the credit bank from either team. We're going to see a Blade Storm coming out from the side of McKinley once again. They're sieging onto A quite quickly. Tripwire is going to be procced, but is going to immediately getting rid of. Wingman does his job. Thanks, little buddy. And now it's about the retake one more time.
Yeah, Little Man does his job, and now it's up to Iolani Black. 5v5. I feel like this is a common occurrence within the high school side at the moment, that 5v5 retake. Who gets the better of it? This is pure gun skill at this point, and seeing who has abilities to cover the rest of it. Through the wall. Had no idea where Yunjin was, but shot through it anyways. But they get that back for the vengeance. For Fun player trying to be a little bit serious here, but it's a 1v3 advantage for McKinley, and all you need is the Blade Storm. A couple of blades hit the head of a Fun player. And McKinley again keeps the lead, but more importantly, keeps the tie guaranteed for the half.
Pretty good. And to be honest, it's a little bit scary because normally you would think, oh, Sunset, you take advantage of mid, you're pretty good, you don't have to worry about the 2 sites very well. Cypher locks down A or B super good, and then that's kind of it. But the Tigers are kind of just roaring onto a site literally, all 5 people, all their resources, and it's really dependent on whether Iolani are capable of completing the retakes every time. And so we've already seen this, let's say, 9 times out of 10. Most of it has been working in McKinley's favor. So it's going to be a matter of whether they can stifle that. Starting with a nice, easy pick. into a trade of picks.
Yep.
Into a trade of picks.
Into a trade of picks. It goes on. And who's the next to play the trade here is 3 versus 3 situation. Bladestorm gone. Bladestorm can't be available on either side. And that's the spike down thanks to some util from the breach, which forces out the Gecko to plant now. And that means that there is the plants going down back on B side. What they don't know is a Bucky around the corner for Fun Player. Gets one on that. He shoots around the corner there, but the pistol kill from Iman Shaka could upgrade the weapon as well inside of the cage. Might have done so. Yunjin 1 versus 2. Sentinel versus Sentinel controller here. Gets blinded out and around the corner comes for Fun Player. Had no clue. That comes the Omen. And Iolani keeping this within a point. 6-5.
Very smart to use the paranoia because that does deafen you. You can't hear the TP. And that allows for Fun Player to take a bit of a sneaky angle there with, I'm not sure if it was a teleport. I think it was. To get into that off angle to finish off that round. And there is the potential for tying here into the second half for Iolani. The destiny is in their hands. And this is the last round. We do have a couple of ultimates available. Immortal is 1 point away and Sushi is a couple away. Other than that, I don't see anybody else necessarily hitting their ultimates here. But those could be pretty useful. And we hope Yunjin actually lands the Annihilation this time. No flame.
Are you sure?
Some flame.
Some. Okay, well, just the inadvertent flame, if you
yes,
will.
yes. Just the Asian parenting flame.
Yeah, that's the Asian parenting. That's all you can probably say about it here is it's a little bit, while concussed and everything, Dylan's dad has to get on a dodge with the amount of util that was being used in that corner. So instead, what's the call here from McKinley? Do they want to keep pursuing this? Do they want to play elsewhere? And so for McKinley, they're, like we said, ults on the board. Question is who's going to use what's at what different time for right now. Smoke comes out, and in the middle, Dylan's dad is able to find one, but that's just the Omen. The Odin's going to take care of the Jet, making it a 4v4 catches there. Good read from the Jet. And watches main for right now. Tries to find another inside. He's grabbing it too slow down, but it doesn't really matter when Dark's got your back. 1v4. Laptop Demon's going to have to do the impossible, but they know exactly where Laptop Demon is. It's going to be the overheal for right now. Prowler comes out. Prowler's nothing there. 1v3, but they know exactly the path to where this Clove is. And now knowing the shots as well, util used again. Rolling Thunder comes out, and that Rolling Thunder pops away. And this is just so much util happening that all you can do is wait in a corner and await death to happen. Iolani had the util, had the man advantage, and at the half, we go 6-6.
I mean, don't you just love how interactive that gameplay was? He really got to Valorant all over the place there. I mean, it was the last round of the half. You might as well use everything. Yeah. So there we go. 6-6 half. Exactly what you expect from a grand finals here, you know. Yep. Best of 3. This is the first map of them, of course. So winning here, we talked about it yesterday with the middle schoolers. Winning here is like basically having 20 rounds in the bank.
So, so I mean, not bad for McKinley either on their attacking half. We'll talk about it in a little while. But first, big mahalo to the University of Hawaii at West Oahu for being a partner of the Vanta League this season, helping push the boundaries of esports and creating opportunities for the local community. January 15th, a date you want to keep in mind for some full tuition scholarships. If you get the Chancellor Scholarship, that's full tuition scholarship for 1 year of undergraduate study at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. So keep in mind there's region scholarships, presidential scholarships, Chancellor scholarships, and a lot more to go through. So go ahead and go to the University of Hawaii, West Oahu, and find out more from them. Yunjin able to take care of catchers, start out the second half here with Iolani on the attacking side, McKinley defending now. And already, I mean, a pistol round, already a Jet gone, and your only duelist gone signals that that entry gets a lot harder.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's always the potential to lurk around and see if you can get somebody looking at a different angle than the one you are coming in from. Other than that, it's a pretty difficult situation. And there it is. There's that pick. Dark gets it with this weird off angle going the long way around. Is able to get a second one actually with the classic right click. Shaka's going to get dizzied on, and all of these headshots potentially, but it's not going to be enough. That's actually spiked also. One person's going to fall down as an extra, but that's just an afterthought. Wingman is running away from the scene of the crime. But that is going to be McKinley's first round again. Actually, no. Iolani was the first one.
Iolani won the first
round. This
round.
is going to be... So it's a defender lead thus far.
Yeah. And
whichever
actually,
defender side.
funnily enough, for McKinley, when they're on the attacking side, they're 1 for 2. And the defending side, they're 2 for 2 on pistol rounds.
Okay.
So apparently this team loves the pistol rounds, 3 for 4 in their 2 games that we've seen on stream. Don't know the statistic for Iolani. Obviously, we didn't see their game on stream here within the LAN event, but still for McKinley, not a bad situation to be up a couple of credits. And for Iolani Black, strategy probably rush somewhere.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a different approach that we've seen thus far. It's not something that we've actually seen at all, I believe. Oh. Choosing the third utility at the wrong time is absolutely the worst thing ever, and I hate when I do that on accident too. RNX, however, does not care. He's got a Bulldog. He's going for it. Does get taken down by a classic. And now, just Immortal left standing. The only things that stand between him and a victory here is Dylan's dad and a laptop demon. And those 2 people are going to win it out here. So McKinley extending the lead. +2. 8-6.
The problem is, though, if I'm McKinley, I'm taking that. That was 3 kills on that bonus round.
Oh, yeah.
For Iolani. So that's not bad. And now the econ looks a lot better on Iolani's side than McKinley's side, if you're talking about buy-ups here, if you're trying to full buy-up. So if you're McKinley, the question is, do you save or do you try to still play this out?
I mean, you already know Iolani's going to have the Phantoms and the Vandalos this round. So if you want to just treat this like a sort of half-buy round, you can. Maybe just have your teammates hang back a little bit, so if they die, you can pick up their weapon.
Right.
You know, we do that.
Upgrades.
We do that quite a lot.
We do that, even if it's just for the skins.
We're the ones dropping the weapons.
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah. That's the more unfortunate part that we have to point out. 8-6. McKinley, though, it doesn't look like it right now. Iolani having at least economy advantage based on getting 3 in that last round and the bonus round. So let's find out what Iolani can do here across the way. Only with that in mind. Tries to get the shots off. Nothing there for Dylan's dad again. Catcher versus Dylan's dad. Jet versus Jet action now. And Ivan Shaka is able to find 1. The 4Fun player also hubbing that out with the Cypher too. So A site wide open for a plant down. And Iolani with full control of the point. What do they want to seek out here? Down 2. Not a lot to work with here. I mean, you have Deadlock just to hold them off for a little while, but that's even if that utility comes up into play, and only with a Stinger in hand, no weapon upgrades anywhere on the board. Mosh pit there, it's going to be a headshot with the Sheriff, but for Fun player getting 2 in a row alongside of Dark, and Iolani Black getting 1 back.
Okay, I mean, yes, thank God, because they had all the weapons they needed there. So there was a couple of fatalities on the side of Iolani, so that does mean that some people are going to have to buy down. Dark and Katri are going to be on money-saving mode for a little bit. Hopefully, if they win this round, then they don't have to worry too much about it. But you can see credits are running low for the side of the Tigers. They also have now retreated to the couch cushions to see what they can scrounge up, but they have managed to put together a fund for this. And they're going to have to win this one if they want to stay relevant.
The last time, though, a team tried to scrounge around, they found the golden ticket to the
That is
Chocolate
true.
Factory.
That is true.
So never count anything out, apparently, between these 2 teams. Never count a single thing out if there's a golden ticket involved. Trying to find a thrifty round. Sushi, though, might be making sure that that golden ticket has no owner whatsoever. That's 2 on the flash. Make it a 3rd. This Phantom doing work now, and that's going to be Mosh Pit making sure that more space is taken, but watch out, mid door was open. Dark's able to find that headshot onto Sushi, so had a 3K, but no ace potential anymore. Man advantage still belongs to the defending team of McKinley on the other end. That's a headshot, but it's because it's a Phantom and through the wall. It doesn't do a whole lot. You heard the dink noise, but not enough. Haunt is there, nothing found.
Ooh, that's
Dylan Chad gets a headshot. It's just up to the fade now and around the corner, walking away with the headshot, and all Dylan's dad will be there. McKinley keeping the lead at 9-7.
Okay. We're starting to see the frags come in. And to be honest, I always love looking at the kills for every player because you obviously think, oh, duelist entry, they got to do this, they got to do that. But to be honest, the kill spread between the teams is pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not
within 5 on either. Within
yeah,
5.
it's not a certain, oh, I'm just the utility guy, or I'm just the one that cleans up. You know, everybody has some level of I'm winning my ones, I'm trading equally, things like that. That's what you'd like to see from teams in the high school scene. They've kind of got each other's back, but they can also support themselves. Of course, we did know that whoever won the previous round, the other team would be scrounging for cash, and so that is going to be Iolani. They are going to have to play this from a bit of a disadvantage, but disadvantage be damned. That is just 3 just like that.
That's just a flick, a swish and a flick, if you will, to take down 2 kills for Iman Shaka, and that is, oh man, that's a highlight. That's a clip.
I don't know if you can clip that. That was like 3 different locations,
Yeah, that was 3 different locations
on the same map, so it's going to be a bit different. This is an interesting type of layout here for what Iolani want to do.
I mean, look at where the spike is too, though. That spike is in the back. It's not even a default. It's not where it normally would be. So that just means that, yeah, McKinley have to try for a different angle than you normally would have to go for.
That's true.
But just making sure that they have found anything, or do you save here at this point, because you are down 2 men, or 2 players, I should say.
I mean, yeah, the thing with saving is there's nothing stopping Iolani from like pushing up on you, right? So you do have to make sure that you're still holding your own as they're trying to make it out, though the 4Fun player doesn't make it out either.
Neither does Dark.
Yeah. So they win the round.
But at what cost?
It's like DJ Khaled said, suffering from success.
By the way, I do want to point this out too. That was on our stream alone. That was the first time that it went off on Spike. That Spike timer ran out. Otherwise, it's been either defusals or eliminations on either side.
Oh.
So that's the first time that Spike has happened, and it actually that the Spike was the one to end the round, not the eliminations.
Okay.
Or the defusals. So that's pretty interesting in itself, because we know how aggressive these teams can be, and yet this is the way these are ending. That's the first time it happened. And it's just slow push after slow push now. They're trying to really maybe get in each other's head, but as close as this is, that's the way you want to play it.
Yep. I couldn't agree less. I had to think about that slowly, because you was like, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't, anyway. You're right. I should have just said that.
Yeah.
So we're heading into this round number 18. It is a 1-round differential between the 2 teams right now, so you can probably imagine the situation in the room as they're trying to metagame each other. RNX is actually going to take the first blood for the round here on the breach from Iolani. Again, losing 1 person when you are the attacker side is just that much harder to engage onto the site. You mentioned how it's even worse when it's your duelist, but when you're just dropping players like flies, it becomes difficult regardless of the situation.
Because now you can't entry, right? You didn't have either of your initiators, you don't have your duelist, and you don't have your team. Dylan's dad is just going to run them down with a hail of blades. The Blade Storm finds 3 immediately in main, and McKinley is not going to relentless lead. I mean, in terms of this, it was 6-6 at the end of the half, and since then, McKinley has had lead and has not given it up in 6 rounds.
That's pretty true.
And yet again, not another spike plan either for Iolani.
They've been, they've been tossing the round ball back and forth a little bit, but they never have given up the lead since that 6-6 half. They've won 4 out of the 6 in the second half so far, which could just show how well that they're defending it. But it's also the fact of the matter that Iolani hasn't really played as quickly as you would think so, because you saw what McKinley was capable of doing in that first half. They're going to throw out the Nightmare right now just to buy a bunch of space. It does deafen everybody that gets hit. That was a lot of people, and you saw the potential for it lining up, but that was not the case here. That's going to be the plant going down. 4Fun player completes it, and now it's about the retake. Sushi going to be the first one to launch himself onto the site, and it's not going to be enough from that machine gun. Annihilation is actually going to hit somebody here. The rope back, it's going to slowly pull them out. And the last person is meeting a slow and terrible fate. And that's going to be it.
And that is the round. Iolani cannot get one back. Instead, it's McKinley that advances it a little bit further along. That's 2 straight rounds for them. And mind you, again, that was also a plant down. And they were more...
You can take your time. You can take your time.
I mean, look, they were more successful on time or on spikes being planted, if anything, right? I mean, they're 2 for 4 on plants down. They're they're 0 for 3 when the spike isn't planted down. That's the better thing as well. But 4 for 7 in terms of plants for Iolani. McKinley on their attacking half 10 of 12. So already the deficit is going to be in favor of McKinley in terms of plants and in terms of credits, because again, that's $300 credits per plant down when you get that. So those credits accumulate. And so for Iolani, just having that extra 300 the way these rounds are going right now, because that's 2 straight for McKinley, that extra 300 can make a difference.
I mean, I just want to point out everybody on Iolani looks razor focused, and this guy closest to the camera on the side of McKinley is literally on his phone. That's the duality of the usage of the timeout. It is what it is sometimes. It's just a minute to focus up, you know? There you go. Let's say that he put his headset back on. He's ready. He's locked in. All right, we're going back into the action.
I do remember during not a timeout, but it was before we went in. There was
somebody was using their Pokemon
somebody
Snap
was using
or whatever.
Pokemon TCG,
TCG,
Pokemon
yes.
Pocket, to open up a pack. Found a duck mainly, just nothing there. So that was during Overwatch, yes. So that was that was fun, but didn't find any SIRs. So but some fun. I guess you can have fun during a timeout when you're up 3.
That's true. That's true.
Some space to work with, but not a lot. Not like it's like a 12-0 or a 12-2 situation.
Yeah, I think timing out at a 12-0 is just delaying the inevitable
Basically.
sometimes. Not saying that it hasn't happened, but, you know. We're seeing a little bit of a slower pace here on the side of Iolani. They're trying to kind of just peek out and get some picks, but they're actually the ones that got picked first. Dylan's dad getting the first one here. Katri actually pumping out the Blade Storm. Isn't going to work. Actually just dies here. Blind coming out into the dash just to get out of the situation. Cloudburst to mitigate any follow-up.
Oh, GravNet's there as well. So the GravNet actually forcing them back for a little while, seeing if there's any opportunity to play with. Says he finds nothing as it's thrown up. Sushi takes one kill. Sushi takes another one. It's a flawless round. That timeout for nothing. A flawless round instead at the other end of the rainbow of the timeout. And now, McKinley, 4 opportunities at map point.
Yeah, and to be honest, Iolani, that was their save round. So understandable, okay? Make it so that you have everything you need for this potential last round. You don't want to go down at a disadvantage. You want to have all pieces of your kit, or your utility, your favorite weapon, your favorite gun skin, I guess.
Yeah.
Anything you need, you know, put the lucky socks on. Now's the time, because you're going to need to win, like you said, 4 rounds in a row just to summon the overtime. And Dark getting that first pick there is probably going to be a good sign for the rest of this. Rolling Thunder is going to hit at least one person on the side of McKinley, but it actually assists in escorting the Deadlock back to the back of site. Now it's about still, how is Iolani planning to get onto this site? That's going to be a TP coming out from the Omen. Katri gets spotted out by something, although it doesn't matter too much. Thrash is going to roll out here. There's going to be a little bit of utility used, but that Thrash is, I don't think, going to find anybody.
No.
Blind is going to hit a lot of different people. Immortal, be ready when the smoke comes down. Falls to Laptop Demon. Dark gets another. That's a 3K under their belts thus far. It's 3v2 remaining. Laptop Demon going for the defuse. That's going to be the paranoia. Are they going to try to shoot in? Yes, Shaka gets another. Laptop Demon goes for the res just to buy a little bit of time, reinforce his friend. It turns out it's going to be enough. They're going to clean the round. 4K, first map, McKinley, 1-0.
Wow. And that's the Clovalt for you, biting you back. That's the, well, that's when she says not done yet.
That's the money back guarantee.
That's the money back guarantee right there. An unbelievable round. And McKinley closing the door with 4 straight rounds under their belt too. And if you want to look at it as well, right, they Iolani never got a foothold of planting down spike. They never had 2 rounds in a row where they planted the spike down. They were 4 of 9 planting down spike, because otherwise it was all on the side of McKinley that just absolutely barreled them over. And again, just the pressure from McKinley. Iolani wanted to play slow, but McKinley knew how to handle it.
Yeah, we've kind of been seeing it. It's been the moral of the story for this entire tournament, where tempo reigns supreme. We've been seeing it across the game titles, and we get to see it here in the grand finals for Valorant. Now, you know, backs against the wall. You are going to need to win the next map as Iolani to tie it up, and then one more after that to lift the golden hook. And I know you get a little bit of time to kind of talk map. We're going to go through this process one more time, so you get to do your map selection. And then that should be, you know, a bit of time to talk with your coaches. What went wrong? What could we improve? What could we do better? Because for McKinley, they can kind of chill back for one map's worth of time and kind of just keep what's working for them.
And so we will see what their map pick is going to be only in a couple of moments here. We find it out. We'll take a short break. Map number 2, it is McKinley on the verge of lifting up the golden hook for the last time here in fall 24. So we will find out if they can close it out or if Iolani can take us to a map 3. From the HPU Esports Arena, this is Hawaii Esports League. We'll be right back. McKinley one map away, 13 more round wins away from securing the golden hook. Iolani needing 13 round wins of their own here to make sure we go to a map 3 and give themselves still a chance at holding that trophy up at the end of the night. Clutchgate and Henry back here with you for game number 2 between these two teams. And I thought we might see sunset another time. But no, Iolani not taking their chances any longer here. Bind will be the next map. And back and forth they went, but again, by the rule set to go back and forth one more time. Stides will stay the same because it is the home team's pick. So in this case, Iolani defense first, McKinley attack first. Bind is where we go next.
And I'm actually surprised because this would officially be the first Vanta ever with no ascent. Through and through. On camera.
Right.
Right. I don't know what happened over there, but that is I think it's because they got news that Ascent is getting removed from the map pool, and they were like, holy moly, we didn't think they could do that. And so that's why they're like, okay, we're going to start, shifting our ideals about Ascent being the golden standard, and they're trying out new maps, which, I mean, obviously it's nice to see. We saw Haven, I believe, yesterday. We saw Bind quite a bit throughout this tournament, and Sunset for the first few times,
Yep.
Like, I don't think we've seen Sunset in recent Vantas to my memory. They may not just have been in the pool by then, but yeah.
I mean, look, no Ascent. It's a little saddening for me, but I don't mind anyways. By the way, the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippies, makes its return. Schools from all over the U.S. come to the islands. Last year, we had our friends from Michigan State as well as Stony Brook come down. And so this year, we'll find out who our teams are. But great collegiate action in store along with high school show matches. There's also an open Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Tournament you do not want to miss at all. And that's, I mean, open to everybody in public. Does not matter age or whatever. So
I can go.
Open. You could go.
Wow.
I mean, you and I.
I'll be eliminated in the RO 128. But
all of the info drops in March, or rather, the tournament drops in March. More info to come at Vanta Socials. They actually just posted it about an hour and a half ago. The announcement that it is back into play. So HEI back in session, coming up in March. More info to come later on. Iolani starts off on the defensive side, McKinley on the attacking side, and again, a little bit of a different look on either end, and especially. Smokes-wise.
This is a very different approach for round one.
The only same pick is the Cypher.
Okay.
That is it for Iolani.
And it looks like Shaka's able to hold their ground for the time being, but I don't think they're recognizing that there's a flank coming in. The most aggressive pistol round defense start I've ever seen.
That didn't even last 30 seconds.
Yeah, because remember, McKinley likes to run onto site. So what did Iolani do? They ran onto site. And unfortunately, Shaka does go down. As you can tell by the KDAs, he's kind of inting on the side of Iolani right now. But we'll let it slide, I guess, for now. He got 2, whatever.
He got 2.
I don't think McKinley's going to let that happen again, though.
Yeah, well, so you believe. Because there's still more rounds to play, and obviously some slips can happen. We know that.
True.
But on a pistol round like this, I mean, rushing in isn't a bad idea. Does this entire squad have the Sentinels pistol? I don't know.
That?
Oh, it's Fnatic?
Oh, okay.
But let's see what they decide to pull off here. Iman Shah has to get out of dodge. That's a suppress. That's also a cage being used as well. 0 points. Finds its target, but does that mean Iolani's aware of what could happen? Or rather, McKinley is aware of what's going to happen here, because we know that both of these teams, I mean, have their slow paces, Iolani more so than McKinley, because we know McKinley likes to rush half the time as well. But for McKinley, this seems like a very much of a slower pace.
Yeah, it's a bit more methodical, which is kind of what we've actually been seeing for many of the series throughout today. The longer the series go, the more you kind of think about it. Immortal's going to get 1. Immortal's, okay, that's just a lot of people falling on the side of McKinley. They are able to trade 1 with some classic right-clicking, the best mechanic in the game. But that is going to leave Sushi as the last one standing. Wingman's going to see if he can get anything done. Answer's going to be yes, but just for a little bit. I mean, make it expensive for a bonus, right? And Iolani's going to be able to take a second round, but at the cost of 3 of their friends. And that's going to mean a rough transition heading into round 3 when McKinley gets to buy up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this last time too, right? Even back on the first map of Sunset, it was 2 straight rounds for Iolani, and then McKinley did still get 3 on their board, or rather, McKinley on the defensive end won the first 2 pistol rounds. Iolani got 3 kills on their round. This time around, the script flips a little bit, where Iolani gets 2, but McKinley still got 3 at the end of it. So, yeah, Econ's a little bit worse for wear.
Yep, and the tradition of pistol round into winning the second round still holds. Granted, the results and the magnitude of victory is still varying depending on where it has gone. They do hear the Dizzy coming out. which means that they should be aware that this is potentially happening. Wingman planting spike should give more of that away now. And we're going to hear one person using the TP. They can't grab that. That's a visual bug right there.
It's to be fixed later on.
Okay.
We can let the rider know.
Oh, so we're going to let the rider coach know
Yeah, we're gonna let
their
the rider
game
coach
needs bug fixing.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So, well, regardless now, you have the Outlaw looking down the sights of Maine. Maybe getting a little hit here and there. Flash is going to come out. That's the guiding light that comes out and gets the help alongside the paint shells from Immortal 2. And now Iolani trying to make this a little bit more expensive for McKinley on their side. Gets the headshot for one, but the mosh pit's going to slow you down. Immortal picks up the Outlaw, gets at least one shot on.
Gotta defuse.
Gotta defuse. Not a lot of time to do it, and in fact, probably doesn't have enough time because now that circle's in, doesn't really matter though. They'll get out of dodge with the portals, and they will keep some weapons in hand. So McKinley getting one back. It's expensive a round. It was for Iolani. Hey, McKinley makes it a little bit more expensive for them.
Yeah, and 3 people fell for Iolani's victory round. 3 people also fell for McKinley's victory round. So it's a little rough. You can kind of see there are 2 people with 0 credits. There is no time for a run at Starbucks or McDonald's. They have nothing left to spare in their credit bank. This is it. Wells run dry. And somebody on one of the teams is going to have to start asking their friends for skins, but it's really for the weapon.
I was going to say $5 left. Where are you going?
$5?
Yeah.
I live in Honolulu. What am I going to get for $5?
A small drink? I don't know. But Wingman already very quickly doing the job. And that's actually a very good molly as well. And that disrupts the plans. So the Wingman stopped plans on for right now. But that just means that molly no longer there. And the situation for the walls is good enough, though, to build up time to make sure that McKinley can at least get some space going. And that is an Odin in play. Flawless is gone, but it's a 1v4 now. Phoenix flashes 3, but doesn't find a kill for it. No kills for the trouble of 3 on the flash. And McKinley scores a second point, and for Iolani Black, that just means no economy in the bank.
Yep. And it's kind of funny. I want to say this, though. They seem to play the best when they have no money in the bank.
Somehow.
Have you noticed that? It's a miraculous thing. It's almost as if their coach was like, okay, for your next scrims, you're going to hop into ranked as a 5-stack. I want you to throw your first 4 rounds, and you're going to play Sheriffs only, and you're going to come back from this. Which, you know, it's not bad of a strategy per se, but it's actually crazy how well they're able to pull off these sort of victory marches from behind. However, losing a member just like that immediately may not be a good sign for them.
When Annihilation comes out, and Shaka caught up inside of it, so that's Cypher in a whole lot of trouble, and that's the only thing that can get you any kind of information with the spy cam and all, but instead Annihilation takes that out. So 5v3 man advantage for McKinley, making a 5v4 capture, finds the head immediately with the Sheriff. Picks up at least on the weapon upgrade. Makes this a little bit more manageable for McKinley, or for Iolani to retake it. However, timing-wise, Arnex gets the better of it. So does Laptop Demon. And a 1v4 scenario seems all but impossible for McKinley or for Iolani to try to come back. That's 3 straight rounds. McKinley takes the lead.
There it is. A 3. It's a full house. It's 2 greens, 3 reds. And we do talk about the fact that Bind allows for these, easily rushable opportunities. That's kind of why the Cypher's mandatory, especially on the defense half, just because you need that ability to slow the potential aggression regardless of what site. It's very, very possible. But it's also just for the fact that teleporters are very easy to access. They're very close to mid. This is a very rogue move from Immortal, but it's no dice. Showstopper stops only the act that he's in, as that's going to be a full-on stomp onto site for McKinley. Now you can hear Wingman planting once again. Fun player kind of checking his corners, but not checking the most important one there. Dark trades one back for his fallen brethren, and so does Shaka. It's 3v3 for the time being. Katri does move up and find one more. A reverse Showstopper is going to take down the Phoenix ult, not the Phoenix himself. And now Laptop Demon's got to show what you can do. On a trackpad, it's not going to be enough. Dark claims 3K and ties up the round scores 3-3. Iolani come back swinging.
Yeah, Iolani, for their troubles, they get the round win. They get the defusal.
tied up 3 apiece. And again, you can take a look at the scoreboard that our observer's showing us through 6 rounds, even across the board. Whether that's assists, whether that's kills, it's pretty even across the board when you look at it. I mean, the only exception to that outlier would be Catcher with 5 assists on a Phoenix, mind you, and that's either because of flashes or even the Molly too, right, or just the damage being put on by the Duelist, and that's on the defensive end. You got to just wait for the attacking end for Catcher maybe to pop off a little bit more on the kill side. But for McKinley right now, they have 1 big ult on the board, but Iolani Black with 3, so counteracts each other the way you look at things.
I think the ultimates that Iolani has are a lot more useful just because they're on the defensive half, if you think about it, right? The Neural Theft, the Cabbages, so much more useful.
Wow.
It can just stop any aggression moving forward. And speaking of aggression, that star player that we've been talking about, Dylan's dad, he is the first casualty of the round, which just makes it that much harder. The Duelist on the attacking half, like you've mentioned, such a big loss when you're doing that capture of sight.
Yep.
And now, teleport to A.
Yeah, teleport all the way to A, and yeah, because you can't dash into the site anymore, right? You don't have satchels to get in, you don't have ping shells to throw, you don't have Boombot to find info for you, right? So for McKinley, this is a tough situation now. Less than a minute left to go. And this is where I would say a decision needs to be made very soon, because if you try to rotate to another site, you're not going to have a lot of time to even have a setup, or you just got to go and plant the spike already. But so a decision has to be made whether or not they're going here, but 40 seconds left. Still enough time now. There's a blind fire into the smoke. Immortal finds RNX. And now it's going to be Laptop Demon getting the res up for right now. Boombot is there. Boombot finds a little bit and finds something of that nature. Mosh Pit's also out at the same time, too, to protect the Wingman, and the Wingman gets the plant down.
Laptop Demon needs one.
3 versus 4. Laptop Demon needs one, but isn't going to get one regardless of the headshot or not. Immortal's there. Now you're going to have the Cyber Cage up at the same time. There are some low health bars on this floor. But regardless, Yunjin does find the headshot. 1 versus 3 situation. No Neural Theft needed so far. Tries to get the turnaround. Tries to double swing this. And instead it is Iman Shaka that gets it. Yunjin had a chance, but unfortunately double peek means that Iolani gets the round back.
The double peek is especially difficult when there's one in front of you and one behind you. We call that the tower defense, you know, shooting at you from both sides type of situation. It's an old but gold strategy. Of course, it works here, as you can clearly see. And Iolani take that round lead back. It took 2 detonates, mind you, meaning that the plants are still happening on the side of McKinley, albeit a lot less, given the situation of, you know, just fragging out and winning upright. But this is actually a round we haven't seen since round 3. We're on round 8. We haven't really seen this since round 3, where everybody's got their full loadout again. Nobody's going on regen shields or anything like that. This is going to be that skill diff round.
Yep. This is going to be the round where it's pure gun skill. You can have all the utility, but if you don't land the shots, it's not going to matter here. And already, look how quickly this is. Remember, it's a minute 40 start. It's a minute 24 when they plant. It's 16 seconds elapsed before they finally get that, or before they get the spike down. I shouldn't even say finally, because that was such a quick.
That was an any percent right there.
Any percent speed run for that spike to go down. Now they have the Seekers come out, null command, just to try to counteract with the amount of pressure that's coming. Boombot's going to get thrown out as well. Gravnet finds at least 2 inside of it, at least concussed for the moment. Yunjin, though, does get for Fun Player out, and that's going to be some good damage out from the nade of RNX. And now Iman Shaka, Dark get their 2 back. Dark gets another one, 2v2. Spike planted in default area, trying to get another one, 1v1. Clove versus Cypher, who's going to win out. Time starting to run out, got to find a way to peek, but it's in the box. This Laptop Demon gets it. McKinley ties it up again.
It was close, and it literally took a wallbang through a box for Laptop Demon to close it out. In a 1v1 situation, that's pretty much sums up how this series has been going altogether. The tension, how tight it is between these 2 teams, how badly they want to take home for Iolani their first trophy here, the first hook, I should say, of the tournament. For McKinley, just adding to the pile of victories that they've had so far. And both teams, they've got something to prove here. They've made it to the finals. They don't want to just be left behind as a second place, a runner-up. They want that title for themselves.
Now, not to say that the trophy for second place isn't nice
absolutely
anyways, but the hook is the one you want. The golden hook
A very nice trophy. This is the one you really want to take back to the school to share with the it's where everybody else. Presence is detected somehow, and that's going to be by the 0 point. No idea where it is, though, and you can't look underneath the window, but Dylan's dad does, and it pays off very well. Wingman's going to try to get the plant down. Switches away. Katry's found 2, 1 through the wall as well. That happened on the shot. Katry was aiming for 1, but it actually hit 1 through the wall and then shot the Wingman after.
They're just built different. And I just want to I just want you to know, after that round, Katry is now middle frag. Just to let you know about the performances that some of these players have been putting on. You know, everybody's kind of getting their moment to shine, whether it was in the last map or this one.
Yeah, and this is Katry being in the middle of the pack, something a little bit. I mean, on the defensive end, I guess makes a little sense.
It's a Phoenix on the defense, so.
It's a Phoenix in the middle on the defensive side too. So that's pretty good for you here. See if you can get a little bit more out of this. Katry feeling brave after that round.
Yeah, that was a.
That's looking down B main, not with an op, but with a Vandal. That
was some touch and go right there. I mean, a little bit was traded on both sides, I guess. Actually, no. McKinley kind of went out of that unscathed. As I say that, the Gecko on their team does take half their damage. Dylan's dad falls so quickly. RNX claims a trade with the Sheriff, and so does Laptop Demon. Sheriff potential very strong here. Just as I say that, it's as quickly as it started, it's just over like that.
Everybody asking what happened. What just happened? I'll tell you what happened. Nobody looking at Iman Shaka down on elbow. That's exactly what happened.
I'll tell you what's happening. The Iolani team that did that is asking what happened. They don't even know what happened.
Iman Shaka knows what happened, just lines him up all the way through and gets a 3K here as quick. Like you said, as quick as that plant was, it's as quick as the round is over on a defuse as well. 2 straight coming back for McKinley, or excuse me, for Iolani, guaranteeing themselves at least a tie for the half. But the last time we said that, it was a very similar scoreline as well. It was 6, or it was, well, it was 6-5.
It was 6-4 or 5-ish, right?
Yeah, actually, it was 6-4 in favor of McKinley to that point. So this time, Iolani's got 6-4.
Oh, okay. Katry's gonna flash out. Actually,
brave.
Little bit of damage, but nothing too much. I guess that's what you can do when you blind down, you know, B long, and people aren't expecting it. That's gonna be another one coming out. Is he able to get 1? He's able to get 2 with the spray transfer. He's gonna get out with the smoke. Just kidding. Laptop Demon's gonna be able to clean that one out accidentally or maybe intentionally. Takes the teleport over to A. And now Iolani left wondering the same thing I'm wondering, if that was even an accident or not. Beautiful trip.
The Clovis going to reset, though. The Clovis going to reset here, and this is still, you haven't gotten rid of the trap bar. You finally do. Sushi does take down Iman Shaka here, but time is starting to run, and for the fact that Iolani knows it, Iolani's just going to let the time run out, and now they can play their game. You still have Gecko and the Cypher to worry about, though. That's both of the initiators online here for McKinley. Showstopper is out. That's right on the cube. Fires away, and Sushi can do nothing but watch the rocket go right below. And Iolani Black, we will no longer say it's a 6-6 potential. Instead, 7-4 your scoreline.
7-4. Somebody finally takes the lead in the first half, and the retakes from Iolani are looking a lot better from map number 1, from Sunset, because these are very successful. They're waiting out the cooldowns that they need to. They're engaging all in at the same time. They're waiting out anything that McKinley may have that could stop them. And this is just very, very good game sense coming out. That Rioter definitely says some things.
By the way, since round 6, mind you, Iolani has won 5 of the last 6 rounds.
Yes.
And basically 4 of them have all been on defusals too, which means they're retaking site very well.
Yep.
And I know quickly as it was for Iman Shaka there, they will get the Thrash out at the very least, and that's the tripwire as well, letting them know that something is amiss towards the U-Haul area. RNX, though, take down Dark, trades that out immediately, makes it a 4v3. Neural Theft upload is up, gets at least one, or gets 1 ping off. That's the 2nd ping there, so now they know that there is something aplenty going on here. And this Phoenix getting brave. Katry's all the way in the back, near where the spike is. That spike dropped. Katry found one, and now that spike is dropped near the back end.
And now Arnex has to go hunting for it. Flashes themselves, though. That's the second one as well. Around the corner, just trying to play hide and seek here. Peek over and over. And Catcher feeling confident with the right click. Gets one onto Arnex. And Iolani Black secures the first half 8-4.
Is it not just a little BM classic right click jumping just to throw them off a little bit? And you can see it right there. The last hook. It needs an owner. You need someone to take it home. Preferably a school. Preferably one of those two schools.
Preferably not in Maui's hand.
From Moana.
From Moana.
Yes. Okay. So we're at the 8-4 half now. McKinley now can show us what they can do in terms of defense. And remember, Iolani was the slow-playing offensive half team. Okay? This map might actually benefit them a little bit more to play slowly because it's very easy to transition from A to B. I know the teleporters make a lot of noise, but that hallway for connecting A to B, that link, it's not as long as you would think. Therefore, I mean, and you don't have to go through a mid in Sunset, you know? So playing slow might be a bit to their advantage here. A lot of knives are clacking out, and Yunjin just tanked 4 people right there.
Yeah, bad idea to try to run out there when you had no idea or no information as to where everybody was anyway. So feeling a bit brave, and now bravery might be the bane of this team's tries here as Catcher gets another one. Sushi does take care of Catcher, but at what cost? Still a 4v2 man advantage in favor of Iolani Black, who knew they had one go button as soon as they got rid of the deadlock. That site turns up wide open. Immortal gets a headshot, and now it's all up to Dylan's dad, who has to look at least 2 people down in this corridor area, and the right click for Fun Player from a little bit of distance gets the kill, and Iolani Black scores both pistol rounds.
Both pistol rounds, and from what we have seen so far through the series, pistol rounds normally mean the round after it too. So with a higher probability of it happening, not saying it's guaranteed, but with a higher probability of it happening, you could be looking down a 4-10 if you're on the side of McKinley. If that is the case, you do have to start thinking about the next 3 rounds, because that could be the last 3 rounds. And to be honest, last game was 13-8. 13-4 is a huge difference from 13-8, and you do not want to be on the losing end of 13-4.
Yeah, I'm banned out left and right here, too. So for this to be the pick and Iolani dominating on this fashion means you probably don't want to pick a map if we go on to map 3, a map that is similar to this one. But for now, Iolani Black 4 away from taking us to game number 3 as they push right on in. A site just a little bit open now. As maybe running in, but maybe there's some other different scenarios because there is not a lot of movement anywhere else on this dance floor. And now you'll hear the teleporters get popped up, and that's going to be the trade-off back into B side, but this Gecko gets spotted out, and the Gecko's just going to run out of time in their life. 5 versus 3 now situation. Plant's going to go down, and this is a flawless run for Iolani Black on the attack so far.
Thus far, there are some. You did notice that McKinley decided to do a sort of buy up this round with whatever they had, but Dark is having none of it. Judge ruled them guilty, and there's that 10-4 that we predicted. And now that's even worse for Ware because McKinley bought up that round. They're gonna have to fall back just a little bit here on their purchases. Maybe take a little page out of Iolani's book and go 4 sheriffs win the round. Yeah. You know, felt 4 sheriffs might win the round.
I mean, if you get one headshot and they're close enough, you get the weapon upgrade, right?
That's true.
You can weapon upgrade, and yes, Iolani's econ's not going to be in the gutter per se, but at least you save your economy just a little bit if you find another kill with that weapon. So for Iolani's side, this is a really, really good situation. McKinley, I shouldn't say dire straits, but time is running out.
Yep, this is what we talked about. Those next 3 rounds are going to be decently important. It could decide the fate of a map 3 or not, you know? And so from what we've seen, it was a very dominant showing of the set. That was a lot of people that got hit by the net. And Yunjin's actually going to win that one before getting traded back by Immortal here. Plant is going to go down one more time for Iolani. Another trade 1-for-1. Saka and Sushi going to have a face-off, but Iolani's going to win the respective of those and is also going to clean the round up. That's going to be 11-4 heading into the next round number 16. And would you look at that? It's 7 in a row for Iolani.
Yeah, for Iolani's team, they've got the momentum, they've got the confidence, and now they're on the precipice of finishing this entire map up. They are only 2 away from doing so. And look at that, 7 rounds in a row, 9 of the last 10. And that is something worthwhile to mention because they are popping off, and so far McKinley's had no answers. But if they need to find answers, they got to find it now because this is the buy-up round, and this could spell doom if they don't win this.
Yeah, if they don't win this, that means they're going into the potential last round on a deficit, so they're going to try to put balls to the wall, go in fast, but that's a molly kill. You're absolutely right. The Brimstone with excellent accuracy, predicting hiding behind the box on the back of sight. And now 4v2. McKinley's got to put on a little bit of a miracle showing here. He's going to have to trade 2 for 1 and have 1 person left standing at the end. Yunjin's only going to be able to trade 1. They have an idea potentially of where Dylan's dad is.
Well, they
and
find...
To be honest, Dylan's dad might just save here or just take 1 with him.
Well, could take 1 away. Has to take more, though. Jets the satchel up, but Catcher's there to get a 4K on. And when they tried to build up, could have saved instead, tried to go for the hero play, but it does not work out. That is now 8 straight rounds. That is now 10 of the last 11, and Iolani's got a high number to do this. 8 opportunities at match point.
8 opportunities at match point, but a fractured bank for McKinley means they're going to have to do this, for a lack of better words, creatively. Not impossible.
Right.
Never impossible in a game like Valorant. But 8 rounds in a row. I think the only team to have done that so far is actually Iolani right now. So they're going to have to do what Iolani's doing right now in order to do it.
Well, if you're going to start off one way with the orbital strike, that's not a bad thing. Guiding Light will come out and actually finds a hit, but Dark able to take care of Dylan's dad. Now makes it a 2v2 situation, and the plant comes down. Plant stopped, but it still gets a headshot off Yunjin. Had the opportunity, nothing's going to happen, and Catchery, as the smoke goes down, finds it. And in our final series of Vanta Fall 2024, we go to map number 3.
We do go to map number 3, and we do the swappy swippies one more time with the bands. The players are going to get one last opportunity to do that, and one last opportunity to really talk with their coaches, their players, their friends that they've made to see if the power of friendship can really prevail here. I mean, to be honest, goddamn. I was seeing if any of the players was going to give me like a cool reaction or anything.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll probably do it at the cam, not one of us. But, we've got that map 3 ready for you. We can talk a little bit about it because now we have a sample size of 2 games to really go over.
But 2 very different sample sizes, if you will.
Okay.
It was a 13-8 on Sunset and a 13-4 on Bind.
I think the main difference is McKinley played the second game a lot. This person's showing us a picture of somebody. We don't know who it is. Shout out to that guy, I guess. But yeah, the second game, McKinley just kind of played it kind of slow.
Well, they're gonna have to try to find a different formula if they want to win that golden hook. But Iolani takes one back, and Iolani ties up the series in 1 apiece. Game number 3 ends it all here. Valorant map 3 finale comes up between McKinley and Iolani right after this break, live from the HBU Esports Arena. This is the Hawaii Esports League finale up next. Well, the finale had to be the best show and the best one lasting a little bit longer here. We've got one map under the belt of McKinley, 13-8 back on Sunset. Iolani coming back with a vengeance, 13-4. Raiders busting their way through on Bind for a very big match. And now the finale of Vanta Fall 24, the Golden Hook, will lie in the hands of a Game 3, a map number 3 in which we are going to Pearl.
Still no Ascent. Like, seriously.
No, and by the way, the last 2 maps that were available, Pearl and Ascent.
Okay, so it was close.
Yes.
But we just had plot armor.
Yes.
Ascent, anti-Ascent plot armor. So.
Yes.
All
I
right,
heard
cool.
a little yippee in the back from our
Don't get
producer
too
slash,
used to it. We work collegiate, so it could just honestly be.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent out of the map pool too makes a little bit
that's
of a
pretty
difference
soon.
as
That's
well.
pretty
So
soon.
there's going to be that Golden Hook right there. You can see Valorant Champions, only one left. Only people left here in the building as well with Vanta, as well as these 2 teams and supports at the same time too. But
You're here
Golden Hook up for grabs. One more match.
for the 2 teams.
One more map.
You can't just go up and grab it. It's for the 2 teams.
Yes, it's for the 2 teams. Yeah, but for the 2 teams, obviously fighting for that to put in the trophy case for later. If you're Iolani, this would be the lone one you get out of Fall 24 here.
Yep.
For Roosevelt,
From McKinley.
McKinley, excuse me.
Roosevelt already got theirs.
McKinley, 1-1 earlier on, and paired it up with Roosevelt and winning a trophy on their own. McKinley trying to win multiple of their own, right? They won out in Fortnite. They won out chess. So they have a few trophies of their own lying in the trophy case.
That's
Do they add
true,
another
that's
one?
true.
Is there space for a third one?
They have a decent amount of first and seconds. So they've got duplicates. Granted, the plaque says something different. You know, and plaque's really all that matters. I'm just kidding. It's not. That's not how that works.
No,
that's
not at all.
Works. Yep. Again, shout out to this guy closest to the camera on Iolani showing us pictures of this guy on his phone. We don't know who the guy is, but we appreciate you sharing with us your pookies, I guess. Yeah.
That's pretty much all you can say. About
yeah, I was like, what else am I going to add there? Pearl being the last map. We saw this one yesterday, too.
Yes.
So there is actually some consensus of meta maps between the middle school and the high school. Granted, the agents and the play styles are a little bit different. We're actually going to see a first pick this time from the side of McKinley. And this is what you'd like to see coming into a map number 3, which is adaptation, right? You don't want to continue trying something that didn't work the first time. This guy's showing us their car now.
Or a car. We don't know if it's...
That's true, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and hope it's their car, because if they just took a random picture of someone else's car, then...
It's got to be the family car.
Okay, well, that's their car still.
Oh.
They're
I don't think the kids are old enough to be under the
give or take one generation, their car.
Yeah, their car.
Okay,
there you go.
yeah. Some of them are actually old enough to drive. You got to keep this in mind. You can get your permit from, like, I think it was 15 and a half or 16 years old. So some of them can drive.
Yeah. So, I mean, but if you're driving that car at such a young age, you
better not crash it.
You better not crash it.
That's for sure.
For real.
You're never going to hear the end of that one.
So we can load up into the game here. We'll go down to the lineup here in only a couple of moments. But if you find yourself getting hungry, especially 40 minutes past the top of the hour here at 7 o'clock, make your next stop Zippies. Their app has a ton of promotions and ways to earn rewards and prizes. They're also looking to expand their team. So check out more info. Head on over to the website, zippies.com/careers. We get set here. Iolani Black, McKinley Valorant. One game decides it all. The Golden Hook up for grabs and one more left. Here we go. And same sides as well. Iolani defense start, McKinley attacking start, but this time around, Iolani plays a little bit more aggressively on the defensive end. Down B main they went, but that's the first time we're seeing Vice.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Vice. This is also the first time we're seeing Viper.
And all this weekend, I should say, on broadcast.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of things that they're throwing in the gauntlet just to make sure that they bring everything into this last map, because there's no second chances now. 13 rounds with no deuces, and that's all you're going to need to survive here. They actually use quite a bit of utility. They used the Viper Wall. It's kind of interesting because Iolani used the Viper Wall, but their initial impressions of B was they pushed past that wall, got a couple of picks, Catri's going to clean out with the 3K. 4Fun player finishes it with a classic. And I mean, hey, once the Viper falls, you've got Brimstone as backup for smokes. It makes it kind of hard to enter onto site. And just so in case you didn't know, these are the Vi's abilities. One of them's kind of just like, you can think of sharp grass, thorns. One of them's a wall. One of them's a blind. And the ult. Oh, wait till you see the ult.
Yeah, that Steel Garden makes sure that you essentially, if you're stuck inside of that ult, your primary weapon is gone.
Primary's gone.
You can still have pistols or whatever your secondary weapon is. That primary though, not available to you.
But I will say, some other agents have the ability to circumvent that Steel Garden. Example, Chamber's Tour de Force, Neon's handgun, Jet, which Iolani does have, the Blade Storm. Those are not primary weapons, those are ultimate abilities, and they do not count. So there is some ways to circumvent it. Then we might be seeing that interaction.
Unfortunately for you, they're at this entire day here, no chamber. So
yep. I didn't wear the shirt.
Yeah, you didn't wear the shirt, therefore no chamber on the floor. So we won't see Tour de Force out, but yeah, I mean, obviously with the Jet on the other side, that does not count for the primary weapon, like you said. So that could be an advantage during that ultimates of the Steel Garden, if you will. So let's see what they decide to do here. Dizzy pops up and straight away.
The slide-in!
A sliding headshot on a flick. That is devious. It's McKinley pushing their way on in on a 2-for-1 trade. The Neon going nuts. And now it's going to be the plant down here. Does not kill that. Instead finds the headshot. Catcher's able to take down Laptop Demon. With a 3v3. No man advantage on either side. Trailblazer spots at least one. Dylan's dad gets the headshot on Iman Shaka. It's Neon popping off just a little bit, but it's duelist v duelist and initiator versus initiator. But Dylan's dad gets a third one, maybe a fourth here. Could very well line it up. Outlaw in hand for Immortal. But what can Immortal do to save a round here? What can Immortal do to bring this back? Guiding Light comes out and comes down, uses the Outlaws shotgun, but a thrifty round instead. Sushi uses the pistol, and that all started off with such a disgusting shot by the Neon.
Yep. Dylan's dad has good wrists. That is the summary of that play. I mean, it was hard to catch. Even our observer would not believe that that play happened, you know? You dodge out the Dizzy blind, and then you're falling back. You come back in, and then the Neon just glides across your screen, headshots you, just sets up the mid transition, and it works beautifully. I can definitely say, actually, the round would have been very, very different had that not have been the result there.
Oh, yeah.
But that does end up working in McLean's favor. It ties it up rounds 1-1. It's still very early, but it's round 3. This is that buy-up round. And unfortunately for Iolani, who won that first round, who did buy up in the second, they don't really get to bonus just because they lost that round.
Yeah, so what would be a buy-up round instead a very good round for McKinley here, and that's going to be the Thorn out, just to make sure that there's no push up from Art at any given point here for a little while until they finally peek on out. Catcher's got a headshot onto RNX, but it's Mets by the crossfire. Now, that's a good concussion there. Ooh. And Yunjin's going to take rightful advantage of it through the smoke at the same time, looking for one more shot. And it'll be Laptop Demon that finds it. Yes, McKinley had an economy advantage and all that, but still a very impressive round for the attacking side. 2-1 for the Tigers.
I mean, they knew there was a lot of people there. They just had to take their pot shots, shoot through the smoke. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yep.
So they shot, and they took it, and they got it. That's how that works.
That is how that works, but...
Somebody just played a cat sound.
Somebody played a cat sound? What do you mean?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah, it's the spray.
There it is. I thought it was from here, in the room.
No,
it's that cat.
Yes. The cat noise that one of our crew members explicitly hates.
Oh.
Yeah, we won't mention who it is. You'll have to take a guess.
I'm going to equip it from now on then.
Do you have it?
No.
Oh, well, you got to find it in the store later on. 2-1, McKinley. Look and see if they can push their luck here. But that's a great tripwire from him on Shaka. Take down Dylan's dad. You can't slide anywhere when you're hooked onto a line. Wingman still gets the plant down. Third plant in a row here for McKinley. Did not see this earlier on, this aggressiveness from them. They
talked it out maybe a little bit, got a little bit more aggressive. This might be able to pay off, but Ivan Shaka now getting that headshot, and that Thorns makes it just a little bit harder to push through for that spike, but instead Iolani maybe looking to see if they can push the envelope down. Guiding Light comes out, blinds at least 3. Trades happening left and right. Catchery's there, and Catchery finds the cleanup. And it's another defuso here for Iolani Black as quickly as McKinley got it. Iolani even quicker on the retake.
They just had to push them out of sight. Check. They just had to make sure that they did not have a line of sight to the spike. Check. And they kind of just ran it down while the Cypher defused. So pretty good setup there. They really halted that engage coming in from McKinley, because if you think about it, this all started with Dylan's dad tripping on a wire and then getting shot in the face. So because of that, you know, your main duelist gone. There's no good security to cover all of the points of the site. They got the plant on, but immediately after that, because the duelist was down, they just had to retreat. You know, and because of that, you give up way too much ground sometimes, and that's why Iolani ended up winning that round. It's 2-2 now, heading into round number 5. I believe this is so far a like green, red. No, green, red, green. Yeah.
Because remember, that Thrifty round made a huge difference for McKinley
Steel
in the
guarded.
process. And now the Steel Guardian comes out. What could make the difference here makes it a lot better here for McKinley to take advantage of it. Catcher, though, again, that ultimate is not affected by the Steel Guardian, so the Blade Storm's still available to you. And now that they have their primary fire back, it's a good fire rate here for Iolani. Wingman still gets the plant down onto B side, but the retake even better still from Iolani. Peeking out on the other side is Ivan Shaka and Iolani Black yet again. McKinley finds picks first, but Iolani retakes even better.
I told you, there are ways to circumvent that Vi's ultimate, and you saw it right there. Catchery pulls out the Blade Storm, says, oh yeah, I've got daggers that apparently aren't steel, I guess. But they work just as well. Takes down a couple people heading into the site, and you pointed it out. It's a fast entry onto site, but they really just planted it right by that little elbow as soon as you exit B long. So they didn't really get onto the site per se. They kind of just planted it behind that Viper's wall, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
There wasn't that much to retake, to be honest, for Iolani.
And normally that's one of the 2 default spots, right, that you just plant right on in. Get there again, and this is just going to be detrimental. I mean, Dylan's dad's getting read like a book here with some of these trap wires. And yet again, another one. These trap wire setups are so good, and that's going to allow Iolani Black to push right on in. Dark also gets Dylan's dad down to the Neon's gone. Yet again, Lil Buddy does his job, puts down the spike, but on a man, well, even now, thanks to Laptop Demon, it's a little bit harder for the retake now, as well, that might run out of time if they want to play this correctly here. Viper's going to try. Catcher and Dark are going to get their kills. Laptop Demon resets to still make this at least in man
Catcher
situation.
just runs in!
Catcher just runs in and takes care of business. Iolani Black yet again. McKinley cannot stop the retake if Catcher's alive.
Throughout this weekend, you've been talking about, they planted the spike, they get the creds. They planted the spike, they get the creds. You get credits for defusing it also. And you can see it right there in the round breakdown. 3 defuses in a row. So it's those planting credits completely negated. Not only that, you are down 3 rounds in a row now on the side of McKinley. That makes it that much harder. You can see it's light shields, it's half buys, it's whatever you can put together to get this round next, because you're starting to head into the dark ages. We've been playing a little bit of Civ 6 lately. You kind of know what that means.
Yeah, and my score is also terrible when I'm playing with you.
Don't blame me for that.
I absolutely can.
Nope. I will declare war.
Yeah, as if you haven't already. 4-2. Iolani Black looking to see if they can retake one more time here at McKinley. Trying to see if they can plant yet again and maybe put the numbers a little bit more in their favor, because again, Iolani Black can make a man disadvantage happen at any single moment, but they get the plant down 5v5 yet again going on A. The percentage here, not the greatest. Let's see if they can up that percentage of victory just a little bit more. Yunjin starts us off, getting a headshot on the catcher, and that's the big one. Jet's now down to put this out, but it's a trade after trade. We're back down to 2v2. Dylan's dad will start the cleanup, and now the duelists make the difference. Cypher versus Neon, and the Cypher wins it on the peak. Ivan Shaka says aloha oi to the rest of the team. Iolani Black 5-2.
15 HP is 14 more than you need sometimes to clutch up the round. And while it did look dire for a moment, Iolani are able to finish it up. And to be honest, it was expensive. 4 of them did die. But like we said, they've defused 4 rounds in a row. They have the credits to spare another round of casualties like that. McKinley do not have the same luxuries as Emin Shaka is going through the very terrible things that you have to go through as a Cypher player, which is lining up those trip wires. But, oh, that's an interesting one. Oh, never mind. That's not as interesting. That's kind of boring.
Maybe trying to read what could have been,
I guess so.
if you will. But this is a very aggressive line. Look at where Catcher is right now. This is going to be a runaway game, but they're completely saying that they're okay. That, I mean, McKinley's going to take this for right now. Just got to be careful of a few more angles. Catcher on the back end getting Dylan's down. And Dylan's down made such an impact last round before Emin Shaka came in and took over the round to finish it off on the clutch. But now it is the headshots here. The Neural Theft's going to reveal where they are, and that's going to reveal where the rest of the teammates are down here in the mid area. Dark's going to go ahead and shoot through the boxes. Emin Shaka flanks them out as well. Laptop Demon's going to need a miracle to even get this through with the Guardian, in fact. Guardian gets at least 1 down. Doesn't have an overheal either. He needs to play with 40 health. Isn't going to get it. Catcher gets the flick on. 6-2 Iolani Black guaranteeing themselves a tie at the half. But again, that is 5 straight rounds for the Raiders.
That was a good read on the rotate offense through mid. They originally saw on the side of McKinley with the KO knife the Jet coming in with reinforcements coming from behind them, and so they knew that they had to make a decision. I guess it wasn't communicated because Dylan's dad was looking at the A-Link on mid and therefore was just caught out there, but they stifle it. The Viper on the side of Iolani reads it very, very well, takes down, like you said, the main carries of the McKinley composition, and that round goes to the Raiders. So far, so good for them. It's looking like smooth sailing, but we've seen it time and time again. These halves, the best one from Iolani was 8-4. The best one from McKinley was 6-6.
Let's see. Catcher already on the flank yet again. Catcher's got 2 on the flank and finds themselves in a very precarious position. Immortal tried to do the same, but unfortunately gets caught out. So now the man advantage evens out. Instead, it's a 3v3. Catchery did their job, but unfortunately, Immortal wasn't able to follow up. Makes it a 3v3 scenario, but in this situation, slow and steady. You have to, right? You don't know what to expect in every different angles, and it's not like you got an extra 2 people to worry about those different angles. Yes, it's only B main, but got to be careful here. Flash comes out, but looking the wrong way. Dark gets it. There's the Viper spit out as well to make sure that there's some advantage happening. Dark finds 1 on the red. How about another one through the wall? Pops out the classic for the right click, and the Viper spit scores 3 as it is 7-2. Iolani Black guaranteeing themselves the lead now for the half.
They played it so well. Patience. I mean, yes, Iolani spread out their remaining 3 members, so Dark had to step up and defend B all by themselves. But the Viper's pit, the wall to make sure that peeking it was difficult. And then just making sure you hit your shots. And that's exactly what Dark did. 8-6 for them. Good performance thus far. And to be honest, yeah, they put the scoreboard. I didn't quite get to see that. Yeah. But to be honest, McKinley, they might just have to go back to that fast and furious motion.
Which works out in terms of trade.
So far, yes.
2-for-1 trade, and also gets Catchery down. Catchery 16-4 up to that point as well. So 16-5 now, I guess. So now it's the Steel Garden that's going to cover a chunk of this site. And that's going to... And actually gets canceled, too. So that Steel Garden doesn't even go off. But in the meanwhile, still finding a pick. And now it's a 1v3 situation. This retake seems a lot less likely here, considering where that is. But Emin Shaka gets 1, 2. Cat flick for the third. Had it. Close. But no cigar. McKinley gets one back. And they're on the board for the first time since round 3.
Okay, that wasn't easy, but that is the McKinley tried and true. The rush on the site, plant the spike. We'll worry about the people later. Strategy. It worked out. They did lose 4, but winning a round is more important than losing 4, I feel like, at this point. You are already going to head into the second half with a round deficit. Might as well make it the smallest deficit you possibly can, because we were looking down 2 possibilities there. 7-5, which is as close as you can imagine, you can hope for, or a 10-2, and that 10-2, you do not want to be on the 2 side of it.
Nope, not at all. So at the very least, if it goes 9-3, Curse can be talked about maybe.
Sure.
10-2, not so much. So
Yeah.
Tripwire yet again reads out the Neon using the ultimate, but has to run away for a little while, and Neon will recharge for that ultimate too. Gets the orbital strike down as well. This is a lot of ultimates being or 2 ultimates on the board being used, 1 on each side. Orbital strike finds nothing. That orbital strike actually hits the wingman, taking down the plant. Katri also getting to their own, so man advantage basically equals out yet again 3v3, but you would say you'd favor the defensive end here because they're the ones that have the spike on site.
Yeah, McKinley's got to get a little creative on how they're going to get the spike back, because that is one of the downsides of having wingman plants, is if you don't have that wingman covered, then that's kind of a douche move. Wingman's got you covered, you know? So Laptop Demon's going to come back onto this spiritual realm, hoping to claim a soul for their own. Not going to be able to do it, but Yunjin's on site. Dylan Stack cleans it up. They're going to get the spike in time. No defuse this time. 4-7, potentially 5-7 for McKinley if they can close one more out. Final round and a half. Empty that credit bank. Take the loans out. It's now or never for both teams.
Credit score got to be pretty good here if you got to empty out the bank.
They're teenagers, man. Some of them may not have jobs yet.
We saw somebody with a car.
That's just, we are assuming.
We are assuming. Yes, we are assuming. Yeah.
What if it was their Pookie's car? Let's not go down that route.
Let's not go down that route.
Yeah.
Let's try not to go down that route here. That's the hear me outs that we don't want to go down.
No.
7-4, Iolani. Bladestorm comes out for Iolani. This is a very early Bladestorm as well. I mean, obviously last round and a half, but you had the weapon to buy up for, so it's not like you necessarily needed it.
I think they're just getting ready for in case the Vise has enough ultimate points for
That's
the
very
steal.
true, yeah.
You know,
if that Vise does get the ultimate down, that was
never mind.
Well, no longer need to worry about getting your weapon taken away from you. Instead, Bladestorm is just there to help. If you need to switch weapons, now you got three to travel through, right? And so let's see what Katri wants to do. Jumps out of the smoke.
Okay.
Okay, Katri, calm down. For Fun player gets 1. Can't find the last one. There will be no ace to have. But instead, for McKinley, there will be no round to have. Iolani gets one back in the final. You can thank Katri for that one on an excellent Bladestorm, ending the half at 8-4.
8-4. Same result as map 2 thus far. McKinley really hoping that it's not the same end result as map 2, because that would mean they only get the brick. Granted, it's still a pretty cool brick. Don't get me wrong. But that golden hook is definitely what you're eyeing down for your team, for your school, for the clout. Or as the kids say now, for the aura.
For the aura, yes.
Yep.
You want positive aura, not negative aura.
Yes.
Speaking of positive aura, this place does give you a positive aura, doesn't it? A big
It
mahalo
does.
to HPU for once again hosting the Vanta Leagues here in their amazing facility. Hawaii Pacific University on the leading edge of esports in Hawaii and creates opportunities to experience competitive gaming in person. Learn more about HPU's esports program. Visit their website, hpu.edu/esports. And again, big shout out to Jordan and Kevin and team here at HPU for staying here for long hours.
Very long
throughout
hours.
the weekend here, setups and all, and troubleshooting and doing all of that. So shout out to the entire team here at HPU's Esports Arena. Again, that's One Aloha Tower Marketplace area if you want to stop by. Open daily till 11 p.m. As we get set here for this match, as we get set up here for the second half of action, trades left and right, but it's a 2v2 now thanks to RNX in the back taking down Katri. Katri's been such a problem. So to take Katri out is a good advantage to you. Iolani now has man advantage. They will have spike advantage at the same time. It's up to RNX to clutch this one out. It is the 0 point that's able to find one in the back line, but needs to run away for it. 38 health. Trying to find any semblance of a headshot, maybe, because that's the only thing you can do for it. But through the wall goes to Classic, and Iolani starts off with a pistol round.
I've just been in this place before, not higher on the streets. I don't remember the next line. But there's some deja vu going on, because this is exactly what happened in map 2. 8-4 half. Iolani wins pistol. And And
we don't talk about the rest of that.
We don't talk
But
about the
Iolani,
rest.
you mentioned that. Iolani 5 of 6 on pistol rounds in this series. They've only lost one, and that was back on the second half of Sunset on map number 1, where McKinley took it and won it out in the end, 13-8 on that map. But if Iolani wins both pistol rounds, last time they did it, they won 13-4. This time around,
we'll
is it
see.
the same storyline? We'll find out.
Katri gets cut off by the Vise wall. Yunjin missing the shots on the Classic, but forces Katri to move forward, and that's going to be an upgrade for Laptop Demon on the Clove. That might stifle any other further engages coming out from Iolani. They're going to have to reevaluate their decisions now that they've lost their entry, their duelist. 4 members remaining versus the 5 on McKinley, who have looked to set up base on their sights.
And this is a little unnerving, right?
Yeah.
Whenever there's no noise happening, right? No action happening at all. Up until that point, it's usually unnerving. Now the hearts are starting to race and the adrenaline's on. But that also means now it is a free, wide-open A site. They planted that. No Gecko needed. No Wingman needed. Straight up plant 5v4. And now for McKinley here.
They
have
don't
to retake
know.
the side, but they don't know that right behind them lies a Cypher trying to flank. Dizzy spots him out. Dylan's down and Laptop gets one, but they also get 2 right on back. Yunjin gets the Classic kill on. Could pick up a weapon, but do you have enough time to do so? No, Iman Shaka's right there. 1v1. Cypher versus Neon. Who's got the better of it? And unfortunately, didn't land the shots. But who's going to get the better of it? It's the headshot. It's the clutch. Iman Shaka with a 4K. And Iolani Black scores one back, but that's not a bad bonus round if you're McKinley.
That is not bad. You're forcing 4 people on Iolani to purchase, and Dylan's dad says timeout. Usually you do that as a punishment to your children, but he's calling a timeout for the game. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, just want to clarify that
Yeah,
position.
you time out the children. You go in the corner, sit in the corner, think about what you've done. This time
around, it's more to reconcile because obviously
it's for themselves.
It's for themselves. I mean, losing 4 people on a bonus round is something you do not want to get into. Yes, you won the round, but at the end of it, the words are, but at what cost? Because you lose 4, your economy goes down. This could be the opportunities for McKinley to make the comeback. So I'm not mad about that timeout at all. I would be actually pretty
You've got a
happy with this timeout
fitness
as well.
notification, my guy.
Yes.
I don't know if your phone's calling you out or something.
But, yeah, man. You had to?
Well, I mean, he's just sharing with us his life, but I don't know who these people are.
Yeah,
they're just having fun.
If
they're
the parents
cracking
are
jokes.
watching here, you might have some. You might need
Hey,
to
man,
have your
I
kid
have the
explain
opposite
something.
problem, but it's still a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect.
No one's perfect in this life. No, not at all. Big thing here to note during the timeout is that if you look at the kills, right, we were talking about how even it was throughout this entire series. There is no such thing this time around. Iolani Black's top player, Katri, 23-8.
That is a big spread there, actually.
By the way, Katri before, 13 kills back on Sunset, and then 19 kills back on.
So leading the chart.
Yeah, back on Bind. So it's momentum-wise. Now you're over the 20 kill mark. And now Catcher's going to get 2 more. 25 on the mark here for the Jet, who's going absolutely insane. But the streak ends there. 3v3, though. Iolani trying to push up, but McKinley might get a few more headshots to work alongside of Sushi, and RNX is going to be up to Immortal to make something happen here. Immortal doesn't even have the spike to work with. It is going to be the Wingman up, the Dizzy up, both go down. Guiding Light comes out, blinds something here, tries to find any semblance of a headshot, but instead, bullets go through the wall. McKinley gets one back.
Now that's how you use a tactical timeout, okay? That is a completely different McKinley that we've been seeing this entire series thus far. It almost looks like a revitalized version of them. They played it fast, they played it together, they got the picks needed, and they shut down the carries that are important. They shut down Iman Shaka, they shut down Katri early in that round, so they do not have to worry about those 2 kill streakers coming out. For the remainder of it, they survive with 3 people left, and that means they don't have to have too many more people buying up for this round. That should help their economy, but 1 round's not going to be enough. You guys are 5 down. They're going to have to do this many, many times over again.
Yep, they're going to have to repeat that same sequence 5 times over to just get the tie, as Laptop Demon, though, is able to get 1 on the start, but Immortal, bad timing, turns around only to find the gun of the Clove to the back. Laptop Demon finds a way to close that out. There's the Rose that flashes out, but the flash doesn't find anything. It's going to be the Sheriff, at the very least, trying to find any kills. That's the classic up against a rifle. That's not a matchup you really like seeing if you're on the receiving end of that. Sushi, though, is able to get Dark down. Sheriff trying to find anything, nothing there. 5 versus 1. Catchery's done magic. Can you find a 1v5 magic, though, is the better question. That answer is no. Flawless comes out from McKinley, so now they only got to repeat that 4 times.
I think that was the first flawless of this entire map. I don't think it was the series. We definitely saw a couple of them before.
Yep, Flawless back in round 20, back on Sunset. Flawless back in round 14 of Bind, and now Flawless here in round 15.
But to go from...
Or 16.
We're down 6 rounds, we have no credits, take a tactical timeout, win the round 3 people surviving, into a Flawless the round after... That is the glow up anyone wishes that they could go through. Like, genuinely right there. That is some team evolution. And if they can keep this up, Iolani is going to have to be the one to come up with some new strategies. Now, granted, they've got time. Again, 4 rounds before McKinley even catch up, let alone take the lead. So, a little bit of time left for them. That being said, another silent round to start on Pearl.
It's the most unnerving thing when a team that, you know, rushes a lot goes silent, right?
Oh, yeah.
You have no idea. It could be up mid. It could be up A, right?
It's the quiet kid in class meme.
This is that part of, like, a song where it's like, it's Jingle Bells right now, right? Very, very silent, and then all of a sudden Jingle Bell Rock starts to play right after that. And it's just like, you're waiting for this also patient moment, but then finally, when somebody decides to shot call it, smokes come out, here we go. And now everybody tries to walk right in. Dylan's dad only has a Bulldog to work with. That's against the Phantom, though, so that usually means the Phantom wins. Up in Art, though, Yunshin's able to take down Ivan Shaka, and RNX from the back line taking out 2. So McKinley, knowing that there was something awaiting for them, have the patience to wait it out. Catcher, though, gets 1. Some low health bars on either end. 2 versus 2 situation. Tries to plant down. Bladestorm comes out. Bladestorm doesn't find anything. That's the Laptop Demon getting the headshot. 1 versus 1. 20 seconds left. Who's got the better advantage here? Who's got the mindset to finish this out? And now it is going to be the spike planted down around the corner for Fun Player. Takes the wide swing, and Iolani gets one back.
Both players were injured before facing each other off. Yes, the 4Fun player had half their health, and the Clove was 1 shot, but a single bullet could have changed the outcome of that regardless. And yeah, you're pointing out the 15 assists for the Brimstone. Really, what a team player that
What
guy
a team
is.
player.
What a team player that
For
guy
Fun
is.
Player? For
Team player. For team player. I can't with you sometimes.
Oh, come on.
Fine, I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
I get to make one more terrible basketball analogy.
Oh, well, what do you say about this, sir? What do you say about this, Professor? 11-6, your scoreboard. What do you compare this to?
It's not looking good, but Laptop Demon got 1.
Yeah.
Currently is overhealed by the ability, so little mini Reyna-esque ability there. It doesn't last the whole time. Emin Shaka's trying to get a little bit of information mid. Uses the I don't remember what it's called, the Rose, but blinds nobody and then dies there. So Neural Theft is going to expose the locations of McKinley. Dylan's dad gets found out, but shuts down Catchery. That's how you do it, Duelist v Duelist. Hit him with the Diffie.
Yep.
And now 4v3, but Clove is low. So it is extra firepower for now, but we're going to have to see where that goes. Granted, does still have the Afterlife.
Yeah. I mean, does still have a second opportunity at life if it's even needed to proc, but here comes Iolani Black trying to figure out what they want to do on the attacking side for Fun Player. It's actually popping off into the last couple of rounds. There's the headshot from the Guardian, mind you, on the flick from Dark. And now Laptop Demon's going to reset. It is the 0 point that suppresses for right now. Laptop Demon's going to have to find a kill. Finds the lineup! And finds 2 headshots on the Guardian. That now gives McKinley man advantage here. Spike's not even planted down. 14 seconds left. Dark finds the wall shot. 1 versus 1. Viper wall comes up. Who's going to win the man advantage on the other side? It's Dylan. That ends it.
It's his dad.
The roller coaster up and down the line, but in the end, McKinley staying within range.
Yeah, you never want it to go to 12, especially this behind. You want to have a little bit of breathing rooms because mistakes do happen. You don't want to give up that extra round you can give up too early. 11-7 now. Every little advantage you can get is something that you're going to need on the side of the Tigers. It's an uphill battle. It's Mount Everest almost. And this is that last map. There's no second chances. We talked about it. You each lost a map already. That was kind of your handicap. That was your safety net. Pearl is where we're going to end tonight. It's now or never for both teams, and for McKinley, the pressure's on them. They've got to make up 4 rounds before Iolani get 2.
Yeah, mind you, this is also the first time since the first half of Map 2 that a half score went 3-3. So McKinley trying to keep up with Iolani, but if this keeps going back and forth, McKinley's going to eventually run out of time. But let's see now, Iolani, again, no noise, the most unwavering thing. Yunjin, though, staying inside. Finds 2 on the Bulldog. Guiding Lights. Doesn't spot anything either. You would get the notification if that Guiding Light finds anything. Instead, nothing there doing so. Iolani Black having to rethink their strategy now.
And what a call, by the way, to camp the sewer, the undercrawl there, because that is not a very conventional approach, because that would imply you left mid open in order to let the enemy team get all the way up there. But I guess, good on them for doing their homework and leaving no entry point unchecked. Yunjin does pick up a double kill there. And now, abilities are coming out. It's pretty obvious what site they're going to be on. Fun player does take 1. RNX trades it back, gets a double. Has no ammo, shakes no, but nobody's going to listen to that. As Yunjin cleans it up with a wall bang 3K. And the Tigers, they're still in it. They're still in the running. They've got 4 ultimates available, and they can use it at any time here. They're on the defense half, so the Neon one, maybe not as useful, but the other ones could do so much damage to an engage.
Trying to claw their way back into this. The Tigers will not go away quietly. They may be down 3, but remember, they were down as many as 5 at one point in this game. 6 at one point in this game. They've got the lead down from 6 in half to 3. 11-8, but again, time's still running out, right? You do not want to give a single round back. If you're Iolani, you need to find a way to make sure that their progress wasn't all for naught to go up that many just to have the comeback potential. Seekers will come out. Seekers will find where everybody is, and now they know the locations of at least 1. At least 2, maybe. And the headshot for Sushi finds 1. Lines it up for 2.
Sushi!
Sushi popping. Will pop no longer. 2 kills there, but it makes it a little bit more advantageous for McKinley on the man advantage side. Orbital Strike comes out. Ethan doesn't want to be in there. Neither does the rest of the team. Rose comes out for the flash and doesn't get any flash targets. However, Dylan's there. Dylan's dad is there to get Katri down. 2 versus 1 for Fun Player. Clutching it out, maybe, but it's a 1v1. Brim versus KO on the flip side. RNX gets it. McKinley clawing back the lead deficit down to 2.
Oh, they're nervous. The KO is shaking the cam mid-defuse. That's how you know. There's the cat. Thank you. It doesn't meow in the post, but we appreciate the cat nonetheless. And now, now, look at the credit bank on the side of Iolani. It is getting dry there. This is going to be the last round where they can put in their full efforts. And after that,
you and I remember yesterday a 13-11, which went the distance in regulation. And for right now, for McKinley, 2 away from clawing their way back after being down as many as 6 would be an insane finish to this weekend here. And now for McKinley, trying to find 2 more defensive holds to tie up this game. What do you do if you're Iolani? What do you do?
Okay, I would say the last 2 rounds is like, whatever. But this round is it, because after this, okay.
Well, you get the overheal here. Steel Garden comes out, and that's going to delete a lot of the guns. That was that primary. That's actually a good news for McKinley as well. That's going to allow them to cancel out or allow the team to rotate in a little bit more, right? That's the one where you either can follow up or rotate to see what they do out of it.
They line up!
They lined up. RNX gets 2 there, but doesn't find the third. The third one was to the left. They look to the right. 4 versus 2 situation. Now, McKinley on the front foot of this. Shoots out the Rose. They know where at least 1 is. Kind of like comes out, blinds at least 1. Immortal's got the headshot there. 1 versus 2 on the lineups. But the Gecko gets away, gets out of dodge. 3 versus 2, but the health bars don't seem like it.
The health bars definitely don't seem like it. Unfortunately, Sky cannot heal herself, but can heal up the brim. And as long as you even have a single hit point, if you land a headshot, that's going to be a trade.
Oh!
Laptop Demon!
Laptop Demon, the spray, gets one on the headshot. Looking for
Thrash
the
is
last one.
coming!
Thrash is up. Thrash is going to make a difference, and it is detained. You can't even plant no matter what happens here with the rest of the team. Dylan's dad cleans it up, and McKinley within 1.
The comeback story. And now, the reverse timeout.
Iolani will take the timeouts, knowing that McKinley took theirs. Both sides no longer have a timeout anymore. McKinley, 4 straight, 6 of the last 7, and they're within 1. They're within striking distance.
I don't know what Dylan's dad said during that first timeout, but that is some good parenting, I guess.
Yeah.
You know? Dylan's dad is either the best motivational speaker ever, or they're scared and they have to perform, or else, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that timeout essentially worked out well in their favor, right? Since that timeout, 6 of 7 rounds, looking to see if there is something amiss here for this team right now, McKinley, or for Iolani, because they are not finding answers. I mean, there's been clutch moments, right? There's just been lineup moments. RNX just had one. Iolani's just on the back end of some really unlucky moments, I would say.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just timing. Sometimes it is the diff. And sometimes it's just an unequal trade going on, you know? 2 for 1s, 3 for 2s that just happen to slip in favor of McKinley. But this is still as close as it gets, okay? Iolani are half conceding this round. They do have the Sheriffs, again, their strongest position. But just from firepower alone, this is look like it's going to tie up at 11 apiece. Again, just from firepower alone.
From firepower alone, we don't know yet.
Yep, we don't know yet. Nothing is impossible.
But that's just because, yeah, I mean, like you said, it's because of the economy. It's because of the way that this is playing out so far.
Yep.
The timeout was just to reset them, obviously, just to, you know, calm down nerves a little bit. And that was on Iolani's side, too. So Iolani looked to see. But what if you don't need a reset? What if you just get a headshot immediately? Sushi, though, right out of the cage is able to get that headshot down from the middle. From mid, trying to find another one, and you cannot keep dodging all of these. Sushi, though, does find another one on the catcher, makes it a little bit more even, but also that's another Vandal left in mid, so if they want to go pick that up, that's a weapon upgrade, which doesn't seem like much, but in one person's hand can make all the difference. And now, what's the call?
I mean, that was 2 upgrades if you think about it. They traded 2 people, 2 for 2 there, so Iolani basically had like a half buy up.
Oh. Trying to
Little
find
bit
one
of
more.
hesitation. 1, 2.
Yes!
Dylan's dad.
Lines him up. McKinley has won the last 5. And just like that, the finale comes down to a first and win by 2 the rest of the way.
This really would be that comeback story. You can see it in the round breakdown. The 2 halves look like mirrors of each other.
Yes, absolutely.
Just playing to the strengths of the defender half for both sides here. Unfortunately for Iolani, they do not get the defender half anymore unless they go to OT. They're gonna have to win 2 rounds offensively. Laptop Demon trades 1 but has the ult available, needs to claim another, is capable of doing so. And that's gonna be 2, and their life back in play.
This would be one of the crazier comebacks I've ever seen here. If they can pull this off, uses smoke, maybe to get away. But still, McKinley, 5 straight rounds. Raiders have had no answers since round 17. They were up as many as an 11-6 lead. Now it's 11-11, nerves high. It is a win by 2 the rest of the way here to take home that golden hook. The final golden hook of the Fall 24 season lies in the, what I would say, craziest finale of this entire, and it's been Valorant that's been the craziest finales of them all so far.
Timing!
Off in mid, timing, RNX works that out. 5 versus 2. Cypher, Brim, the last hopes, especially going into the next round. Economy could be shattered here.
That's very, very true. They did buy the Sheriffs last round so they could buy up this round. Which means I'm pretty sure not everybody's going to have it there. You can see it, nobody above 1,000 credits. It's going to be some compromise. They might even just choose to save here.
It's the choice to save. I mean, that's probably it. I mean, 8 seconds left. No time to plant now, starting from now. So what happens here and out? McKinley now has won 6 straight rounds. Only needs 1 for the trophy left. The Tigers are just that much away.
And to think the storyline was so different just 6 rounds ago. It was 11 to 6.
Yes.
And now the tables have turned. You can see it right here. Not even full buys for everybody on the side of Iolani. They did that last round, hoping they would win. Oh, they're going to have to win this one to force OT.
Iolani has to. Iolani's got to find an answer from the depths of losing 6 in a row. By the way, that last round, first one that ran out of time, the Bender side. And now the null command. Here's where it is. All the ultimates online are probably going to get used in this round alone. It is the null command that gets popped out. Where it is, better question. It's on A.
Viper's Pit is available. Neural Theft.
You have the Orbital Strike as well. You also have the Neon Ult too. So this is where it all comes down. You can feel the tension, right? Everybody's silence besides the 2 of us right now.
We're just yapping in the room.
Yapping. You know that when it's this silent inside of an esports arena like this, you know that it is on. Adrenaline, hearts pumping. Who's going to take that trophy? Is it a trophy-winning moment for McKinley, or is it a hook and an overtime for Iolani instead? This is where it starts to get crazy. Smokes are out. Who's got it? Here's your moments here.
RNX is
trapped.
trapped.
Down, and the Orbital Strike is there. Yunjin, though, gets the headshot onto Catcher. The Orbital Strike doesn't find anything. Viper Spin is out. Dark is able to find 1. It could be trades out. Immortal finds another one. Neural Theft. Not used, and Neural Theft is actually used to find out locations here, and that's where Iolani's side. Make sure McKinley's kept in check for right now. There's the plant down. Last 40 seconds underway. So the spike comes down, that Viper Spit so hard to get through. This would be the right moment to save it for. Trying to find any hope. McKinley's done some magic. Is there McKinley magic left? Do you have it? Dylan Stat finds 1, slides away.
The slide!
Tries to get him. No! Immortal and for Fun Player stops that. 1 versus 3. RNX left to their own devices, and Iolani finally finds the answer. And we are headed to overtime.
Thank you for spitting on me. I'm glad you're excited. Keep your saliva to yourself. That's our reaction right there.
Yep.
That spray perfectly sums it up.
I cannot believe what we're seeing here. 13-11 yesterday to end the day. Overtime to end day number 2.
Ed says we're working.
Ed said, well.
Ed says we're going long.
Hey, question is, I mean, this is exactly what it's named. Overtime pay?
Ed says we're going long.
Ed says
no
we're
lights
going
off till we're
longer
finished.
Here. Iolani on the defending side to start. McKinley on the attack.
Yep, offensive.
And they'll flip sides over and over until we have a win by 2.
They will, and Katri starting it off. Basically what Katri's been doing for Iolani in that defensive half. We've been seeing it time and time again. That first pick, you could check it in the scoreboard after that first blood. But Yunjin's going to put a stop to that before any more chain reactions make the situation worse for McKinley. 4v4. And now, back to the silence.
Back to the silence, yeah. It's really just the tense moments here of what each team is thinking of doing now, is trying to find the right angle, trying to find the right opportunity, but laying in wait. Where is these teams going to be? That's the 0 point out. They have some information down, but what they don't know is on the other side of it, there's an LMG waiting. Now, Wingman's going to plant in such an open area, but it's a good thing Yunjin's right there in mid. Took up the space in mid, but doesn't take that kill. Dark is able to take care of it, but the low health bar is there. And now Spike running out of time, maybe a little bit, maybe getting into half. Arnex and Sushi find their picks though. McKinley in a 1v3 or 3v1 now, rightfully in their advantage for Fun Player. Needs to find a pick here and finds one, isn't able to find the other. McKinley is on match point.
You thought the double peak was hard to compete with? The triple peak on the side of McKinley. They threw everybody that they had alive to stop the defuse contest for Fun Player. And now McKinley back in defense. Iolani has to siege, has to do something, some miracle. Their offensive has not been very good in that second half. They've won 4 of that 12. This has to be the 5th.
This has to be it. McKinley defensively again. We note that in the last 6 or 7 rounds, they won 6 of the 7 before that 7th round, finally won by Iolani to take us to overtime. Now, McKinley needs to put up a defense just like those 6 rounds in a row to take home the hook back to the school. What does Iolani want to do? What is the call and what is the response afterwards? It's a game of patience.
It's a game of picks.
It's a game of picks.
It's a game of seeing who accidentally looks the wrong way first, which is so exciting. If you, I mean, you probably could have said it differently.
Oh yeah.
I'm just providing a little bit of, you know, casual humor to lighten the mood because there is just so much pressure on these 10 players right now.
Yunjin finds Catchery though. That could be the opening door. 38 seconds left to go. Iolani needing to make a decision soon. They are running out of time.
They definitely do.
And now
Viper's wall comes up.
Viper's
They're going to counter Yunjin. That's going to be a second one.
It's the second one here. McKinley up in numbers, 5 versus 2. Dylan's dad finds one for Fun Player, takes down Dylan's dad though. There's 1 player left, 1 versus 3. Immortal versus 3. And needs to find a miracle. Spike plants it down. Do you know where the team is? Around the corner. Trying to find it with the
It's a blind.
Immortal
It works.
It's not over just yet. 1 versus 1. Sky versus Clove. Does Immortal make the clutch of a lifetime? And does not. Laptop Demon ends it. To defuse.
Don't forget to defuse.
McKinley, the comeback for the championship. 14-12 your final. The Tigers are Fall 24 HCL champions. Unbelievable.
It's got to be a little heartbreaking, you have to imagine, to come so close. That final clutch before McKinley. A new era. So many trophies from today, and they get to add a final one to the list. Another hook, another line, another sinker.
I give you that. Championship comeback when all hope looked like it was falling away. At one point, 11-6. McKinley comes 6 straight back. Then it goes 12-12, and at the end of it all, 2 straight rounds for McKinley. An almost insane clutch by Immortals to send us to double. But instead, the hopes and dreams dashed away as McKinley becomes your Fall 24 champions. Storyline, you could not write any better.
No, you could not write any better. And to be honest, again, the runner-up trophy is also new.
Yes.
And it looks pretty good. It has the logo.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
half the logo.
The hook doesn't have the logo.
Right.
So it's still a win. You do still get to bring something home. I mean, you obviously earn your position in the finals. It's not something that you just are given sometimes. And in this case, you could not have asked for something better. 13-8 map 1, 13-4 map 2 for the other team. Double tactical timeouts needed, 1 for each side in Game 3 to go overtime just for this result. I mean, do it with me. You already know what I'm going to do. You got to free your hands, though.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
There it is.
Marty Scorsese, proud of yesterday, proud of today.
Prouder of today.
Prouder of today. 13-11 yesterday in the championship. 14-12 in the championship today. Valorant, man. The game of cinema.
The game of cinema. Not playing it though.
Not playing it though.
that game's too hard.
Yeah, the championship in the hands of McKinley, and it looks like we'll probably just go straight into awards ceremony just because we want to go ahead, wrap things up here from the HPU Esports Arena. So first and foremost, all of the supports here, all of the players, all of the family support, all of the coaches, mentors
Yes,
here
of
as
course.
well.
They stayed
experienced one of the greatest games in Vanta history.
I mean, not only that, they were there through and through, and that's what you got to love about it sometimes. Your coaches, your friends are always going to be there with you, supporting you through and through, win or loss, knowing that you gave it your best, you know. And the best part about fall, to be honest, is it's not officially over.
Yes.
You can always come back for spring.
Oh, yeah.
This is just the halfway point in the scholastic year to show what you did about maybe like 4 months in.
Yes.
Okay? You've got Christmas break to play as much Valorant as you want. For the public schools, you've got spring break to play as much Valorant as you want. You come back, show us what you're made of. I cannot wait to see these two teams again, potentially for spring 25.
Yeah, well, this is I mean, if we get another matchup like that one that we just had in spring, I am ready.
I might need to bring you a heart.
A guard, yeah.
A heart defibrillator.
Oh, yeah, just I need the defibrillator to reset the heart, man, just to get it back to normal. I might knock out for a little while, but it'll start back up. But let's go ahead and do right now the trophy ceremony because the teams are lined up there ready to go. Let's start off with our runners-up, which – man, took it all the way to the brink, all the way to overtime as well, but unfortunately a heartbreaking end, but they still get a second-place trophy. Please welcome up Iolani on their runner-up here inside of Fall 24. Nice job to Iolani on a well-done job, although heartbreaking at the finish line. But across the finish line first, you guys had to make us sweat a little bit back here on the production side, making a little heartbeats. Winning 13-8 on Sunset, dropping by 13-4, but an exciting overtime 14-12 victory on Pearl. Your champions of Fall 24, McKinley High School. And that will just about close us up here. Henry, I mean, you were here all weekend long. Final thoughts as we start to wrap things up here.
I'm still watching the McKinley players put their hands on their chests. They're still not over the adrenaline. And to be honest, it's been a very entertaining weekend. We've got to see a variety of games, a variety of schools come up. Some schools, as we see, are starting to solidify their dominance in a specific game. We could see it for Eva Mackay in the middle school. We saw it for HTA as well on Saturday. We've been seeing some of it throughout this weekend for the high schools. McKinley in chess as usual. Roosevelt for Apex Legends, just to name a few. But, you know, it's all in good sport. It's all in, you know, there's competition, but there's camaraderie as, you know, above all.
Yes. And what a weekend it was for that competition and camaraderie overall. And a big congratulations to all of our winners throughout the weekend for middle school and high school as well. And this is going to be a very exciting spring semester when we get to it. We'll wrap things up right now. Special thanks to our sponsors here from the HEL, including HPU, who provided the nice venue, of course, the HPU Esports Arena here at the Aloha Tower Marketplace, alongside of UH West Oahu, who will partner throughout the entire season. And, of course, here at the event earlier on, Mobile IT Force, a big thank you to them. And, of course, Zippies, who will be, of course, a presenting sponsor for the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Check out the Vanta socials there for more information on that in March. Special thanks to all of the production crew. Special thanks to Ed and the rest of the team at Vanta as well. I'm sorry, say that again? As, of course, thank you very much to the production crew, EMP Live Designs, K-Tad at the helm, as well as the rest of the crew that's been here the entire weekend. Of course,
That's us.
you guys, that's us. That's Layton over there. That's Chris, Colton, and as well as Zach and Nevin. Nevin not here with us this weekend.
And Justin.
Nico and Alec as well for the photography and video side. And, of course, Justin, who was here over the weekend as well. I think I covered everybody throughout the entire weekend. Thanks to Ed Lallier and team, of course, as well as Kogan and Sai for their great work, and a great work to everybody involved here at Hawaii Esports League. So one more time, congratulations to all of the champions all throughout the weekend here, Saturday and Sunday. Spring 24, we know we cannot wait for it. We will see you then. For the last time, we say aloha. We bid you aloha oi, and have a great rest of your night, everybody. This has been the Hawaii Esports League from the HP Esports Arena. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. Aloha.